Chapter 441 Duel and Competition. Qigong stood in the aerial duel field specially built by the palace. Under the transparent barrier with some halo was the majestic imperial palace. There was a full moon in the sky accompanied by stars. The angels had not come yet, and Qigong waited patiently. In the spiritual starry sky, the stars were entangled around Qigong and Luke. Your game in the Duke's castle of the Holy Mountain is about to begin. Don't you want to prepare? Luke looked at the scene in St. Louis City and said, the focus of the Duke's castle is not the game, but the various contests after the game. Your duel has a strong meaning. It is the first public duel between the power of the secular world and the 5 ancient civilizations. Winning will not be less encouraging to the secular world than the human champion strongman to the human race in the Tudigia Hills. I don't think as much as you think. This is our territory. And these angels barged in without saying hello. We must teach them a lesson. Luke couldn't help coughing. This is St. Louis City. Not our territory. Isn't it? Is it? Yes. Luke felt that it was meaningless to argue on this issue. It happened that a bright spot rose in the direction of the Silver Manor. The angels are coming. Should I go and fight directly? Or should you go and tease first? This should be called provocation. What did I just say? Tease. Does it make a difference? This. Luke knew he had lost. I'll go first. I'll take care of the literary drama. And you'll take care of the martial arts. The angels that flew up from the Silver Manor quickly flew towards the palace in the night sky like a group of dazzling meteors. When approaching the palace, the meteor group instantly dispersed, and then drew arcs according to their own trajectories, surrounding the aerial duel arena in the middle. The light track that was pulled out lasted for a long time. The angels in position faced the inner circle, stood in the air with their wings slightly flapping, and the barriers were unfolded one by one, and then connected in series to form a protective circle. The imperial palace demonstrated its strength through the aerial duel arena, and the angels formed a protective wall to respond with strength. The fight has not started yet, but the contest has already begun. The first Holy Scripture Teresa landed in the aerial duel arena, and the white metal boots stepped on the barrier to create circles of ripples. Teresa wore angel armor, adhering to the unique aesthetics of this world, and adhering to the characteristics of women's armor that the less material used, the higher the defense. This set of angel armor combines beauty, comfort, convenience and practicality. White armor and white lining. White wings dripping with white holy light. Teresa looked at the elf challenging her, not hiding the arrogance and disdain in her eyes. Your Majesty, do you know that you are doing something extremely wrong? Defeat will greatly reduce your prestige and influence. Sky City and Moonlight Royal Court have just established friendly relations, and I don't want to embarrass you. You announced the cancellation of this duel, and I will not tell anyone about your retreat. Qigong retorted, no matter how high my prestige and influence are, they are limited to the Moonlight Royal Court and part of the Golden Shield Empire, which is far inferior to the image of Sky City among the secular people. If you are defeated by me, it will affect the secular people's worship of angels. Sky City and angels never need the worship of secular lower creatures. We do what we think is right. It is the duty of angels to enforce justice and judge evil. Justice is morality and rule of law based on order, not the so-called mercy and charity of higher creatures to lower creatures. The justice of angels is just the power you have established by force, and it is the spiritual intoxication of self. You don't care what lower creatures get from your justice at all. You just want to experience the feeling of being moved. Low-level creatures dare to define justice. If you are defeated by low-level creatures, what qualifications do you have to enforce justice? Teresa found that she was no match for the elves in terms of their talent for quarreling. Since she couldn't win the quarrel, she would fight. Teresa reached out and held an angel sword in her hand. She walked towards the clear sky, emitting white light from her body, like a shining star in the night sky. The angel's wings were half spread, and the feathers drew long light tracks, which turned into arrows and shot upwards, and then dispersed into more light arrows falling down. Defeat me? You are dreaming. The falling rain of arrows formed a waterfall, turning in midair and flying towards the clear sky. Teresa's figure pulled out a strip of light and moved from the front of the clear sky to the side. She spread her wings and flew close to the transparent ground barrier. The angel sword slashed 3 light blades and swept towards the clear sky. Luke in the spiritual starry sky said helplessly, I just warmed up. And she couldn't stand it. The martial arts scene is yours. I will go back to the Duke's castle in the Holy Mountain to prepare for the game. Be careful. Teresa has the strength of 6 stars, and was once a strong contender for the Chief Holy Judge Angel. Got it. Even you can beat Teresa in the game. Let alone me. I even know what underwear she is wearing today. Underwear. In the duel, Qi Kong looked at Teresa, who was rushing towards him. You can't see it from this angle, but her cleavage is really impressive. Feeling the urging from the backstage, Qi Kong closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his strong fighting spirit instantly burst out. The ice layer under his feet spread out, and a scimitar was pulled out and thrown forward. The scimitar turned into a huge ice wheel and rotated, blocking all the light arrows shot at him. Another scimitar was pulled out, and 3 huge ice blades were cut out while swinging, and they rushed towards the sweeping light blades. There was no wind and no clouds, and drizzle fell from the sky. But before it landed on the ground, it was frozen into ice particles by the extreme cold. A hurricane suddenly rose, rolling up the ice particles to form an ice storm that swept towards Teresa. Teresa didn't dodge. The holy book beside her opened the pages, and fierce white holy fire sprayed out from the book, colliding with the ice storm. Ice and fire consumed each other in the agitation. Teresa rushed through the ice and fire, and slashed at Qi Kong, who was close in front of her. Qi Kong blocked with a knife, and the spirit ball sprang up from behind her shoulder. The eye in the middle of the ball blinked and sprayed a cloud of black smoke with a scream at Teresa. The black smoke gathered negative energy that attacked the spirit, but was swept away by Teresa's wings. The world's top battle began. From the beginning, they refused to give in. Various magic and combat skills were released one after another. The glory above the palace was gorgeous, more beautiful than the magic fireworks set off at the grand celebration. Luke only watched the battle in the spiritual starry sky for a while, before withdrawing his consciousness. At this level, being stronger will not result in crushing, and being weaker will not be without the power to fight back. The competition is more about combat talent and experience. In the case of steady progress, see who can seize the opponent's mistakes early. Teresa is very strong and beautiful, which is very challenging for players. A random search will reveal all kinds of strategies, which are several times more than her immediate superior. The Sword of Oath. How to lose. The awakened Qi Kong may not be able to deal with Teresa easily, but it is also a sure thing. Let Qi Kong deal with St. Louis City. The game on the Holy Mountain is about to begin. The Holy Mountain Strongman competition has always attracted much attention. This time, because a human strongman appeared to compete for the championship, and the competition venue was in the Duke's castle. It attracted the attention of the entire Holy Mountain. After nightfall, a dark crowd gathered outside the Duke's castle. Whether barbarians or humans, everyone quietly looked up at the brightly lit castle, waiting for the results of the competition to come out from inside. Inside the castle, the dignitaries of the Holy Mountain gathered in a spacious hall, and a wrestling lever for strongman competitions was installed in the middle of the hall. The time for the competition has not yet arrived, and the 2 contestants for the championship are waiting in their respective lounges. The Duke of Celtic did not appear in the hall either. There was news that the Duke would announce some important decrees after the game. What decrees? The dignitaries whispered to each other and asked for news. In the hall full of tall barbarians, the number of human race seemed very small. They all gathered near a corner, like a pack of wolves. They all knew what decrees the Duke of Celtic would issue. After tonight, Tadega Hills will enter an era of human rise. In Luke's lounge, when the game was about to start, Baron Sergei knocked on the door and walked in. Are you ready? Sergei's voice trembled slightly. He was too excited and afraid of a reverse change. Luke took a deep breath and used meditation techniques to look inside his body. He was in a very good state, with a lot of energy stored in every cell, just waiting to be released. I feel good. Even better than when I participated in the strongman competition. Baron, is the money ready? Baron Sergei looked at the door, took out a check from his robe and handed it to Luke. This is 50 million Reichsmarks, which is in the World Bank. You must ensure that the result of the competition is what we finally agreed on. Sergei was afraid that someone was eavesdropping here, so he didn't say he wanted to win. Luke took the check to identify its authenticity, and after confirming that it was correct, he folded it up and put it in his pocket. Don't worry, Lord Baron. I am an adventurer, and I follow the rules of adventurers. I will do things for money. There will be no suspense in today's competition. Thank you, Mr. Luke. Luke took out his pocket watch and checked the time. The competition is about to begin. The rescue of wizards has also begun. After Luke left the Abyss Temple, he immediately contacted the station set up by the Secret Service in the Holy Mountain. Due to the war, the Secret Service arranged many powerful spies here, allowing Luke to easily form a rescue team. Tonight is the final battle of the strongman competition. The blood-sworn barbarians in the Abyss Temple must not be in the mood to work, making the already short-staffed defense even more sparse. There is a map provided by the wizard, a man with a sore face as an outsider, and he himself personally scouted the place. As long as the Imperial spies can quietly hollow out the mountain along the Centipede Scorpion Cave and dig a passage directly to the wizard's prison, they can rescue the people. If they are lucky and do a good job, maybe the prison guards don't know that one person is missing. After all, the wizard's status in the Abyss Temple is not high, and those abyss monsters that suddenly become abyssal will attack the people around them. It is estimated that the guards don't know how many people are imprisoned in the prison. Tonight is really a good time to make trouble. The door rang again, and a barbarian soldier in full armor walked in and yelled to Luke unhappily, "Come out, human! Your game has begun." Luke put the pocket watch into his inner pocket and said to Baron Sergei, "Let's go out and finish the game as soon as possible so that we can hear the Duke announce a new decree as soon as possible. Please, Mr. Luke." Baron Sergei respected Luke very much. Luke easily pushed the barbarian soldier aside with his shoulder and strode out of the room. In the hall, the Celtic Duke had already come out. He was wearing a very formal duke's dress, and his hair was specially trimmed and groomed. On the basis of the barbarian's boldness, he retained the class and majesty. At this time, the Celtic Duke did not have the airs of a duke. He talked and laughed loudly with the barbarian nobles, and drank a large cup of strong liquor in one gulp, until a guard reminded him that the competition was about to begin. The Celtic Duke walked to the main seat in the hall and shouted loudly, "Barbarian!" Everyone shouted in unison, "Barbarian!" The hall became quiet, and everyone looked at the Celtic Duke, waiting for his speech. Today is a very special day. The final battle of this strongman competition is about to take place in front of us. We may see the first human champion strongman born in front of us, which is something for everyone to be happy about. The power of the human race in Tedegia Hill has always been underestimated. I am looking forward to the human race being able to prove with strength that they should be given more attention. Of course, it doesn't matter if he loses. Being able to play a final match with the barbarian strongman is also a great breakthrough. I am looking forward to the wonderful match between the two strongmen. And there are also important things to announce after the match. Now please enter the two strongmen. After leaving the lounge, Baron Sergei went to meet up with the human dignitaries. Except Sergei, other humans thought that Luke would deliberately lose the match, so they did not show much enthusiasm for this human strongman. They all hoped that the match would end as soon as possible so that the Celtic Duke could announce the new decree as soon as possible. Luke walked alone to the middle of the arena under the gazes of the barbarians. His opponent walked out like a hero, surrounded by many sparring partners and coaches, and received warm applause from the barbarian dignitaries. But the barbarian, who was about to compete, was in a very abnormal state. Most barbarians' eyes were black, and a few were brown. But the eyes of this barbarian strongman were deep red. Luke still remembered what he looked like 10 days ago, when his eyes were as black as his own. Not only his eyes, but also the body of the barbarian strongman had changed a lot. His muscles were so swollen that they almost stretched his skin apart, and some parts were bleeding. His nostrils were breathing heavily, and his expression was extremely excited, like an enraged bull. Wow! It seems that the Celtic Duke was prepared for both. Not only did he let Baron Sergei bribe me to admit defeat, but he also made the barbarian strongman look like this. During the 10 days of preparation, he must have taken a lot of medicine. Chapter 442, Dissociation. The strongman competition is a pure competition of strength, and any techniques to increase strength are not allowed. This red-eyed and irritable barbarian strongman has obviously seriously violated the competition rules, and should be directly judged as the loser. However, everyone in the castle hall turned a blind eye to the abnormal appearance of the barbarian strongman, and sent the red-eyed barbarian to the middle of the competition venue with warm applause. The referee of the competition came forward to check the two finalists. The referee was also blind. After a very careful examination of the red-eyed barbarian, he announced that his physical condition was normal, and met the requirements of the competition. Then he checked Luke. The inspection was more thorough, and even instruments were used for testing. Strictly speaking, Luke's use of secret techniques to obtain dragon blood was also considered cheating. But Luke did not find out that his human blood was impure even with the most advanced equipment in Fury City. Not to mention the equipment in the Duke's castle that was many generations behind. The barbarians wanted to prove that Luke was able to enter the final battle of the strongmen because he cheated by dishonorable means, thus denying the rumor that the human race was not weaker than the barbarians. However, no matter how the barbarian referee checked, the human strongman in front of him was an undisputed human being, and he did not even have barbarian blood. The referee could only announce that the human strongman Luke was in good physical condition and met the requirements of the competition. He would definitely lose anyway. The referee announced that the two players entered their respective competition positions. Luke lifted the lever and put it on his shoulder, and looked back at Baron Sergei. Baron Sergei was already sweating profusely at this time. He did not expect that the Celtic Duke not only forced him to bribe Luke, but also made a big move on Luke's opponent. Although he did not know what the crazy barbarian had experienced, his strength was definitely much stronger than it was 10 days ago. Can Mr. Luke still win against such an opponent? If he loses, it will be another situation. When Luke was observing his surroundings, he suddenly felt his shoulders sink. The huge force that pressed down instantly triggered Luke's conditioned reflex. He exerted force on both legs almost at the same time, and his waist was straight to resist the downward force. He said to the referee beside him, "You don't seem to have announced the start of the game yet?" The referee still had some professional ethics after all. Seeing that the red-eyed barbarian took the lead in attacking before he announced the start of the competition, he was ready to stop the game. But the Celtic Duke's look made the referee stop the action immediately and said to Luke, "The game has already started." Since he encountered a black whistle, Luke smiled and said, "You are the referee. You have the final say." Then Luke launched a counterattack. After being cleansed by the energy of the abyss, his body had been greatly improved compared to 10 days ago. If he met such a wrestling opponent at that time, he might need to compete in endurance to win. Now Luke didn't want to waste too much time on such a competition. If he delayed, who knew what tricks the opponent would come up with? Luke stabilized his forced posture and withstood the first burst of power from the red-eyed barbarian, while the opponent was adjusting his breathing and preparing to burst out his power for the second wave of attack. Luke instantly burst out with all his strength. The balance of the lever tilted with an unstoppable momentum. Even if the red-eyed barbarian tried his best to resist, and even his swollen blood vessels burst, he still couldn't withstand the pressure. With the sound of broken bones, the red-eyed barbarian knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and did not move. I don't know whether he was dead or alive. There was silence in the hall, and everyone stared blankly at the center of the field. Many of them were not ready, and the game was over. Some people just turned their heads to talk, and then turned back to see this. It was too fast. And why was the situation in the field different from what he imagined? The barbarian referee was also dumbfounded. He stared at the fallen barbarian with a dull look, and the words that the Celtic Duke said to him echoed in his ears. This game is about the dignity and honor of the barbarians. I believe that the barbarian strongman who I have high hopes for will win the game. And you must believe it too. When the referee saw the state of the red-eyed barbarian, he believed that he had won. But the result was so unbelievable. Is this something a human can do? Luke lifted the lever and kept it at the standard height for victory. He asked the referee, who had not announced the result for a long time, "How long do I need to keep this height? Will you declare me the winner?" The collapsed red-eyed barbarian was not sure whether he was dead or alive, and he definitely lost the ability to continue the game. The referee looked at the Celtic Duke. He really didn't dare to declare that the human won the championship. The Duke's expression was extremely ugly. If killing could solve the problem, he would kill the human who humiliated him without hesitation. However, since the result of the competition has already been decided, it cannot be changed. He cannot kill everyone here. As long as someone leaves the Duke's castle, the message that the human strongman defeated the barbarian strongman will be passed on. Killing people will not only not solve the problem, but also make the problem more complicated. Various countermeasures flashed through the Celtic Duke's mind in a short period of time, and in the end, he could only force a smile and applaud. The referee was relieved and announced loudly, "Congratulations to the human strongman Luke for winning the final decisive battle of the strongman competition and becoming the champion strongman of this session." The Celtic Duke took the lead in applauding, and the applause in the hall rang sparsely for a moment. The fallen barbarian strongman was carried away by the soldiers, and the Celtic Duke invited Luke to step forward and accept the golden belt symbolizing the champion strongman. The Celtic Duke personally put the golden belt on Luke, and then said, "I have something to say to you. Come with me to the next room." Luke replied, "Yes, Duke." The Celtic Duke called Baron Sergei again. The three entered the room. The door was closed, and the Duke's personal soldiers were guarding outside. The Celtic Duke put away his smile, and asked with murderous intent, "Who can give me an explanation for the result of the game?" Baron Sergei immediately pretended to be angry and questioned Luke. "Mr. Luke, you promised me that you would lose the game. And you also took my check for 50 million Reichsmarks. Why would you give me an opposite result?" Facing the angry Duke of Celtic and Baron Sergei, Luke acted very innocent. "I don't know what happened. According to the agreement, I will let the game stalemate for a while to make it more entertaining, and then finally lose. At the beginning of the game, my opponent took the lead in attacking, and I barely withstood the pressure. According to common sense, I should attack once and let him sink to increase suspense. But who knew that guy was so good-looking but useless? I wanted to stop halfway, but it was too late. This is not the performance of a professional strongman at all. Did the Duke feed him too much medicine?" Luke put the blame on the Celtic Duke, which made Baron Sergei want to give him a thumbs up on the spot. Now the pressure was on the Duke. The Celtic Duke's expression froze, and his murderous intent disappeared instantly. "Did you take too much medicine? You must have taken too much." Luke reiterated this conclusion and took out the World Bank's 50 million Reichsmark check from his pocket. "I have received Baron Sergei's money. As an adventurer, I will definitely keep my promise. There is no need for the Duke to let the poor barbarian strongman take the magic potion." Looking at him, he almost lost his mind and attacked with all his strength without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the game. Of course, I also have some responsibility. I should have just lost the game. But didn't I want the game to be more like a game? The result turned out like this. I am embarrassed to ask for this money again. Please take it back, Lord Baron. Baron Sergei did not take the check and said regretfully, "Mr. Luke did a bad thing with good intentions." But, although Baron Sergei did not finish his words, Duke Celtic knew that he was saying that he was unnecessary and did not trust his loyalty. Now Duke Celtic could not figure out what happened to the result of this game. Did Luke and Sergei team up to pit him? Or was the problem really on his side? He should not have let the barbarian strongman take the potion. I'm afraid that even if we pull the barbarian strongman over, he can't explain it clearly. The Celtic Duke looked at Baron Sergei and then at Luke, and could not see anything unusual, so he could only pretend to be confused about this matter. Since the result of the competition has come out, there is no point in pursuing it. It's just that I originally planned to announce the lifting of the factory ban after the competition. But now it seems that I can only postpone it and find another opportunity. Baron Sergei immediately said, "My Lord Duke, all of us human merchants who are trusted by you are preparing for the lifting of the factory ban. We sold all our industries to raise funds, and a lot of money for purchasing equipment and materials has been paid, in order to build a factory as soon as possible to produce the materials needed by the Barbarian Legion. We even borrowed a huge amount of foreign debt. If you don't lift the factory ban, we will go bankrupt immediately. When you are ready to lift the factory ban next time, we may not be able to build a factory for you anymore." Luke chimed in, "These days I live in the home of Mrs. Fekachik, a barbarian merchant. Mrs. Fekachik now has the most shops and workshops in the entire Holy Mountain. She even bought the best iron workshop of Baron Sergei." Sergei continued, "Mrs. Fekachik is from the barbarian Stone family. If you don't lift the factory ban this time, the Stone family will never sell their shops and workshops to build factories for the Holy Mountain when you lift it next time." Duke Celtic did not expect that this night would be so tormenting. Those who bought shops and workshops from human merchants must be barbarian nobles. If all human merchants were bankrupted this time, no one would enforce the factory ban even if the factory ban was lifted next time. However, the emergence of the human champion strongman this time had an impact on the entire Tadigia Hills that was no less than the lifting of the factory ban. The shackles of the human race in Tadigia Hills were opened, and they were given a certain amount of space to display their abilities. It would be impossible to restrict them in the future. However, the pressure brought by the Imperial Army forced him to release the power of the human race. "Sergei, you go out first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Luke alone." "Yes, Your Excellency the Duke." Baron Sergei left, leaving only Luke and Celtic in the room. Celtic observed Luke, and after a while said, "I want the Storm Barbarian Magic Transformation Technology. You name the price." The Storm Barbarian has been tested for many days in the Duke's castle, and no signs of attenuation have been found, indicating that this is a constant magic transformation technique. In terms of comprehensive combat power, the Storm Barbarian is enough to compete with the Blood Oath Barbarian. Because the Storm Barbarian can control wind energy, it is more practical in some situations than the Blood Oath Barbarian, who simply increases strength when the production of the Blood Oath Barbarian has not been raised. The Storm Barbarian is a very good supplement. If the Storm Barbarians have high production capacity, Duke Kelt does not mind replacing the Blood Oath Barbarians to reduce dependence on the Abyss Temple. Now that the human race is unstoppable, Duke Kelt is determined to get the Storm Barbarians. Therefore, Kelt's tone was firm, and there was no room for negotiation. Luke replied, "My lord, the Abyss Temple also wants the Storm Barbarian transformation technology. In order to enjoy it exclusively, Apostle Victor also appointed me as the Abyss Priest. In order to prove his words, Luke took out the priest badge he had just received. Hearing that the Abyss Temple also wanted the Storm Barbarian transformation technology, and even wanted to enjoy it exclusively, Duke Kelt immediately understood Apostle Victor's thoughts. The Abyss Temple is in a mess now. What they can provide to the Barbarian Legion is completely unworthy of the funding given to them by the Duke's castle. The emergence of the Storm Barbarians is a serious threat to the status of the Abyss Temple, but also an opportunity to improve its status. The Abyss Temple will definitely ask for more funding if it has exclusive access to the Storm Barbarian technology." The Celtic Duke asked, "Did you give the Storm Barbarian transformation technology to the Abyss Temple?" "No." Luke put away the sacrificial badge. "I want to sell this technology to you." The Duke, "You will definitely give me a very good price, and allow me to leave the Tadega Hills safely with the money." The Celtic Duke nodded comfortably. "I am the only one who is not worried about the spread of the Storm Barbarian transformation technology, so I will not kill you to silence you. You are very smart. Let's talk about the price now." The Celtic Duke thought that the Storm Barbarian transformation technology was already in hand. But Luke said, "Apostle Victor wants me to wait 2 days before giving you this technology." The Duke frowned and asked, "Why?" "The Abyss Temple is preparing for an Abyss Descent, and the Duke should know about this." "I know. Apostle Victor reported to me that the death of the 4 apostles caused heavy damage to the Abyss Temple, so they want to use this Abyss Descent to promote the 4 apostles to fill the vacancies." Luke said, "The Abyss will come in these 2 days. Apostle Victor gave me one of the apostle positions on the condition that my transaction with you, the Duke, will be postponed for 2 days. What does this condition have to do with the Abyss?" Luke shrugged, "I don't know. After all, I don't understand the Abyss. But Apostle Victor seems to be very convinced that as long as I accept the Abyss transformation, I will definitely reject all your conditions and give him the Storm Barbarian technology." Abyss. The Duke of Celtic suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The Abyss Apostles are a group of lunatics. They can do anything. Chapter 443 Separation. While cooperating with the Abyss Temple, Duke Kelt was always on guard against this group of lunatics with no bottom line. He knew the problems that the Abyss Temple had at this time. 4 apostles were killed, traitors appeared inside, and the remaining 3 apostles suspected each other, which caused the strength of the Abyss Temple to suffer a nearly devastating blow. The Abyss Descent can enhance the strength of the Abyss Temple in a short period of time, and Kelt was once worried about what impact the Abyss Descent would have on the entire Holy Mountain. But Apostle Victor told Duke Kelt that the Abyss Descent would not have any impact on areas outside the temple. The facts also seemed to prove what Apostle Victor said, and the infiltrated Abyss energy was indeed all confined to the temple area. Although he was worried, Duke Celtic needed the Abyss Temple to recover its strength as soon as possible to provide secret arts and magic support for the barbarian army on the front line. Moreover, he also saw the Abyss familiars that were affected by the Abyss energy, and their various strange abilities were much stronger than the Abyss wizards. Therefore, Duke Celtic agreed to the apostles to open the Abyss rifts to allow more impure Abyss energy to baptize the Abyss Temple. However, what Luke said just now made Duke Celtic feel the danger. Will abyssing change a person's mind? If the Abyss energy can easily make a person with independent thinking become a slave of the Abyss, when the Abyss comes, will those lunatics release the Abyss energy to the entire Holy Mountain, including the Duke's castle? The Celtic Duke dared not use his royal power and life to gamble the credit of the Abyss Temple. Especially Apostle Victor still wants to enjoy the Storm Barbarian transformation technology alone. Just based on this point, he is worthy of death. Mr. Luke, do you know the specific time of the Abyss's arrival? Luke looked like you were listening to me. But I am not speaking. He answered, I don't know. I have no interest in becoming an abyss apostle. Although I can get a longer life, I lose a lot of fun as a human being. I pretended to agree to Apostle Victor and delayed the transaction with you, the Duke, for 2 days. My Lord Duke, this is a complete set of information on the Storm Barbarian magic transformation technology. Luke took out a stack of papers from his bag and presented them to Duke Celtic with both hands. Duke Celtic did not expect Luke to bring the Storm Barbarian transformation technology and hand it over to him so easily. Duke Celtic quickly took the information, which was filled with principles, magic structure, element derivation formulas, array analysis, and finally the selection of Storm Barbarians, transformation process, problems and solutions. As a duke with a vast territory, Celtic received a good education since childhood, including subjects related to magic and alchemy. He quickly flipped through it and basically determined that this was the real Storm Barbarian transformation technology. With this technology, his own Duke Castle can provide powerful Storm Barbarian warriors for the Barbarian army. Not only can the war against the Imperial army recover some disadvantages, but also greatly reduce the dependence on the Abyss Temple. What do you want? The Celtic Duke was in a very good mood. Even if this human asked to marry his daughter, he would not hesitate to choose the most beautiful one from his many daughters to marry him. Luke looked at the crown on the head of the Celtic Duke and said, I want your Duke's crown and hope to leave the Tadega Hills as soon as possible. Hearing that Luke actually made such a request, the Celtic Duke asked puzzledly, I thought you would ask for a large sum of money. Luke explained, I am an adventurer, and money is just a necessity for my adventure journey. The purpose of my adventure is to collect unique collections with extremely high collection value. Your Duke's crown is the biggest gain of this trip to Tadega Hills for me. From the cost alone, the value of the Duke's crown itself is not too high, but it is worn by the Celtic Duke, which gives it another value. For collectors, the crown worn by the Celtic Duke, who ruled the barbarians, is absolutely priceless. But for the Celtic Duke, this is a crown that can be made again. After listening to Luke's explanation, the Celtic Duke laughed and took off his Duke's crown. This Duke's crown was made by my grandfather. It has been passed down to me for 3 dukes. It carries my thoughts for my grandfather and father. But if this crown can be exchanged for the Storm Barbarian transformation technology, they will definitely be very happy. It's just that all my personal belongings must be treated with magic before they are given away. You stay in my castle tonight, and you can leave with this crown tomorrow. I will send someone to send you out of Tadega Hills safely, in order to prevent their personal belongings from being harmed by magic. The items worn by big men for a long time must be strictly exorcised before they are replaced or given away. The Duke's crown is such a special item that it needs to be exorcised to erase the personal information left by the Celtic Duke before it can be given away. Luke saluted and replied, Thank you, Duke. This trip to Tadega Hills was a fruitful adventure for me. I am looking forward to coming to Tadega Hills next time and embarking on another adventure. Next time you come to Tadega Hills, you must come to my castle. No matter what good things you bring me, I will treat you well. The Duke of Celtic looked at the clock standing in the corner, and his face became solemn again, for the future of Tadega Hills and barbarians. I must announce several decrees. Come out with me. This transformation of Tadega Hills will definitely leave an important chapter in your adventure. The Duke of Celtic called the attendant in and asked him to take his Duke's crown to find the castle's magic consultant, and then carefully put away the Storm Barbarian transformation technology. Invite Luke to go back to the castle hall. When Luke returned to the hall, he immediately felt that the atmosphere here was very different from when he first came. The human nobles who occupied only one corner at the beginning now have a much larger range of activities. Although the result of the game was different from what they expected, they were very excited and enthusiastic. And it can be seen that Baron Sergei has told them that the decree on lifting the factory restriction will not change. And these human beings are just about to cheer and celebrate. The barbarian's emotions must be taken care of. The barbarian's face was completely devoid of smiles. Cheating will lose. Recalling that when the barbarian strongman appeared, he not only ignored the abnormal state of his whole body, but also clapped hard. The result of the game was like a slap in the face by the human race. Looking at the human nobles and wealthy businessmen who were trying their best to hold back their laughter, I really wanted to teach them a lesson. But losing the game means losing confidence. With the human nobles trying their best to restrain themselves, no barbarian really came forward to cause trouble. The castle hall was spent minute by minute in this subtle atmosphere. and finally waited until the Duke of Celtic returned to the main seat. Today is a day worth celebrating. Seeing that the barbarian nobles were not happy, the Duke of Celtic decided to make the barbarians happy before announcing the decree. I just talked to Mr. Luke for so long, just to discuss the purchase of Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology. Hearing about the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology, the barbarian nobles really became interested. The strength of the Storm Barbarians became known to everyone in the Holy Mountain within a few days. The Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology was brought by the human strongman Luke. It is a magic transformation technology that constantly enhances strength. The first to benefit from the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology, the Stone family, was very ostentatious. Those young Storm Barbarians showed off their newly acquired ability to control the wind everywhere, making other barbarian families very jealous. Now that the Duke of Celtic is talking to Luke about buying the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology, it must be a great thing for the barbarians. The unhappy feeling of the champion strongman being robbed was immediately eliminated. The Celtic Duke smiled and said, "Mr. Luke is a great strongman, an excellent adventurer, and a smart businessman. He knows that the person in the world who is most interested in the transformation technology of the Storm Barbarians is me, and only I can offer the highest price for this technology." The discussion between Mr. Luke and I went very smoothly. I absolutely believe that this transaction can be completed in the near future. The outstanding young people in the families will soon be promoted to Storm Barbarians in the Duke's castle. I propose a toast to the Storm Barbarians and the future of the barbarians. The Celtic Duke took an oak wine glass from the tray in the hands of the waiter beside him. He raised the wine glass high, and the wine foam splashed from the mouth of the wine glass. In the castle hall, everyone raised their glasses together. Cheers to the Storm Barbarians. Cheers to the future of the barbarians. Cheers to the great Duke of Celtic. After a glass of wine, the atmosphere in the hall became lively again. This is the transformation technology owned by the barbarians themselves, and everyone knows what it means. Moreover, the Duke of Celtic called the Storm Barbarians the future of the barbarians, which was a hint that the Blood Oath barbarians of the Abyss Temple would be eliminated. Smart people began to think about how to deal with the changes. Seeing that the atmosphere was very well set, the Duke of Celtic thought that the Storm Barbarians should be able to offset the backlash of the new decree. So he shouted barbarians. The hall returned to silence after everyone shouted barbarians. The Celtic Duke's face turned solemn, and he said in a melancholy tone, "Even if we have the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology, we still can't change our disadvantageous position against the Empire. The outside world is changing, and it's changing very fast. So fast that I made a wrong judgment. Before the war with the Empire, I thought the Barbarian Legion was still invincible. After the war, I found that the Empire only sent a Northern Legion, not even a complete Northern Legion, and we lost a large area of land. Many of you warriors have fought against the Northern Legion, and you must feel helpless against that iron-armed army. Their airships can attack our soldiers at will from the air, and their vehicles can allow their soldiers to seize important places faster. Their supply lines are several times longer than ours, but their soldiers can eat meat for every meal, while we fight at our doorsteps, and our soldiers can only eat potatoes. The speed at which our workshop manufactures armor cannot meet the needs of all new soldiers to have a set of simple armor. The weapons we manufacture cannot break the heavy armor commonly equipped by the Imperial Army. This is the consequence of comprehensive backwardness. If it weren't for the serious internal rift in the Imperial Court, our holy mountain would have been surrounded by the Imperial Army. The originally high emotions were suppressed, and the situation described by the Duke of Celtic resonated with everyone. The Barbarian Legion was still the Barbarian Legion he knew, but the Imperial Army was not the Imperial Army he knew. In the battle some time ago, the Northern Legion launched wave after wave of attacks, which made the Barbarian Legion completely lose their temper. If it weren't for the coup launched by the eldest Prince Fania and failed, Tadigia Hill would definitely lose more land. But how to solve this situation? The Duke of Celtic waited for a while, and when everyone started to think, he continued, "Now the Northern Legion has been transferred to Tadigia Hill. Although I proposed to meet with the grandson of the Emperor, Sinclair, he refused. He knew very well that Tadigia Hill could not support his Northern Legion, and his logistics were firmly grasped by the city of St. Louis. Therefore, the truce is only temporary. No matter who sits on the throne in the future, we must decide a winner with the Imperial Army. If we lose, the land left to us by our ancestors will no longer be ours." The Duke of Celtic paused here for a while, and after observing the expressions of the barbarian nobles, he said, "The current truce is our last chance. If we don't use this window of time to make changes, the barbarian army will definitely not have the possibility of winning. Although I reject this decision in my heart, and many people will suffer the suffering they should not have. But for the sake of Tadega Hills, and in order for the barbarians to continue to reproduce on this land, I can only deny my previous insistence and veto the decree I personally issued. Everyone, from this moment on, the factory ban is lifted. Tadega Hills is fully industrialized. Any factory owner who is willing to build a factory in Tadega Hills can get policy preferential treatment and support from the Duke's Castle. In order to better and faster introduce industry to Tadega Hills, the Duke's Castle added a new department, Industrial Coordination Development Office, and appointed Baron Sergei as the first Minister of Industry. I hope that the Industrial Coordination Development Office will build the Holy Mountain Industrial Zone as soon as possible. The sooner the Barbarian Legion obtains industrialized weapons, the better our chances of winning. This time, the emotions of the human circle finally couldn't be controlled. They couldn't help jumping up and shouting, and couldn't help hugging each other. Some people were already in tears. They have waited too long for this day. Tonight, the birth of the human champion Hercules made them stand up spiritually. After the factory ban is lifted, the human race in Tadega Hill will stand up comprehensively. Baron Sergei gave Luke a big hug, and then walked to the Duke of Celtic to accept the appointment. On the road of Meteor, I finally took the most solid step. Chapter 444 knocked down with one punch. The factory ban has been lifted, and the Celtic Duke is about to take Tadega Hills on the path he once opposed. He knows that this path is difficult to take. Not only does he have to suppress the opposition from the barbarians, but he also has to think about how to prevent the human race from getting out of control. But he has no choice. If he doesn't change, he will really be eliminated. Luke stayed in the Duke's castle, waiting to leave the Holy Mountain with the Duke's crown tomorrow and embark on the journey back to the city of raging waves. He knew that tomorrow's Holy Mountain would definitely not be a peaceful day. Even if he didn't go out to investigate, he could feel that the entire Duke's castle was preparing for battle. The footsteps outside the door came and went, and there were sounds of armor colliding everywhere. The sense of crisis of being controlled made the Celtic Duke never let the Abyss come. This direct collision will bring the contradiction between the Duke's castle and the Abyss Temple to the surface. Will the Abyss Apostles continue to promote the Abyss to come, or choose to avoid it? Luke is looking forward to tomorrow. Dang dang dang. After a rhythmic knock on the door, a note was stuffed in from the gap under the door. Luke picked up the note, opened the door, and closed it again after checking that there was no one outside. Then he waved his hand to close the window, and all the lights in the room went out at the same time. Fire came out from his palm, and after the paper burned, a fluorescent code appeared in the dark. The wizard has been successfully rescued without alerting the prison guards. The location of the Abyss weapon manufacturing point has been determined. Very good. Very good. Luke was ready to have a good sleep and wait for the arrival of a new day. Imperial St. Louis City. The collision of magic and combat skills bloomed super large fireworks in the sky above the palace. The colorful shapes and brilliant brilliance were enough to compete with the stars in the sky. The first holy scripture Teresa showed her strongest form. Her wings were all transformed into metal in the divine art released by the ancient angel language. Each feather was a sharp silver feather sword, and the outer edge of the feather sword was attached with a layer of white holy flame. A childlike angel of light flew out of the holy book. She floated beside Teresa, holding the holy book in both hands and reciting the spells in the holy book aloud. Layer after layer of powerful enhancement states were released on Teresa, making her surroundings flash with multiple layers of dazzling brilliance. With wings spread, countless feather swords flew up, forming a metal storm that swept towards Qi Kong. The holy flames that spewed out of the holy book gathered into a flaming lion, and pounced towards Qi Kong with a roar. Teresa was faster. Her figure changed her position and flashed in the airtight attack, and she launched a torrential attack when she found an opportunity. Qi Kong did not use the ancient golden language, nor did he use the angel's skills. She held the Stardust Shinjan in both hands, unfolded the ice dance garden, and used her most specialized ice to the extreme. The rolled-up snow and ice collided with the metal feather arrows that rushed like a tide. The summoned ice giant resisted the flaming lion. Qi Kong glided on the ice layer, with an elegant posture like a professional figure skater. In this area belonging to Qi Kong, Teresa's attack was like the holy fire she released hitting the extremely cold iceberg. The holy fire melted the ice into water, and the water condensed into ice again. In a simple energy contest, Teresa did not gain any advantage. She couldn't understand how an elf could have such an unfathomable energy reserve, using the ancient angel language to borrow the power of the artifact. He couldn't suppress Qingkong's surging energy output. How did she do it? The more she fought, the more shocked Teresa was. Her mentality gradually changed from winning to not losing. She pulled up to the flying height, and changed from close combat to long-range magic bombing using the advantage of flying. The feather sword swept as usual, and the holy hammer of punishment smashed down from the sky one by one at Qingkong. The ground barrier was violently shaken by the smash, and cracks appeared, which were repaired in time by magic. Qingkong looked up at Teresa, who flew into the air. Do you think the duel will stop if the barrier is smashed and the safety of the palace is threatened? The ice lake garden expanded again, covering the entire dual field barrier area with a layer of ice. The ice surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starry sky on this mirror. Qingkong stopped and stood on the moon's shadow. A glowing holy hammer of punishment fell from the sky and spun down at Qingkong. Qingkong looked up at Teresa flying under the starry sky and said with a smile, "Do you know why I am called the Moonlight Queen?" The voice was not loud, but it reached Teresa's ears, just like thunder ringing in her ears. Teresa realized that something was wrong, but she didn't know where the sudden sense of crisis in her heart came from. She looked at Qingkong, and also saw the starry sky and the moon shadow under Qingkong's feet. She turned her head and saw the full moon in the sky behind her. When the holy hammer of punishment was about to hit Qingkong, it stopped in front of her instantly. Qingkong continued, "Reverse time and space. This is a skill I just learned. I hope you have fun." After that, the holy hammer of punishment in front of Qingkong flew backwards, aiming directly at Teresa in the air. Teresa spread her wings to rise to avoid it, but her figure fell downward. She tried her best to adjust her posture, but found that no matter how she moved, the direction of her body movement was completely opposite. The flying holy hammer of punishment hit Teresa's head heavily. She rolled several times in the air and finally stabilized her body. Just change the direction of movement? Queen Clear Sky. Teresa, who was flying in the air again, said mockingly, "For me, this increase in difficulty is almost equal to nothing. Forward is backward. Falling is ascending." Teresa felt that as long as she moved in the opposite direction, she could break this spell. To prove her words, she also made a fancy flying action, which was smooth and unaffected by any changes in time and space. Clear Sky looked at Teresa and said, "Since you think the difficulty is low, I will increase it for you." There was a subtle change in space. Teresa tried to fly forward according to the method just now, but it turned to the left. Before Teresa made any adjustments, her moving direction turned to falling again. Teresa felt dizzy. The two starry skies kept changing positions around her. She couldn't tell which was the real starry sky and which was the reflected starry sky. With a snap, Teresa felt herself hit a hard surface. She completely lost her sense of direction and wanted to get up, but she failed after trying many times. She barely raised her head, and the dizziness made her see multiple images in front of her eyes. She saw a clear sky in some of the images. She put away the knife, clenched her fist, and blew on her fist. Then she punched him. Teresa fell on her back. "It's not that I haven't lost before, but this is the first time I've been humiliated like this." Chapter 445, The Last Mission. First, the Holy Scripture. Teresa was defeated. The angels surrounding the perimeter of the duel arena and supporting the protective barrier all showed incredible expressions. Just now Teresa and the spirit Qingkong were evenly matched. And even on the scene, Teresa seemed to have the advantage in the air. But Teresa suddenly flew around in the air like a headless fly, and finally crashed into the ground barrier of the duel arena. What happened? The angels were all confused. The royal family, nobles, ministers, and citizens who were watching the battle near the palace were also confused. As an angel born with the ability to fly, she actually fell from the air. The reversal was too exaggerated. But no matter whether the angel Teresa got dizzy in the sky or was hit by some magic, Miss Clear Sky won. In the whole St. Louis city, no one regarded Clear Sky as a foreigner. Although she was the queen of the Moonlight Court, she was also a professor at the Imperial Ulu College and a senator of the city of Raging Waves. She is our national goddess, Miss Clear Sky. After a period of silence, a bunch of magic fireworks exploded into the sky, bringing St. Louis City into a fireworks celebration. Miss Clear Sky won. She defeated the Holy Judgment Angel Teresa. The first biography of the Holy Scripture. In the Imperial Palace, She was an angel who had participated in ancient wars, but still lost to our Miss Clear Sky. Beautiful Miss Qikong. Her strength is as unrivaled as her appearance. The news of Qikong's victory over Teresa, along with the expanding circles of magic fireworks, spread to the entire territory of St. Louis City. The human race likes angels, and they like the news of Miss Qikong's victory over angels even more. Miss Qikong lives next to her, and she is teaching her students what she has learned. If you can become Miss Qikong's student, you will definitely gain the power to defeat angels in the future. The impact of this battle is gradually fermenting. Qikong walked to Teresa, who fell to the ground. She released the reverse time and space, and stretched out her hand to Teresa. You fought well. You are the strongest opponent I have met so far. The awakening time limit has not yet expired. Qikong decided to play freely and expand his acting range. Having regained her sense of direction, Teresa did not appreciate Qikong's kindness. She flew up to avoid Qikong's outstretched hand, and then floated in the air. Teresa looked up at the clear starry sky, and then said unconvincingly, "The time and location of the duel are both in your favor. This is not a fair duel." "Isn't this a fair duel?" Qikong said, as she walked forward step by step. The ice steps formed under her feet. She walked in front of Teresa and continued to press forward step by step before the duel started. "You should not have thought so." Teresa flew backwards. "I admit that you are very strong, and you can even use time and space skills skillfully. But I was just careless for a moment. If Qikong pressed on, "What if you are not convinced? We can arrange another fight. The time and place are up to you. If you are not convinced, I will beat you until you are convinced." Teresa no longer has the arrogance and momentum she had when she first appeared. She retreated under the pressure of Qikong, which means that she no longer has the confidence to win in another fight. But even in the most difficult times of ancient wars, she never flinched in the face of any powerful enemy. Teresa stopped retreating, and she met Qikong's gaze and said, "Okay, let's fight again. The time and place are decided by me." Qikong and Teresa looked at each other. Anytime. The spiritual ball floating on Qikong's shoulder, and the first holy book floating on Teresa's shoulder sent electric chains to protest each other. In the heavily protected palace hall, Queen Christina and Princess Agatha stared at the magic projection in front of them. In the circle surrounded by many angels, Qikong stood on the ice platform and confronted Teresa, who was suspended in the air. The duel just now was really wonderful. After a long silence, Queen Christina slowly exhaled a long breath. "Miss Qikong is more powerful than we thought. I am afraid that their fight will demolish the palace." Agatha stared at the magic projection, and was also very excited. "Fortunately, Miss Qikong is on our side. When this battle spreads, our opponents will have to carefully calculate the cost of being our enemy." "Yes, fortunately Miss Qikong is on our side. But we only have one Miss Qikong." After Queen Christina finished speaking, Agatha fell into deep thought. Since the invasion of angels, the Imperial Court and the Secret Service have been actively formulating countermeasures. The long-term solution is to increase the research investment in powerful individuals and create warriors and weapons that can fight against angels. The short-term solution is to invite the strong men scattered throughout the Empire to the Imperial capital to deal with the emergencies caused by this group of descending angels. But strong men like Dean Wilred have their own things to do and cannot stay in the Imperial capital for a long time. If nothing happens, these strong men will be idle, which is an immeasurable loss to the Empire. Although Miss Qikong defeated Teresa this time, Teresa is not the strongest angel. Miss Qikong's combat power is a ceiling that is difficult for the secular world to touch. After waiting for a long time, the angels above the palace followed Teresa and left. Agatha said, "The war between the North and the Accounting Alliance and the war between the South and the Tadega Hills must end as soon as possible. The strategy of the Empire needs to make major adjustments. The arrival of angels is just a beginning. In the last ancient war, the human race was just a bystander and a victim. This time, a new civilization collision is coming. As we are standing at the poker table for the first time, we must be fully prepared." Queen Christina looked at Agatha. "I think Meteorite will definitely bring us good news when he returns from Tadega Hill this time. In addition, whether I continue to be the regent or become the first empress of the Empire, I am just a transition. If the Empire wants to be strong in stability, and if it wants to participate in the new civilization war, the future emperor of the Empire must have the blood of Augustine and obtain the unreserved support of the City of Raging Waves. You should understand what I mean." Agatha certainly understood what Queen Christina meant, and she also thought of what her father said to her before he died. She hesitated for a moment and said, "I understand." Queen Christina continued to look at Agatha, with an indescribable look in her eyes. "This is our helplessness. Since we are born in such a family, everyone's destiny is not under our control. I envy you very much. At least you have a good impression of him. He is a person worthy of trust." Agatha's thoughts diverged, and she couldn't help but look at the clear sky and the magic projection. "But he is not something we can control. Holy Mountain of Tadega Hills." After dawn, Luke's door was knocked. The one who came was the storm barbarian Nakahar, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box in both hands, followed by a team of fully armed barbarian warriors with long-handled battle axes. "Mr. Luke, good morning." Storm Nakahar was very respectful to Luke. He presented the gift box and said, "This is the Duke's crown given to you by the Duke of Celtic. The Duke ordered me to lead a team of elite armored barbarians to escort you out of the Holy Mountain." Luke took the gift box and said to Storm Nakahar, "I still have to return to the Fekchik family. Mr. Fekchik entrusted me to take something to the City of Raging Waves." Storm Nakahar made way for the door. "No matter where you go, we will protect you." "Let's go!" Luke left the Duke's castle under the escort of a team of armored barbarians. There were fewer barbarian warriors in the castle. Along the way, the city militia had already blocked the road early, and all the citizens were ordered to stay at home. A tense atmosphere permeated the entire Holy Mountain. The newly established human race Wolf Brigade was also called out this time, and all members participated in the task of city martial law. In addition, Baron Sergei did not abide by the agreement with Count Ramutu. All the soldiers of the Wolf Brigade wore new armor, and pulled out all the war weapons that they were not familiar with. Facing the barbarians, the human soldiers were not as cowardly as before. They were in high spirits, as if they were the ones who won the championship strongman in the Duke's castle last night. When these human militias saw their inspector and idol, they immediately sent a team of 100 people to escort Luke to Fekchik's house. Mrs. Fekchik, who had known the news for a long time, turned her home into a fortress. The lady wore the heaviest armor, the thickest makeup, and stood at the highest point of the main building with 2 battle axes in her hands. Those stubborn stone barbarians, who had been eating and drinking here for a long time, were also wearing armor and holding weapons to guard various key points, ready to fight the invaders. Several storm barbarians gathered together as a reserve team to provide support at any time. The barbarians showed their excellent war talents. Even though these young people had never been on a real battlefield, they could still keenly distinguish what they should do on the battlefield. The armored barbarians and human militias brought by Luke once again strengthened the defense of the Fekchik family. Mrs. Fekchik heard that Luke had returned and immediately came down from the roof to greet him, and asked with concern, "There is news from the Duke's castle that the Duke has blocked the Holy Mountain and surrounded the Abyss Temple. Did you hear any news in the Duke's castle last night? Is this going to go to war with the Abyss Temple?" Luke asked irrelevant people to leave the room, and when it was only himself and Mrs. Fekchik, he replied, "The Abyss Temple is about to usher in the Abyss, and the Abyss energy has the possibility of spreading and polluting the entire Holy Mountain. The Duke of Kelt should now order the Abyss Temple to stop the Abyss. But I think the Abyss Temple will never give up easily." Speaking of the Abyss Temple, Mrs. Fekchik showed a look of contempt. "I don't like the Abyss Temple. I went in once, and it was as depressing as a tomb." "What do you mean by the Abyss energy and the pollution of the Holy Mountain?" "The Abyss energy is the energy that seeps out from the Abyss. It can easily turn people into monsters. Have you seen the eye in front of the Abyss Temple?" "I have. It was so disgusting that I couldn't eat for a day. That's what an Abyss mage looks like after being polluted by the Abyss energy." "What?" Mrs. Fekchik was shocked. "You said that disgusting I was a person before?" "Yes. There are still many such monsters in the Abyss Temple. If the Abyss really comes, the Abyss energy will spread to the entire Holy Mountain, and the consequences will be disastrous." Mrs. Fekchik could already imagine what it would be like at that time. She swallowed her saliva dryly. "We bought so many shops. Wouldn't they be worthless?" "Mrs. Fekchik is indeed Mrs. Fekchik." Luke immediately said, "Yes. Once the residents of the Holy Mountain have all become monsters, who will our shops sell things to? We must stop the Abyss from coming." "Yes. We must stop the Abyss from coming. But how can we stop it?" Luke said, "I have a friend who used to be a wizard in the Abyss Temple. He knows a secret passage that can secretly enter the Abyss Temple. Now the power in the Abyss Temple is under the control of the Duke, and the internal defense force must be extremely empty. I sneaked into the Abyss Temple with Coconut and Storm Kato, and found the location where the Abyss descended to destroy it. But I don't want the Duke to know what I did. I understand. Mrs. Feachig nodded in understanding. For our shop. You can go with confidence. I won't tell anyone about your leaving here. There is a secret passage leading to the outside. You can go out from the secret passage. Okay. I will be back as soon as possible. Coconut and Storm Kato were called in, and the three of them got into the tunnel leading to the outside, under the cover of Mrs. Feachig. Then, they carefully avoided the city militias, who blocked the road, and came to the Black Magic Pharmacy. The Black Magic Pharmacy was occupied by the Imperial spies at this time. Sir! The leader of the spies was a human dressed as a craftsman, and wearing a black mask. He didn't know Luke's identity, but he knew that this person's position in the Secret Service was higher than his. He led Luke and the other two along the corridor, and reported, "The wizard is inside. The guards in the prison are indeed sparse. We took advantage of an abyss mage who mutated, and went crazy to rescue the wizard. The entrance to the cave has been sealed, and will not be discovered in a short time. There are 12 spies here, waiting for your dispatch at any time." Hearing the word spy, Coconut, who followed Luke, asked in surprise, "Spy? You? Are you an Imperial spy?" "Mr. Luke, who are you?" Luke walked forward quickly, and said to Coconut, "I will tell you who I am after we leave the Tadega Hills. The Imperial spies lurking in the Holy Mountain are working for me now. We are about to carry out a mission to protect the Holy Mountain. We will talk about the details after we go in." Storm Kato did not ask anything, but just followed Luke closely. Entering the pharmacy, the small room was full of Imperial spies of different sizes. They all wore masks to cover their faces, and waited for the mission to end so that they could continue to lurk. The man with a sore face sat nervously on a shabby chair, surrounded by Imperial spies, which made him worry about his safety. The wizard sat next to him. The prison disaster made his body look very weak, and the stubble on his face made it difficult to tell his actual age. Luke took out the steel wing with blazing feathers, and it instantly turned into a two-handed long sword. The holy light shone from the inside out on the sword, making everyone in the room feel the warmth rising from the depths of their hearts. Luke placed the spine of the long sword on the wizard's shoulder, and the transfer of holy energy made the wizard feel much better. "Wizard, I need you to take us into the Abyss Temple, and stop the coming of the Abyss." Chapter 446 Mutual Trust Among Allies. The wizard couldn't stop trembling when he heard that he had to go to the Abyss Temple. The imprisonment in these days has caused him too much psychological trauma. He dared not even sleep, for fear that one of his cellmates would suddenly turn into a monster and tear him into pieces. The horrible memories made his body go from trembling to spasming, and some mucus flowed out of his nose, ears and eyes. "I won't go. I won't go. I won't go." The wizard shook his head. "I don't want to become a monster." The wizard's abnormality aroused the vigilance of the Imperial spies. Seeing that the wizard was holding his collar tightly, the spy leader stepped forward and tore his collar open. The wizard's chest was covered with black lines, and a vertical crack about 10 centimeters long. The muscles on both sides of the crack were slowly wriggling, as if they were about to open. Seeing this, the spy leader put a dagger on the wizard's neck, and turned to Luke and said, "My lord, he could turn into a monster at any time. Death is the last dignity we can give him as a human being." Luke once again put the two-handed sword on the wizard's shoulders. However, no matter how much divine energy was input, the wizard's abyss transformation showed no signs of stopping. The crack on his chest was gradually opening, and the eyes inside could be seen. The spy leader's dagger had cut the skin on the wizard's neck, and blood with mucus seeped out. The leader said to Luke anxiously, "If he turns into a monster, his strength will suddenly increase, and it will expose this place. Wait a moment." Luke retracted the steel wings of the brilliant feathers and pointed his finger at the wizard's forehead. "Clear sky. Lend me some power of the starry sky." A cool energy was sent into the wizard's forehead. Clear sky's voice sounded in Luke's ears. His abyss transformation is already in the late stage. The starry sky energy can only temporarily prevent the abyss transformation from continuing, and cannot completely purify the abyss energy he absorbed. If you want him to recover completely, you probably need to wait for the world tree to advance to a divine weapon. "I know." The eyes that were about to open on the wizard's chest gradually closed. Although the cracks were still there, it was very calm. The wizard's shaking body calmed down, and he took a long breath. The change just now put a great burden on his body. The man with the sore face hurriedly found a piece of cloth to wipe the slime flowing out of the wizard. The spy leader saw that the wizard seemed to have recovered and took back the dagger. He asked Luke curiously, "Sir, how did you do it? You actually stopped the abyss." "According to our investigation, the abyss is irreversible and unstoppable." Luke observed the wizard's condition and answered casually, "This is the spell that Miss Qi-Kong taught me before I came to the Holy Mountain." Miss Qi-Kong is an expert in dealing with the Abyss Temple. Hearing that this was a spell developed by Miss Qi-Kong, the Imperial spies showed an expression of expectation. Everyone was afraid that they would be corroded by the Abyss energy if they went deep into the Abyss Temple. But now they have no worries. Luke waited for the wizard for a while. And when he saw that he had recovered, he said, "There is too much Abyss energy remaining in your body. And Miss Qi-Kong's spell cannot remove all of it. If you are willing to take us into the Abyss Temple, I will take you to St. Louis City. And Miss Qi-Kong will treat you personally." The wizard who recovered his spirit knew his physical condition. If he did not remove the Abyss energy in his body, it would only be a matter of time before he became abyssal again. But he still asked worriedly, "Miss Qi-Kong is so noble. Will she treat me, who is of humble status? I am an Abyss wizard, the mortal enemy of Ulu College." Luke said, "If you help us stop the Abyss from coming and destroy the Abyss weapons, I think Miss Clear Sky will be willing to treat you. I'll take you into the Abyss Temple." "Very good." Seeing the wizard nod, Luke said to everyone in the room, "Let's make a plan first." The man with the sore face immediately took out a hand-drawn map of the Abyss Temple and hung it on the wall. Luke walked to the map, and everyone else gathered around. The spy leader took out his magic wand and released magic lighting to illuminate the map. Luke pointed to the location of the prison on the map and said, "We enter through the tunnel that rescued the wizard and occupy the prison without triggering the alarm. After controlling the prison, we split into two groups. I will take Coconut and Storm Kato to stop the Abyss from coming. You will follow the wizard to find the Abyss weapons and try to collect information about the Abyss weapons while ensuring the destruction of the Abyss weapons. After the mission is completed, return to the prison by the same route." Morpheus, the man with the sore face, heard Luke calling his name and immediately asked, "What should I do?" "You and your little guys guard the prison and provide support." Morpheus said very unconfidently, I Can I do it? I can only give you 2 Imperial spies. But you have to do it." After that, Luke took out his pocket watch. "The mission time is 1 hour, starting from the control of the prison. And now check the time." Several Imperial spies took out their pocket watches at the same time and adjusted their time according to the hands on Luke's dial. At this time, outside the gate of the Abyss Temple, the Iron Barbarians of the Duke's Castle and the Abyss Mages were in a confrontation. The Iron Barbarians were the personal soldiers of the Celtic Duke, all of whom were elite warriors who had made contributions in the Barbarian Legion. They wore full steel armor, held 2-meter-long swords in both hands, and stood in a sideways attack posture. As long as the Celtic Duke gave an order, this steel torrent immediately rushed towards the enemy. Opposite the Iron Barbarian army were the Abyss Mages and Abyss Familiars. The ugly Abyss Familiars with tentacles, strange limbs, and eyeballs on their bodies were at the front, and disgusting mucus was sprayed from a certain cavity from time to time. Abyss Mages stood in a row behind the Abyss Familiars, chanting spells or secret words to prepare for the battle. Inside the gate of the Abyss Temple, black clouds and mist rolled, and sounds like the roar of wild beasts echoed from inside. The Celtic Duke wore a gorgeous silver heavy armor and a temporary duke's crown on his head. He stood in front of the ironclad barbarian army with a broad-bladed sword in both hands, and more than a dozen barbarian heroes with extraordinary combat power stood beside him, looking at so many strange and disgusting monsters in front of him. The Celtic Duke's face became more solemn. He had only heard his men talk about these monsters in the Abyss Temple, although he had imagined these things to be hateful at the time. After seeing their true appearance, he found that he had thought too much about them. These are all transformed from humans. If the Abyss energy pollutes the Holy Mountain, I may also become like this. Or the Abyss Apostles have long wanted to transform me into this kind of monster. Let all your Abyss Apostles come out. All the armored barbarians stomped forward together, making a uniform humming sound, and the momentum made the mountain wall vibrate, as if a landslide would occur at any time. Some stones rolled down from the mountain wall, causing a small chaos among the Abyss Mages. The armored barbarians were not affected at all, and the army continued to march forward in an orderly manner. The Celtic Duke was also fearless, and walked forward with the army in a humming sound, facing the barbarians who were pressing forward. The Abyss mages who mastered magic and mystic arts retreated step by step. The Apostle is here. All the Abyss mages breathed a sigh of relief with this shout. They usually felt that they were superior to others because they mastered high-level power. Today, facing the most elite barbarian army, they found that they had no courage to fight. The black fog in the gate of the Abyss temple surged violently, and 3 apostles in black robes walked out. The Abyss mages and Abyss familiars made way. The 3 apostles walked in front of the Duke of Celtic, and under the Duke's gaze, they performed the mage salute together. Apostle Victor, standing in the middle, said, "My Lord Duke, you suddenly led troops to surround the Abyss temple today. I don't know what we did wrong to cause you so much anger." The tall and burly Celtic Duke looked down at the 3 apostles and said, "Stop the Abyss. This is my order to you." Apostle Victor replied, "I have asked you, my Lord Duke, about the Abyss's coming this time, in order to restore the power of the temple and provide better support to the barbarian legion. You agreed to the Abyss's coming." The Celtic Duke said contemptuously, "I agreed to the Abyss's coming on the basis of our mutual trust. But you broke this mutual trust. Last night, when I was discussing the transaction of Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology with adventurer Luke, Luke told me that the Abyss Temple also wanted Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology. And it was exclusive. Victor, how are you going to explain it?" After listening to the words of the Celtic Duke, the other 2 apostles looked at Victor together. It was obvious that this was a proposal made by Victor without consulting them. Apostle Victor did not expect that Luke would sell himself so quickly and so thoroughly. He argued, "Lord Celtic Duke, have you been deceived? I have never discussed the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology with Luke, and I have never thought of having this technology exclusively. I think you should investigate Luke first. Duke, he is obviously trying to alienate our alliance." The Duke of Celt saw that Victor dared to quibble, and laughed sarcastically. "Victor, you are the first apostle of the Abyss Temple. Don't you dare to admit what you did and said? You met Luke yesterday, and then promoted Luke from an Abyss mage candidate to a priest. Priest Egbert was there at the time. Priest Egbert is now a guest in the Duke's castle, and he told me everything." Victor looked at his good brothers on both sides with a very bad face. Without their help, Celt would never be able to capture Egbert. People's hearts are really scattered. "Okay, I admit that I want to have the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology alone. But this has nothing to do with the Abyss Descent. I promise you, Your Excellency the Duke, that the Abyss Descent will be strictly restricted to the Abyss Temple, and will not have any impact on other places in the Holy Mountain. You tried to threaten me with the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology, and just lied to me. How can I believe your promise?" Victor said, "Your Excellency the Duke, I think the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology is a conspiracy of the Empire. Luke must be captured as soon as possible. Otherwise he will definitely escape with the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology." "Victor," the Celtic Duke angrily scolded, "don't use your dark heart to speculate on a noble adventurer. Mr. Luke has given me the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology. My mage consultant has confirmed that this is a complete technology. Soon the Duke's castle will be able to cultivate Storm Barbarians. I don't know if this is a conspiracy of the Empire. If it is, I will definitely give a medal to the person who devised this conspiracy. He let me obtain the future of the barbarians, and also let me see you clearly." Victor didn't expect Luke to give the Storm Barbarian Technology to Duke Celtic. Just now, he thought Luke was an Imperial spy, using the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology as bait to alienate the relationship between Duke Celtic and the Abyss Temple, and finally escape from the Holy Mountain. No one can get the Storm Barbarian Technology. The Empire has this technology, and it can do a lot of things, gradually disintegrating and harvesting the barbarian tribes from all sides of the Tadega Hills one by one. But Luke actually handed over the technology to the Duke of Celtic. If Luke is an Imperial spy, this is totally not worth the loss. Is he really just an adventurer? Apostle Victor had no way to add charges to Luke. He could only blame the sudden appearance of the Storm Barbarian Transformation Technology and a bunch of messes inside the temple, which made him do a stupid thing without thinking. At present, he can only do his best to promote the arrival of the Abyss. "My Lord Duke, maybe I have wronged Mr. Luke and caused a crisis of trust between our allies. The Abyss Temple is willing to apologize and compensate you for our mistakes." Before Apostle Victor finished speaking, the second apostle said, "Victor, you are the one who made the mistake. Why is it the temple that apologizes and compensates?" The third apostle also said, "Yes. Everything was normal when the Abyss came. It was your mistake that made the Duke feel uneasy. Now facing the pressure of the Empire, the Abyss Temple, and the Duke's castle must closely trust and help each other. If you want to enjoy the Storm Barbarian transformation technology alone, you not only need to give an explanation to the Duke, but also to the Temple. Apostle Victor felt the pressure exerted on him by the three parties. These two guys not only colluded with Qigong, but also colluded with Celtic. Looking at the situation today, they want to take the opportunity to overthrow me. Yes, I should take full responsibility for this matter. Apostle Victor retreated to advance. I will give up the position of the first apostle. Who of you wants to take over? Or, Duke Celtic gives a suggestion. Apostle Victor gave up his power, and the whole scene suddenly became quiet. Who will be the first apostle? The second and third apostles did not speak up. If they seized the throne at this time, wouldn't they become Victor's target? Duke Celtic did not speak either. He did not want to expose the apostle he had won with great difficulty. Time passed by minute by minute. After a while, Duke Celtic said, "It is your internal affairs to decide who will be the first apostle. I hope that the Abyss Temple will recover from the turmoil as soon as possible. But if there is a traitor in your inner circle, the Abyss Advent may get out of control. This Abyss Advent must be stopped." Chapter 447 Riddle. Outside the gate of the Abyss Temple, the apostles and the Celtic Duke had their own plans. Inside the Abyss Temple, the blood-sworn barbarians evacuated under the order of the Duke's castle, and the Abyss mages, who were already short of manpower, were transferred to block the siege of the armored barbarians. So when the Imperial spies opened the wall and got out of the passage, there was not a single guard inside the prison of the Abyss Temple. The Abyss mages in this cell were numb and weak, and they were all neatly controlled by the spies who rushed out without reacting. When the other cells saw this group of unknown people suddenly appearing, there was a commotion. At this time, Luke, wearing the robe of the Abyss priest, came out of the passage. He quickly took out several mysterious props and formed a formation with hand seals. Then he recited the secret words, "The gaze of the Abyss true pupil." The originally dim prison became even darker. Countless red eyes opened out of thin air. They floated and scanned the surroundings, and then found an Abyss mage and floated in front of him. The Abyss mage stared at the red eyes, as if his mind was taken away, staring at the red eyes with a dull face and motionless. Such a strange phenomenon made the Imperial spies show fear. The wizard said in great surprise, This is the secret technique that only the apostles can use, which allows the Abyss mage to feel the abyss from the depths of consciousness." "Sir, how do you know this secret technique?" Luke took out his pocket watch and said, "This secret technique was taught to me by Miss Qigong, and the Abyss mage cannot be watched by the Abyss for a long time. If the secret technique is not lifted within an hour, they will fall into the Abyss and become crazy. The Abyss energy here is so dense that they will most likely all turn into mindless monsters. The mission time is 1 hour, and the last time is checked." Several Imperial spies took out their pocket watches together for comparison, because they had been checked once. The time of all the pocket watches was the same this time. Luke ordered, "Action." "Yes, sir." The spies took the order in unison. The spy leader opened the door of the prison, asked 2 spies to stay and protect Morpheus, the man with the scab face, and then pulled the somewhat nervous wizard out. Luke said to Coconut and Storm Cato, "Let's go to the altar where the Abyss descends. There must be strong enemies guarding there. Be careful." Coconut jumped twice on the spot, pulled out the short knife, and held it horizontally. The invisible force field unfolded under her feet, and the rotten grass and soil on the floor of the cell floated up weightlessly for a short time. "Don't worry, sir. The current Coconut is not the Coconut you just met. This mission is to protect the Holy Mountain. For my good friends in the Holy Mountain, I will be the vanguard." After saying that, Coconut was the first to walk out of the cell. The confidence and the smoke and dust raised by the force field under her feet had already begun to show the power of the god of war. Storm Cato wore a pair of steel gloves with wolf fangs, and 2 green whirlwinds wrapped around his arms. "Sir, I'll protect you from behind." Luke took out the steel wings with brilliant feathers and turned them into long swords. "Let's go." The 3 walked out of the prison. The guards outside had been killed by the spies, and even the bodies were dealt with without a trace. Coconut looked at the corridors on both sides and asked Luke, who came out, "Sir, which way should we go?" Luke pointed to the left. "This road. Turn right at the end. There is a downward staircase 50 meters away. The Abyss descent is not a game plot, So Luke does not know where the altar of the Abyss Descent is. But he knew the map of the Abyss Temple. And through the analysis of the strategy he found, and based on the changes in the concentration of Abyss energy at different locations, he could roughly determine the location of the Abyss Descent altar. Coconut held a knife and walked towards the corridor on the left. As the Abyss Descent approached, the concentration of Abyss energy in the Abyss Temple reached a peak. Black mist filled the narrow space, but it did not block the light of the burning torches on the wall. A strange sound came from the depths. Not like the warning roar of ghosts in ancient tombs. This sound is like a beast, and also like a call. A call from the depths of the heart. You are approaching the abyss step by step. This adventure is the closest you have ever been to the abyss. In the face of the abyss, can you keep your sincerity and resist the call of the abyss? Is it a step forward, gaining eternity at the cost of all troubles? Or continue to live as a tiny human being, enduring the pain of life and death? Perhaps standing still is just cowardice in the heart, and taking that step requires more courage. A voiceover in a broadcasting voice sounded in my ears. Luke caught Qi-Kong in his consciousness. You are still in the mood to joke at this time? If I jump into the abyss, have you thought about your fate? Qi-Kong thought seriously. It is likely that I will become evil. You change jobs and change bosses, and I will just be your employee. Luke asked, job change? Is Qi-Kong my current boss? I didn't say Qi-Kong is your boss. Qi-Kong flew around Luke with starlight. I mean, you jumped from the order side to the chaos side. Luke frowned, although I understand that you are keeping some secrets. If you want to keep secrets, don't tell me some information in this way of guessing. Qi-Kong got close to Luke. So close that Luke could see his own figure in those emerald green eyes. This is not a guessing game. Whether you choose order or chaos, good or evil, I will follow you. Didn't you find that the abyss has a stronger influence on you than others? Your approach made him discover you. And the thing he had been worried about still happened. Qi-Kong smiled, took a step back and turned to face the starry sky, posing for a photo with her hands. Since you like to guess riddles, I'll give you a riddle. Don't you think there's something missing in this starry sky? What's missing? Luke's consciousness withdrew from the spiritual starry sky. He called Coconut, who was exploring the way ahead. Coconut, did you hear any sound? Sound? Coconut listened carefully for a while. It seems like there's a call from a wild animal, which should be caused by airflow. There are many such passages deep into the mountain in the Holy Mountain. And this kind of sound is normal. Storm Kato behind him stepped forward. Sir, is there anything wrong with this sound? Luke looked at Coconut and Storm Kato. No matter what the source of the sound was, it did not affect them spiritually. Clear Sky said that the abyss had discovered me and was willing to follow me to jump into chaos. This was a plan for the worst. What was ahead? Luke looked at the passage ahead, as if it really led to the abyss. Nothing. Maybe I was too nervous. Clear Sky helped Luke put down his bag. No matter where the road led to, he decided to take a look. Coconut is in front. There is a ramp in front. Turn right at the first corner. We are almost there. Hearing that the altar where the abyss descended was approaching, Coconut clenched his dagger and turned to walk forward. His feet stepped on the stone floor, and the spreading force field triggered an alarm somewhere. A roar came from the bottom of the ramp, followed by a wave of air with a fishy smell. The three of them walked along the way, but they didn't see a single abyss mage. But the Abyss Advent altar is such an important place. It is impossible that there is no guard, and fighting is inevitable. At this time, an explosion sounded far along the passage. It should be that the spies also encountered the abyss mage. I can only wish them good luck. Down the slope in front, with a rumbling vibration, a thick tentacle stretched out first, and there was a big eye on the tentacle. The eyes saw the Coconut, and then saw Luke and Storm Kato. Sacrifice. The abyss familiar saw the clothes on Luke. This is not a place you can come. What's that sound? Is someone invading? Luke said yes. The Duke of Celtic is leading the armored barbarians to attack the temple, and the apostles are fighting. I am here with my followers to help guard the altar under the order of Apostle Victor. Take me to the altar immediately. If it is the order of Apostle Victor, I will obey it. Did the apostle tell you my name? Luke couldn't answer, but it was confirmed that the altar where the abyss descended was indeed here. The abyss mage turned into a familiar. Some of them would lose their sanity. Some would retain their sanity, but their sanity would be severely damaged, and only a very small number of familiars would retain their complete sanity. Obviously, the guy I met this time was a smart guy. But he was only relatively smart. Of course. Apostle Victor told me all your names. But I only saw one tentacle. How do I know which one you are? Come out quickly, and don't waste time. Luke also hinted to Coconut that he was ready to attack. I'm sorry, Master Priest. This is my mistake. The familiar realized that he was really embarrassing the other party by only extending one tentacle and asking him to say his name. The tentacle stretched out more, and the familiar showed his body. This familiar was the size of an elephant, with half of the head and half of the body. There are hundreds of short tentacles under the body, carrying the huge body to move. The brain is exposed on the head. If you look closely, it is actually a coiled tentacles. The one that just stretched out is one of them. The familiar came out, and its body almost filled the relatively spacious passage. Several tentacles stretched out from the position of the brain, and there was an eye on each one. Tell me, what is my name? Master Priest. Your name is? Charcoal Roasted Bean Worm. This is not my name. When the familiar was confused, the closest Coconut swung a knife with all its strength. Her martial god power was concentrated on the blade, and she slashed with an air slash, which easily cut off the tentacles that the familiar stretched out, and continued to slash forward on the head of the familiar. After waiting for a while, the body of the familiar was neatly split into two parts diagonally, and the upper part slid down, and blood mixed with mucus sprayed out. Luke stepped forward and swung his long sword to throw out the holy flame, and Storm Kato threw a wind fist. The wind pressure rolled up the fire and fueled the fire, swallowing up all the bodies of the familiars that had not yet been separated. The holy flame has a stronger killing power against such evil creatures, and the huge body blocking the passage was burned to slag in an instant. Angry roars came from the bottom of the slope. Since the fight has started, let's kill all the way. Luke held the sword and chanted the spell, applying a powerful single-unit enhancement magic to Coconut. Coconut, surrounded by multiple layers of light, quickly rushed into the slope. The screams of the familiars were heard immediately. Luke threw a few spells at Storm Kato and rushed into the ramp with a sword. The downward ramp was filled with various forms of abyss familiars, but they were slaughtered unilaterally by Coconut. Luke, who was originally a little worried about Coconut, was completely relieved. The blood of the god of war showed its grandeur for the first time, and Coconut realized that all her power came from the force field. Gravity could no longer restrain her. She could walk freely on the left and right walls and ceilings, easily avoiding the attacks of the familiars. Her god of war power allowed her knife to drive the air, and the air slash she pulled out was an indestructible blade, although her power could not be converted into wind energy like the Storm Barbarian. A punch with the power of the god of war could produce an air hammer, which could blast the familiars blocking the way through the air. The magic protection Luke gave her allowed her to put all her abilities on the offensive without any scruples. No need to defend. Just keep attacking. Attacking. Chop these disgusting monsters into pieces and blow them up one by one. Luke, who followed in, found that he and Storm Kato could only burn the corpses. To prevent these monsters from unexpected changes, it is safer to burn them clean. In this way, the killing mad Coconut killed all the way, and Luke and Storm Kato cooperated to burn all the way. They burned and killed all the way and entered the altar. The circular altar was full of bright red blood, and all the blood came from a heart placed in the center of the altar. The heart was very big, bigger than the strongest barbarian. The color of the heart was very bright, as if it had just been taken out. It was beating there, and blood spurted out from the heart tube with every beat. There was no abyss demon in the altar. Coconut shook off the disgusting thing stuck on the knife and asked Luke, "What's the heart of that thing? Is it a dragon's heart?" "It's not a dragon's heart." Luke looked at the heart with a bad face and said, "If you look closely, you will see that it is made up of countless human hearts." Human heart. Coconut looked at the beating heart in disbelief. Sure enough, under a layer of mucous membrane, there was a human heart the size of a fist. This. Storm Kato was so depressed by what he saw that he couldn't speak. How many people did they kill? I don't know. Luke had no way to guess. Coconut's face was pale. Could these be the hearts of some animals? After all, there is no news of so many people missing in the Holy Mountain. The Abyss Temple will not blatantly collect sacrifices in the Holy Mountain, and the Celtic Duke will not allow them to do so. There are many people in the mountains of Tadega Hills, whether they are barbarians or humans. Their death will not attract attention. If the Celtic Duke helps them, no one will know the crimes they have committed. My Lord Duke, Why did my Lord Duke do this? These are all his subjects. Luke did not answer Coconut's new question. He glanced at Storm Cato and said, This is not something I can answer. Destroying the heart can stop the abyss from coming. I hope nothing will pop up to stop us. Suddenly Luke felt that he deserved a slap for saying this. Chapter 448 Sunshine. The heart in the middle of the altar suddenly stopped beating. And the blood stopped instantly. As if everything was frozen in time. Then a crisp click sounded. The space where the altar was located was like glass cracking. And countless cracks appeared. The three people were separated by the cracks. But Luke found that Coconut and Storm Cato seemed not to notice these cracks. They looked at the heart in the middle of the altar motionless. Looking more closely, Coconut and Storm Cato were also still in the stop of time. Like a three-dimensional photo. Was he attacked mentally? Luke clenched the steel wings of the brilliant feathers with both hands. Opened the thunder fire eye. And the scene he saw suddenly changed. He found himself standing on the edge of a cliff. With a bottomless black hole in front of him. Is this the abyss? Luke leaned out a little to look into the black hole. And then he saw a person in the black hole also leaning out. Looking at him from below. He couldn't see the other person's face in the dim light. Only a pair of bright red eyes emitting a bewitching light. In an instant, Luke understood that the person in the black hole was himself. One step forward. You can step into the abyss. Give up everything. One step to become a god. A strong desire surged from the depths of Luke's heart. He believed that the abyss had the ability to make him a god. Holding the authority of the abyss. Not bound by any laws and rules. Doing whatever he wants to release all the suppressed chaotic nature. Chaos does not exclude order. But order can accommodate chaos. When chaos is strong, order is dormant. When order is strong, chaos hides. There is no distinction between good and evil. No right or wrong. There is only a thin line between us. Once we step into the abyss, we will no longer have any worries. Just like becoming a Buddha after putting down the butcher knife. The abyss really respects me. The thunder and fire pupils allowed Luke to maintain a certain level of rationality while staring at the abyss. His eyes left the abyss and looked up at the sky. The sky was as dark as the abyss. But after Luke looked over, dots of starlight appeared. And in a short time, a brilliant starry sky was formed. The full moon hung on the edge of the Milky Way. And a meteor shower streaked across the sky. Everything was exactly the same as the starry sky in the spiritual starry sky. But why did the clear sky say that this starry sky was missing something? It was indeed missing a star. The lightning pupil in Luke's right eye shone brightly. And the fire and thunder formed an intensified burst of huge energy. And a laser shot out from Luke's eye. The laser hit the starry sky. And a new star was lit among the stars. The brightness of this star increased rapidly from the moment it appeared. Its light covered the surrounding starlight. And in a moment, it covered half of the stars in the sky under its own light. But the enhanced light of this star still showed no signs of stopping. And its brightness was still increasing rapidly. The galaxy faded and disappeared under its illumination. And the moon gradually disappeared in its strong light. The sky turned from black to blue. And only one star could be seen in the sky. That was the sun. Luke looked down at the black hole under his feet again. The other self disappeared. Under the sunlight, the black hole retreated to a distance of 100 meters. Luke said to the black hole, I never think that it is a good thing to get power and strength easily. If I am tempted by you, it only means that my mind is defective. Even if I become a god, I will be an incomplete god. Not to mention, what I really become is not decided by me. It is better to be down to earth when being a man or a god. Know how to take each step, so as not to fall into the air. Goodbye. The little energy you leak can only affect me to this extent. You must show more sincerity when we meet next time. After Luke finished speaking, the scene around him turned back to the altar. The broken space reorganized. And the cracks disappeared like a reverse movie. Sir, except for the heart, it seems that there is nothing here that can attack us. Coconut's voice reached Luke's ears. In the middle of the altar, the still heart beat again. And streams of blood flowed out of the heart tube. Coconut's words followed Luke's previous words. As if there were no space cracks. No black hole. Everything he saw seemed to be an illusion. The spiritual starry sky did not change either. Only Qi lay on the crescent moon and counted the stars intently. Luke did not disturb Qi and quietly withdrew from the spiritual starry sky. Clear Sky said to himself, one more star. Such a simple riddle is really not difficult for you. But I don't know when you can illuminate this starry sky. The abyss descended on the altar. And Luke swung his sword and slashed a white holy flame at the beating heart. The holy flame swept over the blood, and the high temperature burned the blood into blood powder, and then purified it into white smoke and dissipated. Luke, Coconut, and Storm Cato were carefully on guard to prevent any monsters hidden here from suddenly attacking. However, the imagined guards did not appear. Any guard was not as good as the Apostles of the Abyss. And the Apostles were not here. The holy flame slashed at the heart without obstruction. The heart was cut in half, and the color quickly darkened from bright red to black, then shrank, rotted, and finally turned into a pool of thick water. On the blood on the altar, white wandering souls rose one after another, rising continuously, and after rising to a certain height, they burst and dissipated like bubbles. Coconut and Storm Cato saw the scene, and knelt on one knee together to sing the ballad of worshipping the dead. Luke was infected and stood with his sword. He lowered his head and chanted the ancient angel language. A white cloth robe attached to his body, and a pair of light wings spread out behind him. Holy light shone, and hymns were sung. Angels. Outside the gate of the Abyss Temple, the three Abyss Apostles who were still playing werewolf turned back together. The black fog in the gate was fading and dissipating quickly, and waves of sacred singing came from inside. This was the angel's hymn, indicating that an angel had sneaked into the temple, and the Abyss energy was rapidly weakening. Someone had destroyed the altar. The three Apostles did not bother to talk to the Celtic Duke, and quickly turned into black smoke and rushed into the temple. The Celtic Duke also heard the hymn, knowing that he had forced the three Apostles and most of the Abyss mages out, allowing the angels to take advantage of the loophole. I don't know how much damage the Abyss Temple would suffer if it was attacked by the angels. And why did the angels attack the Abyss Temple? In order to find out what happened as soon as possible. The Celtic Duke ordered the armored barbarians to stand by, and he led a barbarian hero to the Abyss Temple. An Abyss mage tried to stop them, but was chopped in half by a sword by the barbarian hero who was guarding the Duke. This is the Holy Mountain. The Holy Mountain of the Duke of Celtic. Anyone who dares to stop the Duke from inspecting the territory will be put to death. The Abyss Apostles were not there, so the Abyss Mage dared not move rashly. The barbarian heroes roughly pushed the Abyss Mage and the Abyss Familiar aside and escorted the Duke of Celtic into the temple. The retreating Coconut followed Luke, staring at his back, and finally couldn't help asking, "Sir, are you an angel?" "I'm not an angel. Don't ask so many questions. The time is almost up, and you must be in prison on time." Luke ran along the road with Coconut and Storm Cato. The destruction of the altar of the Abyss would definitely attract the attention of the Apostles. If they were blocked in the temple, it would be difficult to get out. The three rushed to the prison as fast as possible, and the spies who arrived earlier took them in. Is the mission completed? The spy leader was injured in the abdomen, and although he had been bandaged and treated, he was still bleeding. The number of spies was incomplete, so they should have been sacrificed. The leader endured the pain and reported to Luke, "My lord, the mission is completed, and all the Abyss weapons are destroyed. 3 brothers died in battle to cover our retreat, and no one was left alive. These are the information we brought out." 2 spies were carrying 4 briefcases, with papers sticking out from the gaps between them. The wizard was also alive. Luke gave the spy leader a few bottles of healing potions, and then looked at the prison. All the Abyss mages were still immersed in the Abyss. Their eyes were full of bloodshot, and their flesh was twisted and squirming. Luke took out his pocket watch to check the time, and ordered, "Retreat." "Yes, sir." The injured spies supported each other and got out of the passage. The leader waited for Luke to leave before finally evacuating, not forgetting to use magic to reseal the hole. After a while, roars came from the throats of the Abyss mages in the prison. Their bodies burst. Twisted limbs and tentacles stretched out, and eyes covered with red bloodshot opened randomly. In an instant, the prison was filled with violent monsters. Chapter 449. Traitor, have you forgotten the kindness His Highness showed you and the oath you made? In the narrow alley between 2 buildings, Nightingale, wearing a women's windbreaker, loudly questioned the man in a worker's uniform. A newspaper blew to her feet, and the upper page had a striking headline: "The Dreadnought-class battleship was launched, and the raging city fleet once again left the world's navy behind by an era." The man spread his hands helplessly and said, "Of course we remember His Highness's kindness, and we feel very guilty for making this decision. But, Miss Nightingale, please understand us. How could Nightingale sympathize with these assassins? She brought the assassins to Raging Wave City to assassinate Meteorite. But who would have thought that these people, who had worked as workers in the potion workshop for a while, would actually betray Prince Alex, to whom they swore allegiance? Why? Could it be that a potion factory gives you more and better things than His Royal Highness the Prince? The man tried not to discourage Nightingale and said, the potion factory of Yin Yang Group gives really more than His Royal Highness the Second Prince gives you. Do you know that we have all become formal employees of the group because we learn quickly and have a foundation in magic? Not only did the salary increase, the group also gave us a lot of welfare guarantees. Did you know? We can retire at the age of 60 and get a generous pension for our old age. The group has allocated dormitories for us, so we can bring our families to live together. Our children can also go to the school run by the group, and they can get a stable job in the group after graduation. And we can also buy a house at a very cheap price. This is the city of Raging Waves. Nightingale, you used to be a lady of a noble family, and you used to be a ranger who was in danger of losing your life day by day. You know what kind of home people like us want the most. Your Highness can't give us the future we want. Why can't I give you a future? Nightingale said with great sorrow. When your Highness ascends the throne and becomes the Emperor of the Empire, you will all be nobles, and you will definitely have much more in the future than you do now. Wake up, Nightingale. The man couldn't help but yelled, look at the city. Look at these tall buildings that can block the sky. Look at the cars on the streets. And the man picked up the newspaper from the ground and pointed at the magical image of the giant ship on it, a 10,000-ton steel battleship. How can your Highness ascend the throne without the nod of the governor of Meteorite? Yes, Meteorite is the biggest obstacle to your Highness's ascension to the throne. We came to the city of Raging Waves for this purpose. Kill Meteorite, and everything here will belong to your Highness. No! Seeing that he couldn't convince Nightingale, the man slowly retreated. In the past, we wanted to fight for wealth with our lives. But now, we don't need to fight to get everything we want. Miss Nightingale, His Royal Highness the Second Prince cannot give you the future you want. You will not become a prince's consort, let alone the Empress of the Empire. Give up the idea of assassinating the governor of Meteorite, and you will definitely find the life you like in this city. Nightingale pulled out a dagger from under her windbreaker, staring at the retreating man with murderous eyes. Coward! I will not let you go. Miss Nightingale, we hope your threat is just an angry threat. Several people wearing the same work clothes appeared at both ends of the alley. The man continued to retreat cautiously and said, for safety, we should kill you. But His Royal Highness the Second Prince is very good to us, and you are also very good to us. We all hope that this friendship can be preserved for a long time. Please apologize to His Highness on our behalf. If you give up on assassinating the governor of Meteor, you are always welcome to come and have a small gathering with us. Go away, traitors. Nightingale knew that she was no match for these people, so she put away her dagger. Don't think that I am as cowardly and afraid of death as you are. Even if I am alone, I will clear the obstacles for His Highness to ascend the throne. Good luck. The assassins saluted Nightingale together, then turned and walked into the crowd outside the alley. A thunder sounded from the sky, and the clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Heavy rain poured down on Nightingale's body. She walked out of the alley like a zombie, walked into the street, and walked aimlessly in the heavy rain. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She confidently led a team of assassins from Crescent Oasis to St. Louis City, and then from St. Louis City to Raging Wave City. As a result, she couldn't even find where the meteorite was, and she became a lonely person. What should I do, Your Highness Alex? At this time, an umbrella blocked the rain for her. Nightingale came to her senses and turned around to see a beautiful woman looking at her with a smile. Nightingale asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" The woman was wearing a very ordinary office suit and a round-top lady's hat, just like a passerby offering help to a person in the rain. The woman took out a work ID and showed it to Nightingale, second-level agent of the Imperial Secret Service's Raging Wave City headquarters. Ed Daly, Miss Nightingale, our Chief Inspector Thomas invites you to the headquarters for coffee. Secret Bureau. Nightingale realized that her identity was exposed, so she wanted to pull out her dagger and break out. But she immediately felt that the atmosphere was wrong. In a thunderstorm, pedestrians should have found a place nearby to take shelter from the rain. But there were more than a dozen people standing around her. They were wearing clothes of different professions, and even some vendors insisted on doing business in the rain. And they didn't hold umbrellas, letting the rain wash over them. like cheetahs accumulating strength and waiting for an order to pounce on their prey. Agent Ed Daly. Resistance was meaningless, and breaking out was impossible. Nightingale gave up resistance, raised her head, and said in the posture of a noble lady, "Did the traitors inform on me?" Ed Daly held an umbrella for Nightingale, ignoring the rain pouring on her shoulders. "No. They are trustworthy friends to you. In fact, the General Administration noticed you just after you entered the city of Raging Waves. We are very pleased that your friends finally gave up assassinating our governor. But you should think carefully about what your friends said." Nightingale didn't expect that she would be exposed so early. "What are you going to do with me? This is not something I can decide. You are the lover of His Royal Highness the Second Prince, and you have not put your idea into action. Perhaps the Chief Inspector will arrange for you to meet with the governor, and let our governor decide your fate." "Very good. I want to meet him too." Ade Daly waved her hand, and a black car drove out from the rain and stopped beside the two. Ade Daly opened the car door and invited Nightingale to get in. And at this time, the sound of dragon roars came from the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw giant dragons flying over the city in the thunderstorm and heavy rain, and they roared loudly, as if to promote the power of the dragon clan to this huge city. Immediately afterwards, portals kept flashing on the buildings high above the city, and the battle mages of the Ulu Academy appeared. Dozens of armed airships took off urgently to deal with possible attacks. However, the dragons did not stop. They flew over the city with a cry and soon disappeared in the rainstorm. They were heading for the Holy Luin city of the Empire. Ed Daly, who protected Nightingale with her body, breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the direction where the dragon disappeared and said, "Sparkling Gold Man." After the angels visited the imperial capital, a group of angels suddenly descended on the imperial capital and set up a temple. Now even the dragons are here. I don't know what the world will look like in the future. Nightingale was also shocked by the power of the dragon, and could not calm down for a long time. What happened? This is not what we need to consider. Miss Nightingale, get in the car. Nightingale retracted her gaze, and lowered her head to get into the car. The governor's mansion in Raging Wave City. Coconut stood behind the glass window, and the storm outside brought up the sea tide that hit the reefs on the shore again and again. She had been in Raging Wave City for 3 days, and she still couldn't believe what she saw and heard. She actually came to Raging Wave City. Mr. Luke turned out to be the meteorite that owned this city, and a giant dragon just flew out of the storm. "Sir." "No. Governor. Was the one that just flew over really a giant dragon?" Frightened by the giant dragon, Coconut hurried to Luke's desk. This was the first time she saw a giant dragon, and the first time she heard a dragon roar. Luke was approving documents. He had not been in Raging Wave City for a while, and there were too many things to squeeze in. "I have been busy working since I came back from the Tadega Hills, and there is still no sign of a reduction in work after 3 days. Expansion of the city of Raging Waves. Coordination of the coastal economic zone. War in the north. Launching of new ships. Scientific and technological research and development." Even though the city government office has shared most of the workload, there is still a lot of work sent to Luke. Even the passing of the dragon did not stop Luke for too long. According to the time, they should be here. I just didn't expect them to choose to enter the Empire from the city of Raging Waves. This should be considered as a statement of strength. The more closed the ancient civilization is, the more it thinks it is great. "Sir, did you know that the dragon would come? Will they attack us?" Coconut listened carefully, afraid that a dragon's breath would suddenly fall. Seeing Coconut's look, Luke couldn't help but laugh. "I think the one who should be least afraid of dragons here should be you. Did your ancestors fight with them to defend Tadega Hills?" "Really?" Coconut heard that his ancestors were so powerful, and he instantly became interested. "Tell me, how did the god of war fight the dragons?" At this time, Kylina came in with a stack of documents. "Governor." The governor's mansion entered the first level of alert. The city entered the second level of alert, and the Ulu Academy sent out battle mages at the first time. "We are closely monitoring the movements of the dragons. At present, the dragon has left the city from the northwest, and its target should be the imperial capital." "I know." Luke briefly flipped through the documents that Kylina put down, and then said, "Let the Secret Service put the cooperation with the human merchants into Tadega Hills at the top of the task sequence. Have you prepared the plan for the charity aid project?" "It's ready." Kylina took out a folder and put it in front of Luke. The charity organization under the Innovation Society will undertake all aid projects related to Tadigia Hills, as long as the Holy Mountain issues a pass. The expedition team and the census team can set off at any time. The charity aid will give priority to hospitals, schools, roads and power grids, and will gradually add water conservancy, agriculture, and assistance to the disabled and orphans. Luke looked at the plan made by Kylina. Raging Waves City already has a charity system. After being guided, it is not difficult to help build Tadigia Hills and bring in some private goods. Luke had no major objections to the overall plan, but he put forward higher requirements for the hospital, increasing the scale and investment of the hospital. Tadigia Hills has a variety of ethnic types and is a natural treasure trove of species research. Therefore, the purpose of this charity investment cannot be limited to the God of War bloodline. Cast a wide net, and there may be unexpected gains. After Luke finished his opinion, he asked Kylina to make a new plan. Sir, Storm Cato has been in a low mood since he knew Luke's identity. This time he rarely took the initiative to speak to Luke. You are the enemy of Tadigia Hills. Why do you spend so much money to invest in your enemy? Your money will not make the barbarians betray the Celtic Duke. For Storm Cato's doubts, Luke patiently explained, I have never regarded Tadigia Hill as my enemy. Whether it is the human race, the barbarians, or other races, you are all citizens of the Empire. These investments do not need to be grateful, because this is the obligation of the Empire to its citizens. Storm Cato obviously disagrees with Luke's statement. We are the subjects of the Celtic Duke. At least all the barbarians have this understanding. Luke knew that if he could not change Storm Cato's mind, he could not change the barbarian's mind. And then, there was no way to talk about the strategy of Tadigia Hill. Do you know why the Duke of Celtic issued a factory ban before? Because factories and machines will make us lose our jobs. And without jobs we will starve. You are talking as if you are not starving now. Luke couldn't help but laugh. You have been in Raging Waves for 3 days. How many people in my city have you seen starving? This, Storm Cato couldn't answer. There are many people in Raging Waves. Dozens or hundreds of times more than in Holy Mountain. So many people live in a city, and each family lives better than most nobles in Holy Mountain. I don't understand. You don't understand. This is the most favorite subject of the Duke of Celtic. Yes, factories and machines have taken away many people's jobs. But they have also created more jobs. People have not become poorer because of factories and machines, but have become richer. Art, knowledge, magic, and science are no longer monopolized by the upper class. The lower class people's minds are enlightened, and the old means of rule will become less and less effective. The barbarians should have sworn an oath of loyalty to the Celtic Duke, and regarded dying for the Celtic Duke as the honor of the family and tribe. But have you ever thought about whether the Celtic Duke is worthy of your loyalty? How many of the beating hearts on the altar of the Abyss Temple are barbarians? Without the permission of the Celtic Duke, could the Abyss Temple kill so many people silently? Do you know that even the Emperor of the Empire dares not do such a thing? Because he knows that his people will not allow him to do such a thing. But the Celtic Duke dares, because you are all confined to a small circle, and you know nothing except loyalty. And you have nothing except loyalty. Chapter 450, The Gods Start Construction. Luke's words had an unprecedented impact on Storm Cato. When he arrived at the Holy Mountain from the mountains of the tribe, although he felt that the Holy Mountain was unusually prosperous, it was still within his acceptable range. But when he came to the city of Raging Waves, he found that this was a completely different world. The wealth here exceeded his imagination of wealth, and the prosperity here exceeded his understanding of prosperity. He couldn't understand at all how so many people could live in a city. Moreover, the clothes they wore and the food they ate were so exquisite. And what was even more incredible was that everyone seemed to be literate. These were things that only the nobles were qualified to enjoy. And in the city of Raging Waves, it was the daily life of every citizen. Is the Celtic Duke blocking the industry from entering the Tadigia Hills to prevent the lower-level barbarians from owning these? If he had not come to the city of Raging Waves, Storm Cato would have absolutely believed what the Celtic Duke said. The facts he saw now made Storm Cato begin to question what he had always believed in. Mr. Luke. No. Lord Governor of Meteorite. I'm sorry. My mind is very confused. And I said something that I don't know whether it is right or wrong. Please forgive me. Luke smiled and said, an ancient sage said, facts speak louder than words. I asked Kylina to add your name to this period of literacy training class of Yin Yang Technical School. You can go to class tonight. Coconut is going too. Coconut opened his eyes wide and pointed at his nose and asked, Do I have to go to class too? Can I not go? No. If you can't graduate from the literacy training class, you will continue to the next training class. I don't keep people with only muscles, but no brains here. Of course, if you really have congenital intellectual problems, your teacher will tell me. Coconut seemed to have no strength in his body. Okay. I'll try my best. Storm Kato saluted Luke with great gratitude. Thank you, sir. The sudden rain outside stopped at some point. The dark clouds quickly dissipated, and the bright sunshine shone down, illuminating the room through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Luke looked at the weather outside and said to Coconut, Go find Kylina. We're going to the Cape District Machinery Factory. Okay, sir. Coconut was very enthusiastic about going out to play, and ran to find Kylina. Luke stood up, and Storm Kato brought him a coat and hat from the hanger. Luke put on his clothes, picked up his cane, and said to Storm Kato, Come with me to the Cape District Machinery Factory. Yes, sir. When the governor went out, the guard team was dispatched immediately. In addition to the governor's guards and the Secret Service Rangers, Sandpaper's beautiful girl boiling team was also Luke's close guard. As Luke's status in the Empire became higher and higher, assassins who came to assassinate him continued. After the assassination of the Elder of the Shining Gold, Luke strengthened his own guard force several times. Shelley went to the north, and Sandpaper was promoted to the chief attendant. The beautiful girl's strong perception and telepathy allowed them to solve several assassinations. The convoy started. Sandpaper sat next to Luke and complained in her unique mechanical voice, Governor, we are really too idle during your absence. Every day, we are either shopping or having a beauty treatment and manicure. Luke got in the car and still discussed work with Kylina, who was sitting in the co-pilot. Seeing Sandpaper admiring her new manicure, he couldn't help but said angrily, I know you are very happy to be reunited with your sisters, but don't spend all your time on sisterhood. Did you see the dragons flying over the city today? I see. When talking about the dragon, Sandpaper's attention was diverted. This is the first time we see a dragon. It's really big. I heard that Miss Qi Kong once killed a dragon. Miss Qi Kong is so powerful. The news came from the imperial capital that Miss Qi Kong also defeated a very powerful angel. These dragons going to the imperial capital will only add some expensive experimental materials to Miss Qi Kong. Sandpaper and her sisters blindly worship Qi Kong, and they don't feel any pressure at all because of the dragons passing through. Luke wanted to use the dragon to inspire Sandpaper's ambition, but it was obviously ineffective. Forget it. Let Qi Kong deal with these girls. Qi Kong's words are more effective than preaching for hours. As long as you are happy, I will go to the imperial capital in a few days, and you will be able to meet Miss Qi Kong then. Really? When will we go to the imperial capital? Work hard, and we will leave after the matter in Nuteo City is settled. Governor, you should work harder. Come on. What a child with no ambition. At this time, Kylina remembered something and said, Governor, today the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City uncovered an attempted assassination against you. Because the case is a bit special, Chief Inspector Thomas is not in charge of it without authorization. Please give instructions? Luke asked. What is the specific situation? Kylina recounted the process of Nightingale and her assassin companions coming to Nuteo City and arresting them. Luke didn't expect this case to be so dramatic. It was obvious that this was Nightingale's personal behavior. The assassins she brought should all be her ranger friends. If they were sent by Prince Alex, they would not be so unprofessional. A stable job actually turned these assassins against you. Where is Nightingale now? Due to Miss Nightingale's special identity, the assassination against you was not carried out, and the threat was extremely low. Therefore, Chief Inspector Thomas sent her to the Sassis Palace, where Viscount Iskalin was in charge of her. Luke thought about it and said, Chief Inspector Thomas did a good job on this matter, since those people in the potion factory finally broke up with Nightingale. If they don't have any major problems, the Secret Service should not disturb them. Nightingale will be detained in the Sassis Palace and treated well. Let Viscount Iskalin send someone to deliver a letter to Prince Alex. If the prince comes to ask for someone, Nightingale will be released. Yes, Governor. By the way, Nightingale wants to see you. Luke said very straightforwardly, she is just a poor woman. There is nothing to see. Please go to see her on my behalf and tell her, I wish her and His Royal Highness Alex happiness. Yes, Governor. Luke's governor's mansion is not far from the Cape District Pier, and it will be there in a short while. The Cape Port is now in a completely different state. After the Government Affairs Office of Nuteos City decided to rebuild the Cape Port, the reconstruction plan was changed several times in succession because of the increase in Luke's position in power. Therefore, the rebuilt Cape Port bears nearly 2/5 of the throughput of the entire Nuteos City. As the supporting infrastructure is delivered and put into use, the entire Cape area is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the dock of Cape Port, new gantry cranes are being installed and debugged. Next to it is a large industrial area consisting of a newly built large shipyard and a newly built machinery factory. The factory area is full of towering chimneys, and the white smoke that keeps coming out shows how busy the factory is. Since Luke got the war material orders for Nuteos City, the heavy industry of Nuteos City has basically been working day and night. After the Nuteos City Fleet and the Nuteos City Armored Assault Division captured Sumta Port, the convenient sea transportation has greatly increased military orders. The machinery factory of Yenyang Group in Cape District has just delivered the first batch of War Fortress orders, and the second batch is delivered. The full ship of materials is sold, which has driven the development of the shipbuilding industry. All-metal warships and all-metal freighters are hot-selling products. In order to complete the backlog of orders as soon as possible, the Shipbuilding Industry Committee was established in Nuteos City, led by the Yenyang Group Shipping Company and organized by the Innovation Society. It implements overall management of the city's shipbuilding-related factories and enterprises, establishes standardization of ships and accessories, and maximizes the shipbuilding potential of Nuteos City. The war did not have any negative impact on the economy of Raging Waves City. On the contrary, because Meteorite led the bureaucracy of Raging Waves City to enter the center of the empire, Raging Waves City became a more potential investment target. As the fief of Earl Raging Waves, the Cape District is the most favored investment target for all investors. The once dilapidated and hopeless urban area has been reborn, and it will soon become the dual core of the city with the central urban area. Luke's popularity in the Cape District has reached an unprecedented height. All those who see the motorcade of the governor's mansion will spontaneously make way and take off their hats to salute. This makes Luke miss the days when he led his spies to travel all the way with whistles. Alas, I can't go back. Luke's arrival was warmly welcomed by the mechanical factory director, the mechanical clan Wei Ming. Wei Ming replaced himself with a new metal body, although it is not fully mechanized. This full-system mechanical factory makes him full of hope for the future. Wei Ming knew the purpose of Luke's visit this time, so he took Luke directly into the underground part of the factory. Here is the high-end mechanical development department of the mechanical factory, in cooperation with the Ulu College and the City Alchemist Association, which concentrates the world's top mechanical experts and technologies. We have completed the disassembly of the Titan prototype, and we have to admit that there are many steam mechanical technologies of the Accounting Union that are worthy of our serious study and learning. According to your instructions, the new Titan development team has made development plans for 2 types of Titans. The technology of the steam-type Titan is very mature. As long as the Mishir Steam Research Institute develops the implosion-type dual-drive steam engine, we will be able to produce a prototype soon. There are still many technical difficulties for the magic-type Titan. Luke and Mighty walked along the underground pipeline, listening to Mighty's report on the progress of various development projects. All magic-type projects can maintain normal development progress. When the technology of element fusion reactions is more mature, many problems can be solved. What is the current situation of the gods? Mighty opened an iron door for Luke, and inside was a large production workshop. The workshop is 10 stories high and the same height upward. The walls around the workshop are covered with steel walkways and train tracks. More than 10 elevators with different functions shuttle up and down, and countless workers and engineers are busy inside. The workers below are pouring molten steel from the steel plant into the mold. The magicians are using magic and alchemy to engrave magic circles on the solidified steel plates. The arcs are shining to weld the steel plates, and the engineers are installing mechanical parts and carefully laying out the pipelines. In the middle is the steam engine that Luke got from Dongdu. When Wei Ming saw the thing under construction, his eyes couldn't help but shine. I never thought that I could be in charge of the construction of such a great fortress comparable to a miracle. The gods, if it flies, it will definitely make the whole world crazy. As you can see, Governor, we are laying the keel and casting the bottom hull for the gods. The manufacture of steel ships has trained us excellent workers and engineers. And now everything is being built in an orderly manner according to the drawings you provided. It's just that many of the technologies are too advanced. And I'm not sure if some of the equipment can keep up with the construction progress of the gods. It is too far ahead of this era. The current gods is just like the Zumwalt ship. Many technologies are not yet clear. But the hull has been built. No wonder Mighty showed a lot of worries in addition to excitement. If the equipment is not in place after the ship is built, it will be more uncomfortable than not building it. But Luke did not have such worries. He was extremely confident in the gods. Although the gods was a little ahead of the times. All its technical indicators were verified by actual ships. Which is the biggest difference from the Zumwalt. Director Mighty, you have to have confidence in the era we are in. After the first technological blowout caused by the steam engine, the second technological blowout has arrived. In the future, new technologies that you can and cannot imagine will suddenly pour down, like the thunderstorm just now. What you need to do is to supervise the construction progress of the gods, and speed up its construction as much as possible. I don't want to see the new equipment being built, but waiting for your construction period to appear. Wei Ming did not doubt Luke's words. As the cooperation between the machinery factory and the Ulu College and the City Alchemist Association deepened, the world's cutting-edge technology possessed by the City of Raging Waves opened his eyes. Many technical problems that the mechanical race, found very troublesome were easily solved after being given to the relevant research institutes. The powerful and almost inexhaustible technical support made the mechanical race work like a fish in water in the machinery factory. This is an era that can break the upper limit of people's imagination. Wei Ming was instantly full of confidence in the gods. Please rest assured, Governor. I promise that the gods will be delivered on time according to the construction plan. The construction of the gods must be closely monitored. And some of the technologies in it can be used in the development of the next generation of surface ships. Although the Dreadnought class can keep the naval power of the City of Raging Waves ahead, its construction threshold is not high enough. The next generation of the City of Raging Waves battleship must have certain air combat capabilities. Now with confidence bursting, Wei Ming dares to take on any difficult project. Yes, Governor. I will tell your instructions to the next generation of the City of Raging Waves battleship development team. While Luke and Wei Ming were talking about the progress of the construction of the gods, Storm Kato, who came with him, stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The limitation of cognition made him not know what was being built. But something that required thousands of people to collaborate to build must be very, very powerful. Can Tadigia Hills build such a thing? Obviously not. Can the Celtic Duke prevent such a thing from entering Tadigia Hills? Obviously not. Chapter 451 Empire Strategy. The huge engineering workshop and the scene of thousands of people coordinating the construction have already given Storm Kato an unprecedented shock. But he didn't know that behind these thousands of people was the perfect industrial system and scientific research system of the City of Raging Waves. Luke brought him here without giving him a detailed explanation. He just needed to watch. No one can reject civilization. Watching is more effective than any preaching. In the following days, Luke inspected all the key projects. A lot of money was spent, and the results were very significant. In the process of the new industrial revolution, the technical reserves of the City of Raging Waves have surpassed other places by several positions. As the ability of the City of Raging Waves to attract money and talents becomes stronger, the eruption of a new technology has reached a critical point. In order to better utilize the first-mover advantage and firmly stand at the leading position of the new industrial revolution, Luke also led a delegation of the City Alchemist Association to visit the Ulu College. Magic was separated from a branch of alchemy and merged with some magic and mechanical majors to become an independent discipline and named Magic Mechanics. Jointly invested by Yinong Group and the City Government Office of Nuteo City, Ulu College and the City Alchemist Association sent professionals to jointly establish the Nuteo City Magic Laboratory and devote themselves to the development of magic machinery. Luke concentrated all the resources he could to prepare for the early opening of the new version. Then, after the Queen Regent issued 5 orders to ask the Marquis of Meteorite to go to the Imperial capital immediately, Luke finally suspended the affairs of the City of Raging Waves and took his staff and guard team to St. Louis City by airship. Looking down from the air, the lower city district has completely changed after being nurtured by the City of Raging Waves. Although the level of wealth is far less than that of the upper city district, it has been improved from a slum to the level of a village in the city. The bureaucrats of the City of Raging Waves know that the lower city district is under the protection of their own governor, and they have a natural sense of closeness to the lower city district. Therefore, as the bureaucrats of the city of Raging Waves gradually gain power, the investment and assistance given to the lower city district is increasing day by day. Now, in addition to the continuous delivery of small commodity orders to the lower city district, some light industries such as clothing and food processing are also being diverted to the lower city district. Luke remembered that the first canning factory in St. Louis City was going to be built in the lower town. The human resources here are abundant and cheap. After the security and traffic problems are solved, the factory owners are willing to invest and build factories. Kalina leaned on the window of the airship and looked down. The lower town has changed a lot. I don't recognize it after not coming here for 2 months. Governor, you are always creating miracles. Now the Imperial Court not only does not need to worry about the expansion of the lower town, but also actively migrates people to the lower town, which is a huge tax revenue. As the airship descended, Luke also admired the city below. Industrialization brings urbanization. Raging Wave City is growing rapidly. And so is St. Louis City. In the future, there will definitely be cities with a population of tens of millions. How to make the city run stably is a challenge for any city manager. Kalina, Raging Wave City should have been prepared to become a city with a population of tens of millions as early as possible. A city with 10 million people. Kalina was surprised at such a city. But then she thought that according to the current rate of increase in the number of residents in Raging Wave City, it seemed that it would be a city with a population of tens of millions in the near future. Thinking that she would be involved in the management of such a super city, Kalina suddenly felt heavy pressure and pride. Governor, I will do my job well. At this time, a dragon roar came, and the guards on the airship immediately alerted. Then a brown dragon quickly passed by the port side of the airship, with the tip of its wing almost touching the airbag of the airship. The dragon seemed to find this dangerous action very funny, and laughed happily, turned around and flew away to find the next target. Luke looked out through the window and saw at least 3 dragons doing the same thing to other airships, treating the frightened passengers' screams as fun. Now Luke finally understood why Queen Christina was so anxious for him to come to the imperial capital as soon as possible. It was probably because these dragons kept him awake at night. The airship landed in St. Louis City. Luke first returned to his marquee mansion, and then sent people out to collect what happened in St. Louis City these days. Before all the people sent out came back, the eldest princess Agatha had already come to visit. Agatha just sat down and said apologetically, I know you didn't rest well after coming back from Tadigia Hill. But first the angels, and the shining gold people. Then the shadow tribe. And now even the dragons have flown across the ocean. The queen and I are afraid that the volcano will erupt from the middle of the city, and a group of demons will rush out from it. We don't know why the ancient civilization that has been secluded for thousands of years has come to St. Louis City one after another during this period. I have a bad feeling that the ancient war that has not been concluded will soon break out again. Kalina brought tea to Luke and Agatha, and then opened the window of the room. The warm wind blew in from outside, carrying some flower fragrance. Luke said, Spring has already passed for most of the time. What is the situation in the north? Agatha was waiting to hear Luke's opinion on the unusual actions of the 5 ancient civilizations. But she didn't expect Luke to ask about the war in the north first. Agatha asked Kalina, Is there a map of the north here? Yes. Please wait. Kalina found the map of the north from the filing cabinet by the wall, and then spread it on the table between Luke and Agatha. Agatha picked up the teacup and pressed it on a corner of the map, then picked up a pen and drew a few lines and marks on the map. The information provided to us by your friends in Winter Capital is very detailed and accurate. The deployment and battle plan of the Ark County Alliance are in our control. The Snow Legion once again defended the Snow City in the fierce attack of the Ark County Alliance. The war reserve of Ark County Union was consumed greatly. The Armored Assault Division and the fleet of Ark County were stuck in Songta City, shortening the supply line of the Snow Corps and lengthening the supply line of Ark County Union. The Snow Corps planned to launch an attack to recapture the second line of defense. It was just because the Snow Corps was newly established and had not fought a large-scale offensive operation. Her Majesty the Queen did not agree to this battle plan. The North is not in a hurry to get results. Luke gave his own thoughts. This war is no longer of great significance in the military level. The key is to make Ark County Union complete a psychological transformation and accept that it is a second-rate country. A second-rate country? Agatha was very puzzled. Since its establishment, the County Union has been very strong, and its national history is a history of war. The Golden Shield Empire has been in constant friction with the County Union in the north, and neither side has ever gained much advantage. The County Union has extremely cheap thermal energy resources, superb steam technology, and a unique geographical location. No country is willing to go to war with the County Union in winter. How could it be willing to become a second-rate country? Yes. Use this war to let the County Union see its true nature clearly, and its upper limit will stop at this position. The empire is a mountain that it cannot cross. Accepting this fact, it can still become a second-rate country. If it doesn't accept it when it should, it will become a third-rate country. Third-rate country? Is that possible? If the war continues, it is possible. I just came back from Tadijia Hill. The situation there is much better than we expected. The Empire can fight with the 8-county alliance in the north for a while. Luke pointed to the Snow City in the north and said, there are too many new recruits in the Snow Army. At this time, we must first stabilize ourselves. Launch small-scale attacks appropriately to fight with the 8-county alliance, and focus on training the army with actual combat. It would be good to recapture a few garrison fortresses before winter comes. And it can also cooperate with the Tadijia Hill strategy. Agatha asked curiously, what did you find in the Tadega Hills? You are so optimistic about the situation there. Even the Northern War has to make adjustments. Luke did not answer immediately, but asked, are there any changes in the Ark County Federation? Agatha had to say, as the Northern War stalemates, many anti-war voices have emerged in the Ark County Federation. The Freedom Army supported by the Secret Service has done a good job. Some members and officials have proposed to end the war, but their voices are too small to change the decision of the Ark County Federation Congress. This war involves the interests of too many people. As long as we don't fight to the homeland of the Ark County Federation, the other side will not easily end the war. It's so easy to make money from war, Luke said with emotion. Yes, it's so easy to make money from war. Agatha also said with emotion, has Governor Meteor considered paying more taxes? Luke immediately changed the subject. Let's talk about Tadega Hill. Agatha looked at Luke, smiled and said, okay. Let's talk about Tadega Hill. Did the Duke of Celtic get cheated by you? I didn't cheat him. I want to help him, and ask the Empire to relax its control over Tadega Hill. Agatha asked, why? Because I want to solve Tadega Hill once and for all, in order to get the Empire to cooperate. Luke told Agatha about his economic strategy plan for Tadega Hill. Agatha was incredulous. Helping the Tadega Hills complete industrialization can solve the problem of barbarians? Have you ever thought that if these measures of yours don't work on the barbarians, you are creating a powerful enemy for the Empire? Luke picked up the tea and drank. Were you curious before? What did your father talk about when he summoned me alone? I was very curious. Your conversation made the father's attitude towards you subversively change. We talked about another mode of war, economic war. In short, it is to take advantage of the unequal economic status to complete the plunder and control of the weak economic zone. This war mode can cross borders with almost no losses and gain gains that cannot be obtained in real wars. And the plundered people will not have irreparable hatred for us. And we can soon reap the harvest again. I still don't understand. Let me give you an example. Luke thought for a while and said, if the city of Raging Waves suddenly announced that the price of all military orders of the Empire would increase by 10%, how would the Empire deal with it? Agatha frowned and said, the Empire will pay the money. If the city of Raging Waves not only requires a 10% increase in the selling price, but also requires a 10% price reduction for the raw materials provided by the Empire, how will the Empire deal with it? Agatha said, the Empire has other military material suppliers, and there are heavy factories directly under the royal family. When the city of Raging Waves made this request, it is certain that other suppliers in the Empire were either annexed or their technology was far behind that of the city of Raging Waves. Your Highness, how will you respond to the request made by the city of Raging Waves? Agatha gritted her teeth and said, agree. Look, this is an economic war. According to the intelligence of the princess, she will definitely be able to come up with better requests than these. To fight an economic war, first of all, the opponent must have an economy to attack, so as to force the opponent to agree to the conditions. Now, to a certain extent, the city of Raging Waves has the ability to launch an economic war. Since the Duke of Celtic has announced the cancellation of the factory ban, we can try it in the Tadega Hills. Please rest assured, Your Highness, not a penny of the money spent on the Tega Hills was wasted. Agatha looked at Luke and couldn't help but think of the last words her father said to her. Finally, She understood why he gave up being a human and chose to become a heroic creature, why he chose that sentence in his last words. Kill the meteorite. Or marry him. Agatha's body and expression relaxed. She took a sip of tea and said to Luke, "You advocated a longer war against the North. Another purpose should be to completely control the economy of the Empire. At that time, no matter who is on the throne, they must obey you, the real master of the Empire." Luke replied, "It is not my goal to control the Empire's economy. But the City of Raging Waves is now having a siphoning effect on the world economy. And the Empire is just one of the victims. You don't have to worry about the Empire's economy being held hostage for too long. The increase in the Empire's wealth is definitely higher than the amount absorbed by the City of Raging Waves. And the City of Raging Waves will sooner or later return to where it should be. But this must be based on the premise that the Empire, and you will not break up. And the Empire's heirs, and your heirs will not break up." Luke nodded. "The future is unpredictable. All we can do is maintain the current tacit understanding. And no one will do anything that crosses the line. You want to know what my father said to me in the end?" Agatha looked at Luke. Luke sipped his tea. "I don't want to know. He asked me to kill you. Killing you will hurt the Empire. But the things he worries about will not happen. It seems that you didn't listen to His Majesty. Because he gave me another choice." Luke looked at Agatha. "Marry me?" "Yes. Our child will become the Emperor of the Empire. What we worry about will not happen." Luke smiled and shook his head. "Agatha, His Majesty's death has made you bear the responsibility that you should not bear. You would never say this to me before. You don't want to be the Emperor of the Empire. So how can you let your child go on that grill? Clear your mind. What you worry about is imposed on you by your father. I still like the Agatha who is devoted to the Empire, but has principles, and is more straightforward." Chapter 452 Damn. After Luke's reminder, Agatha realized that she had put too much pressure on herself since her father's death. Especially her father's last words, which always echoed in her ears from time to time. It made her unable to look at the meteorite from the side as before, but stared at the back of people like her father. If she didn't want to follow in her father's footsteps, it would be best to shift her perspective back as soon as possible. Agatha looked at Luke again, and there was no more complicated expression in her eyes. Her eyes were clear, with a firmness without distractions, and a little tenderness. The vague feelings made Luke dare not look at her. I don't know whether I should blame the Augustine family for having excellent genes or the game artists for being too dedicated. The mature beauty of the confident Agatha has a controlling effect. If she is willing to become the Emperor of the Empire, her ability and her beauty can be combined into a huge centripetal force, and the centralization of the Empire will reach an unprecedented peak. And it is precisely because Agatha is not greedy for power that she is given greater charm. Agatha said to Luke, "I will carefully consider the advice given to me by my father and Her Majesty the Queen. I also hope you will consider it carefully, putting aside the interests and power involved. You are a very charming man. If it were not for Miss Chi Kong, me and Dale, more people would propose to you. I am not the ideal partner for most men. They probably don't like their wives to think about how to torture people and how to kill people all day long. You must be different from them. Consider taking our relationship a step further?" This oppressive attack made Luke a little overwhelmed. He thought he was not good at dealing with emotions. But at the same time, he had pure fantasies about emotions, and didn't want to mix utilitarianism into it. So he always kept himself out of it. Luke knew that Ian had feelings for him. But Ian was very reserved. She kept that hazy feeling and didn't reveal it. He knew that Dale also had feelings for him. But Dale was too young and might not know what kind of feeling she had. Clear Sky. Although Clear Sky has awakened, Luke has always had a feeling that he and Clear Sky complement each other. Just like light and shadow. No matter how close they are, there is a line that cannot be crossed. This was the first time Luke encountered such straightforwardness from Agatha, and he had no idea how to deal with it. "I think about it." Seeing Luke's embarrassment, Agatha couldn't help but laugh. "I have never seen our meteor governor show such an expression. I always thought that no matter what happened, you could handle it calmly. Now it seems that there are still some things you can't handle." Luke took a sip of tea to cover it up. "People always have things they are not good at. And Your Highness, call me Agatha." "Agatha," Luke said, "my real name is—" "I know your real name. But you are always my falling star." Luke asked in confusion, "Do you know my real name?" Agatha smiled and said, "A good spy will not always use the same pseudonym. Our private affairs will be suspended here. We should talk about work during working hours. Now we should talk about these guests from the imperial capital." Luke said, "Okay. Let's talk about some light topics. There is no need to worry too much about the angels for the time being. Clear sky will hold them back. The angels have no time to cause trouble. And they should not cause trouble. The dragons are a little tricky." Feeling relaxed physically and mentally, Agatha leaned back on the chair and said, "It's very tricky. These dragons don't have the dignity that a higher-level supernatural creature should have. They are like a group of happy dogs causing trouble everywhere. In just a few days, they have caused many accidents in the city. And there are casualties. If we can't get these dragons to settle down as soon as possible, there may be chaos in the imperial capital." Luke didn't expect the dragons to cause such a serious trouble that people died. Shinluin City is not a holy mountain. If the court continues to let the dragons make trouble, there will really be a big mess. I thought the situation here was too easy. How many people died? Did those dragons do it? Agatha replied, "It was a black dragon. He didn't control the angle when he dived and crashed into the road. A car was crushed by it. And all 4 people in the family were killed. There were more than a dozen injured people, 2 of whom had their limbs amputated. The dragons have not responded to this accident so far. And the black dragon is still rampaging everywhere." Luke was thinking about how to deal with these dragons. From the perspective of the dragons, they are already very restrained. Humans are on the dragon's menu. And there are very few positive descriptions of dragons in all the legends about dragons. Eating people is a basic moral principle. Robbing gold and gems. Robbing princesses. And slaughtering a city at any time. Now isn't it just a few people who have been injured or killed? We haven't eaten people yet. So how could the dragons respond to such a small matter? Luke thought for a while, and asked Agatha, "Are there any new news from the Shining Gold and the Shadow Clan?" Agatha shook her head. "No. The World Bank is operating normally. And there is no special news coming from it." Luke stood up, and Kylina brought him a coat. "Go meet these dragons. They must have their purpose in coming to St. Louis City. First listen to what they want to do, and then find a way to make them stay quiet." Agatha stood up with him. "The dragons have occupied a metallurgical factory outside the city as their nest. When they have had enough trouble, they will go back to the nest to rest. I will take you there." "Let's go!" However, when Luke and Agatha just came out and prepared to get in the car, a car with the World Bank flag blocked their car. 2 twins of the Shining Gold Man in World Bank uniforms got out of the car. "Mr. Meteor, please come with us. We have a case that requires your cooperation in the investigation." The attitude and tone of the Shining Gold Man were full of hostility. And the posture of standing was also aggressive. Agatha took a step forward and shouted at the Shining Gold Man twins, "This is the Golden Shield Empire. Meteor is an important official of the Empire. It is not your turn to take him away at will. Get out of the way. Otherwise you will be charged with assassination." The eldest princess was angry. And the Imperial spies accompanying her immediately drew their weapons and surrounded the 2 Shining Gold Men. The Golden Man did not retreat, but instead recited the ancient golden language and put on a layer of golden armor. "Your Highness, are you going to fight the Golden Man on behalf of the Empire?" Angels, dragons, and shadows came and went without saying hello. And Agatha had been angry for a long time. Now the Golden Man came up to take Meteorite away, and Agatha could no longer restrain herself. "I can declare war on behalf of the Empire. But can you declare war on behalf of the Golden Man? Meteorite will not let you take it away. If you don't get out of the way, I want to see if the Golden Man will go to war on the Empire for you too." Seeing that Agatha was actually playing for real, the 2 Golden Men finally showed some fear, but still said stubbornly, "Your Highness, your Empire needs the World Bank." Agatha raised her hand to give an order, but Luke pulled her hand down, walked up to the Golden Man and asked, "Is there something wrong with Ian? You know?" The Golden Man showed his arrogance again. "It seems that the Elders' Council's investigation into Ian is true. Come with us, as long as you cooperate with the investigation. The Elders' Council will give you a lighter punishment for the sake of the Golden Shield Empire." The Golden Man couldn't finish speaking, and Luke raised his foot and kicked the Golden Man in front of him away. Before the other Golden Man could react, he held a golden sword against his neck. "You?" The Golden Man who fell to the ground just got up and was stunned by what he saw. He heard a passage of ancient golden language being spoken from Luke's mouth. And then a golden armor component appeared in the air and quickly embedded in his body. In a blink of an eye, a set of gorgeous golden armor was completed, and a powerful aura of authority spread in a ring. You are a Golden Man." The twins were frightened by what they saw. Only a true golden man could release this powerful golden language magic. And it requires a very high level to learn. Agatha was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She looked around again. The golden men were all twins. Could there be two meteorites? Luke said to the two golden men, "It makes no sense for you two to die here. The golden elders will not go to war with the Empire for you. Nor will they use the power of the World Bank to impose sanctions on the Empire. Go back and tell your elders that the current sparkling gold civilization is not the ancient sparkling gold civilization. The angels will not help you. If the sparkling gold civilization still wants to keep its dignity, don't annoy me. Treating well. I will go to the World Bank headquarters in person and give an explanation to the sparkling gold people." The two twins still wanted to be stubborn. "You are a sparkling gold person. You should obey the elders' counsel. Get lost." The two sparkling gold people were so scared that they quickly got into the car, reversed and turned around and fled. Luke turned around and walked towards his car, and the golden armor disappeared from his body piece by piece into golden light. His face was very bad. He had worn pan. But he didn't expect that he would eventually leave the road. After getting into the car, Agatha asked, "What happened? Is it related to Director Ian? I will take care of this matter." Knowing that Luke was in a bad mood, Agatha did not continue to ask about Ian. "Whatever you need me to do, just tell me. Also, are you a shining gold?" "No. I just happen to be able to use the power of shining gold. This time, I will definitely be mistaken for a shining gold by the Shining Gold Council of Elders. If Shining Gold investigates me, it will cause a lot of trouble for the Empire." Now Agatha is no longer in a hurry. "Come on. No matter if it's an angel, a dragon, or a shining gold, we will deal with it together." "Okay. Let's deal with it together. I know how to deal with those dragons. How to deal with them. Speaking of reason, they don't understand. So use their rules. Fight? Hasn't Qigong fought before? I think it worked well. I've never seen you fight before. Can you do it? If not, I'll do it. I'm sure you can do it." The trip to Zedijia Hills was a complete transformation. And after facing the abyss, it was even better. Luke was very confident in his current strength. At this time, Agatha suddenly asked, "The sound was in trouble, and it was related to you, and it caused such a big reaction from the shining gold. Is it because she likes you? Women's intuition is really hateful." Chapter 453 Dragon's Nest. After the golden man left, Luke's convoy traveled smoothly. Along the way, you can see that the city has become much more depressed. People walked hurriedly and looked up at the sky vigilantly from time to time. The appearance of a dragon is enough to cause panic. Not to mention that there are 16 dragons this time. They took turns to harass the sky above St. Louis City at all times. Moreover, these guys have a great appetite and only eat meat, in order to prevent them from choosing people to fill their stomachs. The Empire has been providing them with meat continuously. Recently, these dragons like roasted whole cows. Now there are 100 chefs making barbecue for them. Speaking of dragons, Agatha felt a headache. Luke temporarily put aside the issue of sound. He believed that his public use of the ancient golden language would make the Golden Elders Council treat this matter with caution. After all, the storm of the Golden Elders being assassinated by the Shadow Clan has not subsided. The angels suddenly descended on St. Louis City. And then the Dragon Clan came again. In this big change, the Golden people will not regard the Empire, with an uncertain trump card, as their primary enemy. Now let's deal with these dragons first. Bad things may not be impossible to turn into good things. Hearing the dragon's diet, Luke asked, "Do these big guys pay for their meals? What do you think?" "Definitely not. It won't work if we don't pay. Our cattle are not blown by the wind." "How much does it cost to feed these dragons?" Agatha roughly calculated, "About 1.5 million Reichsmarks a day. Take 10 million from them. How much do they lose a day by occupying the steel mill? Also about 1.5 million Reichsmarks. We can't let the factory owners who pay taxes to the Empire suffer such a big loss. And let these dragons pay 10 million for accommodation and 10 million for food every day. With this money, the Empire should have no problem feeding these dragons." Agatha thought Luke was joking with her, and smiled and said, "Such a good thing. Of course, we should feed as many as we can. We will split the money 40% to 60%. I'll take 6 and you take 4. That's okay. Right?" Agatha's smile tightened. "You won't really let the dragon pay for this, will you?" Luke smiled and said, "You don't think the dragon can't afford this, do you?" Realizing that Luke was not joking, Agatha simply said, as long as you can make the dragon behave and not disrupt the normal lives of the residents of St. Louis City, and pay the money obediently. You will take 7 and I will take 3. Deal. Luke stretched out his hand, and Agatha slapped his palm heavily. Deal. The convoy left the city and soon arrived at the steel mill occupied by the dragons. At this time, there was no smoke coming out of the chimney of the steel mill, but the aroma of barbecue was wafting everywhere. The workers in the steel mill had long since fled without a trace, leaving only a city garrison army stationed outside the steel mill. Luke and Agatha got off the car, and the army commander immediately came to greet them. Agatha was the eldest princess of the empire, and Luke was also the commander of the city garrison corps. The officer saluted Agatha and Luke. Luke casually returned the salute, and then observed the situation in the steel mill. There was a high wall outside the steel mill, and the entrances and exits were now blocked by the military with iron fences, leaving only a small opening for personnel to enter and exit. The army was stationed on the side of the steel mill facing the city, and 8 steam airships were in a preheating state, and they could take off after removing the fixed ropes. There were rows of war machines neatly arranged under the awning, and a layer of camouflage net was laid on the awning. Other important military equipment were placed in the dug pits, and all of them were visually camouflaged. The St. Louis City Garrison Corps was one of the main corps of the empire. Although it was reorganized after the Fania coup, its quality was still very high. Waves of dragon roars came from the steel mill. The commander explained, the dragons have set up a lot of detection magic and magic traps in the steel mill. They should know that Her Royal Highness the Princess and the Marquis are coming. Luke opened the Thunder Fire Eye and looked at the steel mill. There were many special magic flows flowing above the steel mill. The Dragon Clan's artifact is the Rainbow Arch, and the Rainbow Arch's divinity is magic. Therefore, the Dragon Clan not only has a strong physique, but also has a strong ability to cast spells. The origin of magic in the secular world is the magic of the Dragon Clan. The steel plant in the vision of the Thunder Fire Eye was shrouded by various magical flows, and the colorful light was like a fairy tale world. Luke ordered, order all your airships to take off and enter the first level of combat readiness to let the dragon know that you will attack at any time. The commander was shocked when he heard the order. Captain, are you really going to go to war with the dragon? Are you scared? The commander looked embarrassed, but quickly adjusted his state, stood at attention and said loudly, afraid? But the city garrison corps resolutely executes the commander's order. After that, the commander led his officers to the camp. Soon the whole camp was surging. All the soldiers rushed to their positions, and the steamship quickly took off with white smoke. Agatha was afraid of affecting Luke's authority in the army, so she didn't say anything in front of his subordinates. She waited until the officers left before asking, aren't you afraid of angering the dragons and really fighting? Don't be fooled by the appearance of the dragons. They are all smart guys. At least most of them are smart. Their reckless behavior is actually a test of the strange world in their eyes, and also to see where our bottom line is. Don't worry. As long as they realize that we have the ability to fight a local war with them, and can defeat them in our home field, the dragons will not dare to go to war with us easily. After all, their primary opponent is not us. After listening to Luke's explanation, Agatha said, okay. You know more about ancient civilization than I do. I'll listen to you. The Empire is ready to kill 16 dragons here. That's the momentum we need. Go, into the dragon's nest. Luke, Agatha and their entourage walked towards the steel plant. The soldiers guarding the gate quickly removed the obstacles and opened the iron gate. Entering the steel plant, a layer of light mist quickly rose around. The factory buildings and buildings were looming in the mist, and a huge figure passed by in a flash. Agatha's close female official walked to the front and shouted loudly, Her Royal Highness Princess Agatha of the Golden Shield Empire, Lord Meteorite, the Marquis of Raging Waves, is here to visit and request to see the Golden Dragon King Tyron. The female officer's voice echoed in the quiet factory area, and a passage appeared in the mist. The team walked forward through the passage, and the view suddenly opened up after reaching an open area. The square was surrounded by high forts made of large steel ingots. A total of 16. There were 9 dragons lying on the high forts, staring with their eyes and looking down at the humans who came with a proud attitude. The scales of the 9 dragons were of different colors. The dragon in the middle was larger than the others, and the scales on its body shone with a golden color. He was the Golden Dragon King Tyron, who led these dragons across the ocean to St. Louis City. Agatha and Luke stepped forward and performed a noble salute to the Golden Dragon King Tyron. King Tyron blew out 2 puffs of smoke from his nose as a return gift. Agatha said, as the eldest princess of the Empire, "Respected Golden Dragon King Tyron, I came to visit this time to make a formal negotiation for the dragon series of disturbing behaviors in St. Louis City. I hope that the dragons can abide by the order we have established, so that the citizens of the Empire can travel safely and with peace of mind." King Tyron blew out 2 more puffs of smoke, and then said contemptuously, "When the dragons soared over this land, this was still a wasteland and forest. You are the latecomers. Why should the great dragons abide by your rules?" Luke stepped forward and said, "We have the strength to make you abide by the rules. At least in this land. We make the rules, and have the ability to enforce them." King Tyron looked at Luke. "You are arrogant." "Who are you?" "Meteor. The governor of Raging Wave City." "Raging Wave City. We have seen that city in the storm. It is very magnificent. I have seen you too. Moving forward in the storm is admirable. If you have seen the ancient wars, you will know that such storms are nothing to the dragons. If you know the power of the dragons, you will know how stupid your provocation is." Luke smiled and said, "Not long ago, an angel who had experienced the ancient war said the same thing. But unfortunately, she was defeated by an elf." King Tyron, "Do you want to verify whether we have the ability to protect the rules?" Luke's challenge angered the dragons. The other 8 dragons stood up from the high fortress and roared angrily. The elemental power was stimulated, and various colors of light condensed on the dragon's scales. As long as the Golden Dragon gave an order, they would immediately launch a full elemental magic bombardment on the provocateur. The Golden Dragon King Tyron stared at Luke, then raised his front paws, and the dragons immediately quieted down. Elf Chi-Kong, the Moonlight Queen. I heard that she defeated the first Holy Scripture Teresa. That angel had killed many dragons, and had fought with me many times. I thought Chi-Kong would come forward to challenge me, but I didn't expect it to be you. This makes me very disappointed and angry." Luke smiled and said, "If Miss Chi-Kong has to step in for everything, wouldn't it make the rest of us look incompetent? If we only have one Miss Chi-Kong, how can we set the rules on this land?" At this time, the black dragon closest to the Golden Dragon said, "King Tyron, according to his status, this human is not qualified to challenge you. Please let me fight. I will let him know what will happen if he provokes the dragon." King Tyron stared at Luke and nodded. With permission, the black dragon spread his wings and jumped down from the high fortress. He stood 10 meters tall, 15 meters long from head to tail, and his scales shone like obsidian. Shaking his body, his scales rubbed against each other and made a rustling sound. Seeing the black dragon so powerful, Agatha couldn't help but worry about Luke's safety. "I think it's too risky. Let's fight together. According to the weight class, we are the disadvantaged party." Luke said to Agatha, "My Highness, this is not a boxing match. And it's not about weight. You retreat to a safe area first. I have a helper." Agatha thought that the helper Luke was talking about was Chi-Kong, so she was relieved. "Be careful." Agatha led the other personnel to retreat outside the venue, and the dragons released magic together, using a barrier to circle one person and one dragon in the middle. Luke asked the black dragon, the black dragon that killed 4 imperial citizens in St. Louis City, "That was you, right?" The black dragon admitted straightforwardly, "It was me. The running iron box was too fragile and flattened with a little pressure." Luke said, "Hit and run resulting in death constitutes a traffic accident crime and should be sentenced to more than 7 years in prison. This is the law of the Empire, and the rules we set. If you beat me, you can break the rules, but if I beat you, you must serve your sentence in the Empire prison. That's your rule. It can't restrain the dragon." The black dragon didn't fall for Luke's trick, turned his butt, and swept his thick tail towards Luke. Luke didn't dodge and kicked at the dragon's tail. The collision of the 2 forces made a loud noise, and in a circle of ripples, the black dragon's tail was kicked back, and Luke also slid sideways for more than 10 meters. Since the fight has begun, Luke no longer hides his weakness. He summoned the greedy red dragon spear and held it in his hand. The thunderfire pupil in his right eye was activated. A circle of fire rose from his feet and steamed, and electric currents jumped around him. Fireworks spewed out of his nose, and his left eye became a vertical pupil dragon eye. A whirlwind of dragon power gushed out of Luke's body, and the wind pressure pushed towards the black dragon with power. "You are a dragon." "No. What are you?" When the black dragon saw Luke's changed appearance, All the scales on his neck stood up. Other dragons, including the golden dragon King Tyron, all stood up and hissed. They could all feel the dragon breath emanating from Luke. And the material used to make the gun was taken from the dragon's body. What am I? Look with your eyes. Facing the black dragon, Luke did not dare to be careless. The dragon pattern on the back of his right hand holding the gun flew out and turned into Taotai in the electricity and fire. Now Taotai is more majestic than before, with a golden red armor and a fire cloud and electric power under his feet. Even when facing a black dragon that is many times bigger than himself, Taotia's momentum is not weak at all. And the dragon's power is even better. Another weird dragon came and stunned the giant dragons. How did this hybrid come out? When Taotai came out, the golden dragon King Tyron was not as nervous as before. He snorted from his nose. And the other giant dragons all bowed their heads and lay down again. King Tyron glanced at Luke and also lay on the high fort. He didn't say anything, but kept looking at Taotai with unfathomable emotions. In the field, facing Luke and Taotai who exuded the pure dragon aura, the black dragon lost his previous arrogance. When he opened his eyes, he saw a person and an unknown creature that looked a bit like a dragon. When he closed his eyes, he felt two dragons. And the dragon-like creature that was summoned. How come it still felt like an ancient dragon? The black dragon took a defensive posture. He first used magic to strengthen the defense of the scales, then strengthened his own magic resistance, and then set up several shields around his body. With the chanting of the ancient dragon language, a magic circle unfolded, and the magic power accumulated in the magic circle was like a floating ghost turret. Luke didn't expect that the black dragon, who was the strongest among the dragons, would actually act like a turtle and fight for magic consumption. It's too unethical. Chapter 454 Mutual Friends. Since we are fighting magic, Luke changed his gun-holding posture. The Tanshi dragon spear looks like a spear, but in fact, it is a top-level magic wand. Luke has absorbed the fourth dose of the mysterious substance mixture aria of the Song of the Fire Cloud Tide. Although he still needs one dose to achieve the most perfect affinity with the fire element, it should be enough to deal with a black dragon. Luke pointed the spear, and Taotai flew into the air. Taotia's ancient dragon heritage has reached the final stage. The roar it made attracted the dragons to resonate in unison. After the dragons roared, they realized how to cheer for their opponents. Realizing that this dragon-like creature had an extraordinary origin, the dragons looked at the golden dragon King Tyron together. The golden dragon king lying on the high fortress remained silent and quietly watched the battle that was about to break out in the field. The dragons had no choice but to concentrate on maintaining the shield and pray for the black dragon in their hearts. Taotai circled in the air, and 5 magic circles appeared and rotated around it. The magic circles accumulated magic power, and air-to-ground bombing could be started at any time. Luke held the Tanshi dragon spear and hammered it heavily on the ground. A circle of ripples spread the floating soil, and another circle of ripples set off a wave of fire. 6 fire snakes formed by fire elements rose from the fire wave, with the snake heads facing the black dragon. The snake mouths opened, and a hot fireball condensed in the snake mouths. The sky above the field was covered with dark clouds. After a thunderbolt flashed in the clouds, the black clouds turned into red clouds. More and more lightning appeared. The initial lightning was white, but it produced a fusion reaction with the fire elements in the red clouds, and the white lightning turned into dark purple. The rumbling sound continued, and the electric chains in the clouds connected and combined into a continuous electric grid. However, this is not the end. Ancient dragon language was chanted from Luke's mouth, and 5 floating magic circles appeared around him. The array was aimed at the black dragon, and the magic power was condensed in the array, and the light became brighter and brighter. Seeing this scene, the black dragon immediately added several shields, and all the attack magic gathered by the floating magic circle was cancelled and changed to defensive magic. Layers of shields and protective shields protected the black dragon inside, and the dragon armor was also shining, raising the resistance to various magics to the highest level. This battle completely turned into a contest between shields and spears, to see who is better. Since you defend, then I will attack. After Luke finished speaking, the fire lightning pupil in his right eye burst into a strong purple light, and a purple lightning bolt struck down from the fire cloud. A shield moved above the black dragon to catch the thunderbolt, and the shield was instantly shattered, and the thunderbolt also scattered into scattered electric sparks and disappeared. A new shield was produced, and dense thunderbolts fell continuously. At the same time, The fire snake spewed fireballs, and the magic array around Luke and Taotai released magic beams at the same time, like a Gatling gun, saturating the firepower towards the black dragon. In the fire cloud in the sky, the fireball like a meteorite fell with a whistling sound. The spreading fire, thunder and magic energy merged into the tide and impacted the protective barrier around the venue. The ripples of fire climbed up the barrier, and the light inside the barrier was like a steel-making blast furnace. And it became brighter and brighter, so that people outside could no longer see what was happening on the screen. Agatha and her followers were all stunned. They had never seen such a fierce magic confrontation. Unlike the gorgeous battle between Clear Sky and the first Holy Scripture Teresa, the battle between Meteor and Black Dragon was simply brutal. The center of the battle was like a high-power exhaust fan, madly extracting magic elements from the entire area. The directional flow of magic elements formed colorful light bands, which then formed vortices and were sucked into the protective barrier. The roaring thunder seemed to tear the sky apart, and the shaking earth seemed like a volcano was about to erupt. The Golden Dragon King Tyrant stood up, spread his wings and roared loudly towards the sky. And all the dragons spread their wings and roared in response. In the sky, the dragons flying back from St. Louis City circled around the fire cloud, roaring one after another. The airship of the City Guard Corps came up. The gun ports on the side opened, and the magic projectiles were loaded and ready to fire. The accompanying guards stepped forward to protect Agatha behind them. Sandpaper and her sisters all floated up, their hair flying into combat mode, and Boiling set up magic cannons against the magic barrier. A war between the Golden Shield Empire and the Dragon Kingdom could break out at any time due to accidental discharge of guns. At this time, the magic frenzy behind the barrier came to an abrupt end. After all the brilliance was extinguished, the center of the battlefield had been bombed beyond recognition. The upturned soil was burned into glass by the high-temperature fire. 6 fire snakes were wrapped around the black dragon, binding his wings, wrapping around his neck, and shrinking his mouth. The black dragon struggled to fight with the fire snakes, but was still tied up by the fire snakes, and finally fell to the ground. The black dragon was blown up with smoke. Large pieces of dragon scales were uncovered, and the flesh was burnt. Taotai fell from the air, holding the black dragon's head with its front paws, and opened its mouth to bite its neck. I admit that we lost. Hearing that the Golden Dragon King Tyrant actually admitted defeat, Luke immediately stopped Taotai. Taotai flew back to Luke, shrank his body and rubbed back and forth on him a few times, then drilled into the back of his right hand and turned back into a dragon pattern. The dragons removed their protective barriers, and the dragons in the air fell into their respective towers one by one. The Golden Dragon King Tyrant recited a passage of dragon language, and the fire snakes that bound the black dragon suddenly turned into black charcoal, and then scattered into ashes. The black dragon stood up without saying a word, and after saluting King Tyrant, he jumped onto his tower, buried his head in his wings, and laid down. It should be me who fights you. The Golden Dragon squatted on the tower. His attitude was still arrogant, but his tone was much calmer, and he even used honorifics. Black Dragon Bale is not enough to be your opponent, whether in terms of strength or status. Seeing such a big change in the attitude of the Golden Dragon King Tyrant, Luke immediately understood that he must have seen the inheritance of Taotai. This is an old dragon. He should respect Bonnet, who has become a dragon soul. Since the Golden Dragon King Tyrant didn't say it, Luke also played a mystery with him. It's not too late for you to come down now. Taotai and I are looking forward to fighting with you. The Golden Dragon looked at the airship pressing down from the sky, and then looked at Luke. If we fight now, I'm afraid we can't restrain our subordinates. War is not what I want, and it should not be what you want either. Luke replied, we love peace, but in order to protect the citizens of the Empire, we are not against war. At this time, Agatha came to Luke's side. She didn't know the tacit understanding that Luke and the Golden Dragon King Tyrant had just reached, so she was very careful to guard against the dragons. In front of them, a black dragon was beaten into this state, and I am afraid that these dragons will be angry. However, what Agatha did not expect was that the Golden Dragon King Tyrant actually said, I apologize to you for the trouble we have caused to your country these days. I promise that the dragons will not enter the sky above the city at will. So he gave in? Is this the Golden Dragon King? When Agatha's brain was in a state of confusion, Luke said, no. We hope that the dragons will often visit the sky above the Empire, and put a little pressure on other guests of the Empire. But please don't chase the airships, and don't threaten the safety of the citizens of the Empire. The Golden Dragon King Tyron smiled. This is also the purpose of our coming to St. Louis City. If you don't like those guests, let us put pressure on them. Agatha looked at the Golden Dragon, then at Luke, wondering why the two people, who met for the first time, smiled at the same treacherous smile. Agatha leaned close to Luke and whispered, "What are you and these dragons plotting?" Luke replied, "We are not plotting anything now. But we found that these dragons are potential allies." Allies? Agatha looked at the dragon standing on the high ramparts around her in disbelief, and was somewhat uncomfortable with this rapid change of camp. Luke whispered, "It is not suitable to talk too deeply here. I will find an opportunity to meet King Tyron alone to see how well the Empire and the dragons can cooperate. I know that you will definitely be able to solve the trouble caused by the dragons when you come to the Imperial capital. But I didn't expect it to be solved in this way." Agatha hesitated and asked, "Since they are allies, do you still want the food and accommodation expenses? If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Even if they are allies, we can't support them for nothing. We must pay them." Luke turned to the Golden Dragon King Tyrone and said, "Since you have decided to abide by our rules, then, can you settle the food expenses for these days? In addition, you occupy this steel plant, and the daily reduction in steel production is also a huge loss for us. It is your honor for the dragon to visit your city. Do I have to pay for eating a few of your cows and occupying an unmanned steel plant?" Luke said, "King Tyrone, you are an ancient dragon who has experienced ancient wars. So don't lie with your eyes open. Can a few cows feed your 16 dragons? And the cows we supply you are not ordinary cows. The wild cows you ate before were all unmanaged and ran around. They ate muddy grass covered with feces and drank sewage with mud. The meat of that kind of beef has no taste and smells fishy. The cows we supply you are raised in clean farms. They eat feed made from a mixture of various grains every day. And the water they drink must be purified through 38 processes. The cows that can be sent to you have to go through layers of selection. We don't want cows that are too small, too old, or with low intelligence. Dear dragons, don't you think that the texture and taste of the beef provided by the Empire are much better than the cows you ate before?" Speaking of the beef he had eaten recently, the dragon nodded with deep feeling. "Although I don't know how the intelligence of cattle affects the taste of beef. Beef with high intelligence is indeed delicious. The meat is tender, not loose, and not sticky. It tastes much better than the wild buffalo I ate before. Another reason why the dragon is so keen on going out is that he eats too much." The Golden Dragon King Tyron thought about it. He led the dragon group to the St. Louis city of the Golden Shield Empire in order to find out what the angels wanted to do here. But after a period of exploration, nothing was found. The dragon's target is too big, and he is not familiar with human cities. If he wants to find out more information, he needs local people to be his eyes and ears. The dragons have been doing whatever they want these days, but they try not to hurt anyone, just to force the Empire to send people to negotiate and occupy a favorable negotiating position. Now the Golden Shield Empire is not as weak as it seems on the surface. An El Qicong can defeat the first Saint Teresa, and the mysterious human in front of him is not weaker than himself. I don't know how many such powerful people are hidden in the Golden Shield Empire. Fortunately, both parties have a common friend and can reach a certain degree of cooperation. The first step of the plan can be said to be achieved in excess. As for paying a meal fee and land occupation fee, such trivial matters do not need to be too much. Besides, beef is indeed delicious and must be very expensive. Okay, I admit that dragons eat a lot compared to you humans, and we drove the people in this factory away. How much do we need to pay for this?" Luke said, "The food cost is 10 million imperial marks per day. And the accommodation cost is also 10 million imperial marks." The Golden Dragon King Tyron said, "I don't understand the value of the imperial mark. A piece of paper can actually buy things. Let's pay with gold. Do you accept gold?" Agatha didn't expect that King Tyron would not even bargain, but directly accepted such an outrageous offer, and paid with gold. Who would have thought that Meteorite would actually consider it for a while, and said with embarrassment, "I'm sorry, King Tyron. The Golden Shield Empire has abolished the use of precious metals as currency circulation. Moreover, the gold collected by the dragons is all raw ore, which is mixed with many impurities. It needs to be refined to make jewelry. Your Highness, the Empire's excess gold is used to make tableware. It's really useless for us to have too much gold." Seeing that Luke didn't even want gold, Agatha knew that he must be thinking about better things in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Agatha said distressfully. Gold is so heavy. It's too inconvenient to use it as currency. Now gold is just a beautiful metal for us. And it's even worse than steel in terms of practical use. The Golden Dragon King Tyran sighed. I didn't expect that you humans have seen the essence of gold. They are just beautiful metals. Besides gold, what else do you accept as currency? Dragons like to collect shiny things. Dragon Country has abundant gold reserves. So each dragon's lair stores a lot of gold. And King Tyrone even owns a mountain of gold. But collecting gold is just a hobby of dragons. They don't value gold. After all, it can't be eaten. And dragons don't use gold to trade. Seeing that King Tyrone agreed to trade with other items, Luke said, now in the human world, steam technology has been widely used. And fire crystals used to provide heat for steam engines are consumables. I know that Dragon Country has a huge reserve of fire crystals. If the dragons are willing to use fire crystals to pay for food and accommodation, I think Her Royal Highness the Princess will be very happy to accept this deal. Hearing that Dragon Country has a huge reserve of fire crystals, Agatha immediately said, the Empire is very willing to accept fire crystals. Fire crystals? The Golden Dragon King Tyran thought of those red crystals that can generate heat. There are indeed a lot of such crystals in Dragon Country. Much more than gold. Apart from generating heat, the dragons do not think that such stones have any use. It is more cost-effective to exchange fire crystals for beef than to pay with gold. Okay. But if the amount is too large, you need to go to Dragon Country to dig and transport it yourself. No problem. Luke did not expect King Tyran to ask him to go to Dragon Country to dig fire crystals. So there was no need to be polite. Can our ship be guaranteed to be safe when going to Dragon Country? When you go to my territory, bring more delicious beef for my children. They will ensure your safety. The price of the beef they eat will be deducted from the fire crystals. King Tyran didn't even ask how many fire crystals he could exchange for a cow. He could dig as many crystals as he wanted, as they were useless to dragons. Chapter 455. The Wind and the Water Turn. The generosity of the Golden Dragon King Tyran surprised Luke. Although the fire crystal is of no use to the dragons, they certainly know what the fire crystal means to the secular world. It is the blood of industrialization. Without the fire crystal, the city has no electricity. The factory cannot produce. The trains and ships will stop running. And the civilization of the entire secular world will regress to the era of swords and magic. Now with the high development of industry, the demand for fire crystals in all industrial countries has increased exponentially. And because the Dragon Country has a huge reserve of fire crystal mines, it has attracted many countries to send people to negotiate. But the reclusive dragons completely closed off contact with the outside world and did not accept any form of fire crystal trading. Delicious beef can be exchanged for the right to mine fire crystals? Luke did not believe it. The only explanation is that Dragon Soul Bonnet has a big enough face. And the dragons feel pressure. And they don't know where the pressure comes from. Using the pretext of trade. Using fire crystals that are worthless to the Dragon Kingdom to show goodwill to a powerful country in the secular world. It is difficult to say who has taken the biggest advantage in this transaction. It can be regarded as a win-win situation. And everyone is happy. After understanding King Tyran's intentions, Luke felt less guilty about digging up fire crystals. Deal. I will notify the City of Raging Waves as quickly as possible and select the best quality beef to be sent to the Dragon Kingdom. The Imperial Palace will send the best chefs to cook for the dragons. Golden Dragon King Tyran nodded and said, I know how to deal with you humans. Today's meeting ends here. We all need to prepare for the next meeting. By the way, Black Dragon Bale will be taken away by you to accept the punishment he deserves. Golden Dragon King Tyran's words once again surprised everyone, including the dragons. Luke didn't even think about taking the Black Dragon away. Although there was a precedent with the Demon Tyrant. The Demon Tyrant was a lone man, and it was okay to bully him. But the Black Dragon Bale was backed by the entire Dragon clan. Catching him to serve his sentence would certainly boost the spirit of St. Louis City. But it would greatly hurt the face of the Dragon clan. The Black Dragon, who was resting and recovering from his injuries, stuck his head out from under his wings. He asked King Tyran in confusion, My king, are you really going to let me be insulted by these inferior creatures? The Golden Dragon King Tyran said, If you think this is an insult, then treat this experience as a training. Use your eyes to see the different world outside. Those inferior creatures that we despise have made rules here, and have the ability to guard the rules. Since we cannot break the rules, we must abide by them. 7 years is just a short moment for the life of a dragon. But for you, it may completely change your future destiny. I believe that the Marquis of Meteorite will not really imprison a black dragon as a prisoner. Luke met the gaze of the Golden Dragon King Tyron and answered, of course. It is a waste to lock up a black dragon. The Black Dragon Barl respected the Golden Dragon King Tyron very much. Even though he was unwilling. He nodded and agreed. Black Dragon Barl obeys your order. Luke saluted the Golden Dragon King Tyron with Agatha. We have received the goodwill of the dragons. And we will definitely return it with goodwill. The Empire will arrange a formal meeting with the dragons as soon as possible. I hope the friendship between the dragons and the Golden Shield Empire will be strong and long-lasting. The Golden Dragon King Tyron and the dragons returned the salute to Luke and Agatha. And the Black Dragon Barl jumped down from the high fortress. The dragons are indeed strong. The Black Dragon, which was just weakened by the magic bombardment, now seems to be in good condition. Luke and Agatha led the team to leave the steel mill. The city guards received the order to lift the combat readiness, and all units returned to their bases. The convoy escorted the walking Black Dragon Barl back to St. Louis City. In this incident, except for the trusted personnel who followed Luke and Agatha into the steel mill, outsiders did not know what really happened inside. They could only believe what they saw. Princess Agatha and the governor of Raging Wave City, Marquis Meteorite, bravely broke into the steel mill occupied by the dragons. Soon, a high-intensity magic confrontation occurred in the steel mill. The dragons hovered in the air and manipulated the fire clouds to bomb downwards. A part of the city guards outside the steel mill pressed forward as a whole. And a full-scale war between humans and dragons was about to break out. However, what everyone did not expect was that Princess Agatha and Governor of Raging Waves, Marquis Meteor, came out of the dragon's nest unscathed. Although we do not know what kind of confrontation took place inside, it is not difficult to guess the final result from the escort of a black dragon. Since flying to St. Louis City, the dragons that have been domineering and arrogant have become cowardly. They handed over the culprit, who caused the death, and promised not to threaten the safety of ordinary citizens again. This made the citizens who have been troubled by the dragons feel proud. First, Miss Clear Sky defeated the angel above the palace. Then the princess and Governor Meteor bravely broke into the dragon's nest and made the dragon bow down. The national prestige is so strong that the people's hearts and morale are greatly boosted. St. Louis City has regained its former prosperity. Now when citizens see the dragon flying over the city, they are no longer afraid. Instead, they admire the dragon's majesty with full pride. Meteorite has returned to the imperial capital. And once it arrived, it completely dealt with the dragon. All the undercurrents in the imperial court have been lurking again. Now the empire's ruling class, headed by the Queen Regent, with Princess Agatha and the Governor of Fury City, Marquis Meteorite, as the core, can no longer be easily overthrown by internal factors of the court. The officials and nobles whose interests have been damaged can only rely on the second Prince Fania, the grandson of the Emperor Sinclair, and the ancient civilizations that have frequently changed. The spy of the Imperial Secret Service lurking in the Templar Knights found out that an unknown person donated a large sum of money, and the Templar Knights have officially changed their name to the Templar Knights. At the same time, the angels in the Silver Manor met with several leaders of the Templar Knights and issued some strange tasks. For example, what special things happened in St. Louis City after the Elder of the Golden Man was attacked and killed? No matter how big or small the matter is, as long as there are unusual events, they are all collected and reported to the Silver Manor. There is also the St. Louis City branch of the World Bank. There is intelligence that a group of Golden Men arrived quietly. Other intelligence shows that an official met with the Golden Man in private. But it is unknown what they talked about. In the palace, Queen Christina, Princess Agatha, and Luke sat together for a small meeting. The palace seems to be stable now. But in fact some people are ready to make a last stand. If they don't move, they may never have another chance. Although Queen Christina has never left the palace, she has her own judgment on the potential crisis in the palace. Agatha said, before the Spring War began, many people were waiting for the Snow Army to be defeated by the Ark County Alliance, so that they could take the opportunity to launch a coup and welcome Alex or Sinclair back to the imperial capital. Now the trend of the war in the north has completely overturned their predictions. The Snow Army did not let the Ark County Alliance take any advantage. As the fleet of Raging City gains control of the sea, the war in the north is gradually developing in a direction that is favorable to the Empire. At this time, we must not take the enemies within the palace lightly. We must prevent them from retaliatory destruction. Venting destruction often causes greater losses than a real coup. The World Bank has recently cancelled many cooperation projects, some of which are secret research and development projects launched by the Empire through private financing. The World Bank can find them accurately, which means that someone has informed on them. The World Bank suddenly targeted the Empire, obviously targeting the meteorite. Queen Christina and Agatha waited for Luke to speak, but Luke's mind was obviously not here. He stared at the pendulum of the clock beside him, his thoughts flying to somewhere unknown. Meteor. Agatha called Luke's name in a low voice, and when he still didn't respond, she patted his hand on the armrest of the sofa. Oh! Luke came back to his senses and asked, "What were we talking about?" "Let's talk about the World Bank's cancellation of the cooperation project," Agatha said with concern. "There are indeed a lot of things happening recently. If you are tired, go back and rest first." Luke stretched his body and said, "No, I'm not tired. I'm just thinking about how to make good use of the relationship established with the Dragon Clan. Let's continue talking about the World Bank. First of all, we need to make it clear that although the Golden People have always stated that they do not interfere in politics, the World Bank can influence the direction of many events even if it does nothing. Not to mention that they have secretly done many things that violate the principles they have set. Then, the World Bank is the biggest obstacle for the Empire to implement the World Economic Strategic Layout in the future. As long as the gold and silver certificates issued by the World Bank are recognized as freely circulated currencies in the world, the World Bank can launch comprehensive economic sanctions against the Empire at any time. Although this level of economic sanctions will seriously shake the credit of the World Bank, the Golden People dare not launch it easily now. But as long as the interests involved are sufficient, the Golden People will launch it without hesitation. After Luke's reminder, Queen Christina and Agatha finally realized the seriousness of the matter. For a long time, the World Bank has made gold and silver certificates a world currency with its good credit and absolute neutrality. This impression is imprinted in everyone's mind, and they think it is natural and even unquestionable. But as the waves between ancient civilizations reemerge, the Golden Man has become less principled. Terminating part of the cooperation is a bad start, even if the Golden Man gives a legitimate reason. If the Empire threatens the safety of the Golden Man, will they force the world to prohibit trading with the Empire? This strategy is to hurt the enemy 800 and hurt yourself 1,000. The credit of the World Bank has collapsed as a whole, and it is unknown whether the Empire can survive. In this situation, you can't expect the other party to have morals and principles, and you can't bet that the other party doesn't dare to do it. So, this time it's not a personal grudge. It's a game of national destiny that concerns the survival of the Empire. What should the Empire do? Queen Christina has great confidence in Luke. Luke said, improve the international status of the Reichsmark. Encourage merchants to use the Reichsmark for international trade through preferential policies. Establish a free economic trade zone centered on the Empire, and the currencies of the member states of the trade zone can be freely exchanged and used. As long as these 2 points are done well, the Empire can create an economic barrier. Even if the World Bank launches comprehensive sanctions, the Empire can use this barrier to compete with the World Bank. If we want to win the war thoroughly, we need to change the world trade system from the gold standard to the energy standard. Queen Christina and Agatha stared at Luke, and from their expressions, we can tell that they basically didn't understand. Luke had to explain. The reason why gold coupons have become world currency is that one factor is the credit of the World Bank and the Golden Man, and another factor is that the Golden Man has the most gold mines with the largest reserves. A gold coupon can be exchanged for a unit of gold at the World Bank at any time, as long as the status of gold as a general equivalent is not shaken. The status of the World Bank will be difficult to shake. In the future, the only thing that can shake the status of gold is energy. Fire crystal is an energy source that has been discovered to be easy to mine and use. It is now widely used in various fields. In the future, the world's demand for fire crystal will increase. The important thing is, fire crystal is a consumable material. You have to buy it after it is used up. Whoever can stipulate what to buy with fire crystal will be qualified to replace the World Bank. This time Queen Christina and Agatha understood. In fact, when countries began to abolish metal currency, the shortcomings of precious metals as currency were no longer acceptable. But the inertia of thinking still made people like to use gold to measure value. People are used to using gold coupons, but not many people take gold coupons to the World Bank to exchange for gold. After all, gold is not consumed much in other places except for luxury goods. The consumption of energy by industrialization has rapidly raised the status of fire crystal, which was originally of little value. Not all countries have fire crystal ore, and those that have fire crystal ore may not be enough, so they have to buy it. Of course, gold coupons are used in the current international market for fire crystal ore transactions. If at this time, the largest fire crystal ore supplier in the international market says, "My fire crystal ore only accepts the currency of the Golden Shield Empire," then the country that needs fire crystal ore must trade with the empire in exchange for imperial marks, and then buy fire crystal ore. Fire crystal ore is a rigid demand. The higher the industrialization and the better the economy, the more dependent it is on fire crystal ore. At that time, the World Bank wanted to impose an economic blockade on the Golden Shield Empire, and the countries that needed fire crystals were the first to refuse. And what's so good about gold coupons? The circulation of gold in the international market is so low. How can it be as good as fire crystals, which need to be burned every day? The golden people do not have the world's largest reserves of fire crystals. The place with the most fire crystals is in Dragon Country. There is no fire crystal mine on the territory of Dragon Country now, but there will be one soon. Agatha asked Luke, "Has the ship from Fury City to Dragon Country left?" Luke smiled and said, "It has left, carrying a full ship of frozen beef and mining equipment." The Golden Dragon King Tyrant also sent 3 dragons to lead the way to ensure that the fleet can arrive in Dragon Country smoothly and mine fire crystals in King Tyrant's territory. Queen Christina asked, "When will you meet King Tyrant again?" The Empire needs to deepen cooperation with Dragon Country, and it would be best to reach a comprehensive strategic alliance for fire crystal mines. I'm preparing. I believe the dragons are very willing to see the golden people suffer a setback. It's really a matter of time. Chapter 456, Another Fight. When the whole world still trusted gold, Luke knew that it was a historical trend for energy to replace gold. Under his promotion, the Golden Shield Empire began to lay out the world economic strategy, and the World Bank of the Shining Gold Civilization was included in the ranks of strategic opponents. Queen Christina ordered the establishment of an international energy trading center in Raging Waves City. The Imperial Bank and the Raging Waves City Bank jointly established the Raging Waves Energy Bank, appointed the Marquis of Meteorite as the Minister of Energy of the Empire. Meteorite nominated and appointed relevant officials as the Director of the International Energy Trading Center and the President of the Raging Waves City Energy Bank, with Raging Waves City as the center. The Empire's energy strategic layout was fully implemented. As soon as the order was issued, Luke officially visited the Golden Dragon King Tyran from Dragon Country as the Minister of the Imperial Cabinet and Minister of Energy, which was regarded as the official recognition of the Empire that the dragons were legally visiting the Imperial capital. When Luke went to visit King Tyran, Chi Kong received an invitation from the Silver Manor. First, the Holy Scripture Teresa invited Chi Kong to the temple to fulfill the promise after the battle over the palace that day. Another battle. Time, now. Location, here. After Chi Kong received the invitation, she immediately set out for the appointment. After the dragon came to St. Louis City, she wanted to continue her efforts and fight the dragon again, but was stopped by Luke. Now Teresa took the initiative to challenge Chi Kong, who was bored, immediately took control of her body. The carriage drove out of the museum, and the Moonlight Knights escorted it on horseback. The red scarves on the knights' necks were very recognizable, and people and vehicles they met along the way took the initiative to avoid them, and some even bowed. Jennifer sat opposite Chi Kong with the sheriff in her arms. She looked at the scene outside the window and couldn't help saying, "Miss Chi Kong is really popular in St. Louis City. I heard from the housekeeper that when the museum opens every morning, there will be a lot of flowers outside, as well as letters written by your admirers." The black cat yawned with his mouth wide open, and then said, "When I patrolled Her Majesty's territory on the roof at night, I often saw Caesar's car passing by. I know his home is not near here at all. He is plotting against you. Do you want me to teach him a lesson?" "Okay. You can help me teach him a lesson." Black Cat didn't expect that Her Majesty the Queen would actually let him teach Caesar a lesson. This is somewhat inconsistent with Her Majesty's usual character. Black Cat said in embarrassment, "Caesar often brings me dried fish, and I can't do it. But I will arrange my servants to do it. And I guarantee that Caesar will have an unforgettable memory." Jennifer stroked Black Cat's head. "Miss Chi Kong is joking with you. Caesar is now the Deputy Minister of Security of St. Louis City, and was recently promoted to the Director of the Upper City Security Department. If you beat him, it will cause trouble for the Marquis of Meteorite." Chi Kong smiled. Poor little cat. Eating someone else's dried fish. And you don't even know why the dried fish came. Jennifer blushed first, then touched her chest. But I am a half dead without even a heart. The black cat looked up and said, what does this have to do with whether you have a heart? Do you know why I allowed you to hold me? It's because you don't have a heartbeat and won't disturb my sleep. Chi Kong said, you want to have a heart? Just say it earlier. Jennifer looked at Chi Kong with a light in her eyes. Can I really have a heart again? A real beating heart. Of course. Hearing that Jennifer wanted a real heart, Chi Kong stopped talking. And after thinking about it, he said solemnly, you should know what a real heart means. You are no longer a half-dead. And you don't have a near-eternal life. Jennifer said without thinking, my life ended when I was 18. For 100 years, I was trapped underground with the dead. And my body has never been warm. Although Miss Chi Kong has warmed my body again. This body temperature does not belong to me. I want to live again. Chi Kong looked at Jennifer. And after a while, he apologized on behalf of Luke with apology. I put almost all my energy on learning and experiments all day. So I ignored your feelings. I am very happy that you can tell me your true thoughts. I will fulfill your wish. But as a price, you will turn into a star in the sky after you die. Jennifer smiled and said, it's really romantic to be able to turn into stars after death. Black Cat stared at Chi Kong. He was usually talkative. But now, he was silent. After Chi Kong looked over, he quickly lowered his head and pretended to fall asleep. Jennifer asked again, when can I have a heart again? When the world tree becomes a divine artifact. I think it should be soon. Chi Kong recalled the current research progress of the Dust team and couldn't help but sigh that the troll Laconia was really a great priest-level ancient linguist. With the assistance of 2 assistants who were proficient in ancient languages, Dragon Soul Bonnet and Demon Tyrant, Laconia had found the underlying logic of the world tree language. As long as he understood the divinity represented by the world tree, he could write the world tree language. Once the basic grammar is formed, the world tree can be promoted to a divine weapon. Alas, I don't know how long this leisurely life can last. The convoy stopped, and Modesty opened the car door from the outside. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the temple. When Chi Kong got off the carriage, he saw a row of Templar knights, wearing full-body armor standing outside the gate of the Silver Manor. All the armors were of the same standard, with a high imitation of angel armor, and angel wings behind the helmet as decoration. The only weapon was the angel sword. Although the Imperial Secret Service allowed the development of the Templar Knights, it did not really allow them to equip any weapons. The current Templar Knights may still have the ability to fight against the City Security Bureau. Once the Empire mobilizes the City Garrison Corps, the Templar Knights will be a group of thugs. Chi Kong looked in other directions again. On both sides of the street, the Templar Knights and the sheriffs patrolled side by side. Wherever the Templar Knights went, the sheriffs followed. Facing each other across the street, they did not communicate or provoke each other, but maintained a certain tacit understanding. A Templar Knight captain came up to greet her. Miss Chi Kong, welcome. The Holy Scripture Lady Teresa is waiting in the temple first. Please follow me. Entering the Silver Manor, you can also see the figure of the Templar Knights. In order to find the artifact, the angels had to rely on the power of the locals. Passing through the garden and the square, entering the main building of the manor, Chi Kong saw Teresa. Teresa was not wearing armor, but a traditional angel robe, and her wings were hidden. She took Chi Kong to a sunroom, where the spring sun shone through the glass, making the whole room warm. There were trees and flowers in the room, and the air was moist with a faint natural scent. Teresa invited Chi Kong to sit around a white jade tea table, and also made a cup of tea for her in the way humans entertain guests. I found that the lifestyle of human nobles is really suitable for angels. Basking in the sun, drinking tea, lying in a comfortable chair, and imagining the world of illusion in my heart. Chi Kong took a sip of tea. I came here to fight as scheduled. Now that the tea has been drunk, go to the venue you arranged. It's a beautiful building. Don't destroy it. Teresa didn't expect Chi Kong to fight as soon as he arrived. She smiled and poured Chi Kong another cup of tea, saying, I invited Her Majesty to the temple, in addition to fulfilling the agreement to fight again last time. I have a few questions. I hope Your Majesty can answer them truthfully. Any more questions? Chi Kong looked at Luke, who was talking to the Golden Dragon King Tyron about fire crystal mining. So Chi Kong didn't call Luke's consciousness, but said to Teresa, my time is very tight. I put down a book I like very much in order to keep the appointment. If you have any questions, I will answer them when I have time. If you don't want to fight, I will go back. Qi stood up. Teresa asked. Your Majesty, did anything special happen the night you killed the Shadow Clan assassin? Qi ignored her and turned away. Teresa stood up and said, If I fight you, would you be willing to answer this question? Qi stopped, turned back and said with a smile, I will only tell you if you beat me. I want to hear the truth. Of course it's the truth. Teresa's wings spread out behind her, and a step down appeared on the floor. Your Majesty, the duel field is ready. Qi looked at the step down. It's daytime, and I can't even see the sky. If you lose again, don't make excuses to say I bullied you. Of course, Your Majesty. Qi walked down the stairs with Jennifer, and Teresa entered, and the floor returned to its original state. The underground was a space opened up by angels, and the ground still retained the magic circle used to find the artifact. When Qi entered the space, the angel inside activated the magic circle, trying to find the breath of the artifact from Qi. But the magic circle did not respond as usual. Teresa, who followed him down, was a little disappointed. On the night when Archangel Gold sensed the breath of the artifact, a major event occurred in St. Louis City. That is, the Shadow Clan assassin who assassinated the Elder of the Golden Man was killed by Qi, and the body was handed over to the Golden Man. As an elf, Qi has such a large energy reserve and can use time and space skills. Her strength is incredible. Does her power come from the artifact? It is with this inference that Teresa invited Qi to the Silver Manor. As long as it is confirmed that Qi is related to the artifact, the angels will trap her in this space and interrogate the whereabouts of the artifact. Although the magic circle has not sensed the artifact, it cannot be judged that Qi has nothing to do with the artifact. The Dragon Clan has come to St. Louis City, and a group of Shining Gold people have also secretly entered the St. Louis City branch of the World Bank. I don't know if the Shadow Clan and the demons have come in, but it is likely that they have come in. Therefore, any clues related to the artifact must not be missed. If the battle between Qi and the Shadow Clan attracted the breath of the artifact, Teresa decided to force the artifact out even if it cost her life. The angels in the space dispersed and built a defensive barrier together. Qi asked Jennifer to hold the sheriff to a safe place to watch the battle. Teresa walked to the center of the field, and every step she took, a white angel armor component was embedded in her body. The wings spread out. The holy light was like water. The angel sword was held in her hand, and the holy flames erupted in all directions. On the other side, Qi also walked into the field, and every step she took, a golden armor component was embedded in her body. The wings of light spread out. The king's majesty was like a prison. The ancient rock machete was held in the right hand, and the armor of the right hand turned white. The left hand held the golden sword, and the golden light reflected the holy flame into gold. Shining Gold Man. Teresa saw Qi appearance, and her expression was difficult to remain calm. A few days ago, the governor of Niteo City wore the armor of the Shining Gold Man. Today, Qi also wore the armor of the Shining Gold Man. What is going on? Qi said, Correction. I am not the Shining Gold Man. Who are you? No. Who are you and Meteorite? Qi smiled and said, I will tell you if you win. Of course. I will only answer one question. You must think about which one to ask. Qi eyes turned into ice crystal eyes, and green patterns appeared on her face. She didn't wait for Teresa's response. Her body disappeared in a golden light, and appeared in front of Teresa when she reappeared. The machete with holy flames and the golden sword with golden light attacked Teresa in two completely different ways, but with perfect coordination. The Shining Gold Man has almost no shortcomings in close combat ability, and the authoritative potential energy they emit in battle is more oppressive than the dragon's might. The golden armor has extremely high defense, and the golden sword has terrifying cutting power. After the once lax angels were conquered by the Shining Gold Man, the Shining Gold Man passed on his combat training system to the angels in order to train the combat angels. Therefore, angels are also good at close combat, but they are still one level lower than the Shining Gold Man in close combat, and they must use their own innate skills and magic to assist. Therefore, when Teresa saw Qi, who was dressed in golden armor, attacking, she did not dare to fight head-on. She flapped her wings to evade nimbly, and at the same time released magic to increase her defense. and then released holy flames and shot out steel feathers to limit Qigong's space. Qigong struck the air, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Then, in the time delay, he pulled out multiple figures and swung golden light gas slashes at Teresa. Teresa's wings turned into silver wings under the effect of divine magic. The wings gathered forward to block all the gas slashes, and then a holy flame was spread out to spray at many figures in Qigong. The time delay ended, and Qigong's figure gathered into one. She waved her wings of light and flew into the air, shaking to avoid the arrows that swept in. At the moment when Teresa's view was blocked by the group of arrows, her figure flashed and came in front of Teresa again. Swing the sword and cut again. Teresa used the flying posture to dodge. But Qigong was also flying, and her mobility was not inferior to that of an angel. Qigong chased Teresa and attacked, forcing Teresa to summon a shield to deal with a torrential attack. Teresa released the first holy scripture to save herself, and Qigong released the spiritual artifact to entangle the first holy scripture. Teresa released the holy flame to try to burn off the Qigong, who was constantly entangled, and Qigong released the holy flame to fight fire with fire. Teresa spread her wings and turned them into a dense cloud of feather arrows, and Qigong spread her light wings and used the ancient golden language to turn them into countless golden flying swords. In this not-so-large space, the two of them released their offensive and defensive skills in a saturated manner, and the aftermath of the attack hit the angels who maintained the protective shield, and they all tried their best to stabilize their bodies. Chapter 457 The Attitude of the Dragons. Qigong and Teresa were fighting fiercely in the silver manor, and Luke and the Golden Dragon King Tyrant also talked about the most critical topic in the steel plant. In order to keep it secret, the dragon used magic to open up an independent space for this meeting. In the space, colorful magic flows freely. Luke sat in a crystal chair, and the Golden Dragon King Tyrant lay opposite him. There was a circular pool between the man and the dragon, and the pool reflected the map of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is a large island deep in the sea, surrounded by thousands of small islands and countless reefs. The island belt is surrounded by thick fog all year round, isolating most outsiders from the outside. Before the ancient war, dragons were active in every corner of the world, and most of the legends about dragons came from that period. After the ancient war, all the surviving dragons returned to Dragon Country. After thousands of years of reproduction, the number of dragons finally reached a certain scale, but it is still far from the strongest time. The trauma of the war made the most hot-tempered dragons become docile. There have been few incidents of dragons hurting people in the past 1,000 years, even if someone landed in Dragon Country. As long as they listened to the advice and left quickly, they would not be eaten by the dragon. King Tyrant did not want to conflict with other ancient civilizations. This time when he came to St. Louis City, he only brought 16 dragons, less than half of the angels, because he did not want to overstimulate the angels in the case of unknown conditions, thus causing an arms race where you had troops and I follow suit. Therefore, when Luke proposed to form a strategic alliance in the fire crystal trade to replace the status of the World Bank, the Golden Dragon King Tyrant was not as positive as expected. If I were 1,000 years younger, I would definitely agree with your suggestion and actively lobby other ancient dragons to establish a fire crystal trade alliance with the Golden Shield Empire. But that war is still fresh in my mind. The more I recall it, the harder it is to raise the ambition to fight again. You only know about ancient wars from texts and antiquities. You can't understand the cruelty without personal experience. In the later stages of the war, even the demons were afraid. They were not afraid of death, but afraid that the entire civilization would perish together. Luke said, but a new civilization war is quietly brewing. The dragons came from the Dragon Kingdom across the ocean, and they should have seen the civilization that the human race is creating along the way. It is more prosperous and more explosive than ancient civilization. The foundation of this civilization is not ancient language, not racial identity, but wealth. The pursuit of wealth by countless ordinary people makes them spend the best of their lives on making money like worker ants. So we conquered the sea with ships and connected the land with railways, so that wealth can circulate and accumulate more and more. For more wealth, we developed magic, alchemy, steam, machinery, all academic disciplines that can create wealth. The further this civilization develops, the more it relies on wealth. It can be said that whoever controls wealth can control this civilization. When Luke spoke, the Golden Dragon King Tyrant listened very carefully. The civilization created by humans now is a brand new civilization that the world has never had before. Unlike ancient civilizations, the 5 civilizations have their own small circles, and no one can integrate anyone else into them. But human civilization is different. It does not distinguish between regions or races. Elves, goblins, barbarians, and dwarves can all be well integrated into this civilization, as long as there are ships and roads. This civilization can be transported and accepted in even the most remote places. It took only 1,000 years for it to successfully occupy the entire secular world, which is unimaginable in the eyes of the long-lived dragons. After listening to Luke's words, King Tyron finally understood why human civilization developed so fast and was so tolerant. Everything is the pursuit of wealth. After Luke finished speaking, King Tyron said, "You mean, the Shining Gold will control the entire secular world through the World Bank, and then continue their ambitions that they failed to achieve in the ancient war?" Luke replied, "The current Shining Gold should not realize how the World Bank will dominate the future human civilization. After all, our civilization has not yet developed a complete financial system. If the Shining Gold realizes what they have, the entire human civilization will be their breeding ground. This is an inexhaustible source of nutrition. The civilization of the Shining Gold people will become more powerful than the ancient civilization in a short period of time. This is impossible. The Shining Gold people have lost their artifacts. No matter how strong they are, they will not surpass the ancient Shining Gold civilization. Is the only way to obtain power from artifacts?" Luke smiled, causing the Golden Dragon King Tyron to raise his head and stare at him. "You mean that your human civilization can create power that exceeds the artifacts?" "Why not? I am an example, and Miss Chi Kong is also an example. As long as human civilization continues to develop like this, not to mention surpassing the artifacts, it should be possible to achieve power that is infinitely close to the artifacts." King Tyron was silent. He didn't know if what Luke said was true, but the human in front of him did have the power of the pure dragon race. And Chi Kong even defeated the holy scripture of the first. Maybe it is what we should do if the 5 ancient civilizations unite to destroy human civilization. Luke said in agreement, "Yes. Destroy this civilization before it threatens you, so that you will not be surpassed and replaced. It's just that the 5 ancient civilizations cannot unite, and the Dragon Kingdom can't even unite your 2 allies during the ancient war. Since it can't be destroyed, it's better to integrate it." Luke gave the Golden Dragon King Tyron another choice. "I wonder if the dragons can put down their arrogance and deal with the inferior creatures they despise." King Tyron thought for a while and replied, "This is not something I can decide. You know the current situation of Dragon Country. Since the previous king was ambushed by the Golden Man and died, Dragon Country has not had a new king. We, the ancient dragons, have no interest in becoming kings, and Dragon Country has not needed a king for thousands of years. I need to discuss this with a few old friends. If you and Tao Gui have time to visit Dragon Country, I think it will be of great help to your idea." King Tyron looked at Luke and smiled. Luke was greatly surprised. This simply pointed out the identity of Dragon Soul Bonnet. He is the king of Dragon Country. Now that Dragon Country has not elected a new king, it means that they believe Bonnet is still the king of Dragon Country. Tao Tai is the inheritance of Bonnet. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. According to King Tyron, there are very few ancient dragons in Dragon Country, and they all have the status of kings. The so-called king of Dragon Country is just the leader chosen by everyone. Even if Tao Tai is the inheritance of King Bonnet of Dragon Country, he is still a young dragon after all, and he should not be welcomed back by the ancient dragons as the new king. However, the identity of the inheritance is here, and the roots are red and the seedlings are pure. Look at how easy the Golden Dragon King Tyron is to talk to, which means that Bonnet is still very prestigious. Maybe when Tao Tai completes the inheritance, he will really become the king of Dragon Country. Don't think about it anymore. Don't think about it anymore." Luke stood up and saluted King Tyron. "Thank you for your help. When I have time, I will definitely take Tao Tai to Dragon Country." King Tyron nodded to Luke in return. "The dragons are waiting for you and Tao Tai to come. About the fire crystals, you can dig the fire crystals in my territory at will. As for what you dig the fire crystals for, it has nothing to do with me. I guarantee that no one else in the Dragon Kingdom can freely obtain the fire crystals." The cautious King Tyron chose to wait and see. Even if the Golden Shield Empire and the Shining Gold people clashed, the Dragon Kingdom could say that the king's inheritance dug fire crystals on their own land. "Why should we dragons stop it?" Luke said, "I understand. No matter what happens between us, and the Shining Gold people in the future. As long as the dragons do not take the initiative to intervene, we will never involve the Dragon Kingdom. The Shining Gold people. The Shining Gold people who participated in the ancient war are no longer here. And the Shining Gold people of today should be wary. King Tyron asked Luke, after the ancient war. We asked the Shining Gold people for the king's inherited dragon soul. But the Shining Gold people said they didn't take it at all. And the king's inherited dragon soul must have been lost somewhere. Although we suspected it. The Shining Gold people even returned the Sky City to the angels. So we didn't ask any more questions in order to avoid any more disputes. Where did you get your Tautai inheritance from? Luke replied, the Tautai inheritance dragon soul was obtained by accident. Although I didn't get it directly from the Shining Gold civilization. There is an ancient Shining Gold seal on the dragon soul. And the Shining Gold people also sent an elder candidate to find this dragon soul. Although it was expected, King Tyron was still extremely angry. I know. Although Dragon Country has no intention of starting a new dispute. It must be on guard against persecution by other civilizations. The last question. Do you know why the angels suddenly descended on St. Louis City? The status of St. Teresa in the Holy Inquisition of Sky City is second only to the Sword of Oath. She personally led the team here. So something major must have happened. Luke concealed the matter of the artifact from King Tyron. He said, we don't know. The angels' arrival has caused great trouble to the Empire. We also want to know why they came. King Tyron did not doubt Luke. When talking about the angels descending on St. Louis City, he was also very troubled. So many angels who participated in ancient wars came to the secular world, breaking the tacit understanding of 5 ancient civilizations for thousands of years. It is not a good phenomenon. Since we are here, the demons and the Shadow Tribe will also come. They don't do things with principles like the dragons. Luke said, thank you for your reminder. We will entertain every guest who comes to St. Louis City. Finally, I have a small request. I hope King Tyrone can meet it. You say it. Please lead your dragon group to fly over the Angels Cathedral twice. In the underground space of Silver Manor, the battle between Qi and Teresa reached a fever pitch. It was literally white hot. The white holy flame filled the entire space. The holy flame could not see the state of fireworks. As if it was filled with milk. The Flying Sword group and the Feather Arrow group appeared and disappeared in it. And the collision sound of each collision was like the sound of thousands of birds. Qi and Teresa each used their skills, resisting the burning of the holy flame while fighting with all their strength. In terms of energy reserves, Qi, who has an elemental activation reactor as his heart, is superior to Teresa. But the cruel war in ancient times gave Teresa extremely rich practical experience. Therefore, even if Qi absolute strength is higher than Teresa, Teresa can always use impeccable defense to resolve the attack, and then look for opportunities to launch a counterattack. Qi was completely excited. For her, Teresa was a rare sparring partner. She could use all her spells and combat skills to her heart's content without holding back or worrying about hurting her. Shining Gold Magic, Ice Attribute Affinity, Angel Incarnation, Spacetime Skills. Qi used them in turn. The various systems were integrated in actual combat, allowing Qi to more easily control these unique powers. Teresa was in a passive position from the beginning of the fight. She tried to take back the initiative in the battle several times, but was always forced into danger. She was shocked by Qi fighting talent. Just like an elf born specifically for fighting. What are you? Teresa didn't believe that Qi was a creature that should exist in this world. From the beginning of the battle to now, she has been getting stronger all the time. She was learning from herself, learning her own combat experience, and then using it on herself in turn. This kind of strength is not simply strong in strength, but strong enough to make people lose confidence in victory. Therefore, Teresa questioned Qi. Qi pressed Teresa with his sword and said, if you want to know the answer, you must defeat me first. Teresa, your strength has weakened a lot. This is not okay. Teresa dodged Qi attack range. Who created you? Qi moved in the opposite direction, and the Flying Sword group returned to her and turned into golden light wings. The external holy flame was also retracted. Seeing Qi posing as a truce, Teresa stopped shooting the feather arrows at Qi and retracted them into her own wings. Then asked Qi, why don't you fight? Qi gradually removed the golden armor on his body and said lazily, it's boring. Your heart is so confused and your mood is so bad. I'm afraid I can't stop and kill you. It's a pity for such a beautiful angel to die. Teresa pointed the sword at Qi If you don't tell me what happened that night today, don't even think about leaving here. Qigong put all his weapons into the space backpack. How can you ask others questions with this attitude? I advise you to learn more from the dragons. Only gentleness and humility can attract people. You should go to my museum more often to drink tea and chat. If you want to know something, I will tell you while chatting. Right? You? Teresa looked at Qigong and finally put down her weapon and her attitude. Can you tell me how you got your power? You can speak the ancient golden language and the ancient angel language. Are you? Seeing Teresa stop here, Qigong asked, is it something? Teresa was not sure whether Qigong knew about the artifact, and she did not dare to reveal information that should not be disclosed. She said to Qigong, if you want to drink tea, I have it here. Can we chat here? I've said it before. My time is really tight. If you want to chat, let's go to my museum. We can study and talk about academics. Listen, what's that sound? Teresa listened carefully. This was a closed space. No sound. At this time, an angel appeared first. Spread the holy book. The golden dragon King Tyran led the dragons to fly over the temple, and has been circling. Qigong said, you have guests. I won't delay you from meeting your old friends. Qigong chanted a spell, and a portal opened in front of her. Chapter 458 Closed Loop. Qigong opened the portal and called Jennifer to leave the underground space together. An angel wanted to stop them, but was stopped by Teresa. She watched the teleportation array close, her expression lost in thought. An inexplicable intuition told her that Qigong must be related to the lost artifact. Even if there was no direct connection, there was an indirect connection. Her abilities that were pieced together were too weird, and she used each ability at will. The angel's sacred energy alone was stronger than most angels. And there was the magic of the shining gold. She was a shining gold person? Meteor also used the magic of the shining gold. He was also a shining gold person. A pure-blooded human and a pure-blooded elf cannot be twins. Does this mean that there are two other people and elves with equal power hiding in the dark? Does their power come from the lost artifact? Too many questions cannot be answered. And the strength shown by Qigong is not something that can be forcibly subdued and taken to the Sky City. The dragon's might penetrated from above. Teresa could feel that this was indeed an old friend. The golden dragon King Tyran, who had fought many times in ancient wars. Why did he and his dragon group come at this time? It was too chaotic. Teresa could not be as reckless as when she came. The artifact had not been found yet, and she must avoid bringing the Sky City into the war. Artifact. Luke left the dragon's nest in a special car with a convoy of guards. He looked at the prosperous city along the way, thinking about the artifact that he didn't know when it would return, but would definitely return. It was a pity that he didn't reach an alliance with the golden dragon King Tyran. The right to mine the fire crystal mine gave the Golden Shield Empire the ability to challenge the status of the World Bank. But the Empire's current strength is not enough to confront the Shining Gold people head-on. Once the energy strategy is launched, there is no turning back. Whether or not you can have your own artifact is the key to this civilization battle. Luke asked Kylina, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, is there any new news from the Tadega Hills? Kylina replied, yes. A civil war broke out in the Abyss Temple. The second Apostle Bridges and the third Apostle Abner expelled Victor from the temple on the grounds that Apostle Victor betrayed the temple. Victor, who was defeated, is missing with some Abyss Apostles. Now the second and third Apostles have announced that they will serve the Duke of Celtic, and the Duke of Celtic is busy taking over the Abyss Temple in its entirety. However, the Duke did not announce who will serve as the first Apostle. The Abyss Temple should be directly managed by the Duke's castle. Apostle Victor was actually expelled. This was somewhat beyond Luke's expectations. But the Duke of Celtic took over the Abyss Temple so easily, and the Duke's castle should have taken the initiative to participate in this apostle dispute. Luke said, let the Secret Service keep a close eye on all changes into Degia Hill. After Duke Celtic obtains the Abyss Temple, he will definitely expand the number of Abyss mages and try to place more spies in it. Any news about Apostle Victor? Kylina replied, no news at the moment. The Secret Service is actively looking for it. What stage has the charitable investment into Degia Hill reached? Faced with new inquiries, Kylina's special brain allowed her to answer without delay. Baron Sergei has opened up all the connections, and the inspection team and the census team have entered to Degia Hill. In addition, according to your order, all to Degia Hill related materials passing through the city of Raging Waves are released. and nearly 10,000 tons of materials have been transported to Tadigia Hill by train and airship. The Northern Army did not stop them. Kalina truthfully told the information she knew. But she couldn't understand how this war could be fought like this. The Governor-General resold supplies to the enemy. And the Northern Army, which was fighting the barbarian army, actually allowed these supplies to enter the Tadiga Hills. Isn't this aiding the enemy? Professional ethics prevented Kalina from asking sensitive questions. Luke asked some more information about the northern battlefield. And the convoy returned to the Marquis of Nuteo's mansion. There were many World Bank vehicles parked outside the Marquis mansion. And a large number of Imperial spies were confronting the Shining Gold people. Luke had just gotten off the car when the guard came forward to inform him. The Elder Mu of the Shining Gold people had arrived. And Her Royal Highness the Princess also came after hearing the news. And now Her Royal Highness was accompanying the Elder Mu in the reception room. I know. The Golden people have been silent for so many days. They must be waiting for Elder Mu to arrive. Now that these Golden people have a backbone, they dared to come to the door to ask for punishment. Luke returned to the room first. Took off the formal clothes for meeting King Tyron. Changed into casual clothes. And then went to see Elder Mu. When he came to the reception room, Agatha was chatting with Elder Mu awkwardly. Seeing Luke coming, Agatha stood up. But Elder Mu sat steadily on the sofa. And the pair of Golden People twins standing behind him showed a state of alert. Luke recognized the identities of the two Golden People twins at a glance. Su Pei, affiliated with the World Bank's Bad Debt Processing Office. The World Bank is not a charity. Anyone who borrows money from the World Bank must repay the money on time according to the contract. If the money is repaid, it will be transferred to the Bad Debts Office, which will send debt collectors to recover the money owed to the World Bank. Many people who owe money to the World Bank are not good people. So debt collectors need to have enough strength to get the money back, even if the opponent is a country. In the current civilization of the Golden People, it is not necessarily impossible to become an elder without strength. But without strength, you will never become a debt collector. Su and Pei are debt collectors of the World Bank, and they are also top debt collectors in the industry. Elder Mu brought them here. And today's meeting is definitely not a family reunion. Luke pretended not to know Su and Pei. He bowed to Agatha, sat down, and said to Elder Mu with a smile, Elder Mu, did you come to the capital of the Empire this time to thank Miss Chi Kong for the assassination of Elder Chun? In order to catch the Shadow Clan assassin, Miss Chi Kong used herself as bait to lure him here. After a fierce battle, Elder Chun was finally avenged. What gift did the Golden Man bring to Miss Chi Kong? Elder Mu didn't expect Luke to expose his scars right away. An elder was assassinated under heavy protection. But he didn't even notice it. This is a stain that he will bear for the rest of his life. But he couldn't get angry about this issue. After all, Miss Chi Kong really avenged Elder Chun. But this revenge was not taken by the Golden Man himself, which seemed to highlight the incompetence of the Golden Man. However, Elder Mu was very confident when he brought the debt collector this time. Marquis Meteorite, I will personally visit Miss Chi Kong to thank her. We came to you for two things this time. The first one is, what is your relationship with Ian? Friends. What kind of friends? Facing Elder Mu's pressing, Luke said, Ian is a gentle and kind person. Ian has provided me with great help to make Nuteo City what it is today. If she gets into trouble, I will definitely take care of her. If she is in danger, I will definitely save her. If anyone dares to harm her, no matter who he is, I will definitely avenge her. This is our relationship. Are you satisfied, Elder Mu? Luke was firm in every word, and expressed his attitude clearly, so that no one would misunderstand or misinterpret it. The implicit threat made Elder Mu look very bad. He said, Ian violated the taboo of the Golden Man. She fell into uncontrollable lust, which made it impossible for the twins of the Golden Man to resonate with each other. This is absolutely not allowed. Now Ian has confessed and imprisoned. But she did not confess who made her commit the taboo. She forced an excellent candidate for the elder to be removed from the Golden Man. And her crime can only be punished with the death penalty. The person who led her to commit the taboo must also be punished together. Elder Mu glared at Luke with a stern voice, and had already determined that he was the man who made Ian commit a serious crime. Now it depends on whether Yunqing dares to admit it. The person Ian misses in his heart is indeed me. Seeing Luke admit it, Elder Mu smiled. Agatha clenched her fists nervously. As we all know, because the Twinkle Gold Man must have a twin mind resonance to exert the maximum intensity of the Twinkle Gold divine art. Lust is the most taboo thing for the Twinkle Gold Man. She didn't know how the Twinkle Gold Man would deal with Luke. But they would never give up easily. Agatha didn't speak, quietly waiting for the situation to change so that she could react quickly. Elder Mu said, "Since you admit that you have committed a crime against the Twinkle Gold Man, come with us. Don't resist, or it will be bad for you and the Golden Shield Empire." Luke looked at Agatha, gave her a reassuring smile, and then said to Elder Mu, "The answer to the first question has been told to you. Ask the second question." Luke's understatement made Elder Mu confused about what he wanted to do. But the second question was equally important. More important than Bean's crime. Elder Mu asked, "The last time the Golden Man summoned you, you used the magic that only the Golden Man could release. As far as I know, you are not a Golden Man. Who did you learn your Golden language from?" Luke smiled and said, "The ancient Golden language is not a secret. It was spread during the ancient war. Some artifacts unearthed by archaeology have records of ancient Golden language. And those ancient creatures that participated in ancient wars know some of the ancient Golden language. After collecting, sorting and deciphering, Miss Chi Kong has mastered a considerable part of the ancient Golden language. And then she taught me the ancient Golden language. Are you satisfied with this answer?" This answer was difficult for Elder Mu to accept. Ancient languages are completely different from modern languages in terms of their basics. And one-on-one teaching may not be enough to learn them. Chi Kong actually completed the deciphering of the ancient Golden language through the information collected by archaeology. I'm afraid even the great priest can't do it. However, if you don't accept this answer, how can you explain that Meteor is not a Golden Man, but can use the ancient Golden language proficiently?" Elder Mu asked. "Miss Chi Kong knows ancient Golden language?" Agatha also looked at Luke in disbelief. She also knew how difficult it was to learn ancient languages, not to mention deciphering them. Luke replied, "Of course. How could she teach me if she didn't know ancient Golden language? And Miss Chi Kong not only knows ancient Golden language, she also knows ancient Angel language, ancient Dragon language, ancient Demon language and ancient Shadow language are being deciphered. It just so happens that I learned ancient Dragon language from Miss Chi Kong not long ago." To prove what he said, Luke chanted ancient Dragon language, and 5 circular magic circles appeared behind him, with magic energy accumulated in the circles. The high energy stimulated Su and Pei. Their special professions put them in danger at all times when performing tasks. So their instinctive reaction made them quickly complete the wearing of the golden armor. "Don't be nervous." Luke removed the magic circle and continued to say to Elder Mu, "I am still learning the ancient angel language, so I won't show it to you." In a short time, Elder Mu felt the real dragon power. Since Luke's body did not change, Elder Mu attributed the dragon power to the ancient dragon language. It was another powerful spell, exactly the same as the dragon language spell released by the dragon. The shining gold spell he released was also full of power. "How is this possible? I can't understand." Elder Mu said after a long time, "Miss Chi Kong is really a language genius. I will visit Miss Chi Kong immediately and invite her to the Golden Valley." The loss of the artifact caused a big problem in the inheritance of the ancient language. Without the artifact's clear feedback, many people of the Golden Soul could not master much of the ancient Golden Soul language in their entire lives. As a result, many ancient languages were forgotten. If Chi Kong really deciphered the ancient Golden Soul language, the Golden Soul people would definitely welcome her as the chief priest of the Golden Soul people with the highest etiquette. The excited Elder Mu forgot to take Luke back to be punished. But Luke did not forget. "Elder Mu, there is one thing you must know before you meet Miss Chi Kong. If something happens to me, Miss Chi Kong will definitely take care of it. If I am in danger, Miss Chi Kong will definitely save me. If anyone dares to harm me, no matter who he is, Miss Chi Kong will definitely avenge me. If you visit Miss Chi Kong like this, you won't even be able to enter the museum." The room was in an awkward situation. Ian violated the taboo of the Golden Man and was sentenced to death. The meteorite that led her to violate the taboo was also punished. But if the meteorite was punished, Miss Chi Kong would hate her, and there would be no way to get the ancient Golden language from her. There are also ancient angel language, ancient dragon language. The value is too great. If we give up punishing the meteorite because of Miss Chi Kong, how can we give an explanation to the Golden Man? If we don't punish the person who violated the taboo, what should we do if the Golden Man imitates us in the future? Even if Ian is punished alone, the meteorite can influence Miss Chi Kong. This is a chain of problems. And Elder Mu tried to solve it repeatedly in a short time. But he couldn't think of a perfect solution. Finally, Luke was afraid that Elder Mu would have an accident at home. So he suggested, "Let's stop here today. I am not qualified to manage the internal affairs of you, the Golden People, but I sincerely hope that you can come up with a solution that satisfies me." Elder Mu didn't expect that coming here to ask for punishment today would end in this way. But there was no other way to end it. The most important thing now is to see Qi Kong and confirm whether what Yunqing said is true. If Qi Kong is really a genius in ancient languages, he must be cautious about the sound. What a headache. Chapter 459 Apostles Visit. Elder Mu left the Marquis Mansion in Nuteo City empty-handed. The crisis was resolved after his subordinates reported that all the Golden People had left. Agatha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that Ying will not be in danger for the time being, or the Golden People will release her soon. Luke smiled bitterly and said, "You don't have to comfort me. I know what this taboo means to the Golden People. For the Golden People, lust is related to the continuation of the race, and lust comes from human nature. To suppress it, in addition to strict training, strict laws are needed. Just like a dam that blocks floods. No one knows what will happen if a hole is dug in it. Elder Mu cannot bear this responsibility. And even the entire Golden Elders Council dare not bear the responsibility." Agatha knew what Luke meant. Once the Golden Elders made this exception for Yin, the binding force of this taboo would no longer exist. There would definitely be a second and a third one in the future. At least we can delay it until we figure out a way to rescue Yin. Luke nodded. "Let's delay it for now. There will be a way." Then, Luke told Agatha about his meeting with the Golden Dragon King Tyron. Now that the mining rights of the Dragon Kingdom's fire crystal mine have been obtained, it is time to make an energy strategic layout. Luke fell into a non-stop busyness again. He kept going back and forth between the Imperial capital and the City of Raging Waves, and single-handedly established the Energy Strategy Office and the Imperial Energy Bank, in order to transport fire crystals to supply the future international energy market. The Cape District shipyard in Nuteo City began to develop and build a 100,000-ton cargo ship after receiving investment from the Imperial Energy Bank. At the same time, the Energy Strategy Office cooperated with the Imperial Energy Bank to acquire fire crystal mines around the world and purchase land where fire crystal mines may exist. Fire crystal mines in the Empire were gradually nationalized. The Empire increased its fire crystal reserves and prepared to fire the first shot in the fire crystal price war. While the Golden Shield Empire was fighting and developing, a major event quietly occurred in its neighbor across the sea. An officer led an army into the Parliament building, announced the dissolution of the Parliament, expelled the pseudo-government, and welcomed Prince Leo back to the palace. The Rio Republic only existed for 21 years before it disintegrated, and the Rio Kingdom was still not established, because Prince Rio, who had been hiding behind the scenes, did not show up. Even though the Windtalkers took back the palace, the nobles of the Old Kingdom swept across the country, and the whole country was full of voices calling for the prince to ascend the throne. The prince still did not show up in public. Pan was very scared. According to his plan, if Ying was arrested and executed for breaking the taboo, he could be removed from the list of the Shining Gold civilization. At this time, even if Meteorite was protected by the Golden Shield Empire, the Shining Gold would never let Meteorite go for their own inheritance, regardless of whether Meteorite would eventually be killed by the Shining Gold. For a long time, he would not have the energy to take care of Rio's affairs. He could take the opportunity to ascend the throne and restore the kingdom of Rio. Then, relying on the resources, wealth and information he had accumulated in the World Bank, he could quickly improve the national strength of the kingdom of Rio. Finally, he would unite with the Accounti Alliance in the north and support the Tadega Hills in the south. In a few years, the king's army of Rio would be able to counterattack the mainland of the Golden Shield Empire, put the City of Raging Waves in his pocket. At that time, the crown would be too light for him. "I want to establish the Rio Empire and become the first emperor of the Rio Empire." But Pan couldn't figure out why the Elders' Council of Shining Gold put aside the problem of Yin and ignored the meteorite. It's too unreasonable. Now Pan is no longer a golden man, and cannot obtain confidential information from the World Bank. He only knows that Meteorite can use the magic of Golden Man. After Elder Mu met Meteorite once, the Golden Elders Council never mentioned punishing Meteorite again. Yin was also released from the cell and placed under house arrest in the headquarters of the World Bank. Golden Canyon. Pan is really scared now. He is afraid of the City of Raging Waves across the sea from Rio. He is afraid of Meteorite that can make Golden Man compromise. And he is afraid of the clear sky that can defeat the first holy scripture Teresa. He is afraid that once he ascends the throne and becomes the king of Rio, he will be beheaded. He is afraid that he will lose everything after giving everything. Pan hides in a single-family house in the capital of Rio, surrounded by wind talkers who are closely guarding. Every day, many people request to see Prince Leo, and even more people request that Prince Leo ascend the throne as soon as possible. Some people in Leo's pseudo-government have fled into exile. If the state system is not established as soon as possible to infect the nobles, I am afraid that people's hearts will be unstable. However, Pan turned a deaf ear to all these requests and only cared about where Meteorite was and what he was doing. When he knew that Meteorite didn't care about Leo's changes at all, Pan became even more worried and afraid. He must be planning. And he must deal with me. Pan lost his former confidence and demeanor. He didn't comb his hair, didn't change his clothes, and had a mouth full of beard stubble. His mind was full of information he received about Meteorite, analyzing where he was going to deal with himself and Leo. Energy Strategy Office. Imperial Energy Bank. Does he want to start with Leo's energy and control Leo's energy mining and trade? If he can stop there, it is not impossible to give him Leo's energy in exchange for temporary peace. But can he be satisfied? Your Highness. Your Highness. A wind talker attendant called Pan softly. Pan raised his head from a pile of scattered documents. His eyes were distracted and his spirits were low. Pan, whose thoughts were disturbed, scolded angrily. I said, "Don't disturb me by anyone or anything." Yes. Yes. Your Highness. Sorry. The wind talker attendant said in panic, but the person who asked to see him this time is very special. We dare not act on our own. Who? He claims to be the first apostle of the Abyss Temple. Victor. Abyss Temple? The first apostle Victor. What is he doing in Rio? However, the Abyss Temple has a great grudge against Qigong. And the grudge against Qigong is the grudge against Meteor. Let him in. Wait a minute. Pan took out a mirror from the drawer, and after looking at his own condition, he said to the servant, "Take him to the reception room. I will go to see him later." Yes, Your Highness. The servant took the order and left. Pan returned to his room, washed up with the help of the maid, and changed into a real royal dress, and then came to the reception room with a group of servants and guards. Victor was wearing a very retro magic robe with a hood on his head, looking very down and out. He was accompanied by several Abyss mages dressed in the same attire. When he saw Pan, Victor took off his hat and saluted with the Abyss mages. Greetings to His Royal Highness Prince Pan. Congratulations on regaining the country of his ancestors. Pan knew that the Abyss Temple was a group of lunatics, so he was very wary of Victor. He waved his hand. A sofa moved away from Victor, and then sat in it. I heard that something happened in the holy mountain of Tadega Hills, and Apostle Victor seemed to have been expelled from the Abyss Temple. But I didn't expect you to come to me. If you need money, I can give you some money. But please leave the kingdom of Rio immediately. All those who are related to the Abyss Temple are not welcome by Leo. Apostle Victor was still standing, and Pan did not allow him to sit down. Being despised, Apostle Victor did not show dissatisfaction. He said, "I know you don't like me, but I also know that we have a common enemy." Pan knew who Victor was talking about, but still pretended to be stupid and said, "Are you talking about the pseudo-regime in exile? The wind talkers will deal with him, and there is no need to bother the Abyss Temple. I'm talking about Meteorite." Pan narrowed his eyes and said, "Meteorite is not my enemy. On the contrary, we are friends and allies. I can take back the kingdom, and I can't do without the support of Meteorite." Victor said, "Friends and allies. That was before you betrayed Een." Pan glared and shouted, "I didn't betray Een. She committed the biggest taboo of the Shining Gold people. She was obsessed with Meteorite, which eventually harmed her, and me." Victor asked, "But why are you hiding here? If you ascend the throne as the king of Rio, Meteorite should congratulate you." Pan, calm down. I have my reasons. I don't need to explain to you. So, what do you want to do by coming to me? Victor said, "I want to destroy the World Tree." Pan chuckled and said, "This is not an easy thing. The nobles of the Western Territory betrayed the Blade Brotherhood, and an apostle died in the Sun City. The current Abyss Temple is not as good as before. Not to mention that you have been expelled from the Abyss Temple. If you want to destroy the World Tree, you have to enter the ancestral grassland and get close to the Moon Lake. There are not only the World Tree survivors, Moonlight Knights, but also the Shining Gold people and angels. The Shining Gold people and angels signed a treaty with the Moonlight Royal Court to protect the World Tree. With you, you don't even have a chance to get close to the World Tree. Facing Pan's ridicule, Victor smiled and said, since the World Tree revived, the Abyss Temple has been looking for a way to destroy it. And we really found it. The previous generation of the World Tree was destroyed, and it suffered 1,000 years of pain. The mysterious energy form turned into something called disaster. Pan's interest was piqued. What is the disaster? We cannot determine what the disaster is for the time being. We only know that it was born with the revival of the World Tree, and its only mission is to destroy the World Tree. It can change into any form and control people's minds to arouse their hatred for the World Tree, so that they are determined to destroy it. This is the first time Pan heard of disaster. He said to Victor, please sit down and tell me more about disaster. Victor bowed and sat down, then told Pan about the disaster that the Abyss Temple knew. I once suggested that the Celtic Duke use disaster to destroy the World Tree, which would definitely hit King Kong hard. But the war left the barbarians with no spare energy to take action in the West. Moreover, Celt also believed that destroying the World Tree would not bring any direct benefit to the Tadega Hills. I wonder what His Highness Pan thinks. Pan was thinking. The conflict between him and Meteorite should be irreconcilable. Destroying the World Tree would definitely hit King Kong. She is so strong now. Part of her power is because she inherited the authority of the previous generation of the World Tree. Without the World Tree, the Moonlight Royal Court would have no basis for existence. Without the knife hanging over the heads of the nobles in the western part of the empire, Prince Alex, who trapped the Crescent Oasis, would definitely take action. If the western part is turbulent again, the Northern Legion will also move. Can the Golden Shield Empire fight 3 wars at the same time? Or 4 games? No matter how strong the meteor is, it is impossible to turn the tables. But Pan did not rush to express his attitude. The World Tree is in the heart of the continent, and Rio is in the east of the continent. There is a sea, and the Golden Shield Empire in between. I am afraid I can't help much, and I don't want to offend the Golden people and the angels. Victor said, as long as your highness is willing to help, you can definitely help me. I need money, venues and materials. If everything goes well, I can summon an abyss army in the grasslands of the ancestors. The destruction of the World Tree was done by me, and it has nothing to do with your highness. Why do you make me believe that you can do it? Victor said, I think the disaster is an abyss energy. Pan stared at Victor and asked, what is the abyss? According to our research, the abyss is the energy at the beginning of the world. It and other original energies created our world and maintained the balance of this world. According to the energy level, the original energy is higher than the artifact. They are the divine power. Whoever can be accepted by the original energy and obtain a part of the divine power is the God walking in the world. Pan asked again, why do you think that the disaster is an energy of the abyss? Because I am an apostle of the abyss. I know the abyss best. The energy of the disaster is very large. As long as it is used well, it will definitely destroy the World Tree. I can avenge the deceased apostles and prove that I am not a traitor. You can also get rid of the current predicament. Take advantage of the civil strife in the Golden Shield Empire and the fact that Meteor has no time to care about you, and revive the kingdom of Rio. Pan considered the proposal of Apostle Victor. It would not be a loss for him to secretly support them. If they succeed, Rio will benefit. If they fail, his situation will not get worse. Okay, I can give you limited funding, and let the Wind Talkers lurking in the west to help you enter the west of the empire. As long as you show me the results, I will add more funding. Apostle Victor stood up and saluted Pan. Thank you for your help, Your Highness. I will definitely keep this kindness in my heart. When I regain what I lost like His Highness did, I promise that the Abyss Temple will support the Kingdom of Rio without reservation. Pan was very pleased with Victor's flattery. I hope you can do what you said. Tell me what you need, and I will arrange for someone to prepare it. After Apostle Victor told Pan what he needed, he left with a great harvest. After the Abyss mages left, Pan immediately ordered people to move out and burn everything they had touched. Let the mages do several exorcisms, and no corner can be left untouched. Pan was very taboo about the secret arts mastered by the Abyss mages, especially since the first apostle came this time. Come here. A servant stepped forward. Your Highness, what are your orders? When Victor and his men arrive in the Western Territory, have the Wind Whisperers over there keep a close eye on them, and report any information related to the disaster to me. Yes, Your Highness. The servant took the order and left. Pan fell into deep thought. muttering to himself, the energy at the beginning of the world. Disaster. Divine power. Victor. What is your purpose in going to the Western Territory? Chapter 460 Abyss and Starry Sky. Hello. Luke. I am at Emerald Dream Academy. And everything is fine. This is the farthest trip I have ever taken away from the palace. I never thought I could come to such a far place before. It took me nearly half a month just to take the boat. And then it took another week to ride on horseback to reach Emerald Dream Academy. Here I saw more elves than the total number of elves I had seen before. They were all very beautiful, elegant, and very exclusive. There were very few students of other races in the academy. So at the beginning, I was always deliberately or unintentionally made things difficult for me. It took me a lot of time to adapt to life here. So I wrote to you a little late. Please forgive me. Please don't worry about me. My relationship with my elf classmates has improved a lot, thanks to the archery class in the palace. My archery grades are very good. My classmates say that I am an elf, but I look like a human. And the sculpture that Sister Agatha taught me. You should really see their expressions at that time. It's really funny. By the way, they not only heard of Miss Qigong, but also admired Miss Qigong very much. And they also regretted that Miss Qigong was a grassland elf, not a forest elf. But I can't reveal my identity. I can't say that I am Miss Qigong's student and friend. The professors in the college are also very good. I took the natural sciences elective. My natural sciences tutor, Professor Makatina, is a powerful elf. She can communicate with animals and control plants. Luke read the letter from Dale, and the words in the letter seemed to have a voice, as if Dale was chattering beside him. It has been a while since Dale went to study at Emerald Magic Academy, but because of the long journey, the letter has only been delivered now. A briefing on the mission of the accompanying spy was also delivered along with it. As Dale said in the letter, except for some troubles at the beginning, she has now adapted to the life in Emerald Dream Academy. Looking at the letter, Luke couldn't help but think of the Emerald Forest in the epic game. The Emerald Forest is the kingdom of forest elves and the largest elf settlement. At the beginning of the new era, the civilization created by the human race radiated into the Emerald Forest, and then localized to present another style. Humans can cut down forests and discharge pollutants everywhere to build factories. In the Emerald Forest, these behaviors are absolutely prohibited, and violations will be severely punished. Therefore, there are no roads or railways in the Emerald Forest, and almost no vehicles with wheels. But industrialization is a major trend in the world. So the forest elves use magic, alchemy, steam, and mechanical disciplines, combined with the natural science that the forest elves are best at, to produce the world's best alchemical puppet technology. The elves who are proficient in art make puppets into various animal forms for transportation and labor. Some puppets have developed intelligence because of natural magic and become a unique creature. Natural magic is a magic that can only be learned and practiced in the Emerald Forest. Its source comes from a magical well. The forest elves believe that this is a gift from the Elf Lord. The well is called the Magic Spring by the elves. According to the information currently available, the so-called Elf Lord should be a special energy body similar to the Starry Sky and the Abyss. The function of the Magic Spring should be similar to the Book of Disasters, and it is a door connecting to the Elven Lord. Now Dale is in the Magic Forest and has taken the Natural Science course. Is it a coincidence or destiny? Luke picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Dale. He talked about the changes in the Imperial capital during this period, and what new things were added to the Raging Waves city. He wrote about his trip to the Tadega Hills, describing in detail the conditions of the Holy Mountain and the unique culture of the barbarians, as well as how he won the championship of the strongest man. Finally, Luke wrote, "There is a magic spring in the Emerald Forest. It looks like a well, and there are many elves around it. The location of the magic spring is not fixed. It disappears every once in a while, and then appears in another place. But it is always a very remote place. There are many legends about the magic spring in the Emerald Forest. The forest elves believe that it is a gift from the main god of the elves. Every creature that encounters the magic spring is lucky, because drinking the magic spring will cause unexpected good things to happen. If you take the Natural Sciences course, you should collect more information about the magic spring, because the natural energy of the Emerald Forest all comes from the magic spring. This is the secret of the forest elves, and they will not tell outsiders casually. Miss Qigong lived in the Emerald Forest for a long time in order to find the magic spring, and she has done some research on natural sciences. I will tell Miss Qigong and ask her to recommend some natural science books to help you learn. Let me tell you another little secret. Miss Qigong found the magic spring through the information in these books. After Luke wrote the reply, he encrypted the important information in it, and then gave it to the secret agent sent to the Emerald Forest, and sent it to Princess Dale as quickly as possible. Agatha came just after the letter was sent. Now the relationship between the two seems to be the same as before. They always talk about work when they meet, but it is a little different from before. Agatha seems to be very satisfied with this distance. It is not too far and not too close, which is in line with the status and identity of the two people now. Today Agatha is wearing an equestrian suit and holding a whip in her hand. She is in a very good mood, Dyer wrote to me. Everything is fine in the Emerald Magic Academy. I can finally rest assured. Dyer said that she rides a horse wherever she goes in the Emerald Forest. I just remembered that I haven't ridden a horse for a long time. I brought 2 royal horses with me. Let's run in your back garden. I just happened to have news from the north to tell you. Seeing that Agatha was so interested, Luke accompanied her on horseback for a walk in the back garden. Agatha on horseback had a very high royal dignity. She raised her chin slightly, and the sun shone on her golden hair. Even when she was walking in the garden, she seemed to be inspecting the territory of the Empire. Agatha asked Luke, who was riding side by side with her. What did Dale write in the letter to you? Luke replied, it should be similar. First, she reported safety, and then talked about some life in the college. Dale's temperament is very similar to that of an elf. It can be said that any creature who sees her will like her, and can't bear to hurt her. Yes, Dale is an outlier in the Augustine family. At first, I was reluctant to let her go to study abroad so far away, but now it seems that this is the right choice. In this era of turmoil everywhere, Emerald Forest is one of the few safe places. I hope that when she comes back, all the troubles of the Empire can be solved smoothly. Luke smiled and said, troubles are never solved. Let's talk about the north. What's new? Good news in the north. Agatha regained her capable look. The Snow Corps recently recaptured the Shikimir area in the north of Snow City. Now the entire Snow City area has returned to the control of the Empire, with the subsequent supply and manpower. The war in the north has entered a stalemate as you wish. This is indeed good news. Shikimir has been recaptured, and the outer defense line of Snow City has closed. The Imperial Army can use Snow City as the core to compress the war zone from the third line of defense to the second line of defense, greatly reducing the defensive pressure. On the other hand, the County Alliance no longer has the aggressive edge that it had at the beginning of the war. Recent intelligence shows that the County Alliance's army is building fortifications in the occupied area, and it seems that they are also prepared for a protracted war. Helkin's intelligence confirmed this. After the County Alliance military learned that the Raging Wave City had built a 10,000-ton battleship, they made full preparations to deal with large-scale conflicts at sea. The land gradually turned to defending the occupied areas, and resources, funds and personnel shifted significantly to naval construction. Luke did not hide the fact that the Raging Wave City had built a 10,000-ton battleship. Such a large battleship could not be concealed. He even published some of the battleship's data, with the aim of causing panic among the maritime powers, especially the County Alliance, and thus setting off a round of maritime military power competition. Big warships and cannons are toys that consume a lot of national strength. Soon most countries realized that they were not qualified to own this toy, and succumbed to the countries that own this toy, willingly withdrawing from the race for industrialization and becoming resource-exporting countries or manpower-exporting countries. Those high-tech talents scattered all over the country will flow to places with strong national strength because there is no room for them to play in their local areas. Once this flow is established, the world pattern will become that the strong will always be strong and the weak will always be weak. As long as the strong countries do not commit suicide, the weak countries will have almost no chance of turning over. The industrial capacity of a county union is extremely strong, and the cheap energy makes their industrial products very competitive. However, the high latitude determines that this country has fatal shortcomings. Single agricultural products and low-profit light industry is difficult to survive. If the county union is caught in a maritime arms race, it will greatly occupy industrial capacity. It has to fight wars and build ships, and the export of industrial products has decreased, but imports have increased significantly. It won't take too long for the prices in the county union to soar. At that time, there are only 2 ways for the county union: surrender, or go all out and fight a battle of national destiny with the Empire. This is an open conspiracy. As long as the County Union dares not fight a decisive battle at sea with the Fury City fleet, it must build ships with Fury City, and build bigger and bigger ships. Other countries will also find their own position in this competition. If the national strength cannot hold up, and they do not want to passively accept the world division of labor, they will take military risks. Agatha rode her horse, and walked to the front unconsciously. She looked back and saw Luke falling behind in deep thought. So she turned her horse's head and walked back, looking at your expression. You don't seem to think this is a good thing? No. No. Luke came back to his senses and said, "It is of course a good thing that the war in the north has returned to the rhythm we control. I am just thinking about how we need to deal with a big change in the world pattern in a few years." Agatha asked curiously, "The world is changing so fast now. I don't know what sudden things will happen tomorrow. Can you imagine the changes in the world pattern in a few years?" Luke caught up with Agatha again and said, "The world's resources do not allow all countries to maintain such a high development speed at the same time. And even most countries will be eliminated. This elimination is cruel. When some powerful countries now realize that their development ceiling is locked, they will take risks. The Empire should prepare for a world-class war." Luke's words made Agatha, who was originally relaxed, suddenly change her face. When the Empire was fighting two wars at the same time. You told me that there would be a world-class war in the next few years. Don't joke with me like this. I'm not kidding you. This world-class war has begun to brew under my layout. After experiencing a great chaos, the New World Order will be accepted. I don't understand what you are saying. Agatha realized that her voice was too loud. She looked at the servants standing in the distance, lowered her voice, and said to Luke, "You must know what a world-class war means. The last world-class war was an ancient war initiated by 5 civilizations. Look at what was left after the war. Whatever you are doing, you must stop it immediately." Agatha had no doubt that Luke had the ability to provoke a world-class war. She was very nervous and a little scared. But Luke said calmly, "A world-class war is a turning point that will inevitably occur when civilization develops to a certain level. I just did some things in advance to make it come faster. Remember I once told you? Be prepared for a new civilization war? It's coming. Whether you accept it or not. You have to bear the historical responsibility you have to bear." Agatha, who was a little behind, urged her mount to catch up with Luke, "But I thought your words were just a metaphor. But now you tell me that it will happen in a few years. And I don't even know who to fight. Will it really happen? Unless the entire human civilization recognizes the Empire as the only unchallengeable pole before the war, and willingly gives their resources to the Empire for free use. Otherwise this war is almost inevitable. Agatha, if a country wants to take away the tax revenue of the City of Raging Waves, are you willing?" Agatha answered decisively, "Of course I don't want to. If you don't want that to happen, the Empire must defeat all opponents in this competition and establish an order that all countries abide by. Have you ever thought that human civilization will be like the ancient civilization, unable to recover? Or even extinct?" Luke said lightly, "Have you ever thought, after experiencing chaos, is there an abyss or a starry sky ahead? This kind of uncertainty is a wonderful life. You are simply..." Agatha didn't know what she should say at this time. And then she realized something and asked Luke, "Is the abyss you mentioned a metaphor? Or does it refer to the real abyss?" Luke smiled and said to Agatha, "Do you think the starry sky I mentioned is a metaphor or a real starry sky?" Agatha couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sun was setting. The clouds in the west were like burning flames, and the full moon was hanging high in the east. With a starry sky, the celestial phenomenon of the sun and the moon shining together made Agatha stunned, and she forgot to talk to Luke for a while. Luke stopped his horse and stood side by side with Agatha, looking at the beautiful sky together. Chapter 461, The Visiting Group. As spring passed, the war in the northern border of the Empire began to ease. The Ark County Alliance not only failed to gain an advantage in the entire spring offensive, but also lost a lot of occupied land. The exhausted army needed to be repaired, and the conflicts caused by the war in the country needed to be mediated. The army of the Ark County Alliance took the initiative to retreat to shorten the supply line, and gave up a large area of land. The Empire's Snow Army followed the order of the Imperial capital, and made every effort to strengthen the defense line of the Snow City. Facing the retreating Ark County Alliance army, they did not pursue them, but only symbolically sent a small number of soldiers to the other side to give up the area. forming a non-military contact zone. The public opinion of the empire was to publicize every day how many square kilometers of land the Snow Army had recovered, and which villages and towns had been recovered. The Snow Legion, which was newly established less than half a year ago, has become the most powerful legion in the empire from being unpopular. No matter how some people question the combat effectiveness of the Snow Legion, the battle line will not lie. And a spring war slapped countless people in the face. It also made countless people wonder how the temporarily assembled Snow Legion could fight better than the original Northern Legion. Is the Snow Legion really strong? Or is the strength of the Northern Legion exaggerated? Under the deliberate guidance of a certain will, the Snow Legion and the Northern Army were frequently compared. And the Northern Legion, which was all on the southern front to quell the rebellion of the Celtic Duke, was pushed to the forefront. At this time, the imperial court announced that a military consolation group composed of royal family members would go to the north and to Dega Hills respectively. Queen Christina led a team to the north to visit the Snow Legion. The Snow Legion has been tied to Queen Christina since its formation, and going there to visit at this time further consolidated her control over the Legion. The eldest Princess Agatha went to Tadega Hill to visit the Northern Legion, accompanied by the Marquis of Meteorite of Raging Wave City as a deputy envoy. Before the delegation left the imperial capital, Queen Christina once again made a major adjustment to the court officials. A group of officials from Raging Wave City were promoted to the position of department heads, and another group of political officials from the Political Affairs Office of Raging Wave City were transferred to the court to serve. At the same time, Viscount Iscolin, Lady Michelle, and Ibel were nominated to the cabinet for the first time. Although Queen Christina did not agree to the three people joining the cabinet in the end, everyone knew that this was a process. It was very close for the three people to join the cabinet as cabinet ministers. The current cabinet ministers could consider who they would replace, and then take the initiative to find an excuse to resign without waiting for Queen Christina to name them. After the three joined the cabinet, the handover between the old and new cabinets also entered the formal process. The small cabinet of Prime Minister Gabriel met again. In the long silence, no one knew what to say. Some people kept smoking, some kept drinking water, and the old guy kept coughing. No one looked like an important minister of the empire. Gabriel sat in the first seat with an expressionless face. After a long time, he said, "When Her Royal Highness the Queen returns from the north, I will hand in my resignation and resign from the position of Prime Minister of the Empire." As soon as Gabriel finished speaking, someone immediately objected loudly, "Prime Minister, you can't resign. If you don't serve as Prime Minister, what should we do?" Now the entire court is almost full of people from the Reform Society, and the Cross Society is being driven out. If we can't keep the position of Prime Minister, we will all be finished. Someone sighed and said, "Is this something we can stop? I really don't know what the County Alliance is doing. They can't even beat the Snow Legion. We misjudged the direction of the Spring War. The position of the Queen Regent has become more consolidated. The second Prince Alex and the grandson Sinclair dare not move without the army in their hands. We can't do anything. Did we give all our money in vain?" There was another silence. "It seems that it was in vain." An aide said at this time, "The Prime Minister wants to resign, mainly because he doesn't want to be implicated by the adults. Have any of you sold factory machines and production materials to Tadija Hills? And some even sent skilled workers. Have you ever thought about the consequences?" Someone argued, "Raging Wave City is also selling." Gabriel slammed the table heavily. "All the materials flowing into Tadija Hills from Raging Wave City are all approved by Meteorite. Meteorite will cover the merchants in Raging Wave City if they get into trouble. If something happens to you, do you think I can still help you get away with it like before? You are a bunch of people who only care about money. As long as you can make money, you are really not afraid of death. You are looking for death. Don't implicate me." Gabriel was angry, and everyone was scared to death. After a while, a high-ranking official explained, "The alliance between the Duke of Celtic and the Northern Army has not been confirmed. The main reason is that the logistics of the Northern Army are all on the side of the Empire, and the Tadega Hills do not have extra wealth to support the Northern Army. Now that the Duke of Celtic has lifted the factory ban, in addition to making money, we also want to free the Northern Army from the control of the Empire as soon as possible. With the assistance of the Duke of Celtic, His Royal Highness Sinclair will surely be able to return to the imperial capital and confirm His Majesty's physical condition." Gabriel's anger finally subsided. Has His Royal Highness Sinclair's attitude not changed? Yes. His Royal Highness Sinclair has not yet announced his right of succession. On the contrary, His Royal Highness the Second Prince has proposed to return to the imperial capital many times, and each time he has emphasized that he is the first in line to the throne. For these ministers, the only way to overthrow the Queen and Meteor is to prove that Emperor Augustine has died. As long as there is evidence that the Emperor of the Empire is not there, the legal basis for the Queen to supervise the country will be lost, and some of the troops controlled by the Queen will turn against them. The best candidate for the Emperor in the minds of the ministers is the grandson of the Emperor, Sinclair. He is the only son of the eldest Prince Fania, and inherits all of Fania's political heritage. At the same time, he has the support of a military family behind him, and can completely control the Northern Army if a military conflict is necessary for the fight for the throne. Sinclair is undoubtedly the strongest, and the one who is most likely to capture the imperial capital by force. The second prince, Alex, is a little inferior. The nobles of the Western Territory are closely watched by the Moonlight Court. It is good enough that they don't stab Alex in the back. Gabriel no longer mentioned resignation. He said, Agatha and Meteorite went to Tadega Hill to comfort the Northern Army this time, just for the grandson of the Emperor, Sinclair. Sinclair is different from his father. He doesn't have such strong ambitions. If he is persuaded to give up the confrontation, we will have no chance at all. I need someone to go to the Northern Legion to let Sinclair know that if he doesn't stand up to fight for the throne at this time, the Empire will no longer belong to the Augustine family. Someone stood up. I'll go. Gabriel looked over and said, Herman, this is our last chance. Herman said angrily, Today I was replaced by an official from the city of Raging Waves. I have served the Empire for 32 years, and paid so much to get to this position. But I was replaced by a person from the city of Raging Waves, who had just been in the imperial capital for less than half a year. I have no attachments anymore. I can sacrifice my life to achieve my goal. A person without any attachments is indeed the best candidate. Gabriel said to Herman, If you can't come back, I will take care of your family. Thank you, Prime Minister. The meeting was over, and Herman took his entourage on the train to Tadega Hill. Soon after, the royal delegation set off. 2 trains were loaded with gifts, one heading north and the other heading south. Prince MacDonald sat in a single room with Luke and Agatha as an attendant. He was very excited about this trip to Tadega Hill. Sister. No. Our queen told me that when we come back from Tadega Hill this time, she will arrange a position for me. I will soon be an imperial official. Agatha, who was sitting opposite, said, Prince MacDonald, you are not an imperial official yet. As an attendant of the Marquis of Meteor, you should stay next door with the attendants. Prince MacDonald was not afraid of Agatha, the head of the Secret Service, and he even took out the attitude of an elder. Although I am the attendant of Brother Meteor, am I an ordinary attendant? My sister is your mother, and my father is King Ruth. There are 7 carriages at the back of this train with materials donated by the Kingdom of Ruth. With my identity, can I stay with real attendants? Agatha, you must respect your elders. Prince MacDonald was right, and Agatha could not refute it. But she had to talk to Luke about something. So how could she let him listen here? Agatha winked at Luke, and only he could subdue the uncle of the Emperor. Luke said, You can stay if you want to. You are making the followers uncomfortable by going to the next room. But I want to make it clear in advance that you can listen to what Agatha and I say. But you must not tell anyone. There are only 3 of us here, and if the secret is leaked, it must be you. Why? MacDonald was dissatisfied. I trust my elder brother. But if Agatha leaks the secret, it will be my fault. Agatha said with a dark face, Don't question my profession. MacDonald quickly said, I will never tell anyone. Agatha had no choice but to tell Luke about the intelligence that the CIA had recently obtained about Sinclair. After the coup of the Grand Prince Fania failed, Sinclair arrived at the Northern Army-controlled area of Tadega Hill under the protection of his servants. Upon receiving the news of Fania's death, General Joshua immediately took his generals to swear allegiance to Sinclair. After the Northern Army arrived, this main army of the Empire was transferred to Sinclair without damage. The Northern Army is actually still controlled by General Joshua. He is dissatisfied with Sinclair's delay in expressing his attitude of competing for the throne, and the two have quarreled many times for this. The truce with the barbarian army was also General Joshua's order. Sinclair knew it but did not stop it. Our visit to the Northern Army this time is still very risky. Luke said, Sinclair must still be hesitant, which is why we are here. I hope to convince Sinclair to consider the stability of the Empire, but we will encounter great obstacles. The cabinet sent a resigned official to the Northern Legion. And those cabinet ministers are eager to welcome Sinclair back to the imperial capital to ascend the throne. The Cross Society even secretly funded the Celtic Duke. Luke couldn't help but laugh. Why do I feel that the Cross Society has been infiltrated by the Secret Service like a sieve? When a big tree is about to fall, some monkeys will cling to the trunk. And some monkeys will escape and find a new big tree. If Her Majesty the Queen didn't want them to leave in a dignified manner, I would have invited them to the Secret Service for coffee. By the way, Leo also funded the Duke of Celtic. These ungrateful windtalkers. Instead of establishing a kingdom, they are looking for trouble with the Empire first. I really don't know what they are thinking. Speaking of Leo, Agatha couldn't help but get angry. The cross merchants funded the Duke of Celtic and knew to hide it. And they wouldn't give sensitive things. But Leo was different. He really dismantled the machines in the factory and sent the entire production line to the Tadega Hills. Isn't this raising an ungrateful wolf for yourself? Luke remembered that he hadn't told Agatha that Panhane was once Leo's prince and princess. So he explained Panhane's identity in detail. After listening, Prince MacDonald cursed without waiting for Agatha to speak. Is Pan still a human being? Ian is his sister. And he killed his sister for the throne. Brother, you declare war on Leo now. And I will go back to Ruthian with my fleet to destroy Leo with you. Luke pressed down Prince MacDonald, who stood up and spoke out. Pan has not established a kingdom yet. And whether he betrayed Ian is still our guess. And this time our destination is Tadega Hills. Don't let other things distract us. Agatha said, Ian is safe now. And Leo can't run away. After solving the internal affairs of the Empire, we have the means and time to deal with it. It's just, after the Duke of Celtic lifted the factory ban, the external assistance he received exceeded our expectations. Intelligence shows that the County Alliance has also had many contacts with the Duke of Celtic. Will it affect your strategy? The Tadega Hills is a poison needle in the Empire. After the factory ban was lifted, there were too many people who wanted to use it to make the Empire collapse. The factory in the Holy Mountain was built very quickly. Luke did not answer Agatha's words, but asked back, how do you think the Empire can completely solve the problem of Tadega Hills and make the barbarians truly become citizens of the Empire? Agatha did not think too much and answered, this is difficult. As a fief of the Celtic family, Tadega Hills has always been a semi-independent existence. But it has no real independence. Luke expressed his own point of view. This means that Tadega Hill has a sense of belonging to the Empire. If we want to completely solve the problem of Tadega Hill, military attack is only auxiliary. The key is to conquer the heart. First of all, we can't regard Tadega Hill as an enemy. Now someone is helping us build our land, which is a good thing. We will take as many as we can. The Empire's only enemy in Tadega Hill is the Celtic Duke. I believe that as long as we are patient, time can help us solve everything. Of course, we must solve the problem of the Northern Legion. Chapter 462 Triumphal Fortress. The Triumphal Fortress is the northern gateway of the Tadega Hills. It is built on the mountain, and most of the structures are inside the mountain. The barbarians have built a large number of suspension bridges on the mountain walls, which can attack the invaders below from a high position. In the past, when the barbarian legion fought for the Empire, it was from the Triumphal Fortress that they walked out of the Tadega Hills. When they returned victoriously, they also walked through the Triumphal Fortress. It can be said that the Triumphal Fortress records too many honors of the barbarian legion. And now it has fallen into the hands of the Northern Legion of the Empire. During the tacit truce between the Northern Legion and the Barbarian Legion, the Triumphal Fortress became a large military camp. On the top of the mountain, the Northern Army built a large magic tower, and the magic detection wave continuously scanned the surrounding area. In addition, based on the internal tunnels of the fortress, the Northern Army opened up many mountain passages to connect the surrounding hills. The engineering troops laid rails and built roads, so that the materials transported from the rear could be quickly unloaded and then dispersed into the mountain. The train from the imperial capital drove into the Triumph Fortress, and Luke and Agatha walked down from the carriage. There was a small honor guard on the platform outside to greet them, but Sinclair and General Joshua were not seen. Agatha was the eldest princess of the Empire, and Luke was the Marquis of the Empire, and he was also the second and third figures of the Empire, and the highest officer who came to greet them only wore the rank of colonel. This was contempt and humiliation. One could feel that the entire Triumphal Fortress was full of hostility towards the visiting delegation. The colonel stepped forward and saluted Agatha and Luke. Your Highness, Marquis of Falling Star. On behalf of the Northern Army, I welcome you both. The accommodation for the visiting delegation has been arranged. Please follow me. Luke glanced at the fortress surrounded by mountains and walls and did not move. Agatha did not follow the colonel either. She asked with the aura of a royal princess, "Where is His Highness Sinclair?" The colonel replied, "His Highness Sinclair and General Joshua are discussing urgent military affairs. Your Highness and Marquis can stay in the fortress first. When His Highness Sinclair finishes his military affairs, he can meet you too." The colonel called the consolation delegation a visiting delegation, and used the special word received for superiors to subordinates, which made it very clear what he wanted to express. Agatha said with a little anger, "Tell Sinclair that the Marquis of Meteor and I came to the Triumph Fortress to solve the problem. If he doesn't meet us, the problem can't be solved. Also tell General Joshua that he made a mistake by not stopping Fania from launching a coup, and he should not make the same mistake again and harm Fania's only son. We live on the train, and when Sinclair decides to meet us, we will move into the fortress." After that, Agatha turned around and walked back into the carriage. The colonel was left a little at a loss. Luke walked up to the colonel and asked, "What's your name?" The colonel replied, "My name is Doyle Chester, the fourth son of the Earl of Chester of Burlington." "Colonel Chester, you saw that the neglect of the Northern Army made Her Royal Highness the Princess very angry. Think about the exquisite uniform you are wearing, and the delicious food and drinks, cigarettes, coffee, razors. The treatment given to the Northern Army by the Empire has never been reduced because of that incident. This time we brought a whole train of high-end comfort goods, including caviar and Western red wine from the Bay of Ruth. Do you think this car of comfort goods should be unloaded or not?" Colonel Chester did not react in particular, but the officers and soldiers with him could not help but purse their lips when they heard about the caviar of Lusian Bay and the red wine of the Western Territory. This is a war zone after all, and no matter how good the supplies the Empire provides to the Northern Territory Legion are, there will not be too many luxury goods. Most officers and soldiers can eat their fill, but they are almost out of touch with delicious food. Colonel Chester said, "I'm sorry, Lord Marquis of Meteorite. This is not something I can decide. Welcoming the Imperial Consolation Group is definitely a thankless task. If there is any mistake, it will be unpopular on both sides." Colonel Chester appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually panicking in his heart. Luke roughly understood the attitude of the Northern Territory Legion from Colonel Chester's answer. If the Northern Army really wanted to embarrass the Imperial Consolation Group, they would send a tougher character, who would definitely be a core officer of the Northern Army. According to the intelligence of the Secret Service, Colonel Chester was in charge of the logistics of the Northern Army. He had outstanding professional skills, but was not a core member of the army. And although he was born in a large family, he was only the fourth son, and the colonel was basically the end of his military career. The Northern Army sent such a character to welcome the Consolation Group, which was to push him out to take the blame. And it also meant that there was a lot of room for maneuver. Now that Agatha has played the red cop, it's time for her to play the white cop. Luke smiled and said, "You can't decide, so let me decide. This is the list of the relief supplies we brought this time. The Northern Army will unload the goods immediately. The colonel and I will supervise the inventory of the supplies. Let's hurry up and distribute the relief supplies to every soldier fighting for the Empire as soon as possible." The accompanying Kalina took out the relief supplies list from her briefcase, and Luke took it and handed it directly to Colonel Chester. Colonel Chester was so surprised that he forgot to take the list. The Northern Army treated the Imperial Relief Delegation in such a humiliating way that Her Royal Highness the Princess was so angry that she refused to leave the train. She thought she would not receive this batch of relief supplies, but she did not expect that the Marquis of Meteorite would ask her to unload the goods. "My Lord Marquis, are you really unloading?" Luke smiled and said, "Of course we have to unload the cargo. Can we pull them back? The princess is angry with His Royal Highness Sinclair, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't waste time. Everyone must want to taste the caviar and red wine as soon as possible. By the way, there is also a medical team and a mechanical modification division coming with us. Let the injured officers and soldiers who need limb replacement go to them. All medicines and mechanical prostheses are sponsored by the City of Raging Waves." Luke's words instantly brought the two sides closer. If it weren't for the constraints of military discipline, they would have cheered. Colonel Chester took the list. "Thank you, Lord Marquis." Luke and Colonel Chester led their subordinates to the cargo train to supervise the unloading. Prince MacDonald in the carriage said angrily. Sinclair's grandson humiliated us so much. And my brother actually let the Northern Legion unload the cargo. If someone offends me like this, I will pull the goods back intact and throw them all into the sea instead of giving them to them. Agatha, won't you stop him? Agatha looked at the lively scene outside and smiled. He is doing the right thing. Why should I stop him? Is this right? Of course. These are the soldiers of the Empire. They used to resist the County Alliance in the north. And now they have entered the Tadega Hills to quell the rebellion of the Celtic Duke. They shed blood for the Empire. And the Empire cannot treat them unfairly. Prince MacDonald showed a disdainful expression. Don't be sentimental. I prefer to believe that my brother used these supplies to buy the hearts of the lower-level officers and soldiers of the Northern Legion, so that they can arrest Sinclair and Joshua. Agatha said, You can see it. And you still ask me? Prince MacDonald was shocked. Really? Did I really guess it right? Agatha picked up the coffee on the table and drank it. I don't know if you guessed it right. In fact, I don't know what Meteorite wants to do. According to my previous experience. Just wait here. Meteorite will win the Northern Army back to the Empire side. Ah? At this time, on a protruding platform on the mountain, the Emperor's grandson Sinclair and General Joshua stood there overlooking the military train parked in the fortress. The soldiers of the Northern Army were happily unloading the cargo, and the Marquis of Meteorite and Colonel Chester led people to carefully check the list together. The doctors who came with the condolence group set up a medical tent, and the outside was full of medical equipment and human mechanical transformation equipment, waiting to be moved in and installed after the tent was set up. Sinclair, who had experienced a major change in his life, had matured a lot. He looked at the condolence train silently, and I don't know what he was thinking. General Joshua also looked at the train, and after a while, he said to Sinclair, Agatha refused to get off the train, but Meteor allowed the unloading. They wanted to buy the hearts of the Northern Army. Your Highness, you have been slow to express your attitude, which can easily shake the will of the people below. Uncle Joshua. Sinclair looked at the train and said lightly, You know my ambition. I have regarded you as my role model since I was a child. I want to be a general like you and lead the army to fight for the Empire. I have never thought about fighting a civil war. Especially this civil war may lead to the demise of the Empire. Joshua looked at Sinclair as if he were his own son, and said, Sinclair, you are too young. Your heart is full of fiery ambitions, and you don't understand the cruelty of politics. At this stage of the battle for the throne, it's either you die or I die. If you don't fight, these military families behind the Northern Legion will have no reason to support you. When they give up on you, they will tie you up and send you to the Queen without hesitation. You have no way out. And neither do we. Is there really no other way? No. Xiao Xiaoer said with certainty. There are rumors in the court that His Majesty has passed away, and the Queen is now acting as regent under the pretext of His Majesty's will. She is now wantonly eliminating dissidents and appointing a large number of officials recommended by Meteor, making everyone in the court feel insecure. If His Majesty were still alive, would he allow the Queen to do this? If you continue to hesitate, the Augustine family's empire will be stolen. But that's just a rumor. Sinclair said, the Queen's regent was ordered by His Majesty himself at the Royal Cabinet meeting. The Queen's regent was confirmed by Princess Agatha, the Governor of Raging Waves, the Marquis of Meteor, and the Royal Chief Knight, Knight Milscombe. Facts have proved the correctness of this will. The Snow Corps established by the Queen fought very well in the north. Many people are comparing the Snow Corps and the North Corps, and think that the Snow Corps is stronger than the North Corps. Xiao Xiaoer said with a bad face. The Snow Corps did fight well in the north, but it cannot be concluded that the North Corps is weak. This comparison is meaningless. Your Highness, the Duke of Celtic's envoy and the Cabinet envoy are here. When are you going to meet them? Sinclair did not change his mind because of Xiao Xiaoer's change of subject. Let them wait. Let's talk about the issue of the North Corps and the Snow Corps. I heard that the Snow Corps was formed in a hurry, and many of the additional officers were military academy students who had not yet graduated, and most of them were civilian officers. Joshua knew that Sinclair liked military topics, so he could only put the envoy aside for the time being. He replied, yes. Before spring, everyone was generally pessimistic about the war in the north. The Snow Corps had the background of the Queen, and most of the military academy students from the family refused to serve in the Snow Corps. Therefore, the additional officers of the Snow Corps were basically civilians. Sinclair added, most officers of the Northern Corps come from large families. especially senior officers, many of whom are family heirs. Joshua admitted, yes. Many officers of the Northern Corps have noble status. Your Highness, I know what you mean. The class structure of the Northern Army is rigid, and there is not much room for advancement for bastards, let alone civilian officers. But all our officers come from military families. They have received military skills education since childhood, and their military literacy is definitely not comparable to that of civilians who have attended military academies for a few years. Moreover, these families are loyal to Prince Fania, and now they are loyal to you. They all hope that you can become the Emperor of the Empire and bring greater honor to their families. Sinclair nodded and said, yes. Our officers are all excellent. But are they loyal to me? Or to the Empire? Or to their families? Joshua didn't know how to answer. Sinclair sighed and said, Uncle Joshua, I am very confused now. Any decision I make now may ruin me and the Empire. I hope you can understand. My father did a wrong thing, and I must not make the same mistake again. Joshua remembered what Agatha had said and apologized immediately. I'm sorry. Your Highness Sinclair. I didn't stop Your Highness Fania, which is the biggest mistake I have made in my life. This decision is indeed too difficult for you. But I still insist on my opinion. Only by seizing the military power of the Northern Legion will the Queen dare not harm you. Please think about it carefully. I will think about it carefully. Sinclair nodded. What is the purpose of the Duke of Celtic's envoy coming this time? It's still about the alliance. Now that the Duke of Celtic has lifted the factory restrictions, the factories in the Holy Mountain are being built very quickly. Leo and the Ark County Alliance have given him a lot of funding. I believe it won't take too long for Tadigia Hill to support two legions, with the Barbarian Legion and the Northern Legion, and the support of the ministers loyal to you in the court. You can easily defeat the Queen and ascend the throne as the Emperor of the Empire. Speaking of the situation, Joshua was very optimistic. Without any reflection on Fania's death in the coup, Sinclair still looked calm. He looked at the meteorite below and said, many of the supplies entering Tadigia Hill through the Triumphal Fortress come from the city of Raging Waves. Some time ago, the charity organization of Raging Waves City also sent out an inspection team and a census team to prepare to invest in the construction of livelihood facilities in Tadigia Hills. Uncle Xiaoxiu, you don't know about meteorite, but I have followed him for a while. As his opponent, you should never be optimistic, but be afraid. Chapter 463 True or False Envoy. At night, all the relief supplies on the train were unloaded. After Luke and Colonel Chester completed the check and handover, they visited the Triumph Fortress accompanied by the Colonel. It has to be admitted that this is an extremely grand building with a wide interior space and well-connected passages. There is an underground river inside the fortress, as long as the stored supplies are sufficient. Even if the outside is lost, the inside can still resist for a long time. It's just that the tactics of the Barbarian Legion are too old, and they were captured by the Northern Legion after only 1 month. Talking about the battle to attack the Triumph Fortress, Colonel Chester was no longer restrained when they first met, and talked about what tactics the Northern Legion used in the attack, in order to prevent the defeated barbarians from retreating into the mountain to reorganize their defense. General Joshua boldly adopted airborne tactics during the general attack, using airships to break through from the air and dropping elite soldiers to rush into the mountain ahead of the barbarians. The loss was indeed great, but this surprise force that broke into the mountain put the main force of the barbarian army at risk of being surrounded and annihilated in the Triumphal Fortress. So the commander of the barbarian army decisively abandoned the Triumphal Fortress. The barbarian army stored a large amount of supplies in the Triumphal Fortress, but almost all of them were seized by us without any damage. From then on, the barbarian army did not have enough supplies to launch a large-scale counterattack, and the initiative of the war in Tadigia Hills has always been in the hands of our Northern Army. Colonel Chester waved his hand, as if the heroic battle was still before his eyes. At this time, the two had already walked into the mountain. The passage suitable for barbarians was very spacious for humans. There were garrison caves, warehouses, and many leisure and entertainment facilities that barbarians liked in the mountain fortress. The stone walls in some places were broken, which should be the place where the battle took place. Luke asked as he walked, the passages here are so complicated. Are there any barbarians hiding somewhere? There were some at the beginning, but they were all stragglers, and we quickly cleared them out. We have searched the fortress inside and outside several times and found many secret rooms and secret passages. The fortress is absolutely safe now. Marquis, That is a military-restricted area. Please go this way. Luke stopped. There was a closed iron gate at the end of the passage ahead. The iron gate was 4 meters high, and there was a sentry guarding outside. Seeing the person coming, the sentry made a stop gesture, and Colonel Chester immediately led the way to the fork next to him. Luke only glanced at the gate and felt Colonel Chester's nervousness. He didn't ask any more questions and followed the path led by the colonel. The two continued to talk about the Battle of Triumph Fortress. When Colonel Chester relaxed, Luke suddenly asked, "When did the special envoy of the Duke of Celtic come?" "Yesterday morning." Colonel Chester stopped immediately after realizing that he had said something he shouldn't have said. But it was obviously too late. The colonel tried to cover up. No. There is no special envoy from the Duke of Celtic." Luke smiled and said, "It's better if there is no special envoy. But it doesn't matter if there is. I just asked casually. I won't talk nonsense." Colonel Chester smiled helplessly. "Thank you, Lord Marquis. Don't be nervous. Just pretend I know nothing. It's late now. You've been busy all day. So go to bed early. I'll go back to the train to report to Her Royal Highness the Princess on the handover of condolences and supplies. Words spoken are like water spilled, and they can't be taken back. Chester can only say, 'I'll take Lord Marquis back.'" The two turned around and walked back. But as they walked, Colonel Chester found that the Marquis of Meteorite beside him had disappeared at some point. He stared blankly at the passages at both ends. There was no fork in the road. A living person seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Colonel Chester immediately reported the disappearance of the meteorite in the fortress. Soon the whole fortress was like a bomb. Soldiers searched for the meteorite in groups all night. But not even a corner of the clothes was found. Luke rubbed his fingers, and a ball of fire burned above his fingertips. In front of him was a passage without a trace of light. The walls were covered with slippery moss. It was obvious that it had not been used for a long time. Luke flicked the fire in his hand forward, and the fire shot forward like an arrow. In the firelight, there was nothing in the passage. But Luke still took out the steel wings with blazing feathers, and swung them to become a two-handed sword, with the blade glowing to illuminate the way ahead. Luke held the sword with both hands, and walked forward carefully step by step. The Northern Army's search of the Triumph Fortress was obviously not thorough enough, and this secret passage was not discovered. Luke walked forward, and his footsteps were very loud in the silent passage. He also wanted not to make any sound. But these were special stones, a kind of living stone, and the sound was a warning. The passage ahead had come to an end, and a stone wall blocked the way ahead, which seemed to be a dead end. I'm afraid that even if the Northern Army discovered this passage, they would not pay much attention to it. Luke faced the stone wall, and folded up the steel wings of the blazing feathers. The light disappeared, and the passage became dark again. Spirit in the stone, please knock on the door to the dream. Ancient friends come with the old promise, to witness the friendship established by our ancestors here. Luke's voice echoed in the darkness. A crack of green light appeared in the middle of the stone wall, and then the heavy stone wall opened from the inside. Green light shone from behind the door, covering Luke in the light curtain. A voice with an ancient breath came from behind the door. Another human. Are all the barbarians in Tedegia Hill dead? A human came yesterday, and another human came today. If you have anything to say, please tell me. Luke asked, did someone come to the land of dreams yesterday? This question made the creature on the other side stunned for a moment. Aren't you together? Luke said, definitely not. I am under the order of the Duke of Celtic to ask the rock giants of the land of dreams to assist me in assassinating the eldest princess of the empire, Agatha, and the Marquis of Meteorite. What did the person who came yesterday want to do with you? The creature on the other side said in surprise. He was also under the order of the Duke of Celtic to ask us to assist in assassinating the eldest princess of the empire, and the Marquis of Meteorite. What happened? You two have the same order, but you don't know each other. This means there is an impostor between me and the man from yesterday. Luke stretched out his hand, and a duke's crown appeared in his hand. The green light in the door immediately dissipated, revealing an extremely wide cave. Luke held the duke's crown, stepped into the stone door, walked down a flight of stairs, and continued to move forward. The cave was full of rock piles, and two eyes were open on the rock piles, staring at Luke and turning. Luke walked straight to the front of the largest rock pile in the middle of the cave, saluted in front of the rock pile, and said, My name is Luke. I was ordered by the Duke of Celtic to sneak into the Imperial train to the Triumphal Fortress. and arrived today with Princess Agatha and the Marquis of Meteor. The Duke told me that I could seek help in the Land of Dreams and Triumph Fortress. Because I am a human. The Duke said that his Duke's crown can prove my identity to the Lord of the Stone. Broken rock. The pile of stones in front of Luke moved, and a part of the stones formed an arm and stretched out, holding the Duke's crown with a thick index finger and thumb. The stones on the top of the pile formed a head, and the Lord of the Stone, Broken Rock, took the Duke's crown in front of him and examined it carefully. This is indeed the crown of the Celtic Duke. If you are the Duke's envoy, who is the person who came yesterday? In response to the question of the Lord of the Stone, Luke thought for a while and replied, "It's hard to judge. But what can be confirmed is that the Dreamland has been exposed. Someone knows the home of the rock giants, and the secret order to open the door. This is a troublesome matter." The Lord of the Stone returned the Duke's crown to Luke, and then said, "Although I am willing to believe that you are the real Duke's envoy, I have to give another Duke's envoy a chance to refute. You have no objection, right?" Luke nodded in agreement. "No objection. What is true is true, and what is false is false. I also want to see who dares to impersonate the Duke's envoy, and how he stole the secrets of the Dreamland. Yes, the truth must be found out." The Lord of the Stone summoned a stone chair for Luke. "Mr. Luke, please sit down. The envoy should be here soon." Luke sat down and patiently waited for the arrival of the Celtic Duke's envoy. The Land of Different Dreams is the home of the rock giants. Like the Ulu Academy, it is in an independent space that overlaps with the Triumphal Fortress. The first part of the Triumphal Fortress, which is also the largest project, was built by the rock giants. The rock giants migrated into the Tadega Hills during the ancient war and established friendship with the barbarians. Therefore, the rock giants generally would not refuse the barbarians' requests for help. There is such an ambush hidden inside the Triumphal Fortress. When the barbarian army is able to counterattack, the rock giants can cooperate inside and outside to deal a heavy blow to the northern army. The purpose of Luke's visit to the rock giants this time is to test whether the Celtic Duke's envoy has come to the rock giants. If the Duke of Celtic wanted to force Sinclair to rebel, he only needed to assassinate the Princess of the Empire and the governor of Raging Waves City in the Triumph Fortress to achieve his goal. As a result, it worked out after one try. What we need to do now is to kill the Duke's envoy. By the way, give Sinclair a beating. Luke was flipping through the information on his phone, and he looked calm from the outside. No one spoke, and the cave was so quiet that only the sound of dripping water could be heard somewhere. Not too long after, the stone door of the cave opened, and a man walked in a panic. "Great Lord of the Stone, what urgent matter requires me to come here now? Do you know that the entire Northern Legion is now looking for the meteorite? This person is Luke. Why are you here?" The man called out Luke's name immediately after seeing him, and he had obviously seen him in the Holy Mountain. Luke also remembered the identity of the visitor. He was a close minister of the Duke of Celtic, and was highly valued and trusted by Celtic. Counselor Quentin. Luke also called out the other person's name. "I also want to know why you are here." The Lord of the Stone said, "Since you two know each other, I think this matter will be easy to handle." Counselor Quentin. "Please sit down. I have a few questions that you need to answer truthfully." Quentin was confused. He sat down in the stone chair made by the Lord of the Stone and said, "Can you explain to me first? What is the current situation?" The Lord of the Stone said, "I also want to know the answer to the current situation." Consultant Quentin. "Since you know Mr. Luke, can you tell me how you know him?" Several piles of stones moved over, surrounding Luke and Quentin in the middle. The unusual atmosphere made Quentin a little nervous. His name is Luke, an adventurer from the city of Raging Waves. He won the championship in the strongman competition in the Holy Mountain, and the Duke personally wore the championship belt because of his contribution to the transformation technology of the Storm Barbarians. The Duke awarded him his Duke's crown. Later, he left the Holy Mountain, and there was no news. "Thank you for your answer." The Lord of the Stone asked Luke again, "How do you know Consultant Quentin?" Luke replied, "I have been on a mission outside, so I don't know much about Consultant Quentin. I only know that he is a close minister of the Duke, and the Duke trusts him very much." Luke emphasized the word trust, which made Quentin feel very harsh. He said to the Lord of the Stone impatiently, "I don't know how this adventurer found this place. Since he knows the secret here, he must not be allowed to leave alive. How to let him leave is up to me." The Lord of the Stone asked Quentin, "Do you know that Luke is working for the Duke of Celtic?" Quentin was shocked. Is this true? Luke chuckled and said, Of course it's true. The last time I went back to the Holy Mountain was to present the Storm Barbarian transformation technology. And by the way, to give the Duke a reason to clean up the Abyss Temple. In the city of Raging Waves, I opened up the relationship with the port so that the materials from Tadigia Hills could be transported out smoothly. I even advised Meteorite that secretly helping Tadigia Hills would help him control the Empire, and was recognized by Meteorite. Therefore, the welfare agency of the city of Raging Waves is ready to invest in the infrastructure construction of Tadigia Hills. Quentin suddenly realized he has been unable to understand the mysterious operations of the city of Raging Waves during this period. If smuggling could be concealed from Meteorite, large-scale welfare investment would definitely not be concealed from him. But Meteorite was indifferent to the investment of the welfare agency of the city of Raging Waves into Tadigia Hills. If the Tadigia Hills were secretly funded, the Empire would be more dependent on Meteorite, which would explain it. I didn't expect that the Duke quietly placed a spy next to Meteorite. Are you here with Meteorite? Luke replied, Yes. We are in the same carriage. Quentin was overjoyed. The Duke ordered me to assassinate the Empire's Princess Agatha and Meteorite. If you can assist me, I will definitely accomplish this feat. Luke snorted coldly. If the Duke wanted to assassinate Princess Agatha and Meteorite, he could just notify me. Why did he send you here? Quentin was stunned. Yes. Why did he send me here? Luke took the opportunity to say, Quentin, the Duke trusted you so much. But I didn't expect you to betray the Duke. Tell me, how did you know about the Land of Dreams? What was your purpose in falsely conveying the Duke's order and asking the Rock Giants to assassinate Agatha and Meteor? Did you want to lure the Rock Giants out of the Land of Dreams and then ambush and destroy them? You. Quentin stood up, pointed at Luke and said loudly, What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't betray the Duke, and I didn't falsely convey the Duke's order. The Duke told me all these in person. You. I know who you are. You are Meteor, and the Northern Army is looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect you to come here to pretend to be the Duke's spy. The Lord of the Stone. He must be Meteor. Luke laughed. I am Meteor? Your identity is exposed. And you dare to tell any lie to save your life. Chapter 464, When the Fake is True. The real becomes fake. The surrounding piles of rocks all moved, and large pieces of rocks combined into 2 feet. Then a torso, arms, and finally a head. The Lord of the Stone, Broken Rock, still had a mouth full of rock beard. He looked at Quentin and said sternly, Just now you said Luke was an adventurer, and now you say he is a meteorite. If you slander without any evidence, the consequences will be very serious. Quentin couldn't produce any evidence, but he was aware of his situation. Now he was very passive, and if he answered the question wrongly, he would be beaten into a meat pie immediately. He hurriedly defended himself. Great Lord of the Stone, please believe me. Just now, the meteorite that visited the Triumph Fortress suddenly disappeared, and this Luke happened to come to the Land of Different Dreams at this time. This is too much of a coincidence. Luke said, The meteorite arrived at the Triumph Fortress today, and you happened to arrive a day earlier yesterday. Isn't it also a coincidence? Quentin, stop struggling. Tell me, how did you steal the information of the Land of Different Dreams? Quentin jumped up and pointed at Luke and shouted, You are the one who stole the Land of Different Dreams. I brought the Celtic Duke's warrant, which has the Duke's personal wax seal on it. Luke said, The Duke's personal wax seal? Is it really the Duke's personal seal? You. Quentin was so angry that he could hardly speak. He said to the Lord of the Stone, Broken Rock, it's very simple to prove which of us is fake. Just arrest both of us and send a rock giant to the Duke's castle on the Holy Mountain to confirm it. The interior of Triumph Fortress is full of soldiers from the Northern Legion. What is your intention in letting the Lord of the Stone send out the rock giants? Moreover, Luke said to the Lord of the Stone, If we delay too long, my identity will be exposed. I know it is difficult for me to prove that he is a fake envoy, and he has no way to prove that I am a fake envoy. But the Duke is afraid that I will do something to offend the rock giants. So he told me many things about the Dreamland to remember. The Duke cherishes the friendship between the barbarians and the rock giants. This friendship can be traced back to the ancient war period, and is the most important wealth of the barbarians. Luke's words were very useful to the Lord of the Stone. He fancied and said, Yes. When the ancient war broke out, I was just a little stone spirit. I followed the previous Lord of the Stone, and his tribe over the mountains to the Tadega Hills. The barbarians at that time gave us a lot of help, and gave us this cave, as a dreamland for rock giants. We slept in dreams for a long time. And it seemed that 1,000 years had passed in a blink of an eye. Seeing the Lord of the Stone and Luke chatting so harmoniously, Quentin became even more flustered. He said, "The Duke cherishes the friendship with the rock giants, the ancestors of the barbarians and the rock giants." Quentin didn't know what to say next. Before coming to the Triumph Fortress, I didn't know about the Dreamland at all. If I didn't need a human as an envoy, I wouldn't know such a secret. Besides knowing how to enter the Dreamland and the leader of the rock giants, the Lord of the Stone, Broken Rock, I didn't know anything else. Fear and nervousness made Quentin's face sweat like rain, just like his fake identity was exposed. At this time, the Lord of the Stone looked at Quentin, then looked at Luke, and said, "Okay, I will ask some questions about the land of different dreams that only Duke Celtic knows. Those who can answer are the special envoys of Duke Celtic, and those who can't answer." The Lord of the Stone looked at Quentin again, and Quentin trembled with fear. Luke showed all the cheat sheets he could find on his mobile phone and said calmly, "Excuse me." The Lord of the Stone asked, "How many rock giants are there in the land of different dreams?" "Consultant Quentin, you answer first." Quentin hurriedly looked around, but the surrounding space was full of rock giants, and he couldn't count how many rock giants there were here. I don't know. The Duke didn't tell me. Great Lord of Rock, I didn't lie to you. I really found the land of dreams on the orders of the Duke. Your chance is over." The Lord of the Stone stopped Quentin from speaking and turned to Luke and asked, "Now it's your turn to answer. Only the Duke of Celtic knows the answer. If you answer correctly, I will believe you." The answer, 65. Luke checked the Dreamland Dungeon strategy written by many players. If only the rock giants are counted, there are 65. And there are also an unknown number of stone spirits. When Luke was about to give the answer, he suddenly had an intuition in his heart to stop him. This question was the last test of the Lord of the Stone specifically for him. The number of individuals of a race cannot be easily known by outsiders, especially for rare supernatural creatures like rock giants. It is even more impossible to let others know how many rock giants there are in the land of dreams. The relationship between the barbarians and the rock giants is good, but it is never good enough to tell each other such critical information. The Lord of the Stone repeatedly emphasized that this is a secret known only to the Duke of Celtic, which is to set a trap for himself. The standard answer to this question is, "I don't know," Luke said ashamedly. "When the Duke introduced the land of dreams to me, he didn't say how many rock giants there are here." Fortunately, Consultant Quentin didn't know either. Hearing Luke say that he didn't know, Quentin suddenly felt relieved. This hurdle was passed. I hope the other party still doesn't know the next question. But who would have thought that Luke continued, "But the Duke told me another thing. During the ancient war, the number of rock giants who migrated into the Tadega Hills was 34. And there were 68 stone spirits. Now 1,000 years have passed, and the number of rock giants in the Dreamland should have increased a lot. The barbarians welcomed the rock giants into the Tadega Hills. At that time, it was not difficult to count the number of rock giants." The Lord of the Stone nodded with relief. "Yes. The number of rock giants, who migrated 1,000 years ago, was indeed 34. I am very satisfied with your answer. You are indeed the special envoy of the Duke of Celt." Quentin was dumbfounded. He stammered, "Great Lord of the Stone, please be sure to seek the answer from the Holy Mountain. I don't know how he knows so much about the land of different dreams, but I am definitely here on the orders of the Duke of Celt. Please, let the Duke prove who is real between me and him." The Lord of the Stone walked towards Quentin, "But the land of different dreams has been exposed. There must be an ambush outside, and the rock giant can't get out. Therefore, the Duke of Celt will not prove anything. But the Duke told me the answer in another way. It's a pity that you haven't stolen enough secrets from the Duke. Fortunately, you didn't steal enough secrets, and you didn't know that Luke worked for the Duke. Otherwise we would be exterminated." The Lord of the Stone slapped Quentin and the stone chair behind him, and they were smashed and flattened. Blood flowed out from the gaps between the broken stones. The Lord of the Stone raised his hand, shook off the blood on his hand, and said to Luke, "Since the Dreamland has been exposed, we can no longer assist you in assassinating the princess and the meteor. Please understand." Luke glanced at Quentin, whose flesh and blood had completely mixed with the stone, and sighed and said, I didn't expect that the Imperial Secret Intelligence Agency would actually plant a secret talker next to the Duke. I don't know how much information has been leaked. Compared with assassinating the princess and the meteorite, protecting the Land of Strange Dreams is the most important thing, which is related to the future counterattack of the Barbarian Legion on the Triumphant Fortress. From now on, the gate of the Land of Strange Dreams must be closed. The rock giants are strictly prohibited from going out, and the secret order to open the door must be changed. The Lord of the Stone nodded repeatedly. With less than 100 rock giants in the Land of Strange Dreams, a head-on confrontation with the main force of the Northern Legion is purely a death sentence. Now that the opponent knows the existence of the Land of Strange Dreams, the rock giants must strictly guard the space barrier and prevent outside visits to reduce the chances of the Northern Legion breaking the space barrier. The secret order to open the door must be changed. Luke left the Land of Strange Dreams after confirming a new secret order with the Lord of the Stone, saying that his identity could not be exposed. As the stone wall behind him closed again, Luke rubbed a flame to illuminate the dark passage. With a triumphant smile on his face, all the rock giants were asleep, and the secret order to enter the Land of Strange Dreams was changed. Even if the Duke of Celtic came in person, he could not open the door. This helped the Northern Legion eliminate a hidden danger. Killing the Duke of Celtic's envoy was an unexpected gain. I wonder how Sinclair would react when he found out that Quentin disappeared under his nose. Ha ha ha. Wait until tomorrow to see the show. There are many passages in the Triumph Fortress that can enter the Land of Strange Dreams. When Luke came out, he specifically asked to open a door closest to the fortress station. So when Luke came out of the passage, he was already outside the mountain. Inside the fortress, high-powered searchlights were scanning back and forth, and a large number of soldiers were searching everywhere. There were even many people leading military dogs. They were determined to find the meteorite even if they had to dig deep into the ground. Fortunately, there were many boxes of comfort items piled up in the station. Luke blocked the sight of the searching soldiers and jumped into the carriage with a few dodges. Who is it? Several spies on guard in the carriage drew their swords immediately after hearing the sound. After seeing that it was Luke who came in, they put away their swords and saluted, "Mr. Marquis." Luke patted the grass branches and dust stuck on his clothes. "Did anything special happen while I was away?" The head of the spies replied, "Everything is normal in the train. I don't know what important things the Northern Army lost that they sent so many people to look for them. We sent people to ask, but they said nothing. Her Royal Highness the Princess asked us to disperse and guard the carriages, and no one was allowed to leave at will." "My lord, you came back like this. Did something happen?" "Nothing serious," Luke said easily. "You don't have to be nervous. Arrange the duty, and everyone else can rest." "Did Her Royal Highness the Princess rest?" The spy leader replied, "When I was patrolling the train just now, I saw that the lights in Her Royal Highness's room were still on. I went to talk to Her Royal Highness the Princess about something." "You have worked hard," the spies said in unison, "for the great empire. For the great emperor of the empire." Luke waved his hand and walked forward along the carriage. When Luke walked away, the spies couldn't help gossiping. "Do you think the Marquis stole something important from the Northern Legion, causing the Northern Legion to look for it in such a hurry? Can what the Marquis did be called stealing? Didn't you see how happy he was just laughing? The Northern Legion's nervousness must be related to him. It's what the Northern Legion deserves." The Princess of the Empire and the Governor of Raging Waves came to express their condolences together. What a high level. The Northern Legion only sent a colonel to greet them. It's simply a humiliation to His Highness and His Majesty. It is understandable that the grandson of the Emperor, Sinclair, did not show up because of Fania, but General Joshua should come out to greet him. The head of the spies scolded, "Can you discuss royal affairs casually?" Yes. This kind of royal affairs is not what we should discuss. But there is absolutely no problem for us to talk about another kind of royal affairs. When do you think Her Royal Highness the Princess and Lord Marquis of Meteorite will get married?" This topic aroused the interest of all the spies in the carriage, including the head of the spy who joined in the gossip. Luke knocked on the door of Agatha's bedroom. "Who's outside?" It sounded like Agatha's lady-in-waiting. Luke replied, "Meteor." The door opened immediately, and it was opened by the lady-in-waiting. She saluted happily when she saw Luke. "My Lord Marquis, I am so glad that you are back safely. Her Royal Highness the Princess has been worried about you. Please come in." The lady-in-waiting let Luke enter the room, and she went out to close the door. Even for the princess, it is impossible to have a very spacious room on the train. The outer room is a living room and study, and the inner room is a bedroom. The layout of the room is compact, and the decoration is in line with the identity of the princess. Luxurious and noble. Agatha stood by the window and looked at Luke, with a look of relief after worry. Although I believe you will be safe, the chaos of the Northern Army still makes me worry about your safety. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. The lights and figures outside the window were swaying. Luke walked up and quickly closed the curtains. They are looking for me. Let them look for me all night. There was a coffee table on the inside of the window, and chairs on both sides were fixed to the walls of the carriage. There was a cup of tea on the coffee table, but the tea was cold but not drunk. Luke grabbed the teacup and wanted to drink it. Agatha quickly snatched it away and shouted, "Lanchi, the tea is cold. Make us 2 cups of coffee." The lady outside the door responded, "Yes, Your Highness the Princess." Agatha smiled. She sat down and said to Luke, "Tell me what you did. It must be important and exciting. I have a whole night to listen to your story." Luke sat opposite Agatha. "Do you know that the Duke of Celtic's envoy is in the Triumph Fortress?" Agatha replied, as expected. "The personnel and itinerary of this visit are public. In order to prevent Sinclair from reaching a reconciliation with us, the cabinet has sent envoys, and the Duke of Celtic should also take action. Do you have any good news to tell me? I made the Duke of Celtic's envoy disappear from the fortress." "How did you do it?" Agatha was very surprised. She and Luke had just arrived at the Triumph Fortress today, and Luke was busy handing over the condolences all day, and only entered the fortress for a visit in the evening. How long did he enter the fortress? And the Duke of Celtic's envoy disappeared. It's disappearance, not death. There is not even a body or trace. Don't the people of the Northern Legion have eyes? Chapter 465 Scare him. The maid Lanchi brought in 2 cups of coffee, and Luke drank the coffee and told Agatha what he had just done. Agatha didn't expect that there was such a special space in the Triumph Fortress, although there were not many rock giants in it. These extraordinary creatures were extremely powerful and had extremely strong regeneration capabilities in areas full of rocks. If these rock giants rushed out when the Barbarian Legion counterattacked the Triumph Fortress, they would definitely cause heavy damage to the Northern Legion. Fortunately, you know that there are rock giants hidden in the Triumph Fortress, Agatha said thankfully. Now these rock giants are trapped in the land of dreams. What should we do next? Luke replied, "Show your strength. Then wait patiently to see who can't help but take the initiative to ask for a meeting." Agatha asked in confusion, "We only have more than 200 guards. How can we show our strength to the Northern Army?" Luke smiled mysteriously. "Wait until tomorrow. You will know." Speaking of this, Luke opened the curtains a little, and the Northern Army soldiers outside were still searching everywhere. At the station, the medical team of the City of Raging Waves has set up more than a dozen medical tents, and is now moving and installing equipment overnight. Tomorrow, the medical tents will be able to accept patients. Agatha leaned forward and saw the medical tent through the gap. This medical team was brought by Luke. He said he wanted to show his strength to the Northern Army. Could it be this medical team? Bang! Agatha's head bumped with Luke's. Their eyes met. On the terrace of the fortress, the royal grandson Sinclair looked at the train in the station with a frown. He knew that meteorite would definitely cause some trouble, but he didn't expect that he would do it so quickly. He suddenly disappeared inside the fortress. This means that meteorite knows more about the Triumph Fortress than the Northern Army. His behavior is definitely a provocation. In revenge for the humiliation he suffered during the daytime reception. Now the Northern Army has used almost all the means it can to search for meteorite, but has not yet found his whereabouts. Is the Imperial Secret Service so powerful? If the Northern Legion is determined to be the enemy of the Queen, the Triumphal Fortress is definitely not a safe base. At this time, General Joshua came, hurriedly. Sinclair asked, "Have you found the meteorite?" "No." General Joshua looked very bad. He hesitated for a while before saying to Sinclair, "Just found out. Quentin, the special envoy of the Duke of Celtic, is also missing." "What?" Sinclair, who was looking at the train, immediately turned back to look at Joshua. "Isn't there a heavy guard guarding Quentin's residence? How could he disappear too?" Joshua said with some concern. "First the meteorite disappeared in the fortress, and then the special envoy of the Duke of Celtic. There must be a secret passage in the Triumphal Fortress that we haven't discovered. If these secret passages are used by the enemy, your safety cannot be guaranteed. I will send someone to escort you out of the fortress immediately." "No need." Sinclair refused. "In this case, I absolutely cannot leave by myself. Don't worry. I'm not that easy to be assassinated. I'm just worried that the disappearance of the Celtic Duke's envoy is related to the meteorite. Joshua did not continue to persuade Sinclair to leave. A commander must not easily leave his army. I am also worried that the disappearance of the Celtic Duke's envoy is related to the meteorite. If Quentin is captured by the meteorite, it will make us passive. Nothing can be said now. Control all of Quentin's followers, and send more people to protect the cabinet envoy. He can't get into trouble again. I've done it all. Sinclair nodded. Let the soldiers rest. Are you going to look for meteorite? Sinclair looked at the train below. The curtains of Princess Agatha's bedroom were drawn, and the light illuminated two shadows next to each other. No need to look for meteorite. It should be back. The next morning, although they were tossed for most of the night, the soldiers of the Northern Army still went out for exercise on time. Whether in terms of discipline or quality, they are worthy of being one of the most elite armies in the Empire. The morning exercise was steaming hot. After breakfast, some soldiers who were not on duty gathered outside the medical tent of the station. Looking at these soldiers, their bodies were more or less disabled. Injuries are unavoidable in war. Minor injuries can be cured by resting for a while, but some serious injuries require amputation. Fortunately, with the development of mechanical technology, mechanical bodies can be used to replace amputated limbs. As a first-level core of the Empire, the cost of amputation and replacement of soldiers' limbs is borne by the Empire. However, because it is borne by the state, the mechanical limbs of most soldiers are the cheapest, which are very different from real limbs. Mechanical limb failure and infection are the most troublesome things for every soldier who receives mechanical body modification. Therefore, when these soldiers heard that there were mechanical modification technicians in the medical team of Nuteo City, and that they could replace mechanical limbs for free, they came to watch with great curiosity. But why is there a little girl among these mechanical modification engineers? And she seems to be the leader, directing other mechanical modification engineers to do this, and that around the equipment. She looks very unreliable. In the medical tent, Sandpaper led the mechanical modification engineers to debug the equipment. 10 operating tables were arranged side by side, and medical equipment and welding equipment were installed in their respective positions. After all the equipment was debugged, Sandpaper saw so many soldiers surrounded outside, and they all had mechanical bodies on their bodies, and a smile of finding something fun immediately appeared on his face. Those who need to replace the mechanical body, go to my assistant to get a number plate. Come one by one. Follow the order. Don't crowd. Sandpaper's distinctive voice made the soldiers even more unconvinced of the little girl. But the soldiers did not leave. They all wanted to see if anyone would come forward to wade through the water for them. No one came forward to get a number plate, and the atmosphere inside and outside the medical tent was extremely awkward. Sandpaper stared blankly at the soldiers outside. She had never encountered such a situation before. As the most famous mechanical modification engineer on Diagon Street, she had to make an appointment several days in advance if she wanted to perform mechanical modification surgery. Seeing that these people were not polite, Sandpaper pointed to a soldier standing in front and said, "The third-order air pressure pipeline of your mechanical left leg longitudinal path is blocked. The alchemical neuron has a 7% failure rate, and the main supporting metal skeleton and the sole joint are seriously worn. The internal steam engine has insufficient output power, which is like a small horse pulling a big cart. It is estimated that it will be scrapped after 3 years of repairs." The soldier was shocked. He was wearing a military uniform, and his left mechanical leg was completely covered by his trousers. This little girl could see the malfunction of his mechanical leg at a glance. The soldier didn't want to be the first to go to the operating table, and stammered, "I plan to go to the Rear Corps Hospital for repairs when I have a break. Whether it is repair or replacement, we don't force it. But it's a pity that the latest mechanical prosthesis we brought was lost." Sandpaper snapped his fingers, and 2 assistants carried out a long box, opened it, took out a mechanical leg from it, and installed it on the debugger next to the operating table. Unlike simple mechanical limbs, some pipelines are exposed outside. This mechanical leg has a simulated appearance, and soft metal is used at the joints. After the mechanical leg is installed on the test instrument, with the assistant's operation and debugging, the mechanical leg continuously makes various movements, as smooth as a real leg, and even the toes can move. The assistant controls the mechanical leg to make explosive movements, such as running, kicking, and kicking, all of which are completed perfectly without exception. Sandpaper introduced. This is a newly developed mechanical prosthesis in Nuteo City, which uses magic and steam dual drive. The honeycomb structure steel used in the skeleton has a weight density consistent with human bones. The closed self-circulating steam pull rod used for power transmission can be used normally for half a year after adding water once. The auxiliary power is 12 groups of alchemical muscle fibers, which can not only provide instantaneous explosive power, but also allow you to still have low-intensity mobility when the steam power system fails. Alchemical neurons use a non-invasive structure, which does not need to be directly connected to the flesh nerves. The magic components inside can perfectly transmit all the instructions from the brain to the mechanical prosthesis. Therefore, there is no need to endure pain during replacement and maintenance. And there is no risk of infection. Soldier, I really don't know what you are hesitating about. Hurry up and lie on the operating table. I will personally complete this operation for you. The soldier was very moved by such a beautiful and flexible mechanical leg. Especially the mechanical leg hooked its toes at him. But when the soldier heard the girl said she wanted to perform the operation on him personally, his face immediately changed. I want to wait a little longer. Catch him and put him on the operating table. The anesthesiologist is going to perform anesthesia. Sandpaper ordered loudly. Before the soldier finished speaking, 2 mechanic assistants rushed over and pulled him out of the crowd, and carried him to the operating table without saying anything. The anesthesiologist then injected a needle into his neck, and after a tube of anesthetic was injected, the soldier completely lost consciousness. Miss Sandpaper, anesthesia is completed. Okay. The operation begins. Sandpaper snapped his fingers again, and the mechanical leg waiting to be installed gave a thumbs up. Then it was time to witness a miracle. Sandpaper took the electric saw and cut off the soldier's mechanical leg in a shower of sparks. Then removed the mechanical components connected to the body. The medical practitioner next to him quickly used magic to stop the bleeding from the wound, and then applied magic potion. During this time, Sandpaper used a grinding wheel to grind the exposed leg bone, punched a hole to install the magic sensor, and then installed the protective layer and connecting rod. The assistant on the other side completed the debugging of the mechanical leg according to the soldier's body and height. Finally, Sandpaper put the mechanical leg on the connecting rod, and with a click, the mechanical leg and the soldier's broken leg were connected and nested. This process took less than 20 minutes. The soldiers watching outside were all stunned. You know, when they install mechanical limbs, they often lie on the operating table for several hours, and most of the time, the installation cannot be completed in one go. They have to cut the broken leg repeatedly for debugging and adaptation, which makes people suffer psychologically while enduring physical pain. Now a leg is replaced in less than 20 minutes. Can it be used? The soldier on the operating table woke up after the anesthesia was removed. The bad memory before the coma made him jump up from the operating table and run away on the ground. But he just ran 2 steps and realized something was wrong. When did his left leg grow out? He looked down and saw that the trouser leg of his left leg was cut off. The whole leg was the mechanical leg he just saw. His original mechanical leg was thrown on the ground like garbage. The entire medical tent was silent. Everyone stared at the soldier's new mechanical leg. Snap. Snap. Sandpaper snapped his fingers continuously. Hey. 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 The number of mechanical prostheses we brought this time is limited. First come, first served. If you are late, you have to wait for the new goods from Nuteo City. It may take more than 10 days. The crowd rushed to the assistant in charge of issuing the number plates. The benefits of the new mechanical prostheses from Nuteo City quickly spread in the Triumph Fortress. Soon the soldiers discovered that most of the mechanical transformation engineers from Nuteo City were mechanical people. When they wore the mechanical work clothes, they could not tell that most of their bodies were mechanical. Is the mechanical transformation technology of Raging Waves City so strong? Agatha, who followed Luke to visit the medical tent, was also shocked by the current mechanical transformation technology of Raging Waves City. Looking at those mechanical prostheses that were almost the same as real limbs except for their appearance, Agatha felt like she was reading a popular mechanical fantasy novel. Luke greeted mechanics and soldiers he knew and didn't know, and said to Agatha, "Do you still remember the Titan prototype I brought from Winter City?" The magic transmission technology inside was developed by the Raging Waves City Alchemist Association, and a new generation of mechanical prosthesis was developed. Her Royal Highness should be able to see the significance of the new generation of mechanical prosthesis. Agatha said, "If you can make mechanical prosthesis, You can make highly realistic alchemical puppets. They can be more flexible than humans. They can do things that humans can do. And they can also do things that humans cannot do. In addition, human-controlled war machines have also entered the next generation. Most of the mechanical conduction structures of war machines have been changed to magic conduction structures. The new generation of war machines completely suppresses the old models of war machines. Not to mention the steam-type Titan that Raging Waves City is developing. I heard that it is almost completed. Luke opened a box with a mechanical arm inside. He took it and handed it to Agatha and said, "The technological explosion brought by steam technology is still ongoing. And Raging Wave City has opened up a new track of magic technology. With Sinclair's ability, he can definitely see the technical content of this small mechanical arm. The changes that steam technology has brought to war. The Northern Legion has deeply experienced from the Barbarian Legion. And he must know what kind of enemy the Northern Legion will face when his opponent has magic technology. Even if the Duke of Celtic lifts the factory ban, what can the Tadega Hills do if it can support two armies at the level of steam industry? Even if the Barbarian Legion and the Northern Legion form an alliance, they are no match for an army armed with magic technology." Agatha took over the mechanical arm, which was much lighter than she expected, but very strong. Unlike the old mechanical prosthesis, the structure and function need to be reduced as much as possible in order to balance the weight. This arm should be very expensive. Of course it is expensive. Talking about the price, Luke couldn't help but smile bitterly, in order to scare Sinclair. The City of Raging Waves has shed a lot of money this time. What compensation is Her Royal Highness going to give to the City of Raging Waves? Agatha just smiled. Chapter 466 Meeting with Sinclair. A long queue formed outside the medical tent, and 10 operating tables were put into use at the same time. In one day, mechanical prostheses were replaced for hundreds of soldiers of the Northern Legion. Only some of the mechanical prostheses brought were all used up. And some soldiers did not have matching mechanical prostheses of different sizes and models. When these soldiers were worried that they would not be able to enjoy this benefit, the governor of the City of Raging Waves, Marquis Meteorite, sent someone to announce a message. Soldiers who did not have suitable mechanical prostheses could complete registration and measurement in the medical tent, and the City of Raging Waves would manufacture mechanical prostheses and send them to them as soon as possible. Marquis Meteorite said, "This free replacement of mechanical prostheses will not miss any soldier who was injured and bleeding for the Empire." The entire triumphant fortress was filled with cheers praising the great Empire. Some officers also joined the ranks of replacing mechanical prostheses. The mechanical prostheses brought by Raging Waves City this time were too good. In the Triumph Fortress Corps Command, General Sinclair, General Joshua and many senior commanders of the Corps sat behind a curved conference table. In front of them, one soldier after another showed them their newly replaced mechanical prostheses from Raging Waves City. Arms, legs, feet, eyes, ears. Every soldier was very satisfied with the mechanical prostheses they replaced. And they were almost the same as real limbs in use. And these prostheses tried to make the appearance close to real limbs. Even if they were still metal, they could already comfort the soldiers. A young soldier said with great anticipation, "Your Highness Sinclair, Generals, Miss Sandpaper said that the Alchemist Association of Raging Waves City is researching artificial skin. Once the artificial skin is made, it will be put on the outside of the mechanical prosthesis, and it will not be visible that it is fake." Another soldier said, "Miss Sandpaper told me about this. She also said that if alchemical sensing elements are buried under the artificial skin, the mechanical prosthesis can still feel the touch. It will be no different from a real limb." Then several soldiers talked about what they saw and heard in the medical tent. And they were all impressed by the magic technology of Raging Waves City. General Chiao Shoer asked all these soldiers to withdraw. The army doctors and magicians of the army presented their analysis of these mechanical prostheses to Sinclair and the generals. The chief magic consultant and head of the Northern Army was a middle-aged man with a beard. He walked to the podium opposite the curved conference table. "Your Highness, Generals." The magic consultant saluted first, then said, "The mechanical prostheses brought by the City of Raging Waves are very advanced. They use a lot of magic technology and bioelectric alchemy neuron technology, which allows us to directly see the technology and new technology development capabilities of the City of Raging Waves. Metallurgical technology, mechanical design capabilities, medical. These technologies are also very advanced in the world. To be frank, the knowledge reserve of our Legion mages is far behind that of Raging Waves City. The words of the magic consultant made the meeting fall into silence. Sinclair and the generals looked at the analysis opinions in their hands, and felt that the military doctors and mages were trying their best to use all their knowledge to explain the new technology they saw. The whole article was filled with guessing words such as probably, maybe, and should. Sinclair rubbed his head and said to General Joshua beside him, "It seems that we all think things are too simple. And the right to choose seems to have never been in our hands." General Joshua gritted his teeth, and the few pages in his hand were heavier than the pressure of thousands of troops. The Northern Legion is the first legion in the Empire to receive new technology, new weapons, and new war models. General Joshua witnessed the transition of the Northern Legion from the old army to the new army, and he knows how the combat effectiveness of the Northern Legion has changed before and after. In the past, even if the Northern Legion doubled its strength, it would not dare to fight the Barbarian Legion like it does now. Now the legion that I have always been proud of, and is definitely among the world's first-class armies, has fallen behind. Your Highness, maybe things are not as bad as we thought. General Joshua comforted Sinclair and said to the mage advisor, "If we use this technology to form an army, will the Northern Legion have the ability to fight against this legion?" The wizard consultant replied, "General, what kind of confrontation are you talking about? If it is a confrontation between the Barbarian Legion and the Northern Legion, our Northern Legion can confront this legion." The generals all understood. The Northern Legion will passively take the beating when facing future enemies, and can only use the depth of defense and terrain to defeat and deploy defenses. It can counterattack in a limited way, but a large-scale counterattack is a suicide act. General Joshua was afraid that Sinclair's will would waver, so he hurriedly said, "There are many factors that determine the outcome of a war, and weapons are only one of them. The fighting will of the soldiers and the war art of the commander can make up for the disadvantages in weapons. We are all willing to sacrifice our lives for His Highness to take back the Empire from the Queen. Justice is on our side." The generals stood up together. "We are all willing to sacrifice our lives for His Highness to take back the Empire from the Queen. Justice is on our side." Sinclair suddenly felt like he was trapped in a fairy tale. With the support of his nobles, the exiled prince bravely attacked the queen who stole the country and her jester. In the end, the prince succeeded in killing the queen, not only ascended the throne to become the new king, but also married a beautiful princess and lived a happy life from then on. But reality is not a fairy tale. My generals, please sit down. I believe in your loyalty and don't want to dampen your fighting spirit, but we can't cover our eyes and ignore the overwhelming technical advantage of the City of Raging Waves. Today we only saw a small mechanical prosthesis, but there are still many things in Raging Waves that we cannot see. We cannot pin our hopes on the Duke of Celtic. The envoy he said disappeared and has not been found yet. We cannot pin our hopes on the cabinet either. When those officials need to abandon us, they will never look back. The fate of the Northern Army must be in our own hands. I decided to meet with Princess Agatha and Meteorite to listen to their conditions before making a decision. If Sinclair said these words the day before, there would definitely be generals who jumped out to oppose. Now even the most hawkish generals have not expressed their opinions. Everyone is waiting for General Joshua, who is the soul of this army. I agree that your Highness should meet with Princess Agatha and Marquis of Meteorite. General Joshua finally gave in, but before meeting them, your Highness should first meet with the cabinet envoy and hear how much support the cabinet can give us. Okay. The meteorite hit the big bomb as soon as it arrived. It would be no good for the Northern Army to drag it on. Wait a few more days. Maybe the meteorite will blow up the entire Triumph Fortress. The Emperor's grandson Sinclair met with the cabinet envoy. The news of the meeting tomorrow also reached Agatha in the tea room of the condolence train. It's only been 2 days, and Sinclair can't help it. Although she mocked, Agatha was still very happy in her heart. Sinclair's willingness to talk means there is hope for a peaceful solution to the Northern Army. Luke, who was drinking tea with Agatha, said, at first Sinclair definitely wanted to talk, but his generals stopped him. Now that we have demonstrated our generation-level technical strength, Sinclair has an excuse to finalize this meeting. It seems that whether the problem of the Northern Army can be peacefully resolved ultimately depends on the attitude of General Joshua. He is loyal to Fania, and now that Fania is dead, he will only focus on pushing Sinclair to the throne. But if Sinclair ascends the throne, the officials and nobles who follow him will definitely fight for the court. Do you have any good ideas? Luke did not push Sinclair to be the emperor of the empire because of this concern. Sinclair had no foundation in the court, and he would be undermined by the people below him. These people have no bottom line, and will rush to the city of raging waves and waves. The queen can only rely on the city of raging waves to ascend to the throne. Luke replied, completely remove the privileges of the military nobles in the army. The Northern Army will be reorganized, and His Royal Highness Sinclair will be the commander of the new army. Agatha smiled and said, you are going to cut off the roots of those military nobles, which is very difficult. That's why I came to the Triumph Fortress. While Agatha and Luke were discussing what to say to Sinclair during the meeting, Sinclair's meeting with the cabinet envoy Hermann ended quickly. The result of the talks did not satisfy Sinclair. The cabinet could not provide much useful support except for big and empty promises. Also, the royal knights and the command of the palace guards are in the hands of the queen. The Imperial Secret Service has always been managed by Princess Agatha. Meteor is the commander of the St. Louis City Garrison Corps, and the Imperial Capital Security Bureau has also fallen into his hands. The original court ministers were transferred away, and some were placed in a position of no avail. The cabinet ministers could not protect themselves, so how could they give much help to the Northern Army? Hermann could only promise money. And then he said that Emperor Augustine might have passed away. Meteor and the officials of the City of Raging Waves were described as the Queen's party who supported the evil Queen. The righteous ministers waited for the Emperor's grandson, His Royal Highness Sinclair, to return to the imperial capital and set things right in the lost empire. If Sinclair was simpler, he might have been persuaded by him. But after experiencing this series of great changes, he understood a lot of things. The next day, which was also the third day after the Consolation Group arrived at the triumphant fortress, Princess Agatha and the governor of Raging Wave City, the Marquis of Meteorite, officially entered the fortress. In the conference table, the two sides sat on both sides of the long conference table. Sinclair and Agatha were expressionless, and there was no sign that they were aunt and niece. And they did not take the initiative to speak. They were all members of the royal family, so it was not appropriate for them to quarrel in public. The real protagonists of this meeting were General Joshua and the Marquis of Meteorite. Kalina sat next to Luke, and she adjusted the typewriter to take notes of the meeting. Prince MacDonald and other imperial officials sat in the back row. There was a row of briefcases at the prince's feet. He was responsible for quickly finding the information and documents needed for the negotiation. The meeting began. General Joshua did not speak, but looked at Agatha and Luke with hatred. The death of the eldest Prince Fania was directly related to the two of them. If Luke did not bring back the queen, if Agatha did not mobilize the imperial spies to seize the palace, perhaps the result of the coup would be different. Luke smiled and said, the interior of the Triumph Fortress is really too huge. I got lost in it when I visited it for the first time. Fortunately, a man named Quentin pointed out the way for me, so I walked out of the maze-like passage. I wonder if Mr. Quentin is here. I want to thank him in person. The disappearance of the Celtic Duke's envoy was indeed related to the meteorite. General Joshua replied coldly, Quentin went to inspect other garrisons of the Legion today. I wonder where the Marquis saw Quentin. In a huge cave. When I went in, Quentin was chatting with a group of rock giants. It seemed that he wanted to kill someone. Who did Quentin want to kill? It must be these two in front of him. Sinclair couldn't stay calm. He asked, where did you see the rock giants? Luke replied, inside the Triumph Fortress. Joshua said, it's impossible. The Triumph Fortress can't even hide a rock giant, let alone a group of them. Meteor, don't spread rumors and disrupt the morale of the Northern Army. General Joshua, Luke said contemptuously, whether there are rock giants? You can ask Quentin and you will know. Quentin. Joshua almost told about Quentin's disappearance. Where did you see the rock giant? Take us there? I forgot. The passages in the Triumph Fortress are too complicated. I don't know how to get in or out. Maybe when I visit the fortress, I can enter the cave full of rock giants again. General Joshua didn't know whether he should believe Meteor. If there are really rock giants from the barbarian camp hidden in the fortress, it will be very dangerous for the main force of the Northern Army to be stationed here. But there is really no better place for the army to station in the area occupied by the Northern Legion. And if the army leaves, the defense of the entire Tadega Hills occupied area will become extremely vulnerable. For the safety of the army, General Joshua slowed down his attitude and said to Luke, if what you said is true, please take us to eliminate these rock giants. If you see Quentin, he will tell you that the rock giants are very safe now. I put them all to sleep and closed the door of the cave. Now no one can open the door except me. You, seeing that General Joshua was about to get angry, Sinclair stopped him and asked Luke, "Are there really rock giants?" "Really. But rock giants are very rare rock-type supernatural creatures. Such a large group of rock giants is very rare. Since rock giants are harmless now, it is better to let them sleep. When the Empire brings Tadega Hills under its direct rule, it will not be too late to wake them up." General Joshua said in disbelief. "Bring Tadega Hills under the direct rule of the Empire?" Marquis Meteor. "Do you know where Tadega Hills is?" Long before the establishment of the Empire, the Celtic family ruled Tadega Hills. No one can separate the Celtic family from Tadega Hills. Luke agreed, yes. No one can separate the Celtic family from Tadega Hills, unless the Celtic Duke wants to separate them. General Joshua asked, "What do you mean?" Luke smiled and said, "My meaning is very clear. The Tadega Hills has officially started the process of being directly incorporated into the Empire. The Celtic Duke can only speed up or slow down this process." "Are you kidding?" Luke stared at General Joshua. "I never joke about this kind of thing." Raging Wave City, Imperial Capital, Western Territory. "I can definitely do what I say. Now I have come to Tadega Hills. And Tadega Hills will soon no longer be the Celtic Duke's Tadega Hills," I said. Chapter 467 Three Conditions. Luke's words were very overbearing, and the people in the conference room couldn't help but recall the various things he had done since he became famous. The city of Raging Waves was run like an iron bucket in the hands of the new nobles. The Cross Society. The Empire once wanted to take back the city of Raging Waves, but most of the people sent there ended up in vain. After meteorite arrived in Raging Waves, it quickly disintegrated the power of the Cross Society in Raging Waves and firmly controlled the city. The Western Territory has always been the most troublesome territory for the Empire. The nobles in the Western Territory have an offensive and defensive alliance, and do not take the imperial power seriously. After meteorite arrived in the Western Territory, it also did not take too long for the nobles in the Western Territory to hand in their letters of allegiance. Now the nobles in the Western Territory are very honest, and they all stick their heads in the ground like ostriches, and they remain silent no matter how the situation in the Empire changes. Imperial Capital. Meteorite is all-powerful in the Imperial Capital, with the officials of the city of Raging Waves entering the palace and occupying important positions. Meteorite will soon become the Prime Minister of the Empire. The Queen has been sidelined by him, and he will become the most powerful minister in the history of the Empire. Now Meteorite has come to the Tadega Hills. If someone else said those arrogant words, no one would believe them. But this is what Meteorite said. This is reasonable, and it was said in public, and it is likely to reach the ears of the Celtic Duke. Isn't he afraid of arousing the Celtic Duke's vigilance? General Joshua asked Luke, "Can I know your plan for Tadega Hill?" General Joshua. "If you tell me the plan of the Northern Army to attack northward, I will tell you my plan for Tadega Hill." Luke was aggressive, and General Joshua immediately denied. Northward is the homeland of the Empire. How could the Northern Army attack northward? Marquis Meteor. Don't frame me. Luke stretched out his hand, and Prince MacDonald immediately put a document in his hand. Luke took the document and threw it in front of General Joshua without even looking at it. This is the intelligence about the Northern Army collected by the Imperial Secret Service. There is evidence that the Northern Army is building many permanent fortresses in the fan-shaped area north of the Triumphal Fortress, and the defense surfaces of all the fortresses are facing north. Luke reached back and took another document from Prince MacDonald and threw it in front of General Joshua. This is a detailed list of supplies for the Northern Army signed by the Imperial Cabinet in the past 3 months. According to the intelligence of the Secret Service, in these 3 months, the Northern Army did not engage in a battle with the barbarian army with a scale of more than 100 people, and the supplies reported by the Northern Army for replenishment increased instead of decreasing. What is puzzling is that the cabinet gave them all. Luke took another document and threw it in front of General Joshua. These are the types and quantities of supplies that entered the Tadega Hills from the Northern Army's control area. Although the above figures are shocking, this is only a small part of what the Imperial Secret Service has discovered. General Joshua. The Empire ordered you to quell the rebellion of the Duke of Celtic. What do you want to do by doing these things? General Joshua did not look at the 3 documents on the table. If they were all correct, there was no need to deny them. He looked at Luke and asked, "It was Emperor Augustine who gave me the order, but His Majesty has not appeared in public for a long time. There are rumors in the court that His Majesty has passed away." Marquis Meteor. Is this rumor true or false? Everyone in the meeting looked at Meteor. The rumor that Emperor Augustine had passed away had already spread, but no one dared to confirm it. Meteorite is definitely someone who knows the health of His Majesty. And everyone is looking forward to his answer. Luke glanced at Agatha first, and then said, "Rumors are rumors. No matter how I answer, some people will only believe the answer they want to believe. General Joshua, here are His Majesty's daughter and His Majesty's grandson. You put an absurd rumor on such an important occasion, which is very unworthy of your status. I'm sorry, Your Highness." Joshua immediately apologized to Sinclair. "Calm down first." Sinclair knew that Joshua, as a professional soldier, was no match for Meteorite in talking. So he said to Luke, "Let's get to the point of this meeting. What does the Queen want me to do?" Luke said, "Since the Northern Army has left the North, this army name can no longer be used. The Empire has a reorganization plan for the Northern Army, and the army name is tentatively set as the Royal First Magic Army, as a pilot unit for new magic weapons. The Royal First Magic Army will be the first military force in the Empire to receive magic." When the generals of the Northern Army heard that the Northern Army was going to change its name, they were opposed. But when they heard that the new army name was Royal First Magic Army, their mood suddenly took a 180-degree turn. The generals learned what magic technology was from the chief magic consultant of the army. It was originally a branch of alchemy, and now it has been picked out by the City of Rage as a major subject, influenced by the City of Raging Waves and the Ulu Academy. All the world's major academies have begun to pay attention to magic, an ancient subject that has been given new vitality. Through mechanical prosthesis, the generals learned about the application of magic technology and knew that magic weapons would reshape a new war model. What the generals didn't expect was that yesterday they were still discussing how the Northern Army, as the disadvantaged party, should deal with the advantage of the weapons generation gap of the Magic Army. Now, you tell me that the Northern Army will be reorganized into the Magic Army, and it's Royal First. What an honor. But can such a good thing really fall on the Northern Army? Now the Empire is controlled by the evil Queen, and Meteor is the biggest traitor of the Queen's party, and the roadblock for Prince Sinclair to ascend the throne. Could he be so kind as to let the Northern Army be the first to receive the magic weapons? Isn't he afraid that the Northern Army will send him to the guillotine first after getting the magic weapons? Expectation and distrust made the expressions of each general of the Northern Army very rich. Sinclair didn't expect Luke to give such a big gift. "I can't figure it out. What's the benefit for you?" Luke replied, "Benefits? Of course there are. The reorganization of the Northern Army into the Royal First Magic Army is conditional." Sinclair nodded. "That's right. Tell me your conditions." "First, General Joshua resigns from the post of commander of the Northern Army." Luke stopped Joshua from speaking and continued, "Your Highness Sinclair will be the first commander of the Royal First Magical Army." General Joshua, "If you have any opinions, you can say it." "Say what?" Just now Joshua thought that Meteorite was going to take over the military power of the Northern Army, but he gave the position of commander to Sinclair. "Can I object?" Opposing would be disloyal to His Highness Sinclair, and it would offend everyone in the Northern Army if the army could not be reorganized. I have no objection." General Joshua could only agree. He believed that Meteorite put the harsh conditions at the end, and it would not be too late to object at that time. Luke asked Sinclair, "Your Highness, you have no objection, right?" Sinclair didn't know what Luke wanted to do, so he said, "General Joshua has no objection, and neither do I." Luke continued, "The second condition, the Royal First Magic Corps cancels all noble privileges, whether there are explicit regulations or tacit unspoken rules, all of which will be cancelled unconditionally." General Joshua immediately objected. The nobles have contributed to the Empire for generations, especially the military nobles, who have countless outstanding children who died on the battlefield fighting for the Empire. Their privileges are left to them by their ancestors, and are also the glory bestowed upon them by the Empire. Moreover, the military nobles have received military training since childhood. So what qualifications do civilian officers have to be treated equally with the nobles? Luke smiled and said, "General Chiashio, we are discussing the Royal First Magic Corps, not the Northern Corps. The commander of the Royal First Magic Corps is His Highness Sinclair. So don't overstep your authority to express your opinions." General Chiashio didn't expect that Meteorite had dug such a big hole for him here. He immediately said to Sinclair, "Your Highness, this is Meteorite's conspiracy. Canceling the noble privileges will affect your control over the Corps." Luke said to Sinclair, "Not only will the Royal First Magic Corps cancel the noble privileges, but the noble privileges will be completely cancelled from the Imperial Army in the next military reform. High-ranking officers cannot always be held in the hands of the nobles. If the noble officers really think they are better than the civilian officers, they should not be afraid of challenges. If the army wants to be dynamic, it must give all capable people room to rise. Sinclair knew very well that if he agreed to this condition, the nobles' control over the Legion would be diluted, and the nobles' support for him would drop significantly. If I don't agree to this condition, will the Northern Legion not be able to obtain magic weapons? Yes. Luke answered clearly. As the first magic legion in the Empire and the first magic legion in the world, the Empire cannot hand it over to the military nobles. If the noble privileges are not abolished, Your Highness is only a nominal legion commander. Luke looked at Joshua after he finished speaking. Sinclair said, I need to think carefully about this condition. And I also need to solicit opinions from officers at all levels. Luke understood the message Sinclair had conveyed to him. He was not yet the commander of the Northern Army, and could not make decisions without going through the command of the army. And the officers here would never agree to cancel their own and their families' privileges. But getting the middle and lower level officers involved could change the situation. Canceling the privileges of the nobility was definitely a benefit to the middle and lower level officers, and they had no reason to refuse the path to advancement. And becoming the world's first magic army was very tempting to the middle and lower level officers and all the soldiers, led by the grandson of the Emperor, Sinclair. As long as the middle and lower level officers and soldiers spoke out together, the senior officers would have no choice but to agree if they didn't want to be shot in the back. This condition is not a problem as long as Sinclair is given room to operate. Then comes the last condition. For the second condition, I will wait for your reply, Your Highness. Let's also say the third condition. Your Highness needs to publicly announce that he will give up his right to inherit the throne of the Empire. As soon as Luke finished speaking, General Joshua immediately slammed the table and stood up. Meteor, do you want to rebel? Your Highness Sinclair is the eldest grandson of Emperor Augustine. You dare to instigate Your Highness to give up his right to inherit the throne. Do you want to usurp the throne? Sinclair's face was also very bad. Although he did not covet the throne, asking him to give up his right to inherit was ultimately a serious infringement on his interests. Sinclair said to Luke, this condition is too much. Let me explain. Agatha, who had not spoken since the beginning of the meeting, said Sinclair. The fundamental reason why Meteor and I came to Triumph Fortress this time is that someone used your identity to fight for power. Even if it is resolved this time, as long as your inheritance rights are there, someone will keep jumping out. Now the whole world is entering an extremely critical period. The Empire must use all its energy to deal with crisis and seize opportunities. Any internal turmoil may make the Empire miss the opportunity to lead a new era and thus collapse. General Joshua angrily scolded, this is just your excuse for stealing the country. The throne originally belongs to His Highness Sinclair. Under the leadership of His Highness, the Empire can also deal with crisis and seize opportunities. Sinclair said to Agatha, Aunt Agatha, I admire you very much. Do you really think I should give up my right to inherit the throne? Am I really not qualified to be an Emperor of the Empire? Agatha asked Sinclair in return, if you become the Emperor of the Empire, can you guarantee that your people will not covet the wealth of Raging Wave City and use the privileges obtained by supporting you to compete for the interests of Raging Wave City? Sinclair thought for a while and replied, I can't. Raging Wave City is now the heart of the Empire. It is in the hands of the governor of Meteorite, and is leading the Empire to quickly enter the next stage of civilization. If there is a problem with this heart, not only will the new dilemma of the Empire not be solved, but the old problems will also recur. You can't even control the Northern Army now, and you can't restrain your subordinates. Agatha waited for a moment and continued, now the Imperial capital has the Golden Man, angels, dragons, demons and shadow tribes, and 5 ancient civilizations have suddenly gathered in the Imperial capital. Do you have the ability to deal with them? Sinclair asked, what are they doing in the Imperial capital? Agatha replied, I don't know. But it can attract 5 ancient civilizations, and they are all extraordinary creatures who have participated in ancient wars. It must be a very, very big thing. I still remember the oppressive feeling when the angels surrounded the palace. This is also one of the reasons why the Empire quickly armed a magic army. Sinclair, answer my question. Can you deal with 5 ancient civilizations? I can't. Sinclair could only admit that he couldn't even control the Northern Legion, let alone deal with 5 ancient civilizations. Do you know that Meteorite has been supporting the civil war between the demons of hell and obtained the mining rights of Fire Crystal Mine from Dragon Country? Miss Qi suppressed the group of angels that surrounded the palace and made the Shining Gold compromise on a major event. She also killed an assassin from the Shadow Clan. Sinclair, I really hope you can go to the Imperial capital in person and see what the Empire looks like now. But if you go back as the heir to the throne of the Empire, someone will definitely stir up a huge wave in the court. Sinclair was silent. A group of generals of the Northern Legion persuaded together, Your Highness. You must not agree. Chapter 468 Reconciliation. Trend. Under the crushing trend, Sinclair found that he had no ability to resist. All the plans made before seemed to be self-deception. And the simulated opponents were no longer simulated. If he was obsessed with the throne, he should start an army now. Fight to the death. And fight for that glimmer of hope. But Sinclair never thought of fighting a civil war. And he knew that the Empire could not bear internal turmoil now. But once he announced that he would give up his right to inherit the throne, he could only be a general with peace of mind. Sinclair remained silent. And the senior commanders of the Northern Army kept persuading him. If Sinclair gave up his right to inherit the throne, they would be scattered and at the mercy of the Empire. Princess. Marquis Meteor. If I agree to give up my right to inherit the throne, can the Empire not hold the Northern Legion accountable for its mistakes? General Joshua immediately stood up and drew his sword when he heard Sinclair say this. Your Highness Sinclair, don't be deceived by them. If you give up your right to inherit the throne, your life and death will be in their hands. Think about your father. Everything he did was for you. The throne should have been yours. Some generals followed Joshua and drew their swords. As long as Sinclair gave an order, they would kill Agatha and Meteor, and then attack St. Louis City. The other generals pulled those hawkish generals to prevent an irreversible situation. Luke ignored the chaotic Northern Army command and said to Sinclair, Her Royal Highness the Princess, and I promise on behalf of the Queen Regent that as long as His Royal Highness Sinclair announces that he will give up his right to inherit the throne, all the mistakes made by the Northern Army will not be investigated. Kylena quickly typed out the statement Luke just said and handed it to Luke. Luke signed his name and handed it to Agatha, who also signed her name readily. The statement was delivered to Sinclair. Luke continued, In this era, everyone has his own historical responsibility. Leave the logistics of the Royal First Magic Army to me, and you will become the greatest commander of this era. Sinclair took the statement, read it once and said to Luke, I have one last question. What will happen if I don't give up my right to inherit the throne? Luke did not answer directly, but said, The Tadega Hills will be completely controlled by the Empire within a few years. If the Northern Army launched an attack to the north during this period, the Empire would cut off the supply to the Northern Army and transfer part of the St. Louis City Garrison Army to the south for defense. With the assistance of local troops on the southern line, the city will be strictly guarded. The war will be very difficult. But the Northern Army will not be able to attack St. Louis City, as long as the newly developed magic weapons of Fury City begin to be produced. The only option waiting for the Northern Army is destruction. If the Northern Army does not take action before the Empire controls the Tadega Hills, it will be trapped to death. Sinclair knew his fate. Either death in the war, or being captured and imprisoned forever after the war. Okay. Sinclair made up his mind. And he stretched out his hand to stop General Joshua, who wanted to continue to persuade him. Uncle Joshua, we have waited for a whole spring, and the war situation in the north has not developed in the direction we predicted. The Snow Legion blocked the attack of the Achaunti Alliance. If we launch any military action now, the Empire can calmly mobilize troops to respond. We don't have much chance of winning. So let's not let the soldiers die for my personal desires. It's good to give up the right to inherit the throne. I don't have much idea about the throne. I just want to be a general and lead the army to fight for the Empire. Now my wish is fulfilled. Uncle Joshua, please let me make a choice for my future. Sinclair. General Joshua's eyes turned red. He thought of Fania and his promise to Fania. He tried not to shed tears, threw the knife to the ground, and left without looking back. A group of generals of the Northern Army followed Joshua and left. There were fewer people in the meeting room. Sinclair stood up and said to Agatha and Luke, I, Sinclair Augustine, grandson of Whitehead Augustine, son of Fania Augustine, I hereby declare that I will give up my right to inherit the throne of the Golden Shield Empire, and will never repent. Agatha and Luke stood up and said together, I, Agatha Augustine Meteor, witness Sinclair Augustine giving up his right to inherit the throne of the Golden Shield Empire. Kylena printed out the notice. And Sinclair, Agatha, and Luke signed their names in their respective positions. The notice will be brought back to the Imperial Palace by Agatha. And after the Queen Regent signs and seals it, it can be officially announced to the whole country. Agatha put away the notice and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sinclair, do you know how many nights I have worked all night for you and the Northern Legion? Now this matter is completely resolved. I will definitely take a vacation when I go back. When will you return to the Imperial capital? I will have someone. The Silver Manor has been occupied by the angels. I will negotiate with them and ask them to move the temple to another place, giving up the right to inherit the throne. Sinclair was also relieved. Give the Silver Manor to the angels. I will not return to the Imperial capital for the time being. Marquis Meteorite. When will the Northern Legion be reorganized into the Royal First Magic Legion? Luke replied, it can start at any time. You first form an officer group to go to the Raging Wave City. The Magic Laboratory has some completed and under development magic projects. Your officer group is responsible for providing military advice to the Magic Laboratory. As long as you think it can be equipped to the army, I will immediately let the relevant factories produce it. Sinclair heard that Meteorite was sincere and did not play tricks on the reorganization of the Northern Army. Whatever the Magic Army needs, Raging Wave City will produce it. This is a good start. I will organize an officer corps as soon as possible. When you go back, take the officer corps with you. Luke said, we are here to express our condolences. Of course, we have to see the condolences distributed and hold a party before we can leave. It will take time to select your officers to form your officer corps. Just follow your schedule. It doesn't matter if we wait for a few days. And, you haven't responded to my second condition yet. Sinclair remembered the second condition. Canceling the noble privileges in the Legion. This will take some time to implement. Okay. Just follow my schedule. Will you move into the fortress or continue to live in the train? Agatha looked at Luke and replied, we'll still live in the train. Okay. Sinclair did not invite the two to live in the fortress, but whispered, be careful. The Triumph Fortress will be a little chaotic these days. Agatha and Luke nodded, we know. Sinclair announced that he would give up his right to inherit the throne. And the conference room, that was just tense, soon became happy. The generals who stayed behind were very interested in the magic weapons of the Raging Wave City, and asked what kinds of magic weapons there were. Luke picked some magic weapons that were not too sensitive and introduced them in detail to the commanders of the Northern Army. Everyone asked and answered, just like a family. In the room of the commander of the triumphant fortress, General Joshua, who came back with anger, called a trusted sergeant. Go change your clothes now, and go to the Holy Mountain as quickly as possible. Tell the Duke of Celtic that His Royal Highness Sinclair wants to give up his right to inherit the throne. The notice is now in the hands of Agatha and Meteor. If they take it back to the palace, the Northern Army will be finished. Tell him to send someone immediately to kill Agatha and Meteor. Yes. Tell the Duke of Kelt that Quentin has been killed by Meteor. And the rock giant he hid in the Triumph Fortress was imprisoned by Meteor. Let him send a reliable assassin. We don't have a second chance. Yes, General. The trusted sergeant turned and left. And General Joshua sat down and murmured, Sinclair, I will definitely make you the Emperor of the Empire. In the following days, the news that the Northern Army Corps would be reorganized into the Royal First Magic Corps spread throughout the Triumph Fortress. The morale of the entire army was high, and the army was busy preparing for the Royal Condolence Party. Officers at all levels of the army actively signed up to join the officer group to go to the Raging Wave City to test the magic weapons. This is a great opportunity. As long as they can go to the Raging Wave City, they will get a good position in the Royal First Magic Corps in the future. Sinclair interviews a large number of officers every day, selecting suitable personnel layer by layer. In the selection process, Sinclair does not look at the origins of the officers who apply, and the privileges of the nobility are cancelled here. Although a few noble officers make trouble, they did not cause much trouble in the face of the whole army's support. The cancellation of the privileges of the nobility is smoother than expected. The reason for this is that General Joshua, the commander of the Northern Army, stays indoors and does not see anyone. The noble officers have no backbone. In order to grab a position in the officer corps heading to the city of Raging Waves, they can only compete with civilian officers. What is Joshua doing? Inside the train, Agatha and Luke enjoyed lunch together. The grilled steak on the plate was tender and juicy, and it tasted great with red wine. Beside the table, an Imperial spy reported the news they had heard. General Joshua has never left his room since he left the meeting. Many generals went to see him, but were rejected. According to the soldier who delivered the meal, General Joshua has been reading a book, and there is nothing unusual. Now the entire Northern Army supports the reorganization. Although some people are dissatisfied with General Joshua's resignation as the head of the army, His Highness Sinclair's approval rate is very high. Last night, a group of people tried to get close to the train. After we found them, one person escaped. 3 people died during the capture, and 2 people were captured. After interrogation, the 2 confessed that they intended to assassinate Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal and the Marquis of Meteorite, and the mastermind was called Herman. When we found Herman, he had committed suicide. After listening, Luke said to Agatha, "This Herman is the special envoy sent by the cabinet to prevent Sinclair from reconciling with us. I didn't expect him to be so bold that he dared to assassinate us. They didn't even think about who protected us." Agatha took a sip of red wine, then took a napkin to wipe the wine stains from her mouth, and then said, "Herman is a small figure, and he is also the last struggle of the cabinet. If we take back the notice of Sinclair's renunciation of the right to inherit the throne, those officials will not have so much strength. After you go back this time, you should prepare to form a cabinet. My Prime Minister." "Okay." Luke did not refuse. The court has prepared for the cabinet change. This time, the problems left over from the Fania coup have been solved, and he can legitimately serve as the Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet. With this identity, many things don't need to be done in a roundabout way. And with the fall of the old cabinet, the second prince of Crescent Oasis, Alex, will be much more obedient. Alex is not like Sinclair. He is obsessed with the throne and can't be given up with a few words. Fortunately, he is trapped between the West and the Empire, and he can't do anything he wants. But he can't be left alone. With the cabinet change, some of the officials who have lost power will definitely run to Crescent Oasis. Luke said, after the cabinet is formed, "My first stop as the cabinet chief is to go to the West to eliminate some hidden dangers." Agatha said, "You are the chief minister. You can go wherever you want. But I think we should worry about the things in front of us. Do you think General Joshua really stayed in his room and did nothing, letting us take the notice back to the imperial capital? Of course not. He, like Fania, was obsessed with the throne. How could he let Sinclair give up his right to inherit the throne? I think Herman's assassination was arranged by him, with the purpose of letting us relax our vigilance after experiencing a painless assassination." Agatha nodded in agreement. "I also think he will not let us take Sinclair's notice away. A real assassination is already being prepared. How do you think he will deal with us?" Luke thought for a moment and said, "He probably won't use the Northern Legion. Now the Northern Legion is not opposed to reorganization, which means that there are not many people he can trust. Once his assassination plan is leaked, he will have no chance to stop us. I think he should seek help from outside forces. The only person who can quickly provide him with a powerful assassin is probably the Duke of Celtic. And the one who is good at doing this kind of dirty work is the Abyss Temple." "You mean, the one who assassinates us will be the Abyss Mage?" "The secret art of the Abyss Mage is a very tricky thing, which is a strong test for the Imperial spies guarding the train." And Luke said, "I guess the Duke of Celtic will most likely send an Abyss Apostle to be on the safe side. The current Northern Army is a barrier between the Tadega Hills and the Empire for the Duke of Celtic. The day the conflict between the Northern Army and the Empire is not resolved, the Tadega Hills will have one more day to develop. If Sinclair's notice of giving up the right to inherit the throne is officially announced, the Northern Army will launch a new offensive against the barbarian army at any time. Therefore, the Duke of Celtic will do his best to prevent Sinclair's notice of giving up the right to inherit the throne from leaving. Since the Duke of Celtic controls the Abyss Temple, sending an Abyss Apostle, with General Joshua to respond, can be foolproof. After all, Chi Kong did not come. Chapter 469 Three-Party Decision. Holy Mountain. Duke's Castle. Duke Celtic met the trusted sergeant sent by General Joshua. The sergeant was exhausted after riding all the way, but he still forced himself to convey General Joshua's message to Duke Celtic. Duke Celtic did not expect that the consultant Quentin he sent was killed by the meteorite, and even the rock giants were discovered. He did not know how the meteorite knew about the Dreamland, and how it could lock up so many rock giants. But these did not seem to matter. Sinclair issued a notice to give up the right to inherit the throne, which was absolutely fatal news to Tadega Hills. The current Tadega Hills is thriving. Since the factory ban was lifted, factories have sprung up everywhere. In addition, the Rio and Art Legions have sent assistance, and some factories have been put into production. I have to sigh that machines are more efficient than manual labor. The Duke of Celtic is confident that in just 1 year, self-production plus external assistance can allow the Barbarian Legion to complete a change of clothing. At least each soldier has a set of sophisticated armor and weapons. In a year and a half, basic supplies such as food and cloth can supply the wartime consumption of the Barbarian Legion and the Northern Legion. At that time, the Barbarian Legion and the Northern Legion jointly launched an attack to the north, overthrowing the usurper queen and her party, and supporting the emperor's grandson Sinclair to ascend the throne. After success, Tedegia Hill can not only continue to maintain its independence, but also take the opportunity to bring the southern part of the empire into its own rule. But if Sinclair gives up his right to inherit the throne, the entire northern army will return to the hands of the empire. The northern army does not even need to launch an offensive, as long as the blockade is strictly enforced. The industrialization that has just begun in Tedegia Hill will die on the spot, and then wait to be trapped to death. That notice must not leave the Triumph Fortress. Agatha and Meteor must die, forcing Sinclair to raise an army. Why would His Royal Highness Sinclair agree to give up his right to inherit the throne? He has the most elite legion in the empire, and the ministers in the court support him. Even as long as he nods, Tedegia Hill will be his most steadfast ally. What did Meteorite say to him that made him make such a ridiculous decision? Sinclair's decision was so incredible that the Duke of Celtic asked Sinclair in detail about the meeting between Meteorite and Agatha. General Joshua's trusted sergeant attended the meeting and told the Duke of Celtic about the content of the meeting. When he heard Meteorite say that Tedegia Hills had officially started the process of being incorporated into the direct jurisdiction of the empire, the Duke of Celtic could only speed up or slow down the process. The Duke of Celtic was stunned. Have I fallen into Meteorite's trap? The Duke of Celtic did not dare to despise Meteorite at all, and he immediately examined what he was doing. After the factory ban in Tedegia Hills was lifted, as the largest import and export port in the empire, most of the materials ordered by the owners of the Holy Mountain factories were transported to Tedegia Hills through Nuteos City. And Nuteos City did not block these materials that were obviously entering Tedegia Hills, which really made people confused about Meteorite's intentions. The Duke of Celtic also sent people to investigate the incoming materials. There were no suspicious items except the materials themselves. Factory construction and production cannot be carried out without purchasing goods, so the Duke of Celtic could only suppress his doubts. Then there is the investment in livelihood facilities in Tedegia Hills by the Nuteos City Charity Organization. Does Meteorite want to disintegrate its rule over Tedegia Hills by building roads, schools, hospitals, and improving water conservancy? And Baron Sergei said that these livelihood infrastructures are no-return and low-return investments. And the Nuteos City Charity Organization cannot make money. It is real charity. With the investment of these suckers, the factory owners of the Holy Mountain can invest their money into high-return factory production, which can greatly accelerate the industrialization of Tedegia Hill. If these charitable investments are rejected, the money must be paid out of pocket. Now the Duke of Celtic heard what Meteor said to Sinclair, and immediately realized that Meteor's progress in the attack on Tedegia Hill must start from these two aspects. But what Meteor did was completely to help Tedegia Hill complete industrialization as soon as possible, and it would only become stronger and stronger. Why did it seem to be digging its own grave? The Duke of Celtic couldn't figure it out. But if you want to stop Meteor from stealing Tedegia Hill, you must immediately stop all materials and personnel related to the City of Rage from entering. But Tedegia Hills can't afford this price. The factory restriction order has caused serious losses to the interests of some barbarians. If the ongoing industrialization is stopped based on suspicion, the human race will definitely be strongly dissatisfied. Duke Celtic finally understood what it was. All he could do was to speed up or slow down the process. Meteor dared to say this in public, which meant that he believed that he could do nothing even if he knew. Meteor must die, no matter what he is doing to Tedegia Hills. He can't do anything if he dies. Duke Celtic immediately sent someone to call Belga, the third apostle of the Abyss Temple. As for what Joshua's trusted sergeant said about the Northern Legion to be reorganized into the Royal First Magic Legion, he didn't pay much attention. The barbarians have not yet figured out the steam industry, so naturally they don't know how advanced the magic technology is. Since the expulsion of the first apostle Victor, the Abyss Temple has now been completely controlled by the Celtic Duke. The third apostle Belda received the order from the Celtic Duke and immediately led a team of Abyss mages to the Triumph Fortress. Agatha and Meteor will not stay in the Triumph Fortress for too long, as time is very urgent. Triumph Fortress. All the gifts brought by the Royal Condolence Group were distributed, and each soldier received a new multifunctional lunch box. Soap, towels, some sausages and canned fruits. The Legion reading room has many more books and picture albums, as well as many balls, cards, and other leisure and entertainment items. The soldiers were given some of the caviar, red wine, and other high-end foods that Meteor mentioned, although not much. Everyone was very happy. The consolation party was also prepared. A large bonfire was lit in the fortress square. The officers and soldiers of the Northern Army stationed in the Triumph Fortress enjoyed the performances of the artists, who came with the consolation group. His Royal Highness Sinclair reached a reconciliation with the Empire, and most of the officers and soldiers of the entire army were very relaxed. The senior command of the entire army was extremely nervous. Something big will happen tonight. Sinclair boarded the train of the Royal Consolation Group. Agatha and Luke were sitting in the dining car, enjoying the dessert after dinner while watching the performance outside. Sinclair sat down and said seriously, "General Joshua has just called together a group of officers. They are all hardline hawks in the Legion and have always opposed my giving up my right to inherit the throne. You will leave Triumph Fortress tomorrow, and I think they will take action." Luke asked the servant to serve Sinclair a dessert and a glass of red wine, and then asked, "Is there any unusual movement in the Barbarian Legion?" Sinclair replied, "Since Triumph Fortress is holding a party tonight, I specially set people to patrol the surrounding strongholds. If the Barbarian Legion has any major actions, they cannot be hidden from our surveillance. Small actions do not pose a threat to Triumph Fortress. Do you suspect General Joshua will ask for help from the Duke of Celtic?" The Barbarian Legion did not move, which means that General Joshua did not dare to risk the life and death of the Northern Legion. What he could do was probably similar to what he guessed: a small-scale mutiny to cause chaos and create opportunities for the assassins. Now General Joshua has summoned trusted officers, and it seems that the assassins from the Holy Mountain have arrived. Luke said to Sinclair, "Her Royal Highness and I both believe that General Joshua will not let us leave with your notice. But the success rate of inciting the Northern Legion to encircle and kill us is not high. So he is most likely to ask the Duke of Celtic for an assassin to carry out the assassination. If what I expected is correct, the assassin should have already mixed in with the soldiers outside." Sinclair looked out the window and saw that the bonfire was surrounded by soldiers from the Northern Army. All the high places where people could stand were full of people, although there were Imperial spies outside the train forming a human wall to prevent the soldiers from approaching. The number of spies was limited, and they could only defend these important carriages. "For your safety, the party must be ended as soon as possible, and the soldiers must be kept away from the train. I will go to General Joshua now and hope to convince him." Sinclair was about to get up, but was pushed back by Luke. "You stay here. If you go out now, we can't protect you." Sinclair said, "General Joshua will not hurt me, but the Duke of Celtic will." Sinclair was stunned for a moment, and figured out what Luke meant. The eldest Princess Agatha and the Marquis of Meteorite were the assassin's primary targets, and he was the second target. No matter whether the assassin succeeded in assassinating Agatha and Meteorite, as long as they kidnapped him, the notice would be a piece of waste paper even if it arrived at the palace. What the Duke of Celtic wanted was that the Northern Army would not fall to the Empire. It didn't matter what the process was, as long as the result was the same. There were secret passages in the fortress that had not been discovered. If there was chaos later, he might really be captured by the enemy in the chaos. "Okay, I'll stay here. Perhaps General Joshua will give up the action if he knows I'm here." "I hope he gives up," Agatha said while watching the performance outside. At this time in General Joshua's room, more than a dozen senior officers gathered around his desk, listening to General Joshua's arrangement of tonight's action. "At 10 o'clock, everyone will act together. Don't carry weapons. Don't cause large-scale chaos. We will press the condolence train in the name of admonishment, and try to gather more soldiers to join us during this period. When the attention of the Imperial spies is all drawn to us, the Abyss Mage can quickly arrange the secret technique to pull the train into their preset space. Most of the Imperial spies are outside now, as long as the train is successfully pulled into the preset space. Agatha and Meteor will have no way out." On the desk in front of General Joshua is a map of the Triumph Fortress, which shows the location of each person involved in the operation and what they have to do. There are some red dots on and around the train, which are the locations where the Abyss Mage has set up secret words. Joshua and the officers he organized are to create time and space for the Abyss Mage to set up secret words. The action plan is not difficult for these officers. Just when the officers took out their pocket watches to check the time, A trusted sergeant hurried in. "Mr. Commander, His Highness Sinclair has just boarded the train of the Constellation Group and has not come out yet." "What?" General Joshua couldn't help but stand up. "Your Highness, why are you going to Agatha and Meteorite at this time?" "Your Highness didn't say." "Mr. Commander, do you need us to call out His Highness Sinclair?" "Quick!" General Joshua was about to order Sinclair to come out. But if he did so, Meteorite and Agatha might see the clues. If he didn't call Sinclair out, he might be in danger in the upcoming assassination. When General Joshua was thinking about what excuse to use to call Sinclair out of the train, a voice sounded in the corner. "Please rest assured, we will not hurt His Highness Sinclair." "Who's there?" The alert officers drew their weapons and pointed them at the dark corners. A dark shadow was swaying in the corner. "I am Belga, the third apostle of the Abyss Temple. I came to the Triumph Fortress on the orders of the Duke of Celtic to assist General Joshua in assassinating the Imperial Princess Agatha and Meteor. This is the first cooperation between the Abyss Temple and the Northern Legion. It is a good start for us to turn enemies into friends." Joshua signaled the officers to put away their weapons, and then asked Belga, "Can you really guarantee the safety of His Highness Sinclair?" "Of course. If His Highness Sinclair encounters an accident, the Northern Legion will be the mortal enemy of the Barbarian Legion. We will not do such a stupid thing." General Joshua asked again, "Will you kidnap His Highness?" Berga smiled and replied, "As a future ally, I think I should tell you the truth. Yes. Another order given to me by the Duke of Celtic is to take His Highness Sinclair away. His Highness Sinclair will not be harmed in the Holy Mountain, and he will receive the courtesy that matches his status. After we successfully seize the palace, the Duke of Celtic will personally send His Highness Sinclair to the throne that belongs to him." General Joshua said, "This is not in our cooperation agreement." "It is not in the cooperation agreement. But General, you cannot control His Highness Sinclair. We can prevent him from announcing his renunciation of the throne this time, but we may not be able to prevent him from doing so next time. His Highness Sinclair is too young. He doesn't know what the throne means, and he doesn't know the responsibility given to him by his bloodline. As the successor of His Highness Fania's will, you must dare to correct His Highness Sinclair's mistakes, and even do something disrespectful. Please trust the Duke of Celtic, who has never regarded the Augustine family as an enemy. The barbarians have always abided by the covenant of their ancestors. Now that the Duke has lifted the factory ban, he has done the same thing as Augustine the Great, and the contradiction between Tadega Hill and the Empire has disappeared, confirming the health of Augustine the Great, expelling the usurper queen, and eliminating the Meteorite party, who intends to encroach on the Empire are our common goals." General Joshua thought for a while and said, "Yes. We can't let His Highness Sinclair continue to be deceived. Let him live in the Holy Mountain before we take back the throne for him." Chapter 470 Trains running in an independent space. In front of the bonfire in the Triumphal Fortress Square, a clown in exaggerated clothing performed magic acrobatics. More than a dozen burning fireballs were thrown into the sky one by one, and the fireballs formed a fire ring in the process of being thrown. An origami bird flew over, passed through the fire ring and burned, and the ashes scattered and turned into a white dove. The dove flew a circle in the air, and then passed through the fire ring. With a bang, the dove turned into a horse made of flames. The fire horse galloped towards the sky with 4 hooves, and scattered fireworks while running, attracting cheers from the watching sergeants. At this time, more than a dozen senior officers came out from different directions, each of them surrounded by more than a dozen sergeants, and walked towards the train of the condolence group together. Someone shouted loudly, "The usurper queen wants to murder His Royal Highness Sinclair. Princess Agatha and the Marquis of Meteorite have teamed up to deceive His Royal Highness Sinclair into giving up his right to inherit the throne. We have sworn allegiance to the Augustine family and His Royal Highness Sinclair. We will never allow the Queen's evil plan to succeed. Defend His Royal Highness Sinclair. Defend the Empire." Someone took the lead, and all those who initiated the military remonstration shouted slogans in unison, pressing towards the train. Some soldiers, who didn't know why, saw so many senior officers taking the lead and blindly followed suit and shouted. In a short time, a wave of soldiers formed, and there was a momentum to turn into a mutiny at any time. The Imperial spies guarding the train immediately formed a human wall, and the spies inside the train took out their shields. The magic array built into the shields was activated, and the magic shields were unfolded one by one, and a protective wall was built in an instant. The spies drew their knives, took out the potion bottles, poured the potion inside on the blades, and the blades shone with light. Then the spies took out the potion bottles again, drank the potion in one gulp, and chanted spells to cast buff magic on each other. A detective shouted loudly, "Northern Legion, this is the royal train. Stop approaching immediately and retreat to a safe distance. Any behavior of colliding with the royal train will be regarded as rebellion." Most of the sergeants who followed the crowd realized the seriousness of the matter and slowed down their pace. But there were also some young men who followed the officers, who initiated the military remonstration and continued to approach the train. These officers and soldiers did not carry weapons, nor did they use magic to show their intention to attack. This situation made the spies unsure of how to deal with it. They had finally reached a settlement with the Northern Army, so they couldn't really kill people. The detective in charge of protecting the royal train immediately sent someone to inform the princess and the Marquis of Meteorite and asked for instructions. The named spy turned around and prepared to get on the train, and saw someone on the train out of the corner of his eye. "Inspector, there's someone on the train." Hearing the warning, the inspector turned around and looked at the carriage. Sure enough, there were people of unknown origin on the carriage, and there were quite a few of them. Not good. The inspector realized that he had made a mistake due to negligence, and he shouted loudly, "There is an assassin. Protect Her Royal Highness the Princess and the Marquis of Meteorite." Without waiting for other spies to react, they saw black fog filling the carriages, which quickly wrapped up the carriages like a curtain. The spies immediately used magic to summon wind to blow away the black fog. But after the black fog dissipated, the entire train disappeared. There were only shiny rails, and the bewildered Imperial spies beside them. On the top of the fortress, General Joshua smiled at the disappearing train and said, "Sinclair, this experience in the Holy Mountain is definitely a treasure for your life. Follow the Duke of Celtic to learn how to be a monarch. I will clear all obstacles that prevent you from ascending the throne, and live up to the eldest prince and your deceased mother." Inside the royal train, the fortress square outside the window turned black in an instant, and the entire train was dragged into a cleared space. Agatha and Luke in the dining car did not move, although Sinclair was a little nervous. He quickly calmed down and asked, "What should we do now?" Agatha said, "The arrangement in the train is the responsibility of Meteorite. Your Highness and I can stay in this car to eat. The Marquis of Meteorite will not let us get hurt." Sinclair looked at Luke, who took a napkin to wipe his mouth, and then asked, "Have all the people in the train gathered?" "Agatha's maid Lon," she replied, reporting to the Marquis. "According to your order, when I found something unusual outside, I said people to gather all the people who stayed in the train in the number 9 car and arranged for spies to protect them. Now, only the dining car and the number 9 car are occupied." "Very good. I have set up secret spells in the dining car and the number 9 car. These 2 cars are shielded, and the Abyss Mage will not be able to find the missing 2 cars for a while." Luke stood up. "Blue Dove, Egret, Grey Goose stay here to protect the dining car. Sandpaper, Kestrel, and I will go to the front of the train to find Boiling." At this time, the car shook, and the whole train started slowly. Sandpaper, fully armed and carrying a flying airbag, floated over, with pink twin ponytails flying, and full perception. "Governor, Boiling started the train according to your instructions. Let's go and meet him quickly. Without me, he will be scared." Falcon drew out his rapier and pulled forward to open the door connecting the carriages. Outside the door was a layer of shaking black light film, and the other carriage was completely invisible. Agatha watched Luke walk towards the connecting door, and still said worriedly, "You have to be careful." "Don't worry. This is my home court." Luke gave Agatha a smile, stepped through the light film and walked to the other side. Falcon and Sandpaper followed him. Blue Dove closed the door, and stood guard at the 2 ends and the middle of the carriage with Egret and Grey Goose respectively. Luke passed through the light film and saw a bright carriage in front of him. Outside the window was not a dark curtain, but a desert. As the train moved forward, the scenery of the desert quickly passed by. What was even more surprising was that the seats in the carriage were full of people. Men, women, young and old, just like an ordinary passenger train. Luke took a quick look and walked forward along the corridor. He had to walk through 4 more carriages to reach the front of the train. Sandpaper and Falcon were stunned by the scene in front of them. This should be an empty carriage. Where did so many people come from? Seeing Luke walking forward, Sandpaper and Falcon followed. Their perception was strongly disturbed by some kind of force. They could feel that these people were definitely not human. But there was something on the seat. but they couldn't sense what it was. Less than 5 steps forward, the carriage changed immediately. The width of the carriage was lengthened, and the number of seats increased row by row, with one person sitting in each seat. Everyone looked at Luke together, their eyes and expressions dull, and those who had their backs to Luke twisted their necks 180 degrees. Something was knocking on the car window, and black vine-like mucus climbed up the glass. Countless gray flower buds stretched out from the mucus, and more than a dozen tentacles stretched out from the flower buds. Black powder sprayed out from the top of the tentacles, and the eyes of all those who inhaled the black powder turned black. Screams came out of these people's mouths, and they twisted their bodies like zombies, and the bones in their bodies swelled into strange shapes, making their bodies twisted into strange shapes. These deformed zombies pounced on Luke, Sandpaper, and Falcon, but they fell down one by one. They roared and got up, then fell down again. Sandpaper and Falcon quickly killed the monsters that were close to them, and then looked at the monsters that were staggering and asked Luke curiously, "Is this the mystical attack of the Abyss Mage?" "It's a bit laughable." Luke used magic to throw away the monsters blocking the way in front of him, walked forward and said, "I let the boiling start the train," which is to let the moving train interfere with the spatial positioning. The Abyss Mages outside, who did not have time to enter the carriage, were resisting the spatial turbulence and had no ability to control the mystical arts at all. The Abyss Mages who enter the carriages have to constantly reposition their space while releasing their secrets. Otherwise they don't know where their secrets will be thrown. Sandpaper lazily followed Luke and asked, "What spatial positioning are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Luke patiently explained, "Opening up an independent space is to stretch a spatial point in 3 dimensions. This spatial point constitutes the 8 vertices of this independent space. Any point in the independent space is positioned by these 8 vertices, and countless points constitute the entire space. If our train is stationary, the people who set up the space can easily position various parts of the train, and they can choose how to launch an attack at will. But now that our train is moving, the attack by the Abyss Mage has become more difficult, and the secret arts deployed outside are prone to problems." Sandpaper suddenly realized, "I understand. The secret arts here are wrong, which means there is no Abyss Mage in this carriage." Luke walked to the other end of the carriage and opened the connecting door, revealing another light curtain. "Yes. On a moving train, the Abyss Mage can only fight us face to face, or go to the front of the train to stop the train. And they can use large-scale secret arts to fill each carriage of the train with monsters. No bodyguard hides behind his employer. You go in front." Sandpaper floated to the light curtain and stopped and asked, "I have a mechanical question to ask. How can a train run without rails?" For the main space outside, the train is compressed into a point. If the point does not move, the train will not move no matter how it moves. However, in the space of this point, the movement of the train is just a concept. No matter how it moves, it will not leave this space. But its spatial coordinates do change because of the movement, just like it is really running. Even the feeling is the same. Read more books when you have time in the future. Luke kicked the sandpaper into the light curtain, and then drilled through it. Red Falcon smiled and followed closely. In the carriage, the monsters were huddled together. After passing through the light curtain, the scenery changed again. The carriage turned into a dark forest. The trees had no leaves, and the black, tumorous trunks and branches formed various terrifying shapes. Cack, clack, clack. Crows were chirping as they flew through the branches. There was also the sound of vomiting. Sandpaper, floating in front, saw a dead tree next to which a man in a black cloak was lying on the bent trunk and vomiting non-stop. The vomiting was so heartbreaking that people could not help but worry that he would vomit out his own heart and liver. Sandpaper floated behind the man and patted his back kindly. "Hey, are you a real person or a fake person created by secret magic?" The man jumped up in fright, turned around and saw Sandpaper, and immediately hid behind the tree. But Red Falcon was faster than him, and shot out several hidden arrows, nailing the man's clothes to the tree trunk. The rapier pressed against the man's throat and asked, "My sister asked if you are a real person or a fake person." "I am." The man was about to answer, but after seeing Luke, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Priest Luke, why are you here?" Luke said to Sandpaper, "You know me? It must be a real person." Luke asked Red Falcon to put away the rapier, walked up to the man and asked, "How many Abyss Mages are you here? And which Abyss Apostle is leading the team?" The Abyss Mage didn't answer. He stared at Luke and asked, Who are you? Answer my question first. Are you working for the Imperial Secret Service? You are an Imperial spy. The Abyss Mage guessed Luke's identity, and he said toughly, "Kill me. I won't betray the temple. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me." Luke smiled and said, "Looking at your situation, you probably didn't get into the train in time after the train started, and were hit by the turbulence outside. Some Abyss Mages were swept away by the turbulence and lost in space, while some Abyss Mages entered the carriage in time like you, but were seriously injured. There shouldn't be many Abyss Mages who still have combat power. As for which Abyss Apostle came, oh, I remember who you are, although I don't know your name. I know that the Apostle you followed is the third Apostle Belga. After the first Apostle Victor left, there were only 2 Apostles left in the Abyss Temple. This time, there should be only 1 Apostle. Belga, right?" The Abyss Mage glared at Luke. His eyes turned red, and something was wriggling under his skin. He cursed, "Luke, you traitor. The Apostle of Belga will kill you and use your blood as a sacrifice to the Abyss. The Abyss is with me." Instantly, the Abyss Mage began to transform into the Abyss, and Luke drew out the steel wings of the blazing feathers and swung a sword to cut off the deforming head, and then set fire to the head and corpse. The forest cried out. All the trees shook violently, and then the trunks softened and swayed. Scarlet eyes opened on the trunks, and there were big mouths full of fangs. Branches grew on the branches, and the branches were full of sharp barbs, rolling towards Luke and the other 2. Luke and the other 2 dodged the attack of the branches. The secret arts became powerful, which meant that the surviving Abyss Mages had control over the secret arts. However, the attack of the branches did not pose any threat to Luke and the other 2, and the effectiveness of the secret arts had not yet been fully exerted. The 3 of them wandered in the gaps between the attacks of the branches and soon came to the end of the carriage. This time, there was no need for Luke to urge him. Sandpaper opened the door and got into the next carriage. She heard what Luke and the Abyss Mages said just now. All the Abyss Mages who should come in have come in, and there is also an Abyss Apostle on the train. In order to fully release the power of the secret arts, they will definitely stop the train at the front. Now there is only boiling in the front of the train, and they must rescue him as soon as possible. Chapter 471 Puppet Show. The third carriage is a cemetery, with a decayed and dilapidated iron fence surrounding a graveyard. In the dim light, the handwriting on the tombstones is blurred. At the other end of the cemetery is a dilapidated church, and the door of the church is the door connecting the carriages. A group of black crows flew out from the church bell tower, and the bells with a sense of dilapidation rang out. The black crows flew into the darkness with a cry. The cemetery seemed to be startled, and the ground rose rapidly. Then coffins broke out of the ground one by one, and the bells in the church bell tower became urgent. With a continuous creaking sound, the lid of the erected coffin opened, revealing the mummy wrapped in the shroud inside. The mummies stretched their arms and walked out of the coffin with stiff feet. They screamed and black corpse gas seeped out from under the shroud. Sandpaper, who came in first, waved his hand, and several screwdrivers flew out of the tool bag and shot at the nearby mummies. The screwdrivers were very powerful and easily pierced through the mummy's body, leaving round holes on it. But this attack could only make the mummy pause for a while, and then continue to move forward step by step. The flying screwdriver circled, penetrated several mummies, and returned to Sandpaper. "Governor, are these monsters unkillable?" Luke danced a sword flower holding the steel wing with brilliant feathers that turned into a long sword, and a layer of holy flames attached to the blade. These are monsters transformed by the energy of the Abyss. Using magic of sacred attributes, combat skills can easily purify them, and destroying the core at the heart position can also kill them. However, since they are transformed monsters, as long as the secret technique is in operation, they are endless. Only by finding the Abyss Wizard hidden here can the secret technique be cracked. After listening to what Luke said, Sandpaper threw all the screwdrivers around him and targeted the heart of the mummy. Sure enough, just as Luke said, after the heart position was pierced, the mummy immediately fell straight, and then scattered into a piece of flying ash and merged into the ground. At the same time, several coffins in the cemetery shook a few times, and the intact mummies walked out of them. Sandpaper asked, "Didn't you say that when the train starts moving, the Abyss Mage can only face us directly? Why do we have to look for them?" Luke swung his sword, without using any fancy sword skills, and the holy flame swept over, and the mummy would burn all over as long as it was touched by a little spark. This is already considered facing us directly. If the abyss mage is outside the carriage, the secret arts in each carriage will be connected in series, and the power will increase exponentially. Luke ignited a few more nearby mummies, and then said to Sandpaper, "The abyss mage is hiding in one of the coffins. Let you and Red Falcon deal with him. I will go directly to the next carriage, and the next one is the front of the train. We can't waste time." Sandpaper replied, "Leave this to me. Let Red Falcon rush over with you. Hurry up and save Boiling." Sandpaper's hair flew, and the screwdriver turned into a stream of light and shuttled quickly among the mummies. The mummies fell down layer by layer like blooming flowers. Red Falcon, who was anxious to rescue Boiling, followed Sandpaper's instructions. She rushed forward with a rapier in her hand. The sword light was like lightning. Every time it flashed, a mummy was stabbed in the heart and fell down. Sandpaper and Red Falcon killed quickly, and the speed at which the coffin refreshed mummies was also fast. Mummies walked out one after another. Luke did not insist on letting Red Falcon stay. He swept out a sword, and the holy flame flew out from the sword, turning into a crescent slash, and swept towards the mummies, blocking the road ahead. The road leading to the ruined church was cleared, and Luke rushed over quickly with the Red Falcon, while the mummies did not block the road again. Rushing and killing, Luke rushed to the door and opened it, and the Red Falcon dodged and got into the light curtain. Luke looked back at Sandpaper, and the space between him and her was filled with mummies. After chopping down a few approaching mummies, Luke turned and got into the light curtain. Darkness. Darkness without a trace of light. Even though the holy flames burned on the steel wings of the brilliant feathers, it still could not illuminate the nearby area, and the Red Falcon disappeared. A flash of electricity flickered in Luke's left eye, and there was an image in his vision. But there was no color in the image. All in black and white. The carriage has not changed its appearance. This is the rest area for the crew. There is still unfinished coffee on the table, and scattered papers on the floor. It can be seen how hurried the crew was when they received the notice to go to the number 9 carriage. The black and white tones make Luke feel like he is watching a silent movie from a long time ago. The undead in the heart-eating pollen. The man-eating vine under the bloody jungle. The mummies in the death knell cemetery. 3 carriages. 3 different secret arts. The other carriages should be arranged in this way. This time it was a temporary assassination. The Abyss Temple actually prepared so many secret arts. They really want to put themselves and Agatha to death. As for the current situation of this carriage, it was the secret technique of the third apostle Belga, a black and white puppet show. This carriage was the audience stand, and the front of the train had been transformed into a puppet show stage by the secret technique. Late? Not too late. The black curtain had not yet been lifted, and the puppet show had not yet begun. Luke folded up his steel wings with blazing feathers and walked forward. Sitting down behind a table, the black curtain that covered the entire carriage dissipated, and the seats were instantly filled with audiences. But the audience were all puppets. Their faces were painted with bright white paint, and their facial features were lifeless and full of deep horror. "Sir, which play would you like to watch?" A puppet waiter walked to Luke's side with a tray. There were several wooden pieces in the tray, and the play was written on the wooden pieces. Luke flipped through the wood chips casually. The Chamber of Cobb's Toast. The Scream. Rabbit's Foot. The Eyes at the Bottom of the River. You can't tell anything from the names of the plays. But these are murders from 100 years ago, and they have not been solved yet. The third apostle Belga is a deep mystery and reasoning enthusiast. His hobby is to assist the sheriff's department in solving cases as a private detective. The more difficult the case is to solve, the more interested he is. After transforming into an abyss apostle, Belga created a secret technique that comes with plot killing based on his hobby. The black and white puppet show is a secret technique that even players have not found loopholes in. As long as the puppet show starts, the player can only follow the plot and choose one of the many options on the stage according to the clues to promote the plot. If the player cannot find the murderer in time, he will die once he encounters the murderer. But since even Belga does not know who the murderer is, there is no correct answer to these puppet shows. Unless the player is strong enough to break through the secret technique with force, he can just wait for resurrection. The Red Falcon disappeared because she ran around after entering and was caught by the secret technique and taken backstage to perform on stage. Luke sat in the audience and played the role of an audience watching the puppet show. Now the door to the locomotive is closed, and the stage of the puppet show has not appeared. which means that the puppet show has not started yet. But as long as Luke chooses the play, the puppet show will start immediately. Luke, who was not caught on stage, still has a chance to escape the secret technique. But Boiling and Red Falcon will definitely die. Puppet shows have real audiences in the stands, so puppet shows cannot be performed at random. Luke threw the wood chips on the tray. Is there any theater troupe that neglects the audience like this? This kind of show is very long. Shouldn't the audience be served a cup of tea first? The puppet waiter was stunned for a moment, then apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I'll pour you tea right away. The puppet waiter turned around and brought the tea set, pouring a cup of hot tea for Luke. Although everything is in black and white, you can still see the light smoke rising from the tea. Sir, what show do you want to watch? Luke drank tea and said, The Untold Story of Young Men and Women in the Flower Field. The puppet waiter was stunned again and said, I'm sorry, sir. You can only choose the plays we have. Oh, you can only choose the plays you have? Luke flipped through the wooden pieces again. Is there a simpler scene? Preferably a room with a bed, and a less complicated plot. There shouldn't be too many characters. Just 2 people. Do you have any recommendations? The puppet waiter was almost shut down by Luke's request, and it replied, I'm sorry, sir. There is no play that meets your requirements in our repertoire. Please choose a play from it, and we will perform it for you immediately. Luke suddenly realized and said, Just pick one play? Yes, sir. I don't know anything about these plays. Luke smiled and said, Tell me the general content of these plays, and I'll listen to which one is interesting. To deal with the black and white puppet show, the method summarized by the players is to occupy the audience seats and prevent the puppet show from starting. Maintaining the secret art consumes energy continuously, as long as the delay is long. The third apostle will not be able to stand it and jump out. And delaying time also requires strategy. You can't make unreasonable demands. You can't avoid dialogue. You have to keep rubbing the edge, watering on the edge of the secret rules, and not going further, as long as you get infinitely close to the triggering conditions of the secret art. Belga, as the creator of the secret art, can't change the secret art rules. All he can do is wait or not. Luke found a bug in the activation of the secret technique, and used the rich experience of the veteran players. As long as Belga didn't jump out, he would definitely be exhausted. Of course, it was not good to catch Belga after all the hard work, and he ran away. I don't know how long it will take for Sandpaper to deal with the Abyss Mage next door. The puppet waiter gave a brief description of the plot of each play according to Luke's request. Sir, which play do you want to watch? Luke said, I want to watch them all, but I am very dissatisfied with your plot arrangement. Can your troupe adapt these plays? Blend and reorganize the plot. Advance multiple cases together. Kill more people, and make it more bloody to maximize the suspense. Oh, right. It can't be all about solving a case. Can we add some love and comedy elements? Ah, love and comedy elements. Yes. There is no drama without love. Add more kissing scenes and sex scenes. It will be good. Find 2 clowns to perform a farce, and the comedy effect will come out. The puppet waiter shook his head, obviously confused by Luke. Sir, our play has been rehearsed and cannot be changed temporarily. Which play do you want to watch? It has been rehearsed. Okay. I won't change it this time. But I have requirements for the actors. I am a gender equality advocate. I require that the actors are half male and half female. Is this requirement not too much? Luke tortured the puppet waiter with a dialogue strategy in his mobile phone, and also tortured the third apostle Belga, who was hiding behind the scenes. He never expected that this secret technique that he had spent 100 years to write the script and rehearse would have such a big omission. But since the creation of this secret technique, even the first apostle Victor did not dare to try to enter it. Who is this person? How could he be stuck in the secret technique and not be able to start it when he saw it for the first time? Belga couldn't help but think of the dead apostles. Their secret techniques were easily cracked by the elf Chi Kong, and then they died. Could it be that Chi Kong told this person the method to crack the black and white puppet show? How did Chi Kong know? How did she know the way to crack it? Traitor. There is a traitor in the Abyss Temple. Who is the traitor between the 2 of them? How can the traitor know how to crack the secret technique? Even I don't know. Belga, who was hiding, became more and more panicked. But he had already integrated himself into the secret technique. Unless he took the initiative to remove the secret technique, he could do nothing. Belga looked at Luke in the audience from behind the scenes through a barrier. He didn't know that this person was Meteor. Nor did he know that this person was Luke, who had been to the Holy Mountain. The fear of the elf Qigong made him bear great psychological pressure. And he had an intuition warning himself. Run away. Run away. If it's too late, you will die. But if you don't kill Agatha and Meteor, you can't complete the task of the Duke of Celtic. If you flee back to the Holy Mountain in such an embarrassing way, can you still be tolerated by the Abyss Temple? For Abyss Apostles died. The first Apostle Victor left. And the Abyss Temple was no longer the Abyss Temple of the Apostles. Belga maintained his secret preparations, and had a fierce ideological struggle in his heart. Time was wasted by him every second. Suddenly, the door connecting the carriages at the other end of the auditorium opened, and a girl with a pink ponytail flew in. Sandpaper rushed into the carriage and stopped immediately when she saw everything in front of her turn black and white. Her eyes quickly scanned the carriage, and then saw Luke sitting there drinking tea. A puppet stood beside Luke with an unnatural body shaking. Governor, what's going on here? Sandpaper didn't see Hong Kwang, and asked anxiously, did Hong Kwang enter the front cab first? Without looking back, Luke said to the puppet waiter, please wait a moment. I have a small request that I hope your troupe can meet. My friend is here. Maybe she can give me a suggestion. The puppet waiter said, please make a decision as soon as possible. I will make a decision right away. Luke turned around and looked at Sandpaper, who had no injuries. Good job. Can you contact Red Falcon? Sandpaper closed his eyes and tried his best to enhance his perception. I can sense Red Falcon. Her condition is not good. It seems that she is controlled by some kind of restriction and cannot move. And the same is true for Boiling. How do we save the two of them? Right away. Right away. Luke first appeased the impatient puppet waiter. The secret technique had reached the critical point of activation. Luke hurriedly said to Sandpaper, let Red Falcon recite the secret word. Please give me a song. Chapter 472. Give me one more song. The Red Falcon in the cab recited the secret words, and the secret technique that Luke had arranged here beforehand was activated. The door leading to the cab opened and stretched, and the light curtain became transparent as it stretched, revealing a stage behind. The light shone from above, and several puppets appeared in the middle of the stage. The stage setting was a secret room, and one of the puppets was lying on his back with a bloody dagger stuck in his chest. The other puppets wore different clothes to represent their different identities. The black and white puppet show was also started at the same time. Luke patted the empty seat beside him and said to Sandpaper, sit next to me. This secret technique is very dangerous. I have to remind Hong Falcon what to do at all times. If she makes a mistake, she and Boiling will die. Sandpaper immediately sat down beside Luke and asked, Governor, is the secret technique you said not activated? It is activated. Listen. A musical prelude sounded at this time. Then Hong Falcon and Boiling walked onto the stage from the backstage, and the puppet show began to recite the narration, introducing the process of the murder. The combination of the music melody and the puppet show's narration seemed like a BGM specially added for the plot, which can really set off the mood of the plot. Sandpaper asked in surprise, are the two secret techniques mixed together? It should be. While the puppet show's narration was not over, Luke quickly said to Sandpaper, now Red Falcon and Boiling are detectives and detective assistants in the puppet show. They cannot leave the stage, nor can they cast magic and combat skills. They can only make inferences about the murderer's guilt based on the clues found in the plot. As for the secret technique I arranged, after the prelude of the song, everyone in the secret technique must sing along with the lyrics. Those who can't sing will be punished with a 30-second mental attack, during which the body will dance to the music. After a song ends, the person who is under mental attack for the longest time will have his strength severely weakened. Sandpaper said with a strange look on her face, how can there be such a strange secret technique? Secret techniques are strange in nature. The person who developed this secret technique likes to compete with others in singing. Luke smiled and said, I originally wanted you to activate this secret technique, but I didn't expect it to be Hong Falcon. It's not bad to listen to Hong Falcon singing. This kid is usually too serious. Sandpaper didn't expect that she was almost tricked by Luke, but she immediately forgave Luke when she heard Hong Falcon singing. But on second thought, she couldn't help but worry and said, if Hong Falcon can't sing, won't it be troublesome? What's the trouble? If you can't sing, just dance. After a song, your strength will be weakened. Don't we still have us outside? What I'm worried about is, what are you worried about? My secret arts have merged with Belga's secret arts. I'm afraid we're going to see a musical. Ah! Luke's worries were proven to be correct. The prelude of the music ended with the end of the puppet show's narration. The singing part was interrupted, and the plot began, because Luke's conversation with the puppet waiter was not connected. The puppet show randomly went to the comatose chamber. The plot was a serial murder case in a manor. In the whole case, 7 people were killed one after another, including the manor owner, the manor owner's second son, the cook, the groom, the guard, the maid, and the gardener. All the dead died in the chamber. Although all the murder methods in the chamber were cracked after investigation and reasoning, the murderer was still not found. Now the first act of the puppet show is on the stage. The owner of the manor dies in a closed cellar, and the detective comes on stage to investigate the case. People trapped in the secret technique should not think about how to find the murderer first, but how to avoid being killed first. Although this secret technique has never been cracked by players, it is also a popular competition among players to see who can live longer. At the beginning of the puppet show, Luke said to Sandpaper, "Let Falcon talk to the cook first. Go to the kitchen to check today's dinner, and you can find a table knife in the kitchen." Sandpaper told Falcon Luke's strategy through the telepathy between sisters. Falcon then took Boiling to find the cook and asked her to check today's dinner. The cook agreed, and the stage scenery turned into a kitchen. Red Falcon obtained a table knife according to Luke's instructions. Then Red Falcon took the cook and Boiling back to the crime scene. At this time, the music suddenly sounded, and after a short prelude, the lyrics came. The name of the song is Moonlight Song in the Night Wind, which is a song written by Bruto, a well-known composer in the city of raging waves. It tells the story of a couple walking in the night wind. The melody of the song is extremely beautiful and is very popular. Red Falcon learned the secret rules of Give Me a Song Time from Sandpaper's advice, and immediately hummed along with the lyrics after the prelude. Unexpectedly, Hong Jian's voice is extremely good. Following the melody, he sang out the artistic conception of the lyrics, making people feel as if they could really see a couple in love walking under the moonlight. As for the others, the puppets definitely won't sing Moonlight Song under the night wind, and they dance one by one to Hong Jian's singing. Even the puppets playing corpses on the ground danced along, and the gentle dance steps seemed like those of professional dancers. Boiling couldn't sing, but just danced along. He took light steps, and it was completely impossible to tell that he was a heavyweight war machine. In addition to the puppets and Boiling, there was another dancer on the stage. He wore a black smock, and his face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. In the song, his dance steps were very unnatural, as if he was resisting and being held by some force and dancing there. He tried to escape several times, as if he had turned into black mist, but each time he was pulled back to continue dancing. His movements were as stiff as a zombie. In this way, Luke and Falcon in the audience drank tea while enjoying the grotesque scene on the stage. Between the black and white tones, the horror was somewhat funny. After a song Moonlight Song in the Night Wind, the plot of the puppet show continued. In the strategy provided by Luke, Falcon obtained another worn leather armor from the manor guard. With weapons and protective gear, the murderer dared not kill easily, and Falcon and Boiling could live until the next scene began. Then Luke directed Red Falcon to collect information, and before the end of the first act, he locked up the second son of the manor owner as the most suspicious. The second victim of the serial murder case in the comatose chamber was the second son of the manor owner, and the place of death was in the manor prison. Even if you give the murderer a head, he will not kill the detective. The first act of the puppet show ended, and the music in the interlude sounded again. The 1000th Night Away from Home tells the story of a traveler who suddenly felt homesick while camping in the mountains. This song is not as widely sung as Moonlight Sonata in the Night Wind, and the continuous pitch change in the bass part makes it difficult for most people to sing it completely. As a result, after the prelude, Hong Jian actually sang along with the tune again. The bass pitch was clear and smooth, which made Luke applaud. He said to Sandpaper, "I didn't expect Hong Jian to sing so well. If you sing on it according to my plan, it will definitely not have such an effect." Sandpaper said with a dark face, "I will tell Miss Chi Kong about your trick on me, and she will definitely help me out. Don't be so petty." Luke smiled and said, "In fact, your voice is very distinctive, with a unique metallic feel. I think you 5 sisters can form a band. Think about it." Sandpaper actually considered Luke's joke seriously. The puppets and Boiling on the stage danced to the singing of the Red Falcon. The hidden third apostle Belga was once again forcibly pulled out and danced awkwardly. Belda wanted to die at this time. He couldn't understand how someone could develop such a perverted secret technique. Because he couldn't sing. His spirit was constantly attacked, and his body was out of control. He was dragged into various postures like a puppet. This secret technique was placed in the cab of the front of the train. This is a trap. The assassination was expected by the opponent. After the train was pulled into the space set up by the Abyss Mage, the person arranged by the opponent in the cab of the front of the train immediately started the train, causing the Abyss Mage, who did not enter the carriage in time, to fall into the space turbulence. At the same time, the changing spatial coordinates of the train also made it impossible for the joint secret technique to be deployed in a compound manner, and the power of the secret technique was greatly reduced. The opponent calculated that he would come to the cab of the front of the train to stop the train first, and arranged the secret technique here in advance. Now his secret technique is integrated with the opponent's secret technique, and a song and dance will be forced after a stage of the puppet show. After dancing, his body will become weak. Another dance will make his body even weaker. It's simply a competition to see who will die first in the opponent's secret technique. After the second song ended, Belda retreated to the backstage of the stage. His strength was lost again, making him worry that he would die of exhaustion after a few more songs. On the contrary, the other party looked confident in his puppet show. Thinking of the man in the audience who could block the puppet show from starting, Belda no longer had the confidence he had designed before. Could he break this fatal secret? Thinking of the death of the 4 Abyss Apostles, thinking of the mysterious elf Qi-Kong, and then watching the man in the audience drinking tea and applauding, Belda felt that he was the clown of the whole play. End the secret and escape from here before dying of exhaustion. Halfway through the second act of the puppet show, when the music sounded again, Belda immediately lifted the secret black and white puppet show. The black and white faded away, and the carriage regained color. The puppets all turned into dust and disappeared. But the stage remained. The music stopped abruptly, causing the Red Falcon, who was ready to sing, to hold his breath. The two secrets merged. One of the secrets was released, and the other was difficult to maintain. Belda, wearing a black robe, appeared on the stage, then turned into black smoke and flashed behind the Red Falcon. A black mist-like rope strangled the Red Falcon's neck. Belda hid behind the Red Falcon, poked out half of his head and looked at Luke. If I'm not wrong, you should be the meteorite. Luke pressed down the sandpaper that wanted to fly, sat steadily and answered Belda, you guessed right. I am the meteorite. A red light flashed in Vikal's eyes. Answer my question, and I will let her go. Ask me. How do you know my secrets better than me? Luke smiled and replied, Belda, you like reasoning very much and are very smart. If he had not been transformed into an Abyss Apostle by the influence of the Abyss, he would have been a very famous detective. Use your reasoning to analyze. Is the life of my follower enough to exchange for this secret? Belda thought about it. This secret has killed 4 Abyss Apostles, forced the first apostle to flee, and trapped himself in an ambush. It is indeed not something that can be exchanged for the life of a follower. Okay, I'll change the question. Is there anyone among the apostles who provided information to Qi-Kong? No, Luke said truthfully. But Belda didn't believe it. Don't lie to me. If there were no apostles providing you with information, how could you know so many secrets of the Abyss Temple? Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I will really kill her. Yes. Since the other party didn't believe the truth, Luke had to lie, but I won't say who he is. Anyway, it's not you. Sure enough, someone betrayed us. After getting the answer he wanted, Belda said, in fact, when Victor left, I guessed who betrayed the temple. And now I am more sure it was him. You said that Tadega Hills has officially started the process of being incorporated into the direct jurisdiction of the Empire, because you control the Abyss Temple. And the Duke of Celtic thinks he controls the Abyss Temple. You shouldn't be too proud to tell me your plan. Which makes me see the face of a traitor. Goodbye, Meteor. I will go to Victor, and we will retake the Abyss Temple. This, I can only say that everyone has their own ideas about reading comprehension. And the Abyss will completely change a person, not just the body. Belda no longer has the spirituality in his previous reasoning, and the professional has become an amateur. And he himself has not realized this, and thinks his reasoning is still very good. Should I let him go, and let the Abyss Temple continue its internal struggle? Or should I take this opportunity to kill Belda and pick up another bead? Belda behind Red Falcon began to mist. The stage also began to shrink. The influence of the secret technique ended, giving Belda a chance to escape. The stage closed into a door. Luke said to Sandpaper, "Let Red Falcon say another secret word. Give me time for another song." The connecting door that had just closed suddenly reopened. The light curtain faded, and the train cab turned back into a stage. The light shone down from above. There was no puppet show set or puppets this time. There were only Red Falcons standing side by side on the stage. Boiling, and the confused third apostle by call. "What's going on? Isn't the secret technique over? Why is it starting again?" The music starts. Red Falcon clears his throat and prepares to sing. Boiling moves his legs and feet. His power comes from steam, and the weakened energy does not affect his movements. He is ready to dance a few more dances for Sister Red Falcon. In the audience, Luke crosses his legs and says to Sandpaper, "The new stage is set up. Go get this governor a cup of new tea." Sandpaper sees that Red Falcon is safe and sound, and immediately agrees to go find a teapot. In the melody, Red Falcon sings. Boiling and Belga sway with the song. Chapter 473, The Death of a Man. Give me one more song. Give me one last song. Really give me one last song. Luke couldn't figure out what the players who created this series of secret arts had experienced. But he had to admit that these secret arts were indeed very perfect and exquisite. Different mysterious props, different combinations, and finally produced the same effect. This series of secret arts has a very high research value for the study of secret arts. So although it is difficult to collect the required secret props, he still sent people all over the world to collect all the mysterious props. The third apostle Belga was also unlucky and experienced this series of secret arts. In more than 10 songs, Han Shun showed his singing talent on the stage, and used his real strength to show what a real microphone master is. Belga, who knew nothing about music, jumped from beginning to end, and his strength was reduced again and again. In the end, his limbs were limp like a weak shrimp, but he was still being pulled to jump around. When the secret technique of no lie, really absolutely, please give me time for one song ended, Belga collapsed on the stage. The stage closed into a door. Luke finished the tea in the cup, walked through the carriage with Sandpaper, and pushed the door into the driver's cabin of the train head, because the driver's cabin was next to the boiler of the train head. The temperature inside was much higher than that of other carriages. There are pipes for transporting steam, as well as pull rods and guillotines for various purposes. Outside the window glass is a black subspace, and the train is running in the subspace with full power. When Luke came in, Boiling had tied Belga to a metal chair, and Sandpaper pulled Red Falcon aside, chattering about forming a band. Belga, whose strength was almost completely drained, drooped his head, even without the rope. He couldn't lift a finger. The first question Belga asked when he saw Luke was, "What kind of secret art is this?" "It's a very ordinary secret art." Luke sat down on another chair. "No, this is definitely not an ordinary secret art." Belga barely raised his head and looked at Luke sideways. "In my understanding, the study of secret arts is very random. It is very rare for two different secret arts to produce the same effect. The 15 secret arts just now all have the same effect, which completely overturned my understanding of secret arts. Unless you master the underlying logic of secret arts, you can create secret arts at will." Luke replied, "According to my research, the underlying logic of secret arts does exist, but I haven't found it yet. The closest thing to the underlying logic of secret arts in this world should be the ancient language owned by the 5 ancient civilizations. But ancient languages are just interpretations of the origin of the world. They cannot freely narrate secret words, but can only use complex grammar to write magic. Therefore, magic is difficult to pass on, and difficult to master. If someone masters the underlying logic of secret arts, it really means that what you say is true. That's the power that only gods have." As if he knew he was going to die, Belga, without the burden of the Abyss Temple, naturally talked to Luke about the secret arts. "When we realize that the end of the secret arts is to become gods, there is nothing else in our hearts. It's a pity that we lost the Book of Disasters, which is the key to freely open the door to the Abyss. As a result, we spent 100 years in vain, but did not take a step on the road to becoming gods. On the contrary, Qigong, she created such a convincing secret art in just a few years after obtaining the Book of Disasters. No wonder our good brothers, who have known each other for 100 years, would betray us." Luke didn't expect that the Abyss Temple's research on the secret arts was so deep. This is a hidden plot that players have not discovered. He followed Belga's words and said, The abyss is one of the forces of the origin of the world, representing chaos. Chaos is unknowable and uncontrollable. But you want to understand the abyss and even control its energy. What's even more ridiculous is, you have even built a strictly hierarchical abyss temple, which is simply a humiliation to the abyss. Don't say that you haven't taken a step on the road to becoming a god for 100 years. Even if it's thousands of years. The abyss won't look at you straight in the eye. Hearing Luke's words, Belga's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that we were all wrong. The abyss represents chaos. And we fell into chaos but enforced order. And you and Qi Kong, you seem to be in order. But you are breaking order and creating chaos everywhere. That's why you are favored by the abyss, and the authority of theocracy is given to the West. Luke was alerted after listening to Belga's words. In a sense, Belga's words seemed to be right. Thinking back to his experience after crossing into this world, he broke the original order in the city of raging waves. And after causing a series of chaos, he finally controlled the city. Although the city of raging waves has restored order, he used the city of raging waves as a fulcrum to stir up the entire empire into chaos. The Celtic Duke of Tadega Hills rebelled. The North Territory Ark County Alliance invaded. And the neighboring country Rio's regime changed. Even the seemingly stable Western Territory has broken the order that has existed since the establishment of the empire. The barbarians, the Western Territory nobles, and the second Prince Alex are staring at each other and hindering each other. 5 ancient civilizations that have been silent for thousands of years have collectively entered the world. And a world war is brewing. Luke doesn't know what he will do to the world. This is not chaos. What is chaos? No wonder the abyss showed such favor to him in the holy mountain. As if he wanted to confer a godhood on the spot. However, Belga just said, the abyss has descended the authority of theocracy in the Western Territory. Luke sneered, although you are not liked by the abyss. You are indeed smart. The abyss has indeed brought down the authority of theocracy in the West. And this is the purpose of our revival of the world tree. Luke didn't know what the authority of the abyss theocracy Belga was talking about. But he was right to attribute it to the world tree. Anyway, as someone who is closer to the abyss than the apostles of the abyss, he has the final say on this matter. When Belga heard Luke admit it himself, he showed an expression of as expected. Introducing chaos in the name of order again. Luke answered with the words that the clear sky had spoken to him. Chaos does not exclude order. And order can accommodate chaos. When chaos is strong, order is dormant. And when order is strong, chaos is hidden. Without order, where does chaos come from? I have already planted the seeds of chaos in the West, waiting to harvest the divine authority bestowed by the abyss. Belga looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and then said to Luke, if I am not mistaken, after Victor left the abyss temple, he should have gone to the West to find disaster. Luke thought to himself, could it be that disaster is the authority of the so-called abyss divine power? Thinking about it, disaster is indeed in line with the characteristics of the abyss. Disaster was born from the revival of the world tree, which has the potential to be promoted to a divine weapon, and has a deep connection with the starry sky representing order. So disaster is really very likely to be released by the abyss to balance. Now Victor went to the West to find disaster, and I don't know what he can do. It seems that the trip to the West must be arranged in advance. Luke asked Belga calmly, how much do you know about the disaster? Before you die, I can make your thoughts closer to God. Hearing that Meteor was willing to tell him the secret of the disaster, Belga raised his head. His eyes glowed red, and his expression was not full of hatred, but a sincere desire for knowledge. Thank you, Meteor. 100 years have been wasted. We thought we embraced the abyss, but we didn't know that we were spurned by the abyss. If you can tell me the secret of God, I will have no regrets when I die. It is because you are going to die that I will tell you so much. Luke smiled, and then started a discussion. Disaster is a mysterious energy transformed from the pain endured by the previous generation of the world tree for thousands of years. Because the world tree is favored by another energy body of the same level as the abyss. The abyss gave disaster the authority of God. Disaster and the world tree coexist. And the destruction of the world tree is the basis of its existence. You only have 1 hour. I will not let the abyss apostle, who knows too many secrets of disaster, go alive. Let's get started. Only 1 hour. Knowing that he will die, Belga has no worries in order to know more secrets before he dies. Although all the nobles in the Western Territory have submitted their letters of allegiance to Emperor Augustine, their way of survival will not change easily. On the surface, they broke with the Duke of Celtic. But in fact, They still had connections in secret, but not as blatant as before. Part of the power of the Blade Brotherhood in the West was swallowed up by the Abyss Temple. So the Abyss Temple in the West was not only not eradicated, but strengthened. This is how the Abyss Temple discovered the Disaster, who was wandering in the West. With the help of the Abyss Temple, the Disaster has established an organization called Ihan in the West, and has had many open and covert confrontations with the monster hunting group that secretly protects the World Tree. A group of Abyss mages hid in Ihan and secretly studied the Disaster. Based on the information obtained, combined with their research on the Abyss for 100 years, the Abyss Apostles concluded that the Disaster was a part of the divine power of the Abyss. According to Belga's narration, the Abyss Temple didn't know much about the Disaster, and the whereabouts of the Disaster were erratic. So it was impossible for the Abyss mages to dissect and analyze it in the laboratory. Belga talked more about the Abyss Temple's research on the Abyss, and then extended to the Disaster, most of which were related to theocracy. Luke couldn't help but sigh that the Abyss Temple had studied the Abyss for 100 years, and there was something to it. As for Belga's questions, Luke answered them if he could, and made up if he couldn't. Anyway, Belga couldn't verify it, so he could only believe what he said. I have another question about the Disaster. How do you obtain the divine authority it carries? Destroy it, or merge it? Luke took out his pocket watch and checked the time. Time is up. The Q&A session is over. It's time to send you off. Belga said quickly, this is my last question, and the one I want to know the most. Please answer me. Luke put his pocket watch back, took out the steel wing with brilliant feathers, and swung it into a long sword burning with holy flames. I know your strength is recovering. 1 hour is the most time I can give you. No more. Go to meet your companions with a secret. After saying that, Luke swung a sword at Belga without any hesitation. The blade with holy flame slashed Belga's neck, and his head and body were separated and rolled to the ground. Then Belga's body decomposed into black dust, and then turned into black mist and dissipated, leaving only a black bead rolling on the floor. Luke picked up the bead, looked at it, and put it in his pocket. Turning around, he saw Sandpaper, Red Falcon, and Boiling huddled together. Sandpaper asked in a trembling voice, "We have heard so many secrets from you. Will you kill us to silence us?" Luke pretended to be serious and asked, "What secrets?" Sandpaper answered fearfully, "Abyss, chaos, order, and what disasters and becoming gods. Why don't you let us avoid it? Is this what we can listen to?" Luke smiled and said, "I really don't know what you have learned from me. Is what you said the key point?" "The key point is, Belga told me the complete organizational structure of the Abyss Temple in the West." "Ah?" Sandpaper asked in surprise. "Is this the point?" "Of course it is. That's what our Secret Service does. The people in the Abyss Temple are all crazy. You wouldn't take what he said about becoming a god seriously, would you?" "How could I take it seriously? We were just teasing you." Sandpaper and Red Falcon immediately relaxed their boiling emotions. Sandpaper also boasted, "We in the Secret Service of Nuteo's city catch hundreds of charlatans, who claim to be gods every year. I have also seen Chief Inspector Thomas interrogate those charlatans, using the method you just used. These people don't need to be tortured at all. Children are easy to deceive." Luke turned and warned, although some secrets of the Abyss Temple were extracted from Belga, the matter is related to the World Tree, so you can't tell anyone what you heard, including your sisters. Luke didn't expect Belga to suddenly talk about theocracy. If he drove the three of Sandpaper out at that time, they would only believe that what they heard was true. So Luke could only make this remedy. Since the matter is related to the World Tree, it is related to Miss Clear Sky. Sandpaper will make some choices to keep a secret for Luke, but to keep a secret for Miss Clear Sky. Sandpaper immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. We promise not to tell anyone what we heard here. Even Blue Dove and the others. We won't tell them." "Is it Red Falcon?" "Red Falcon is also a little fan of Clear Sky." "No. I promise not to tell anyone." Boiling shook his hands, indicating that he would not tell anyone. "Done." Luke clapped his hands and said, "It's over here. Boiling will stop the train, and you two sisters will clean up the remaining Abyss mages in the train. I'll go to have tea with Her Royal Highness the Princess and Her Royal Highness Sinclair to prepare for the end of the party. I'll give you an hour. Is it enough?" "Enough." After independently solving an Abyss mages, Sandpaper had some experience in how to deal with these Abyss mages hiding behind the secret arts. This time, with the help of Red Falcon, It was even more like sisters working together to break metal. Sandpaper floated up and patted Boiling's shoulder, then took Red Falcon's hand and left the cab together. Boiling controlled the equipment to slow down the train. Luke recalled the information he got from Belga, and then walked out of the cab. Chapter 474, Taking Over the Northern Legion. Luke used the secret technique to isolate the dining car and the number 9 carriage in advance. So the Abyss mages who entered the train were isolated into 3 sections by these 2 carriages. Now the front section of the train has been cleared, and the remaining monsters created by the secret technique pose no threat. After giving the remaining Abyss mages to Sandpaper and Falcon to practice, Luke returned to the dining car. Agatha smiled with relief when she saw Luke coming back. You have been gone for so long, and the train has slowed down. I am still worried about your safety. Fortunately, Sandpaper and Falcon just ran over. Otherwise, I would have brought people to rescue you. Is everything going well? Sinclair looked at Luke, waiting for his answer. Luke sat down, took a sip of the tea poured by the servant, and then said, overall, it went smoothly. But it took some time to weaken the third apostle Belgar. I don't have the strength of Qi-Kong to kill the apostles of the Abyss, so I can only use some tricks. Now Belgar is dead, and we can go back after Sandpaper and Red Falcon have cleared the remaining Abyss mages. Agatha was very happy to hear that the third apostle Belgar was dead. The first apostle Victor left the Abyss Temple. Now there is only one apostle left in the Abyss Temple. The Duke of Celtic will definitely not dare to let him out easily. The work of the Secret Service will be much easier in the future. The pressure on the Northern Legion during the reorganization will also be reduced. Agatha said the last sentence to Sinclair. But Sinclair looked worried. Luke asked Sinclair, are you thinking about how to end this mutiny? Luke characterized this incident as a mutiny, which was equivalent to showing the Empire's attitude towards the participants of this incident, which made Sinclair feel even worse. Can you forgive Joshua and spare his life? Luke looked at Agatha and felt that it would be appropriate for him to be the villain this time. I know that you and Joshua have a deep relationship, and everything he did was to make you the Emperor of the Empire. But doing something wrong is doing something wrong. The Empire has forgiven his previous crimes, but he has no intention of repenting. This time, he even colluded with the enemies of the Empire to assassinate the eldest princess of the Empire. You should know him better than us. If we let him go, he will plan the next assassination. And Sinclair wanted to protect Joshua. I understand what you said. But after my mother passed away, Uncle Joshua took care of me longer than my father. He can be said to be my other father and the closest person to me in this world. For him, I can give up my status as a member of the imperial family and no longer be named Augustine. Luke didn't expect that Sinclair would even give up his royal status to protect Joshua. Luke waved his hand to let the servant step back, then cast a soundproof barrier, and said to Sinclair, your notice of giving up the right to inherit the throne is just an external declaration for us to stabilize the political situation. Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal has never had any idea about the throne. Even if the Queen Regent ascends the throne to become the Empress for the sake of the Empire, the throne will eventually return to the hands of the Augustine family. You, or your descendants, still have the right to inherit the throne. If you give up the name Augustine, it is equivalent to truly giving up the supreme throne. Sinclair's attitude is very firm. All tragedies are caused by that throne. If I even give up the name Augustine, Uncle Joshua will have no reason to do anything that is detrimental to the Empire. He is a very good general and a military strategist. Even if he no longer commands the army, he is still a valuable asset to the Empire. Sinclair took out his most precious thing to protect Joshua. Luke felt that he could not be a bad guy. So he said to Agatha, this has become your family affair. What do you think? Agatha was also embarrassed. She kicked the ball back to Luke. Sinclair is my nephew. This identity cannot be changed. But Joshua must also bear the due punishment for his crimes. Family affairs are also state affairs. You are a cabinet minister, so you make the judgment. And we will hand it over to the cabinet for discussion after we return to the imperial capital. Sinclair and Agatha looked at Luke to see how he could satisfy both parties. Luke smiled bitterly and said, you really know how to give me problems. I can't make a judgment now. Let's wait until I finish interrogating Joshua before making a decision. Your Highness Sinclair, I will respect your relationship with General Joshua. But if I think he has to die, I will send someone to assassinate him even if I publicly sentence him to live. I hope you can understand. Luke made a major concession. And Sinclair immediately said, of course. I can understand. But I have a request. I want to interrogate Joshua with you. Okay. Both sides compromised and took a step back. It depends on whether Joshua can grasp the chance of life that Sinclair gave up everything to fight for him. At this time, the train stopped completely, and Sandpaper and Falcon also completed their mission and returned to the dining car. The space secret technique was lifted without the person maintaining it, and light appeared in the darkness outside the window. And then the fortress illuminated by the light appeared. The panicked and anxious Imperial spies outside immediately rushed into the train. After completely controlling all the carriages, the inspector and his subordinates came to the dining car to apologize to the princess and the Marquis of Meteorite. Outside the train, the soldiers of the Northern Army surrounded it. No one spoke, and everyone looked at the train quietly, not knowing what was going on inside. The train of the Constellation Group disappeared in full view of everyone. This was obviously a space-type attack, and the spies surrounding the train shouted loudly, "There is an assassin! The train has the Princess of the Empire, the Governor of Raging Waves, and the Marquis of Meteorite. I heard that His Royal Highness Sinclair is also on it. They can be said to be the most powerful people in the Empire. It has been nearly 2 hours since the train disappeared and reappeared. Is there anyone alive in the train? If the Princess of the Empire, the Governor of Raging Waves, and His Royal Highness Sinclair are all dead, they died in the main station of the Northern Army, what will become of the Empire? What will be their fate? Those officers who initiated the mutiny are also waiting for information from the train. Did the Abyss Temple succeed?" General Xiaoxiu, standing on the height of the fortress, looked at the quiet train with mixed feelings. What is the situation inside now? Is Sinclair safe? Without letting the people outside wait too long, a team of Imperial spies walked down from the train. They deployed to both sides and formed 2 cordons. Then Sinclair walked out of the carriage. He stood still and said loudly, "All sergeants of the Northern Army, listen up. All positions of General Joshua in the army are dismissed. And I, Sinclair Augustine, will serve as the temporary commander of the Northern Army. Now, except for those on duty, all officers and soldiers will return to their respective barracks immediately. No one is allowed to go out without my order. If you violate the order, you will be punished by military law. Immediately." Sinclair's order made most of the soldiers of the Northern Army realize that the assassination of the Imperial Princess and the Marquis of Meteoric Star was related to General Joshua. Now Sinclair dismissed Joshua from the post of the head of the Northern Army. Although it was wrong in terms of procedure, the morale of the army was no longer as strong as before. The Northern Army was immediately divided into 2 groups. Most officers shouted orders and took their soldiers back to the barracks to wait for the results, while a small number of officers stayed with a group of soldiers. They already knew that the assassination had failed. The crime of assassinating the Imperial Princess and the Marquis of Meteoric Star was enough to chop off their heads. Fight to the death, these officers thought. But not only the Imperial spies were blocking the train, but also His Royal Highness Sinclair. The officers all looked up at Joshua, who was standing high above them, waiting for his orders. Sinclair stood outside the door of the carriage, preventing the officers from leading their troops to storm the train. After all the officers and soldiers who had obeyed the order had left, Sinclair shouted to the remaining people, "Some of you have no idea what happened. Your loyalty to General Joshua will only add to his crimes. It's over. It's all over. I don't want any soldiers of the Northern Army to die innocently for this farce. Please let me handle the rest. And please trust me." Sinclair's words shook some officers. They really didn't know what happened, and they stayed only out of loyalty to Joshua. There was a commotion among the soldiers who were confronting each other, but no one left. An officer shouted to Sinclair, "Your Highness Sinclair, we only obey the orders of Commander Joshua." Sinclair knew that his prestige could not overpower these soldiers. So he shouted to Joshua on the platform, "Uncle Joshua, Her Highness the Princess and the Marquis of Meteoric Star are safe and sound, and all assassins have been killed. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Do you want to drag so many loyal soldiers to die with you?" Joshua on the platform looked at Sinclair in front of the train. He did not expect that the Abyss Temple would fail. Agatha and Meteoric Star were alive, which meant that the third Apostle Belga was dead. Now most of the soldiers of the Northern Army have been psychologically disintegrated by the Empire's condolences and are waiting to accept the Empire's reorganization. Even if the remaining people rebel, it will be difficult to stir up a big storm. And why rebel? Sinclair stood up to oppose him. After a moment of silence, Xiao Xiaoer said, "I resign from all positions in the Northern Army, and the position of the army commander will be handed over to Sinclair. You all listen to the orders of the new army commander, and return to the barracks to wait for new instructions. After issuing the last order, Xiao Xiao turned and walked into the room. The gathered sergeants looked at each other, and left one by one with their heads down. Soon, the huge fortress square was empty. Sinclair couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Northern Army was saved. The rest was. Sinclair asked the Imperial spies to stay and protect the train, and he walked towards the mountain gate of the fortress. On the way, he picked a few soldiers on duty and took them to capture Joshua. In the carriage, Agatha looked at the empty fortress square outside and said to Luke, "It seems that Sinclair wants to protect not only General Joshua this time, but also all the officers involved in this incident." Luke said, "Since we are ready to make concessions on General Joshua, we might as well make more concessions. Increasing Sinclair's prestige will help the smooth handover of the command of the Northern Army. You have no objection, right?" "No. You, who are about to become the Prime Minister of the Empire, can be tolerant. As the eldest princess of the Empire, I am not a narrow-minded person. If we pursue it blindly, I am afraid that the entire Legion will be implicated. The Northern Legion is the Empire's heavy weapon. Besides, they are only against us this time, and their hearts are still loyal to the Empire." Luke said, "If you think so, I know how to deal with this incident. Now Sinclair should have controlled Joshua. I will go to talk to him. Do you want to go with me?" Agatha smiled. "No. The eldest princess of the Empire and the Marquis of Meteorite are interrogating Joshua together. It's too much of a compliment to Joshua. You can go on my behalf. I'll wait for your results here." "Why do I feel like you're just lazy?" Luke stood up and said with a smile, "Just wait here. I'll go see if General Joshua is unrepentant." Luke got off the car with a team of Imperial spies and entered the fortress without any hindrance. Arriving at the Legion commander's room, Sinclair and the soldiers were guarding outside. Sinclair looked at the closed door and said to Luke, "Please rest assured. I didn't say anything I shouldn't say to General Joshua, and please give him a chance." Sinclair said that he did not collude with Joshua. He knew that lies could not deceive Meteorite, so it was better to be honest and let Meteorite give him a break. The opportunity has been given. It depends on General Joshua's own will. Luke asked the accompanying spies to stay outside, and then pushed the door and walked into the room. Sinclair followed him in and closed the door. A lamp on the ceiling illuminated the room. General Joshua was sitting calmly behind his desk, looking at Luke and Sinclair without emotion. Luke did not interrogate Joshua first. He walked to the desk, where the assassination plan was spread out. Luke sat down on the other side of the desk, pointed his finger at the plan, and pulled it in front of him to examine it carefully. Sinclair walked to the corner and stood still. "The plan is very thorough," Luke praised after reading the assassination plan. "Our reactions are all in your calculations. All the spies guarding outside the train are almost mobilized by you according to these routes, thus creating a gap for the Abyss Mage to calmly arrange the secret technique. Just like the wars you commanded before. It can be called the art of war." Luke's praise was very harsh to Xiao Xiao's ears. He said, "A failed operation is useless no matter how smoothly it starts. You won. I lost. This is the result. No need to show off to me." Luke said, "Your failure should be attributed to your finding an unreliable ally. The Abyss Temple is not a military unit at all, and it does not have the execution and adaptability of an excellent army. When they launched the attack, I just counterattacked casually, and they lost their position. From beginning to end, they did not launch a decent attack, and were defeated one by my people. What's even more ridiculous is that I set such an obvious trap, but Belda actually fell into it without hesitation. If you were to carry it out, it might be a different situation." Xiao Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You are right. The Abyss Temple is not a military unit. I have fought with the Abyss Temple many times, and know that they are a group of lunatics with no tactical thinking at all. From the moment I decided to join forces with the Abyss Temple to carry out this assassination, the final failure was determined." Chapter 475. Do you understand what I mean? The room entered a brief silence, so quiet that you could hear the heartbeats of 3 people. This is a mental game, and everyone has a goal they want to achieve. Luke looked at Sinclair standing in the corner, his face expressionless, and he did not make eye contact with General Joshua. Then Luke said to Joshua, "Your Highness Sinclair asked Your Highness the Princess and me to spare your life." Joshua did not show any surprise, and said calmly, "You finally have an excuse to execute me. You should not agree to your Highness Sinclair. After all, if I die, you can better control your Highness Sinclair and complete your crime of stealing the country. Yes, this is a good opportunity to get rid of you. Luke nodded in agreement. If you die, all the political legacy left by Prince Fania will soon disintegrate, and His Highness Sinclair will be able to perform the duties entrusted to him by the Empire in peace and stability. After the reorganization, the Northern Army will belong to the Empire, and the Tadega Hills will be in the Empire's pocket. Unfortunately, in order to keep you alive, His Highness Sinclair made a condition that we can hardly refuse. What condition? Joshua looked at Sinclair, and he already had a bad premonition in his heart. Luke squinted at Joshua, and said cunningly, in order for us to spare your life, His Highness Sinclair is willing to give up his royal identity, and no longer use the surname Augustine. No! Joshua stood up excitedly, and said to Sinclair loudly, how can you have such a stupid idea? Are you worthy of your dead father and mother? Are you worthy of my teachings to you? They can do whatever they want to me. And you are destined to become the emperor of the empire. You must not be bound by any feelings. You must have an emperor's heart. Sinclair replied, Uncle Joshua, please don't get excited. As long as you promise not to do anything that harms the empire, you can live. Joshua was very angry. I have never done anything that harms the empire. Instead, the Queen and the meteorite are working together to steal the empire. I can die, but my spirit will definitely be inherited by someone. Sinclair, you must live well with the honor of the Augustine family, and never give the military power of the Northern Army to anyone. He is the most precious wealth left to you by your father. Sinclair was afraid that what Joshua said would annoy Meteorite, and he urged anxiously, Uncle Joshua, please calm down. Listen to the words of Marquis Meteorite. I can keep my royal identity, and you may not need to die. Joshua looked at Luke, who was sitting again, and asked hatefully, are you so kind? What conspiracy are you planning? Sit down, Luke ordered. Sinclair might lose his royal identity, which made Joshua a little afraid. He sat back in his chair heavily, stared at Luke and said, what do you want to do? Luke replied, I want to create a super empire that has never existed since human civilization. Joshua laughed and said, the current Golden Shield Empire has been shattered by you, and I don't know how many people want to overthrow you. You are still dreaming of creating a super empire that has never existed before. I think you are digging your own grave. Whether I am digging my own grave or not, I don't know yet, but I am doing it, Luke said solemnly, and Joshua stopped smiling. Are you serious? Luke smiled and said, of course it is true. Your Majesty and I once had a special meeting alone, and we worked out the prototype of this super empire together at that time. Therefore, His Majesty has specially approved the expansion of Nuteo City, and included the coastal cities in the east of the empire into the Nuteo City economic zone. Now Nuteo City is not only the center of the empire's wealth, but also the engine for the empire to extract wealth from the world. Even though the empire is fighting 2 wars, and there are various internal consumptions, the empire's finances are still very healthy. If the empire can solve the security problems of the north, Tadega Hills and the west, the integrated empire's national strength will have the foundation to become a super empire. General Xiaoxiao recognizes the status of Nuteo City in the empire and the world. Wars are fought with real money, especially industrial armed legions like the Northern Legion, which are even more of a gold-eating beast. Since the Northern Legion came to the Tadega Hills to fight, the empire's logistical supply to the Legion has never been delayed or interrupted. The empire not only supports the Northern Legion in the Tadega Hills, but also builds the Snow Legion from scratch. From the movement of the Northern Front in the Spring War, it can be seen that the Snow Legion has a strong combat effectiveness. The combat effectiveness of a new legion mostly comes from weapons and equipment and logistical supplies, which shows that the empire's finances have not been affected by the war. This shows that Emperor Augustine had the foresight to suddenly and vigorously support the city of Raging Waves, gave land to expand the city, and divided the economic zone of Raging Waves City, which led to the current strong national strength. This is something Xiaoxiao didn't expect. Emperor Augustine not only has an economic layout in the city of Raging Waves, but also has a plan to create a super empire. And the executor of the creation of the super empire is actually Meteor. Xiaoxiao said half doubtfully, we don't know what you talked about with His Majesty. Of course, the content is whatever you want to say. Luke nodded and acknowledged Xiaoxiao's suspicion. Yes, lies can be told casually, but what is happening will not lie. The World Tree is revived. And ancient civilizations that have been secluded for thousands of years are born together. And there are even more ancient creatures staring at this thriving world. A super empire is not just our subjective desire to create a great existence. But only a super empire can survive in a new civilization battle. General Joshua was moved by Luke's words. Although he had been in the Triumph Fortress, he was always paying attention to the changes in the empire and the world. Since the revival of the World Tree, major world-class historical events have occurred one after another. The angels forcibly descended on the imperial palace, and the 5 ancient civilizations gathered in the city of St. Louis. Anyone with a brain could guess that something big was bound to happen. Is it really, as Meteor said, that this is the beginning of the struggle between civilizations? General Joshua asked Luke, do you think that by telling me this, I will recognize your invasion of the empire? This is not the legal basis for your usurpation of power. But only by doing this can the unification and integration of the empire be completed quickly. General Joshua laughed and said, you finally admitted that you are usurping power. Luke said indifferently. After the eldest Prince Fania launched a coup and rushed into the palace, something unspeakable happened. Fania was killed by His Majesty. And I, Queen Christina, Princess Agatha, and even His Majesty's most trusted chief Royal Knight Milscombe, all believed that His Majesty's condition was no longer suitable for ruling the empire. That's why we unanimously decided to continue to execute His Majesty's last order, with Queen Christina as regent. General Joshua asked, what happened to His Majesty? Luke refused to answer. It's about His Majesty's honor. General Joshua said unwillingly, if His Majesty really can no longer rule the empire, his direct descendants should be the regents. It is not the turn of the Queen, who has not given birth to children, for His Majesty to be the regent. Luke laughed and said, His Majesty has not appointed a crown prince because he believes that none of his descendants are capable of leading the empire forward in the future world tide. For me, the eldest Prince Fania and the second Prince Alex have their own interest groups behind them. In the eyes of those big families, family interests are far higher than national interests. Once they are in power, I will fall into endless internal disputes. Queen Christina comes from a vassal state of the empire. She has no foundation in the empire, so she can only rely on me. And the city of Raging Waves, which I rule, can provide the empire with officials with a forward-looking vision for the world. This allows the entire empire to have only one voice from top to bottom, and to perfectly complete all my policies, so as to avoid internal friction and concentrate on doing great things. This is the powerful minister who has been criticized by countless people. But General Xiaoxiuer had to admit the benefits of this kind of top-down consistency, especially in turbulent times, when internal friction is more serious than the consequences of wrong policies. And the officials trained by the bureaucratic system of Nuteo City are much better than the old officials of the empire in making money and seeing opportunities. General Xiaoxiuer argued, where do you put the authority of the royal family by doing this? Luke smiled and replied, all your struggles are because you are unwilling to accept that His Highness Sinclair has lost the right to inherit the throne. But you also saw that His Royal Highness Sinclair gave up his royal status for you. As you said, he doesn't have the heart of an emperor. Pushing him to the throne during this special period will only harm him. General Joshua heard another meaning from Luke, if it is not a special period. Do you support His Royal Highness Sinclair to become the emperor of the empire? Luke looked at Sinclair and replied, General Joshua, you don't have to trick me into making any promises for the unforeseeable future. If it is peacetime, Sinclair must be an accomplished emperor. But while I am creating a super empire to deal with future dangers, I don't want to worry about who will become the emperor of the empire. You are putting His Royal Highness Sinclair in danger. Do you understand what I mean? At this time, Sinclair said, Uncle Joshua, one of the reasons why I gave up my right to inherit the throne is that I believe I can't lead the empire out of this vortex. But the Marquis of Meteorite has this ability. Who will become the emperor of the empire in the future? Why not let us decide in the future? As long as you promise not to endanger the safety of the empire, you will become a civilian and then serve as a lecturer at the Imperial Military Academy. Her Royal Highness the Princess also allows it. General Joshua asked Luke, as long as I promise not to endanger the safety of the empire, I can live? Yes. Luke nodded to confirm. Those subordinates who followed me can also be forgiven? Luke said, we follow the wishes of His Highness Sinclair. Only investigate the main participants and give them all lenient sentences. But people's hearts are complicated. If you forgive them this time, they may be grateful, or they may continue to do outrageous things under the protection of His Highness Sinclair. Therefore, you have the obligation to urge them not to make mistakes again. Do you understand what I mean? Luke hinted at Xiao Xiao again. After being hinted twice, Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then nodded in understanding. I understand. It's good that you understand. Luke stood up and said, this incident ends here, and I will convey your attitude to Her Highness the Princess. When His Royal Highness Sinclair wanted to give up his royal status, it was His Royal Highness the Princess who refused to accept it and asked me to make a judgment that would satisfy both His Royal Highnesses. This is a difficult problem. It is indeed a difficult problem. But your judgment satisfies both His Royal Highnesses, and I hope you are satisfied too. General Joshua turned to Sinclair and said, you and the Marquis of Meteorite should reply to His Royal Highness the Princess. I will gather the main people involved in this assassination and tell them about the grace of the Empire. Sinclair hesitated, and his intuition told him that something bad would happen. But Meteorite has made it clear that he will spare the lives of all those involved in the assassination. And Meteorite's attitude is the same as Agatha's. This is a good thing. Why do I feel sad in my heart? Sinclair said, I will stay. General Joshua smiled and said, we old friends discuss what to teach at the Royal Military Academy after retirement. What are you going to do? After meeting Her Royal Highness the Princess, you will go around the barracks. And this legion will be yours in the future. Remember not to give up military power under any circumstances. And don't trust anyone. Go with the Marquis of Meteorite. I'm fine. General Joshua drove Sinclair out of the room, and then sent his trusted non-commissioned officer to call all the officers involved in the assassination. Soon the officers arrived one by one, and they surrounded Joshua's desk like yesterday. Joshua took out wine glasses and red wine from the wine cabinet and poured wine for the officers himself. An officer held a wine glass and said to General Joshua, Captain, I have won over a group of sergeants. As long as you give an order, we can immediately complete the arming and surround the train. In this kind of regular offensive and defensive battle, the Imperial spies are definitely not our opponents. As long as Agatha and Meteor are killed, His Royal Highness Sinclair will have to declare war on the usurper queen. The Duke of Celtic will definitely support us. General Joshua paused while pouring the wine, then continued to pour as if nothing had happened, and said, I just met Meteor. He said that because of His Royal Highness Sinclair's insistence, he and His Royal Highness the Princess forgave our mistakes. We've lost our military posts, but we can avoid death. The officers were very happy to hear the news. One officer said, His Royal Highness Sinclair still loves us. We should be more loyal to him and devote everything to him to regain the throne. General Joshua poured wine and said, Yes, His Royal Highness Sinclair deserves our dedication. An officer said, although we lost our military posts, our subordinates are still in the Legion, and we still have our own families. Even if we are not in the Legion, we can still control the Legion for His Royal Highness. As long as His Royal Highness needs us, we can put on military uniforms and fight for His Royal Highness at any time. After General Joshua finished pouring the wine, he picked up his own glass and said to the officers, His Royal Highness Sinclair has grown up, and the Northern Army has been handed over to him. I have completed half of the task that His Royal Highness Fania gave me. The rest is to assist His Royal Highness to ascend the throne and become the Emperor of a great empire, which requires him to have an Emperor's heart. Cheers to His Royal Highness Sinclair. Cheers to the great empire. Cheers. The officers raised their glasses together. Cheers to His Royal Highness Sinclair. Cheers to the great empire. Cheers. General Joshua watched all the officers drink up the wine in their glasses, and then he laughed and drank up the wine in his glass. An hour later, General Joshua's trusted sergeant reported to the outside world. General Joshua and all the officers who participated in the assassination of the eldest princess and the Marquis of Meteorite committed suicide together out of fear of crime. Chapter 476 Oracle. General Joshua, the former soul of the Northern Army, died, and the entire triumphal fortress fell into deep mourning. After attending General Joshua's funeral, the Royal Consolation Group took the train back to the Imperial capital. In a separate compartment on the train, Agatha and Luke sat face to face. At this time, the train had left the Tadega Hills area, but the two never spoke. After a while, Agatha said, General Joshua's suicide can be said to be the best ending. If he is taken back to the Imperial capital, according to his identity, no matter how he is tried, it will cause a lot of trouble. I just don't know what Sinclair will think. Luke looked at the scenery outside the window, with a very serious expression. After a long time, he laughed at himself and said, "I did something very dirty in this matter, which makes me feel uneasy. I used to be a very upright person, but now I have become more and more shameless. Sinclair has been avoiding me these days. He will definitely figure out what role I played in it later." Agatha looked at Luke, who was in some pain, and reached out to hold his hand in hers. "I understand how you feel now, because sometimes I also fall into this kind of self-blame and even hate myself. Do you want to hear a story from me? You tell me. I'm listening." Then Agatha told Luke about something she had done in the past. Before taking over the Secret Service, I had actually been working for the Secret Service in secret. One time I went on a mission, and the mission started very smoothly. I successfully stole the intelligence. But when I was evacuating, I was discovered and hunted. Soon I was injured and captured. But fortunately, the intelligence was passed on. The young man who arrested me recognized me and released me on his own initiative. In exchange, I wanted to protect his family as a princess. I agreed, and even asked my father to plead for him and his family. But Agatha stopped here. Luke asked, "Your father did not agree?" Agatha nodded. Not only did he not agree, he also asked me to personally send their family to the gallows. I still can't forget the way he looked at me. He didn't say anything, but it was like a sword piercing my heart again and again. I was only 14 years old at the time, and didn't understand why my father did this. Now I know that my father is right. Politics is a game with a very low tolerance rate. Excessive compassion will only make us die faster. Luke smiled bitterly and said, "After listening to your experience, my heart seems to be much more comfortable." Agatha smiled and said, "If you want to feel better, I have many stories here. Most of the things done by the Secret Service are shameful, and you will definitely not be bored along the way." Agatha's palms were very warm, and Luke could feel her concern for him. The story she just told was definitely an indelible shadow in her heart. But in order to comfort herself, she still recalled it again. Luke pretended to be relaxed and said, "I am not as fragile as you think. I just have some feelings for a while. Once Joshua and those stubborn officers died, the problem of the Northern Army was completely solved." Agatha let go of Luke's hand and restored her princess demeanor. The solution was more perfect than we expected when we came. Once they died, the faction left by Fania collapsed. When Sinclair's announcement of giving up the right to inherit the throne was announced, no one would lean on him casually. In the coming period, the Royal First Magic Corps will be a pure army. But Joshua's death may arouse Sinclair's hatred towards us. So we still need to be careful. Luke's thoughts also turned to the current topic. He thought about it and said, Joshua's suicide is not only to save Sinclair, but also to inspire him and rekindle his desire to fight for the throne. It's not a bad thing for him to fight, as long as it is within the rules we set. Healthy competition is beneficial. Agatha nodded. "I will talk to Sinclair alone if there is a chance." The train whistled and ran on the rails. At this time, on the other side of the sea, the Emerald Forest Emerald Dream Academy. Emerald Dream Academy is one of the oldest magic academies, and the elves are one of the first races to learn magic from the dragons. This academy is located on the top of a high mountain, and is a castle-like building. The academy is surrounded by almost vertical cliffs, with only a suspension bridge connecting to another slightly gentler mountain. The tops of the academy buildings are mostly onion-shaped, which is not only a feature of elf architecture, but also the nests of flying creatures in the onion-shaped towers. Therefore, flying dragon eagles, griffins and pegasus can often be seen around Emerald Dream Academy. They are all flying mounts tamed by elves. An elf postman wearing green clothes and a green pointed hat rode a pegasus and landed in a garden. In the garden, an elf mentor was leading a group of students to learn about the effects of natural magic on plants. "Miss Dale Jasmine, there is a letter for you, sent from the Golden Shield Empire across the ocean, carrying the hometown's thoughts for you." The elf postman took out a few letters from his bag and shouted to the busy students, "I'm here." Dale stood up from a group of elves. She was wearing an elf leaf feather hat, with a lot of dirt on her face, and her eyes were full of joy for receiving a reply. Dale ran to the side of the Pegasus, took the letter from the postman, and saluted, "Thank you, Mr. Postman who flies in the air to bring everyone news from afar. I wish you good health, and the wind direction is always where you want to go." Dale thanked the postman like an elf. The elf postman took out a harmonica and played a little tune for Dale, and then said, "Ms. Jasmine, you are the most elf-like human I have ever seen, and I wish you good health. Goodbye." I am a postman riding Pegasus and flying around. And there are many people waiting for me to send their thoughts from afar to them. The elf postman pulled the reins of Pegasus, and Pegasus neighed and spread its wings and flapped. Dale took out the magic wand and cast an updraft to help Pegasus take off. Goodbye, postman who can play the harmonica. Dale waved to the sky, and after the Pegasus flew away, she turned to the elf mentor and said, Professor Makatina, can I take a leave for a while? My sister and someone very important to me wrote to me, and I can't wait to read it now. I promise to make up for the missed classes and complete the homework seriously. Professor Makatina is an elf wearing black-rimmed glasses. She looked at Dale and couldn't help but smile. Of course. My favorite Jasmine. Family and friendship always come first. You came to study in the Emerald Forest, so far away alone. Your family and friends must miss you very much. Today's time is yours. You can read the news from your hometown. The elf classmates shouted, Jasmine who misses her hometown. Go read the letter quickly. We will help you take care of the radishes you planted, and will not let the rabbits hiding underground eat them. Thank you, Professor Makatina. Thank you, my good friends. Dyer took the letter and ran back to the dormitory building of the Department of Natural Sciences of the college and went into her room. There were 7 letters. Agatha, Luke, Chikong, Jennifer, Bruce Ben, Hedesiko, Lydia. And he came out from under Dyer's hat and stared at the letters with 2 small eyes. Princess Dyer, whose letter do you want to read first? The damn sheriff. He didn't write back to me. Since he became the mount of Queen Chikong, his tail has been rising higher and higher. Dyer picked up Jennifer's letter and raised it above her head. The sheriff's reply to you must be together with Jennifer's letter. He is your good partner. You once teamed up to steal all over the imperial capital. He will not forget you. Dark Knight grabbed the envelope with his claws, bit a row of teeth on the edge of the envelope with his teeth, and then tore the envelope open. There were really 2 letters inside, one of which was written by the sheriff to Dark Knight. Dark Knight happily grabbed the letter and jumped onto his small bed on the bedside table, lying comfortably to read the letter. Dale looked at the letter on the table again. Her hand touched Agatha's letter, but turned halfway and picked up Luke's reply. Opening the letter, Dale was quickly attracted by the content inside. It turned out that the natural energy in the Emerald Forest came from the magic spring, and Miss Chikong had been to the Emerald Forest and found the magic spring. Princess Dale, who majored in natural science at the Emerald Magic Academy, immediately became very interested in the magic spring. After reading Luke's reply, Dale picked up Chikong's reply. In the letter, Chikong told about her experience of looking for the magic spring in the Emerald Forest and recommended some natural science books, which contained clues to finding the magic spring. After reading Chikong's letter, Dale immediately got up and ran to the library of the college and borrowed all the books recommended by Chikong. At this moment, she had a goal. That is to find the magic spring and get the blessing of the Elf Lord like Chikong. Although it is not known whether the Elf Lord will bless a human being, finding the magic spring itself is a very meaningful thing. Of course, the magic spring cannot be found in a short time. After Dale put away Luke, Chikong's letters and the borrowed books, she picked up the letter written to her by Sister Agatha. At first, Dale had a warm smile on her face, but as she read, the smile gradually disappeared. Dale's sister, I know you like him too, so I have been suppressing my affection for him in my heart and not letting it grow. But how can emotions be suppressed? Especially when I think it is for the country. My heart falls even faster. Dale, I don't know how to face you. I'm sorry. After reading the letter Agatha wrote to her, Dale felt empty in her heart, as if she had lost the most important thing. She regretted coming to Emerald Magic Academy, but before coming to Emerald Magic Academy, she didn't know what her feelings for Luke were, until the heartache at this moment made her realize it. Go back to the Empire. Go back to the Empire. Go back now. Dyer wanted to pack up and go home immediately, but she suddenly remembered something. She quickly took out all the books she had borrowed and found the letter written by Chikong from the pages. The end of the letter, she will accompany her for 100 years in life. You will accompany her for tens of millions of years in the divine path, and only I can join hands with him forever. This paragraph seems to have been added by Chikong after he finished writing the letter. When she first saw this paragraph written by Chikong, Dyer thought it was related to the search for the Dream Spring. But now thinking about it, it seems that Chikong meant to point to another direction. Divine path? Is this Miss Chikong hinting at my destiny? Dale sat in a chair in a daze. The window of her dormitory faced the garden. Professor Makatina was teaching the elf students in the fields. In the distance, there were endless mountains and boundless jungles. A majestic griffin flew through the sky outside the window, with a sound of breaking through the air. In the capital of the Golden Shield Empire, St. Louis City, the Royal Constellation Group returned from the triumphal fortress in the Tadega Hills and returned to the Imperial Palace. Queen Christina, who had returned from the Constellation in the north a long time ago, immediately met with the eldest Princess Agatha and the governor of the Raging Wave City, the Marquis of Meteor. After the three talked for an afternoon, a series of notices and decrees were issued from the palace. The first and most important announcement was that the grandson of the Emperor, Sinclair, officially announced that he would give up his right to inherit the throne. After this announcement was issued, it immediately caused an uproar in the entire court. At this point, the court power represented by the eldest prince Fania collapsed, and all those who bet heavily on Sinclair lost all their money. Sinclair, a potential stock, had no room for growth, and the monkeys scattered when the tree fell, and each looked for their own way out. Some people decided to join the Reformed Society of Meteorite and become the party that was criticized by everyone. Some people wanted to make a Jedi counterattack and rebound from the bottom, and wanted to bet on the stock of the second Prince Alex again. Then the palace issued a second heavyweight announcement. The former commander of the Northern Army, Joshua, colluded with some senior officers of the Northern Army and colluded with the Abyss Temple to assassinate the eldest Princess Agatha and the governor of the city of Raging Waves, the Marquis of Meteorite, in the Triumph Fortress. After the assassination failed, Joshua and the main participants in the assassination committed suicide out of fear of crime. The Queen Regent remembered Joshua's past achievements and no longer implicated him. Committing suicide out of fear of crime. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Even Joshua and the loyal senior officers died. And those who wanted to switch to the second prince's camp felt a chill on their necks. In fact, when they knew that there was a meteorite in the Constellation Group to the Northern Army, many people knew that the Northern Army was in trouble. But the Northern Army is the iron plate that the eldest Prince Fania has been operating for many years. And General Joshua is in charge. Meteorite may cause trouble, but the trouble it can cause is limited. But no one could have imagined that this time, Meteor not only made the grandson Sinclair give up the right to inherit the throne, but also killed all the backbones left by Fania. It was really uprooted, and even the retreat was completely cut off. The Northern Legion was easily disintegrated by Meteor. Can the second Prince Alec, who was trapped in the Crescent Oasis, still stir up trouble? The palace shock caused by the two palace notices has not passed, and the third palace passage was signed and issued by the Queen Regent. Gabriel, the chief minister of the Imperial Cabinet, is no longer suitable for the tiring state affairs due to physical reasons. The Queen Regent approved Gabriel's resignation application. The Queen Regent appointed the Marquis of Meteor to be promoted to the chief minister of the Imperial Cabinet, and ordered the chief minister of Meteor to reorganize the cabinet as soon as possible and complete the handover with Gabriel's cabinet as soon as possible. Chapter 477 Preparations before departure. Luke returned from the triumphal fortress with full success this time, and it was natural for him to serve as the chief minister of the Imperial Cabinet. Sinclair's renunciation of the throne and General Joshua's suicide dealt a heavy blow to the old bureaucratic system of the empire. In addition, officials from the city of Raging Waves were already spread across all important departments of the court, so there was no setback in the transition between the old and new cabinets. The new cabinet was quickly formed under the auspices of Luke, and the cabinet was completely replaced, with only a quarter of the original cabinet ministers retained. For the other cabinet ministers, Luke appointed his confidants and took control of the imperial court with a wave of his hand. The meteorite cabinet was formed, and the new official took office with 3 fires. The first move was to announce the official reorganization of the former Northern Legion into the Royal First Magic Legion. The Legion was stationed at the Triumphal Fortress in the Tadega Hills. During the reorganization period, military operations against the Tadega Hills were suspended, and all members were prepared to receive new weapons and equipment and new training. At the same time, Meteor announced that all weapons and equipment of the Royal First Magic Legion were provided by the Magic Laboratory of Raging Wave City. Commanded the commander of the Sinclair Legion to form an officer group as soon as possible to go to Raging Wave City to supervise the research and development and production of magic weapons. The second move was to announce the formation of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet based on the existing 10,000-ton Dreadnought-class battleship. Once the Royal Ocean Fleet was formed, it would conduct a world cruise visit, with Rio as the first stop. After the Royal Ocean Fleet completed its world cruise, it immediately began to escort the Imperial Maritime Fleet. The second phase of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet construction plan was announced. In the next year, the Raging Tide City Shipyard will build 18 10,000-ton Dreadnought-class battleships and supporting ships for the Imperial Navy. The Imperial Cabinet of the Golden Shield Empire issued a notice to all coastal countries, hoping that they would accept the docking and replenishment of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet of the Golden Shield Empire. The third fire is to continue to promote the circulation of the Imperial Mark. Not only is the use of precious metal currency not allowed in the Empire, but even the use of gold and silver certificates will be restricted. The Imperial Bank must take on the role of the Imperial Financial Protection Wall and improve the Imperial financial pressure resistance. After becoming the Prime Minister of the Empire, Luke was busy every day. He had to complete the stabilization of the court and the implementation of the new policy as soon as possible so that he could take time to go to the west. Chi Kong, who was under Luke's control, was also preparing to return to the Moonlight King's court. The most important work in Chi Kong's hands now was the Dust Project. In St. Louis City, the demons and the Shadow Tribe showed new traces one after another. The disaster derived from the World Tree may be a divine power separated from the abyss. And the first Apostle Victor has arrived in the west. Princess Dale of the Emerald Forest also embarked on a journey to find the Dream Spring. Not to mention the starry sky and the abyss. The time is tight, and the task is heavy. In the Marquis of Raging Waves' mansion, in a small hidden library, a model of the World Tree stands in the middle of the library. The model of the World Tree is not made of real materials, but is shaped entirely by the transferred energy of the World Tree. The branches of the World Tree are thick, and the leaves are extremely dense, showing a sense of thriving vitality. On the dome of the library, there is a starry sky set up by magic, and the light from the moon lamp forms a beam that covers the World Tree in the moonlight. Clear Sky, Troll Laconia, Demon Tyrant, and Dragon Soul Bonnet occupy the four directions of the World Tree respectively, and an open magic book floats in front of each of them. Troll Laconia said, "So far, we have found 69 words that can be called the World Tree language, and completed 13 different combinations that can cause the World Tree to respond. Now let's write these 69 World Tree language words and 13 combinations together to see if we can comprehend the divinity represented by the world." The Demon Tyrant was a little anxious. "We have tried this method many times, and the results have always failed. I don't think there is any need to waste time. Thinking of other methods is the right way out. I just found traces of other demons in this city not long ago. This is an invasion of my territory. I need to find those demons to talk." Dragon Soul Bonnet reminded, "Tyrant, St. Louis City is not your territory." The Tyrant said, "Even if it is not my territory, I will not allow other demons to set foot in it. And I have left my breath everywhere in the city. These demons must know my existence. But they don't come to visit. They are really a group of impolite juniors." Chi Kong said to the Tyrant, "It turns out that the demon breath everywhere in the city is left by you. No wonder the First Holy Scripture Teresa has come to me many times, saying that St. Louis City is full of demons, and asked me to allow angels to eliminate the demons hidden in the city. I warn you, don't cause trouble for me, and don't provoke the angels. If you are caught by them, I may not be able to save you." Dragon Soul Bonnet said to Chi Kong, "You have a good relationship with the angels. Teresa often visits the museum. This is not the style of angels. Do you have something that the angels want?" Chi Kong replied to Dragon Soul Bonnet, "Don't meddle in other people's business. How long will your inheritance take? The Golden Dragon King Tyran really hopes that Tao I will return to the Dragon Kingdom to take a look." Dragon Soul Bonnet coughed a few times to cover up. "Inheritance? It's almost there. It's almost there. Let's start looking for the divinity of the World Tree. I know Miss Chi Kong is very busy, and the Tyrant has things to do." Chi Kong did not point out the identity of Dragon Soul Bonnet, but turned to the Troll Laconia and said, "Don't be influenced by other members, and continue the process you have set." "Yes, Miss Chi Kong." Lagonia has become accustomed to the daily bickering of the three members. After a major breakthrough in the World Tree language, there was no progress for a long time, repeating the experiments with predictable failures again and again. Everyone's mentality was a little impatient. Lagonia took a deep breath and said, "This time we will change the order again. The season starts from winter. The time starts from midnight. And the direction starts from up. Remember the word order represented by your position. and write it in a standard way. Miss Qi, you are now Winter. Qi nodded, stretched out a finger, drew a green track from the World Tree model in front of him, and then wrote the first stroke in the air. Then came the Troll Laconia, Demon Tyrant, Dragon Soul Bonnet. Green handwriting was writing in the air in front of them. Every time they joined forces to complete a combination, the green words formed a rune circle, rotating around the World Tree model. Then the Moonlight Royal Court appeared in the shadows. Moon Mountain, Moon Lake, and the fertile grassland nourished by the World Tree. The river flowed through the grassland and extended to the distance. The barbarian herdsmen on the grassland drove herds of cattle and sheep to graze. A scene of prosperity. As the rune circles increased, the World Tree model became more emerald, and a soft halo floated on the surface. On the mountains surrounding the world, the tree man grew from a sapling to a big tree. They were mixed with the real trees, and could not be distinguished from each other. The halo of the outer layer of the World Tree expanded, covering the 4 members of the Dust Project, who wrote the World Tree language. At this time, a whisper sounded in their ears, as if the World Tree was telling them something. Qi and the others closed their eyes and listened, but they could not distinguish the content of the voice. At a certain moment, the green halo shattered, and the rune circles surrounding the World Tree model also scattered layer by layer. The Demon Tyrant was the first to open his eyes. He complained, "It's the same as last time. And the result before that? There is no change. What exactly is the World Tree saying? Can Miss Qi, who can communicate with the World Tree, not understand it?" Qi also opened her eyes. She looked at the Troll Laconia and the Dragon Soul Bonnet and knew that they had no new gains. The communication between me and the World Tree is on the spiritual level. And what we heard is the World Tree expressing in his language. The World Tree doesn't know what he said. How can I know? The Dragon Soul Bonnet said, "It seems that we have failed again. Isn't it right, Mr. Laconia?" The Troll Laconia has been comprehending the words he heard. When he heard Bonnet calling his name, he came back to his senses. "Oh, it is indeed a failure. According to my research, although the artifacts have very high wisdom, they do not have too strong subjective will. In most cases, artifacts will only passively respond to external information. Now the World Tree has not yet been promoted to an artifact. There are some things it wants to express, but it cannot express them in the language we all know. Miss Qi, after we changed the order of arrangement many times, the content that the World Tree said to us was the same every time. It must be something very important to it. I think we need to test this experiment next to the real World Tree, and maybe we can make a big discovery." The Demon Tyrant said worriedly, "But there are angels and shining gold people around the World Tree. And perhaps there are lurking demons and shadow tribes. The World Tree must be closely monitored by them." The Troll Laconia said to Qi, "It is indeed very risky to conduct experiments around the world, but my intuition tells me that we will definitely gain something." Qi considered Laconia's proposal. At this time, the Dragon Soul Bonnet said, "Miss Qi can invite the Golden Dragon King Tyran to visit the Moonlight King Court with his dragons. I think you and Meteorite must have a way to let the dragon divert the attention of other parties." "This is a good idea." Qi agreed and said, "But how to convince King Tyran to take his dragons away from St. Louis City? They have been monitoring Teresa's angels." "Just say, 'This is what I mean.'" Qi smiled and said, "I understand." Qi left the Marquis of Raging Waves mansion and returned to the museum, where he was told by the butler Fitch, "The Holy Judgment Angel first sent the Holy Book Teresa to visit." Qi complained in his heart about Qi who was looking for trouble. Did he think he was too idle and asked Teresa to come to visit more often? She came, but you didn't come out to receive her. This time Teresa not only came by herself, but also brought 2 full-armored Templar knights, looking very impressive. Qi asked the butler Fitch to call Thorn Crown Malice to stand behind him. Qi and Teresa sat down on the small round table in front of the window, and Jennifer poured black tea for them. It looked like 2 good friends chatting. Today Teresa wore a fashionable lady's dress, and her golden hair was combed like a human woman. After hiding her angel wings, she looked like a noble lady from the imperial capital. Teresa looked at the crown of thorns standing behind Qi and said, "Crown of Thorns has received the punishment he deserves. When will Miss Qi let him return to Sky City? Angels should not be enslaved." Qi took a sip of tea and responded to Teresa's provocation. "If you want to gain something, you must give something. I am remodeling the angel wings of Crown of Thorns. Is there anything wrong with him working for me and getting paid? The sky can pay for your reward. And I think the angel's wings are already perfect, and do not need excessive transformation and modification. Return the angel's wings of the crown of thorns to him, and let him regain his freedom. At this time, the crown of thorns Malice said, first, pass on the holy scripture to Lady Teresa. Maybe I was forced to stay here at the beginning, but now I am voluntarily staying in Miss Clear Sky's museum. Teresa asked in confusion, why? To make up for my ignorance. The crown of thorns now looks like an enlightened monk. With an extremely calm expression, the loss of the angel's wings made me fall from the sky to the ground. I can only walk with my feet, and live an ordinary life. And I found that my world did not become smaller because of the loss of the sky. But let me see the scenery that I could not see in the sky. This is a world that I once despised and disdained. But now that I have a preliminary understanding of it, I just want to kneel in front of it, and worship its greatness. I have a hunch. When I have this experience of silence and enlightenment, and spread my wings again, and fly into the sky, the world I see with my eyes must be completely different from the world I saw before. Teresa didn't expect that. She just wanted to take the opportunity to cause some trouble to the clear sky, but ended up with a reply like the crown of thorns. Crown of thorns. Teresa scolded harshly. Your current thoughts are very dangerous. You are questioning your identity as an angel in Sky City. This is a sign of degeneration. If you don't reflect and stop those absurd thoughts, you will turn into a fallen angel. I will also have to execute the Holy Inquisition on you. Clear Sky smiled and said, Teresa, don't bully me for not knowing about fallen angels. Fallen angels are just like you angels. They are arrogant. How can they worship under secular civilization? What the crown of thorns said is too dogmatic. I will translate it for you. Compared with the rich material and spiritual civilization of the secular world, the life of Sky City angels is really boring. After losing her angel wings, the crown of thorns also put down her angelic airs and could eat, drink and have fun like us humans. And learn something interesting by the way. Crown of thorns. Am I right? Crown of thorns felt that what Chi Kong said was not quite right, but nodded. Miss Chi Kong said what I wanted to say. But Teresa felt that after Chi Kong's translation, it was not as comfortable as what the crown of thorns said. This is also another kind of degeneration. Crown of thorns. We will talk about your affairs later. Miss Chi Kong, I heard that you are going back to the Moonlight King's court. Chi Kong replied, I have this plan. After all, I am the Moonlight Queen and need to go back to see my people from time to time. What does this have to do with you? I also want to see the Great World Tree. Chapter 478 Gathering at the Moonlight Royal Court. Hearing that Teresa was also going to the Moonlight Royal Court, Chi Kong couldn't help but smile and said, not long ago, I received news that the Moonlight Royal Court's temple has begun to operate. And Archangel Gold personally presided over the Moonlight Royal Court temple. You are in charge of the St. Louis City temple. Why do you want to go to the Moonlight Royal Court to pay homage to the World Tree at this time? Teresa picked up the tea and drank it. During this period, she had adapted to the life in the secular world. Drinking afternoon tea in her spare time was a special enjoyment. In response to Chi Kong's doubts, Teresa answered very straightforwardly, I have a hunch that you have the answers I want, and the various mysteries, and you are also worthy of my deeper understanding of you. Teresa turned to look at Chi Kong, with a look in her eyes that wanted to see through him. Chi Kong also looked at Teresa, with an unfathomable smile on his face. The Moonlight Court welcomes all friends with good intentions to visit. It's just that there are a lot of people going to the World Tree this time, and I don't know what interesting things will happen. Teresa asked, besides me, who else is going to the Moonlight Court? Chi Kong did not answer. She held the teacup and invited Teresa, you will know when you get there. Have tea. I am looking forward to this trip even more. A few days later, the new Prime Minister of the Empire, Marquis of Meteorite, announced that he would lead a business delegation to visit the western border of the Empire. One of the purposes of this trip is to inspect the construction of the Western Border Railway. Another purpose is to strengthen the development plan of the western border and let the wind of civilization blow to every corner of the western border as soon as possible. However, this seemingly ordinary inspection made some people feel like they were facing a great enemy. The Crescent Oasis where the second prince was stationed was the only way for the Empire to enter the western border. The Imperial Prime Minister Meteorite had just dealt with Sinclair and the Northern Army. Will he deal with the second prince when he went to the western border this time? The business delegation of the Imperial Prime Minister was still being prepared. Waves of messengers had already set off from St. Louis City with various news and rushed to all directions. The entire court was watching Luke's whereabouts and trying every means to search for his information. The Imperial Palace? The Imperial Cabinet meeting. This was the last meeting before Meteorite visited the Western Territory, so the prepared topics were much more than usual. Ibel is now a cabinet minister and concurrently the Imperial Finance Minister. He first reported to Queen Christina the tax situation of the Empire this quarter, saying that the Empire's finances are now very healthy and can fully support the Marquis of Meteorite's proposal for the reorganization plan of the Royal First Magic Corps and the shipbuilding plan of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet. In addition, the Imperial Bank has formulated a plan to protect the circulation of the Imperial Mark and has selected pilot cities to gradually cancel large-scale transactions of gold and silver certificates within the Empire. Viscount Iskalin, as a cabinet minister, concurrently serves as the Imperial Security Minister. The topic he proposed was to abolish the nobles' private soldiers, set up a public security bureau in the nobles' territories, have professional public security officers maintain the city's security, and use the legal system to replace the privileges of the nobles in their territories. This topic involves too much scope. After a long discussion, Queen Christina decided to first have the Imperial Public Security Headquarters make a detailed implementation plan. When and how to implement it will be discussed later. As a cabinet minister, Mrs. Michelle served as the chief technical advisor of the Empire, since the angels forcibly descended and surrounded the palace. Queen Christina asked the major research institutions of the Empire to implement integration and concentrate on developing extraordinary soldiers to deal with the high-level combat power conflicts that may occur in the future. The chief technical advisor of the Empire is a technical official specially appointed to integrate the various institutions of the Empire. Mrs. Michelle reported to Queen Christina on the development progress of 3 extraordinary combat power projects in the Empire. The 3 extraordinary combat power projects are the Magic Titan being developed by the Alchemist Association of Fury City, the Extraordinary Warrior developed by Ulu College for the Moonlight Royal Court under the leadership of Qi Kong, and the Golden Shield Warrior led by the Imperial Extraordinary Species Research Center. Mrs. Michelle is mainly responsible for the research and development of the Golden Shield Warrior. The technical basis of the Golden Shield Warrior is the mature Crusader Warrior technology. Through extraordinary transformation, the Golden Shield Warrior has a stronger physique, and then given armor and weapons made using top alchemy, the Golden Shield Warrior will have powerful attack and defense power. In order to enable the Golden Shield Warriors to fly, the Imperial Heavy Industry Bureau is developing a single soldier steam flying wing. In addition to these, there are many whimsical researches under development. Agatha brought information from the battlefield in the north. The County Association negotiated. According to the intelligence from the winter capital, the anti-war voice within the County Union is getting louder and louder, especially after entering the summer. The impact of the war on the production of the County Union has been infinitely magnified. As the attacking party, the County Union cannot obtain enough supplies from the occupied areas, and the logistical pressure is much higher than that of the Empire. After losing Somtau Port, it relies entirely on land supplies, which increases costs. The industrial structure of the County Union is far less perfect than that of the Golden Shield Empire. Some people have made a lot of money in the war, while others have not only not received the war dividends, but are facing the risk of bankruptcy. Talk or not? Queen Christina asked the new Prime Minister, Luke, who had already decided on the strategy for the Ater County alliance. Replied, talk. Of course we have to talk. We have to show the outside world the Empire's efforts for peace. But I think the Ater County alliance is not very sincere in this negotiation. It is impossible for it to easily give up the occupied areas, let alone pay war reparations and admit defeat. The Ater County alliance should start the negotiations more for their domestic people to see. And in the end, they will definitely blame us for the crime of disrupting peace. Agatha agreed with Luke's analysis. And she added, according to the intelligence obtained by the Secret Service now, the Ater County alliance is mobilizing their overseas colonies, and it is expected that the first batch of vassal troops will enter the northern battlefield after the end of autumn. In addition, the Foreign Affairs Department of the County Union has sent several groups of diplomats to visit so-called free countries in an attempt to isolate the Empire internationally. Some of these countries promised to provide economic assistance, and some directly sent mercenaries. In the Winter War, the strength of the Empire's northern enemies will increase greatly. Queen Christina asked, does the cabinet have any countermeasures? Luke replied, at this stage, the war between the Empire and the County Union is only a local war. Far from the level of a war that will destroy the country. Most of these actions of the County Uni were expected, which is why I did not recommend being too aggressive in the Spring War at the beginning. Since it is a local war, the Empire cannot affect its own development because of the war. I think the main thing to deal with the Winter War from this year to next year is to strengthen the Snow Legion, build more fortresses, store more winter supplies, and build a defense network for the Snow City. At the same time, the Armored Assault Division of the Raging Waves City stationed in Sonta Port will attack the flank of the County Alliance Army to the west when there is an opportunity to reduce the pressure on the Snow Legion from the front. If there is an opportunity, the Raging Waves City fleet can look for the County Alliance Navy to fight a decisive battle at sea. Regardless of the outcome, the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet will have ended its world cruise by then, and the Raging Waves City fleet can be replaced and repaired. After listening to Luke's countermeasures, Queen Christina nodded and said, "The Cabinet's response is very safe, and the Empire should not be too nervous about the County Alliance's big move. If he wants to talk, we will talk to him. If he wants to fight, we will fight him. Take every step carefully, and don't be easily influenced by the outside world. Leave the peace talks to Agatha. Meteorite will go to the west for inspection in the near future, and Viscount Iskelin will be the deputy negotiator." Agatha and Viscount Iskelin received the order together. "Yes, Your Majesty." Queen Christina asked Luke again, "Do you need any cooperation from the Imperial Court during your inspection of the West this time?" Luke replied, "No. This inspection of the West is mainly because there is a crisis that will affect the World Tree. Miss Qi and I have to eliminate the danger." "I understand." As it was about the Moonlight Court, Queen Christina could not ask any more questions. So she said, "I will issue an imperial order to the nobles of the Western Territory in the name of the Queen Regent, requiring them to accept your transfer unconditionally." "Thank you, Your Highness." After the meeting of the Imperial Cabinet ended, Luke immediately set off for the Western Territory. The Western Territory Gobi was filled with wind and sand, and the sand dunes were stacked one after another. The sky was cloudless, the sun was shining, and a camel caravan walking in the desert was exposed to the sun. There were 7 camels and 13 pack animals in the camel caravan. The pack animals were tied with large cargo boxes on their backs, and the guards who protected the camel caravan rode on the camels' backs. The guards were all wearing leather armor, with scimitars hanging around their waists, and several emergency potions in their leather bags. On the trade route in the Western Desert, their equipment is already very high-end, enough to deal with most dangers. The leader of the guards walking in front of the camel caravan is an old man with white hair and beard. He has a big frame and a strong physique. His eyes are sharp and his temperament is like a lion in the wilderness. He is a tough guy with a story. Every time he walks a distance, the leader will ride a camel to the high point of the sand dune and observe the surrounding situation with a newly bought telescope. Although most of the sand bandits have switched to running business and live a stable life with the support of the Nuteo city, the busy trade route has spawned a group of guys who want to get rich by robbing. The sand bandits will never stop, but there are fewer than before. The leader carefully observed through the telescope, not missing any details. Using his previous thinking as a sand bandit, he analyzed where he would set an ambush. Under the sand dunes, the camel caravan was lined up and moving forward. "Hello. Can you give me some water?" A voice suddenly sounded behind him. The leader turned around instantly, holding the knife in his hand, and asked the person behind him, "Who are you?" The man was wearing a gray linen coat with a hood covering his face. Under the coat, his back was bulging, as if he was carrying something. "I'm just an ordinary traveler, and I'm going to the Moonlight King's court." The leader did not let down his guard. He held the knife in one hand, put the telescope on his belt with the other hand, and then took off the water bottle from his waist. "The water is in the caravan. I have some wine here. Do you want some? Wine is even better." The man took off his hood, revealing a young man with purple hair. "All for you. Wish you a safe journey." The leader threw the kettle to the young man and prepared to lead the camel away. Just now, he was sure that there was no one around. But this man appeared behind him silently. He was definitely someone he couldn't afford to mess with. "Please stay. I have a few more questions for you to answer." The young man unscrewed the lid of the kettle, raised his head, and took a deep sip of the wine, saying, "Not bad beer." The leader stopped. "I can't delay too long. A few simple questions." The young man smiled, but his smile was chilling. "In which direction is the Moonlight Court?" "You want to go to the Moonlight Court?" "Yes. But my sense of direction is not good. Especially here. All the sand dunes are exactly the same. The leader pointed in a direction and said, "The Moonlight Court is in that direction. As long as you don't go astray. You will see an oasis in about 7 days. That is the grassland of the ancestors. When you reach the grassland of the ancestors, you will not get lost on the way to the Moonlight Court. The barbarians there are very hospitable." That direction. The young man looked in the direction the leader pointed, but still could not see the end of the sand dunes. Thinking about his experiences in the past few days, he felt that he might not be able to find the Moonlight Court with just one direction. So he said to the leader, "Take us to the Moonlight Court." The leader quickly refused, "Sorry. The place we are going is almost in the opposite direction of the Moonlight Court. You just need to keep going in this direction, and you will definitely reach the First People's grassland." "Wait. You just said, we." The leader looked around, and saw only the young man in front of him. The young man smiled and said, "I didn't ask for your opinion. We need a guide to take us to the Moonlight Court. And we also need a new identity." At this time, the leader felt that there was a dark shadow blocking the sunlight in the sky. He looked up, and saw a group of angels slowly falling from the sky. They wore black armor, and the wings fluttering behind them were also black. The leader was so scared that he sat on the sand. Fallen angels. They were fallen angels that appeared during the ancient war. But after the ancient war, there was no trace of fallen angels anymore, and it was said that they were extinct. This time, they came out in a group. You, are you fallen angels?" The leader was so scared that he was incoherent. Galen, a fallen angel in the air, said to the young man, "Is this the idea you came up with? To let a human take us to the Moonlight King's court?" Galen spread his hands helplessly and said, "We have been in the depths of hell for too long, and we are not used to the direction of the surface. We have been searching for the Moonlight Palace in this desert for a month, but we still can't find it. Do you have a better way than to find a human as a guide? We could also disguise ourselves as human merchants and quietly approach the World Tree." Another fallen angel said, "But we can't fly with the whole camel caravan. You just heard that it takes 7 days to walk." Galen smiled and said, "It's just 7 days. If we go to the Moonlight Palace by ourselves, are you sure you can find it within a month?" No fallen angel raised any objections this time. As a fallen angel who once roamed the ancient war, he was lost in the desert for a month. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 479. Return to the Jammu camp. The train of the Imperial Prime Minister Meteorite, who was touring the Western Territory, stopped at the Crescent Oasis railway station. The royal knights sent by the Regent Queen to protect the Prime Minister Meteorite came out from each carriage. They wore gorgeous royal knight armor, and stood outside the carriage like statues with their knight swords in their hands. Then came out the spies of the Imperial Secret Service. Some of them were in uniforms, and some in casual clothes. They moved quickly and skillfully to set up a cordon around the train. Anyone with suspicious behavior would be caught and questioned by the spies, and then brought together for custody. Then came out the members of the business delegation that came to the Western Territory with the Prime Minister Meteorite. After passing the Crescent Oasis, we officially entered the Western Territory. For these merchants living in prosperous cities, the Western Territory is a barren land. If it weren't for the invitation of the Prime Minister of the Empire, they would not want to set foot here. Therefore, the Prime Minister's train to inspect the Western Territory will stay in the Crescent Oasis for a few days to let these merchants adapt to the harsh climate here first. When they officially enter the Gobi Desert, they will not have such a comfortable life. The merchants who got off the car stretched their hands and feet, and then saw the team coming to the Crescent Oasis to welcome the Prime Minister of the Empire. The second Prince Yerrick suddenly stood at the front of the team. This could not help but cause the merchants to marvel. Even if Meteorite has reached the peak of being a vassal, and even became the most powerful minister in the history of the empire, in terms of status, Prime Minister Meteorite is below the direct royal family members. Last time, when the princess and Meteorite visited the west and passed through the Crescent Oasis, the second Prince Alex did not come to greet them. It was the two of them who went to visit. This time, the second Prince Alex actually led the welcoming team to the station to wait for Meteorite, which surprised everyone who saw it. It also made the merchants who followed Luke this time stand up straight, looking at the entire empire. How many people can have such treatment? All kinds of discussions reached the ears of the second Prince Alex. From the perspective of face, this is definitely a humiliation of lowering one's status. But for Meteorite to show mercy, what is this humiliation? Thinking about the ending of the Northern Legion and Sinclair, Alex is still trembling with his heart as when he first heard the news. He had been living in fear these days. After hearing the news that Meteorite was about to visit the Western Territory, he felt that he didn't have much time left. It had come to this point. So why bother about face or status? His Western Territory army was not the Northern Territory army. He was afraid that if Meteorite came to Crescent Oasis, the Western Territory army would launch a mutiny and let him die in the chaos. Therefore, after careful consideration, Alex chose to protect himself and receive this powerful figure in the Empire as a subordinate. The merchants left one after another. Then came the servants, guards, followers, and staff of the Prime Minister of the Empire. Hundreds of people came down in succession. The guards lined up, waiting for the most distinguished person to come out. The second prince, Alex, took the officers of the Western Frontier Corps and the officials of the Crescent Oasis to tidy up their clothes, and waited for the servants of the Prime Minister to roll out the red carpet. And the band immediately played a welcome song, accompanied by the music. A young man wearing the clothes of the Prime Minister, wearing the badge of the Marquis, the governor's ribbon, and the command sword of the commander of the St. Louis City Garrison Corps, walked out of the carriage in square steps. The second prince, Alex, immediately went to greet him. But after seeing the man's appearance clearly, he immediately retracted the smile on his face and shouted angrily, "MacDonald, what are you doing?" The man who walked out of the carriage with a smug look on his face was Prince MacDonald. Seeing the changed face of the second prince, Alex, Prince MacDonald stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Nephew Alex, I didn't expect you to come to greet me in person. You look so bad. Did you have a heat stroke?" The second prince looked at the carriage and saw no one came out. So he whispered to MacDonald, "Where is Meteorite? Why are you wearing his clothes?" MacDonald brushed off the dust stuck on his clothes and replied to Alex, "My elder brother, Prime Minister Meteorite, said he was going to the West secretly and would not go with us. In order not to leak the news, I was asked to pretend to be him and lead the inspection team to complete the business task according to the normal schedule. Look at this suit. It fits me well. And this badge, this ribbon, this knife, all given to me by my eldest brother." MacDonald posed in several poses to show off this outfit. When Alec heard that Meteor was not on the train and had secretly entered the West, his heart and neck instantly went cold. This time Meteor's inspection of the West was fake. The real purpose was to mess with me. After Sinclair announced that he would give up his right to inherit the throne, I was the only stumbling block in front of him. What should I do? The other party is Meteor. What can I do? Alec was at a loss and sweated. MacDonald smiled and said, "Nephew Alec, why are you so nervous? By the way, my eldest brother, the Prime Minister of Meteor, asked me to bring you a message. He hoped that you could figure out the situation of the Empire when he returned from the West through the Crescent Oasis. In front of a running train, a scarab that tried to block it had no choice but to be crushed." The bully MacDonald left Prince Alex in a trance and led the team into Crescent City. At this time, Luke had arrived at the outpost of the Halmuda Basin, the Scorchwood camp. The fast legs who had received the news were waiting here. When he saw Luke riding a camel, he immediately welcomed him into the Ham Tavern. "Orc Ham, let your people take good care of my master's camel, and add a few more eggs to the food." Fast legs entered the tavern and shouted loudly, and greeted other diners enthusiastically. He is now very familiar with the place. Orkham came out from the back kitchen of the tavern. When he saw Fast Legs, he asked his goblins to take care of the camels. Then he walked to Luke and saluted, "Dear sir, welcome to the Scorchwood camp. Fast Legs and I are friends. If you need anything, please let me know." The last time Luke met Orkham was as Chi Kong. This time he returned the greeting to Orkham as if they were meeting for the first time. "Hello, Orkham. My servant Fast Legs mentioned you many times in my letters, saying that you have helped me a lot in my business in the West. Please continue our friendly cooperation in the future." "It's my pleasure. Please wait a moment. The food and drinks will be served soon." Orkham regarded Luke as an ordinary businessman, so he returned to the kitchen after a simple greeting. After Luke and Fast Legs sat down, he asked, "You are doing well in the West Territory. Orkham is a famous sand bandit broker." Fast Legs smiled and took out a stack of imperial marks from his pocket. "I am doing well in the West Territory. All thanks to this thing. Master, are you coming to the West Territory this time to expand new business or inspect existing business?" Luke's arrival has attracted the attention of many people in the tavern. Although the security in the West Territory has improved, It will take a long time to eradicate the sand bandits. Fast Legs didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he asked Luke in code. At this time, a goblin brought 2 barbecues and 2 large glasses of wine. Fast Legs paid the money readily, and gave the goblin a generous tip, and praised, "You have good eyesight, and didn't serve horse bran cakes to my master." The goblin took the money happily. "Thank you, Master Fast Legs." After the goblin left, Luke said to Fast Legs, "I came to the west this time to inspect the existing business and expand new business. How is the weather in the west recently? I want to go to the Moonlight King's court in the First People's Grassland. I heard that it is very lively there, and there are many business opportunities." Knowing that Luke was asking about the situation in the west, Quaitui answered, "The weather in the west has always been very bad, and there have been frequent sandstorms recently. But it is still okay to walk through a few large oases. As for the Moonlight Court, the angels built a temple there. The Shining Gold opened a World Bank branch there. And the Ula College and the Winter Capital Magic Steam College sent scholars and built many schools. Many barbarian tribes have migrated into the ancestral grassland. I heard that more barbarian tribes are preparing to migrate in. And the Moonlight Court will soon be a great city. If the master goes to the Moonlight Court to look for business opportunities, he will definitely gain a lot. Do you have any projects you want to invest in?" Luke said. "Let's talk about it on the way. I also want to know the specific climate of the west. Let's talk about it on the way. Master, try this barbecue. The Orkham's barbecue skills are still very good." Luke picked up the knife and fork and started eating, filling his stomach as soon as possible and getting on the road as soon as possible. At this time, the door of the tavern rang, and a woman dressed in leather armor and mercenary clothes walked in. She shook off the sand on her body, and then shouted loudly, "Give me a portion of horse meat bran cakes and a glass of wine." Luke heard the voice very familiar, and couldn't help turning his head to look over. Coincidentally, the woman also looked over, and when she saw Luke's appearance, she couldn't help but open her mouth and exclaimed, "You are Miss Nightingale." The woman who came in was Nightingale. Luke immediately stopped Nightingale from calling out another name. He stood up and pulled Nightingale to sit at his table under the gaze of everyone. "I am Luke, a merchant from St. Louis City. The last time we met was at the manor of His Royal Highness the Second Prince. I didn't expect Miss Nightingale to remember me, a humble person. I am really flattered." Nightingale, who was confused, just sat down and felt a dagger against her waist. The young man who threatened her didn't look strange at all. He smiled and shouted to the goblin bartender, "Replace the horse meat bran cakes for this lady with barbecue. And the wine should be the best. I'll pay the bill." "As you wish, Master Fast Legs." The goblin happily ran to the back kitchen, exchanging horse meat bran cakes for roast meat. The controlled Nightingale said in cooperation, "Mr. Luke, I heard that your business is getting bigger and bigger, and you have contracted the decoration of the palace. You should be very busy. How come you have time to run to the west?" Luke hinted to Fast Legs to put away the dagger, and then replied, "My business is all over the empire. Recently, there is business in the west that needs my personal attention. So I came." "On the contrary, you, Miss Nightingale, are you not enjoying life with the second prince, His Highness Alex? Why did you run to this desert and eat horse meat bran cakes?" Facing Meteorite this time, Nightingale completely lost the momentum to chase him from St. Louis City to Raging Waves City to assassinate him, and became powerless and helpless. It's all because of Meteorite. I went to Raging Waves City to assassinate Meteorite, but ended up like a clown. Meteorite sent someone to inform His Highness Alex, and His Highness Alex took me back to Crescent Oasis. And then His Highness announced that he would sever all ties with me and kick me out. I can only become a ranger again, accepting missions to earn some bounties." Luke couldn't help but sigh. His Highness Alex is a little too heartless. But Nightingale was very open-minded. "His Highness is willing to come forward to bring me back from the imprisonment in Raging Waves City, which is already a great kindness. He can completely sever his relationship with me and not admit that the premeditated assassination has anything to do with him. It's just that now Meteor has become the Prime Minister of the Empire. I don't know if he regrets saving me now, but it has nothing to do with me. He can't accept me again. To be honest, Alex can do this, which is more humane than the eldest Prince Fania." Luke didn't comment on Nightingale's experience. "Does Miss Nightingale have any tasks now?" Nightingale replied, "No. It's difficult for me, a single woman, to get a task to make money. especially because of my experience that most people dare not cause unnecessary trouble. Since I offended Meteor and the second prince at the same time, it is a miracle in the eyes of some people that I can survive to this day. Luke said, since Miss Nightingale has no tasks now, I can hire you. Nightingale looked at Luke with doubts in his eyes. Why? With your status and financial resources, you can easily hire a stronger guard than me. Luke smiled and said, you can regard this employment as a help from an old friend. I hope the commission of this mission can help you through the difficult times. I believe everything will be fine. Nightingale still couldn't believe that Meteorite would hire her. You must have a lot of business secrets that cannot be known to outsiders when you come to the West this time. Aren't you afraid that I will tell your secrets to others? The others in Nightingale's mouth are of course the second prince. Luke said indifferently, my business secrets are useless even if you know them. Even if I tell others, it won't cause me any trouble. I'm going to the Moonlight King's court in the Prairie of the Ancients. And I'm going to visit some places to investigate the market on the way. The whole journey will take half a month. And there may be some dangers. My followers and I have a certain amount of force. So we don't need you to be too distracted to protect us. How about it? Make an offer. Nightingale thought about it. Although I can't figure out the purpose of Meteorite hiring me now. I'm really short of money now. Maybe the money earned from this mission is enough for me to leave the Empire and start a new life in a place where I don't know myself. Half a month. For gold coupons. Luke smiled and said, for gold coupons? Too cheap. I'll give you 10 gold coupons. If the mission time exceeds the deadline, the remuneration will be calculated separately. The employer took the initiative to raise the price. And Nightingale had no reason to refuse. Deal. Luke gestured to the fast leg. And the fast leg immediately took out a handful of gold coupons from his pocket, selected 10 from it, and handed them to Nightingale. Chapter 480 Fallen Angels. Nightingale accepted Luke's employment. After the three of them had enough food and drink, they went shopping at the Jammu camp and rode camels and led pack animals on their way. Luke's first destination was Sun City. Nightingale consciously rode a camel in front to lead the way, leaving space for Luke and Kwaitui to talk. Kwaitui told Luke about the current situation in the West. A large number of sand bandits turned to traveling merchants. With the financial support of the City of Raging Waves, they formed a direct trading network between the barbarians in the West and the Empire. Although the nobles in the West still controlled some commodity transactions, they were no longer as lucrative as before as middlemen. As Luke expected, the nobles in the West, whose income had dropped sharply, laid off part of their troops. With the Moonlight Royal Court at their side, the entire Western territory is generally stable. Of course, when progressive forces promote social development, there must be reactionary forces. Zymia is now extremely active. I heard that a group of nobles have formed a cooperation with Zymia and established an organization called Iho with the ultimate goal of destroying the World Tree. The demon hunters have fought against Iho many times, and the opponent has not only not been weakened, but has become stronger and stronger. Luke said, the Iho organization is backed by the Abyss Temple, and it is in cahoots with a group of Western Territory nobles and Zymia. The potential strength must be very strong. I have received intelligence that Victor, the first apostle of the Abyss Temple, has arrived in the Western Territory and is very likely to attack the World Tree. The main reason I came to the West this time was to solve this problem. Fast Legs suddenly realized, no wonder the legacy has developed so fast that the demon hunting group can't stand it. My lord, where should you start to make arrangements to deal with the legacy? Luke stretched out his hand to block the light from his eyes, and looked at the undulating sand dunes in front of him. Nightingale was about 300 meters ahead, and behind him was a row of camel footprints. Let's go to Sun City to find out the news about the legacy. Is Maeve Sman in Sun City? Fast Legs replied, I will send someone to contact Maeve Sman after receiving your message. She should be waiting for you in Sun City. Yeah. Luke nodded and asked, anything else special happened? Fast Legs thought for a moment and said, there is another strange thing that has not been confirmed. It is a bit like a ghost story, but there are many witnesses. Luke asked casually, what strange thing? Some people saw a large group of black swans flying through the sky. Some people said it was a black vulture, and some people said it was a person with black wings. They hovered over a desert for about a month, as if they had lost their way, and suddenly disappeared not long ago. Luke became interested. People with black wings? Fast Legs smiled and said, people with black wings? Aren't they fallen angels? But since the end of the ancient war, there has been no trace of fallen angels. And if they were fallen angels, they wouldn't have been lost in the desert for a month. Maybe they were really a group of black swans. Or large vultures. I've sent people to investigate. But I'm afraid it's hard to find the answer. Luke knew that some fallen angels survived the ancient war. But the end of the war meant that they lost the chance to take back the Sky City. At the same time, the end of the war made the fallen angels become outsiders rejected by the demons in hell. So the fallen angels hid in the depths of hell. The demons in hell were scattered. And even if they wanted to attack the World Tree, they couldn't organize the corresponding forces. But the fallen angels were different. They lost their homes and lived under the protection of others. So they were extremely united. If the fallen angels also got involved, the level of this crisis would be raised to a higher level. Luke said to Fast Legs, "Swans have a strong sense of direction, and will not wander in a desert without water for a month. Large vultures have a sense of territory, and will not appear in groups. Send more people to find witnesses, and find out what those things are." "Yes, sir." Fast Legs asked, "Are those really fallen angels?" "I haven't seen them, so I can't be sure. But if they are really fallen angels, they will definitely use the World Tree to stir up trouble, and reignite the ancient war that had no winner. If there is anyone who does not want the ancient war to end, it must be the fallen angels. But they cannot stop the trend of the war ending. For thousands of years, the 5 ancient civilizations have been secluded from the world, and they have no chance to start a war again. Now, the opportunity has come. In order to compete for the quasi-artifact of the World Tree, the 5 ancient civilizations will gather in the Moonlight King's court. It is definitely the best time to reignite the war. Luke considered the changes in the power of the enemy, and as brought about by the appearance of the fallen angels, and at the same time notified Qigong, who had arrived at the Moonlight King's court, to use the perception spread by the World Tree to find the traces of the fallen angels. The 3 continued to travel in the desert. At this time, at the edge of the ancestor grassland, a camel caravan was marching in a line. The leader of the camel caravan was an old man with gray hair and beard, and walking side by side with him was a young man, also a fallen angel Garland. The other fallen angels were flying high in the sky, slowly following the camel caravan. When they officially stepped into the grassland from the Gobi Desert, the leader of the camel caravan said to Garland, "I will take you here. This grassland is the grassland of the ancestors, and the Moonlight Palace is in the center of the grassland. There are many barbarian herdsmen on the grassland, and you can ask them for directions at any time." But Garland did not let the camel caravan go. "I asked you to take us to the Moonlight Palace, but I didn't say to take us only to the grassland of the ancestors. Keep going. You can leave when you see the World Tree." Garland did not finish his words, and instantly straightened his back alertly, looking forward with sharp eyes. About 10 meters ahead, a black shadow rose from the ground. Even with the blazing sun, the shadows were still as dark as ink. Soon the shadows gathered into a person wearing a black smock, and the shadow under the hood was like a black hole. Garland asked, "Who are you? Why are you stopping us?" "My name is Victor, the first apostle of the Abyss Temple, and the most loyal follower of the Abyss." It was Victor who stopped Garland. He bowed and saluted, and then said, "The fallen angels entered the ancient grassland in such a swaggering group. Do they look down on the World Tree too much?" Garland smiled. His expression was murderous. "You know we are fallen angels, and you have the courage to stop us? I am just reminding you kindly. The current World Tree is not the World Tree you know. The previous World Tree gave its authority to an elf. The World Tree you are about to face is not a harmless thing. If you enter the grassland of the ancestors without any disguise like you do, you will soon be discovered by the World Tree. And then, the angels in the Moonlight King's temple should be willing to hunt you down." Garland realized that he was indeed a little careless. "Thank you very much for your kind reminder. We will disguise ourselves immediately. If there is nothing else, you can die." A fallen angel suddenly appeared behind Victor, holding a sword burning with black flames and sweeping across. Victor did not dodge, but said, "Don't you want to know how I found you?" The black sword stopped at Victor's waist. Garland waved his hand, and the fallen angel behind Victor turned into burning ashes and disappeared. "Thank you for reminding me. I indeed forgot to ask this question." Garland asked politely, as if the attack just now had not happened at all. "How did you find us?" Victor replied, "It was not me who found you, but another great existence. His name is Disaster, and he is a power that appeared with the revival of the World Tree, and destroying the World Tree is the only basis for his existence. Disaster found you, and asked me to wait here. Disaster? Garland heard this name for the first time. And he asked, Disaster wants to destroy the world tree. What does it have to do with us? Then why are all of you fallen angels here? Disaster is about to launch a war against the Moonlight Court. In the chaos, you can do whatever you want. Destroy the world tree. This was originally the purpose of the fallen angels going to the Moonlight Court. The best result would be to start the ancient war again. At the very least, it would prevent the angels from obtaining new artifacts. It's all because the hell demons are too incompetent. The angels and the Shining Gold people have already set up bases next to the world tree. And the demons can't even organize a decent army. They are not as good as the Shadow Clan. They have successfully assassinated a Shining Gold Elder. Garland didn't know whether the other party knew about the world tree and the artifact. So he didn't reveal this information. This is a good suggestion. Where is the Disaster you mentioned? He is in Sun City now. Take us to Sun City. Victor saluted and said, It's my honor. The leader of the camel caravan saw that he could finally send away these plague gods. And immediately said, Lord Garland, since you are not going to the Moonlight King's court, let's part ways now. Garland smiled and said, I changed my mind. Only when you die can you keep the secret. Before the leader of the camel caravan could react, a fallen angel appeared behind him. The black flame sword swept across, and the leader was cut open from the waist. His body was wrapped in black flames and burned to ashes in an instant. The rest of the camel caravan suffered the same fate, and were all attacked and killed by the fallen angels. After silencing them, Garland said to Victor, Let's go to the Sun City you mentioned to meet the so-called Disaster. Please follow me closely. Victor turned into a black shadow, and then gathered into a crow, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Garland laughed. Finally I can fly. He opened his cloak, and his black wings spread out, and the wings gently flapped, and he left the camel's back and rushed into the sky. The other fallen angels chased after Garland, who was moving away. Only the camels and pack animals were left, completely unaware of what had happened. Moonlight Royal Court. The crown of the world tree is like a canopy, covering the entire ring-shaped moon mountain under its shade. The canopy is not dark because the sunlight is blocked, because every leaf on the world tree emits a faint light, and the leaves sway in the wind, and the light flashes like stars in the sky. Some light spots sprinkled from the crown of the world tree, forming a rainbow that can be seen from any angle. The moon lake under the tree is as calm as a mirror. Qigong stood on the water, facing the world tree and meditating with his eyes closed. In the spiritual starry sky, Luke and Qigong looked at this miraculous giant tree together. Above the starry sky, the sun pointed by Luke became bigger and brighter, making the moon no longer the only protagonist in the starry sky. Luke said, I feel a sense of crisis in my heart. The world tree may encounter a large-scale attack. The opponents are not only the Disaster, but also the Abyss Temple, plus the fallen angels. Qigong always had a smile on her lips. In response to Luke's worry, she replied, Big trees will inevitably experience wind and rain. They will either be destroyed by wind and rain, or continue to grow after surviving the wind and rain. You hear? The world tree is very happy about your arrival. Now it is not only protected by the moon, but also illuminated by the sun. Luke asked, if our current strength cannot stop this attack, can the starry sky protect the world tree? The starry sky never gives shelter to anything. It is the source of order. Birth and death are in order. The power to protect the world tree is in your hands. You are responsible for protecting the world tree, and I am responsible for protecting you. Luke asked again, the Temple of the Abyss believes that the Disaster was given the authority of theocracy by the Abyss. Is this true? Theocracy is jointly granted by the starry sky and the Abyss, but the authority of theocracy has different tendencies. Qigong gave the answer. Luke thought of something and couldn't help but smile and said, why are the starry sky and the Abyss so similar to the yin and yang I know? Qigong is part of Luke's memory, and couldn't help laughing when he heard this metaphor. When you say it, it's really similar. This is the same destination in different ways. If we extend it a little bit, we are also very similar. Luke suddenly felt a headache, as if something in his mind was awakened, and there were many insights that he wanted to grasp, but could not grasp. He endured the pain and tried his best to think, but he did not gain anything until the headache ended, and the awakened thing fell asleep again. Taking a deep breath, Luke sighed and said, I now understand why you keep so many secrets. Some things are indeed not what I should know now. I'd better be an ordinary me, and do ordinary things first. Have the fallen angels been found? Qigong smiled and replied, the world tree found them. But as soon as they reached the edge of the ancient grassland, they were taken away by a group of abyss energy. They should be looking for disasters. The most undesirable thing still happened. Luke said to Qigong, call the Moonlight Knights to prepare to defend the world tree. Speed up the cultivation of tree people. And let the ancient tree people in various parts of the ancestors' grassland move to the royal court. Inform the angels and the shining gold people that a group of fallen angels have come out from the depths of hell, and they want to destroy the new world tree. Luke quickly said the countermeasures and mobilized the forces to defend the world tree. But Qigong said lazily, it is agreed that I will only be responsible for fighting, and you will do everything related to people. The body has been given to you. Teresa is here, and she is also handed over to you. This angel is simply a dogskin plaster. If I had known she was so difficult, I would not have provoked her. After speaking, Qigong pushed Luke. Qigong, who was meditating on the moon lake, opened his eyes. Beside him, Teresa slowly flapped her wings and landed on the lake, and circles of ripples were swaying under her feet.